Awakening failed, and he became the only loser in the class. To make matters worse, his girlfriend, the class beauty, dumped him in front of everyone. After the college entrance exams, all the students successfully awakened and became warriors. Among them, Jiang Hao and Ran Xiuxue were exceptionally talented, awakening rare attributes and getting accepted into the prestigious Tianhua Academy. Chu Yunxuan, however, was the only one in the class who failed to awaken and was publicly humiliated by the teacher. His classmates gloated and mocked him, saying this was karma for his laziness. Jiang Hao even threatened that Chu Yunxuan should call him bro from now on and offered to introduce him to a security guard job. Chu Yunxuan, unfazed, slapped Jiang Hao, knocking him off his desk. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan's girlfriend, Ran Xiuxue, stepped forward and announced their breakup. She claimed they were no longer from the same world and told Chu Yunxuan not to cling to her anymore. Jiang Hao laughed even harder at this. Despite everything, Chu Yunxuan remained indifferent. He sneered and slapped Jiang Hao again, leaving him stunned, then walked away. On his way home, Chu Yunxuan absent-mindedly scrolled through news on his phone, feeling a bit envious of the reports showcasing the extraordinary abilities of the awakened warriors. Suddenly, a voice chimed in, "Ding! Infinite system has been activated." Chu Yunxuan muttered to himself, "Activate the system." The infinite system explained that a new system would be randomly activated every week. If it was a minor system, it would only last for a day or two, ensuring the host would experience a dizzying array of systems. Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, a high-end system? Most people get just one system when they cross over, and I get a new one every week." With a ding, the system notified him, 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 13 seconds until the first system activation. "Please be patient." Chu Yunxuan scoffed, "Bring it on. Let's see what kind of system you'll activate for me." Chu Yunxuan returned to his doorstep. As he pushed open the door, the aroma of home-cooked meals greeted him. "You're back," said a tall woman wearing an apron as she came out to meet him. She naturally helped Chu Yunxuan change into his slippers and placed his shoes in the cabinet. As he looked at the woman before him, he couldn't help but think she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Lin Ya. At home, she wore her hair in a simple bun. She took his coat, saying she would wash it, and urged him to go eat. Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but reflect on the cliché nature of his life, reminiscent of stories from 5 or 10 years ago. The typical underdog beginning, orphan parents, and a stunningly beautiful but unrelated sister. In a novel, this would have been ridiculed by readers. It turned out that 10 years ago, his parents had adopted Lin Ya when she was 10. She had supposedly survived a beast attack and remembered nothing but her name. The family lived in Tianhai City until it fell, and both parents died. 14-year-old Lin Ya then took 8-year-old Chu Yunxuan to Tianhua City, where they relied on each other for survival. Notably, Lin Ya had already awakened her powers when she was adopted. After moving to Tianhua City, she further distinguished herself with her rare dual attributes of ice and space, earning a place at Tianhua University and becoming known as a genius. However, Lin Ya was always quiet and seemed to carry many burdens, only showing her true smile to Chu Yunxuan. Despite her care, Chu Yunxuan had mixed feelings about her. When she was first adopted, she often locked herself in her room, only responding with short answers, which frustrated him. He also blamed her for their parents' deaths, as she was out training just before Tianhai fell. If she had been there, her strength might have made a difference. Nevertheless, Lin Ya continued to take care of his daily needs, while Chu Yunxuan became more and more aimless over the years. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Yunxuan sighed inwardly. What fault did she have in this? Lin Ya approached him and gently mentioned that she had made a new dish today. During the meal, she reminded Chu Yunxuan to eat first, as she had to go out. He knew she was heading to the beast territories to train and collect beast crystals to sell for a good price. Be careful, Chu Yunxuan advised. Lin Ya's body trembled slightly, and after a long pause, she softly replied, "Okay." This was the first time Chu Yunxuan had shown concern for her since they arrived in Tianhua City. She then returned to the kitchen, saying she would fry an egg for him. Chu Yunxuan followed her in, insisting on doing it himself, and saying he would fry one for her as well. "Go ahead and eat," Lin Ya said, leaning against the wall and watching him work with a dreamy look in her eyes. After a while, she softly called, "Xiaoxian." He responded. "I'll find a way to help you awaken," Lin Ya said as she adjusted his collar. It was clear she had heard about his failed awakening attempt, which she had anticipated. Years ago, she had tried to help him awaken but had failed. Despite his recent setbacks, she still held a glimmer of hope. Chu Yunxuan smiled and said it was no big deal. But Lin Ya's eyes burned with determination. "I know what this means to a boy, and I understand your ambitions. To me, my brother is destined to be a strong and dependable protector. I'll never forget when I first met you, and you vowed to become strong and protect everyone." Chu Yunxuan, feeling guilty, admitted that he had been a disappointment and had not lived up to her expectations.
Lin Ya shook her head.
No, I saw the light in your eyes, so I always believed. Please believe in me too. I will find a way, I promise. Xian, Lin Ya suddenly said seriously, we were born into an unfair world. Only through hard work can we make it a bit fairer. Chu Yunxuan nodded, responding calmly, I understand these principles well, Lin Ya. You don't need to worry about me. Who knows, maybe I'll awaken my abilities soon. Are you teasing me? Lin Ya broke into a smile. Suddenly, she frowned and exclaimed, Xian, your egg. Ah? Your egg is burning. Chu Yunxian quickly checked his cooking. After dinner, Lin Ya left the house. Chu Yunxian returned to his room and opened a panel. Host, Chu Yunxian. Age, 18. Younger brother, 18. Race, human. Realm, none. Attributes, none. Strength, 11. Average for a normal person, 10. Speed, 11.
Constitution, 10.
Spiritual power, 0. Mental strength, 8. Innate skills, none. Rewards, none. His attributes were slightly above average, thanks to Lin Ya's years of martial arts training. Despite their strained relationship, Chu Yunxian understood the benefits of self-defense. I wonder what kind of system will activate, Chu Yunxian mused. In the middle of the night, the system suddenly issued a notification. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the beginner's gift pack. Ding! Congratulations on randomly activating the defeated opponent system. Chu Yunxian raised an eyebrow. Defeated opponent system? Chu Yunxian eagerly opened the system interface and saw the words defeated opponent system prominently displayed. According to the system, during its active period, any person he defeated would become his subordinate, and he would receive rewards for each victory. The stronger the opponent, the greater the reward. The system's remaining time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. What the heck? Chu Yunxian was stunned. He was just an ordinary person without any cultivation skills. How was he supposed to defeat others? Even if he managed to beat a few regular people, what good would it do? He fell into deep thought. However, he soon realized that the bizarre system only lasted for a day, so it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Just as he was about to close the interface, a sudden idea struck him, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. He eagerly opened the newbie gift pack. 2 dazzling lights flashed, and the system notifications followed. Congratulations, you have received the Overpower card, one-time use. Congratulations, you have received the Words Come True card, which can be used on others to make your words come true, limited to 3 uses. Note: ineffective on those above the Shin body stage. Chu Yunxian was dumbfounded. What kind of system was this? But thinking about the effect of the Words Come True card, his eyes lit up. Although it was useless against those above the Shin body stage, it was more than sufficient to deal with average martial artists. On the planet Blue Star, martial arts cultivation levels were as follows: Qi Training, Bright Aperture, Shin Body, Shin Heaven, Divine Ability, Law, Domain, Heavenly Sovereign, Divine Emperor, and Heavenly Tao, each divided into 10 stars. Most people awaken their abilities at 18, and reaching 5 stars in the Bright Aperture stage by 20 was already impressive. Shin body stage individuals were exceptionally rare. For instance, the Judgment Council's young master Zhang Chuchen awakened at 8 and was already a law stage expert in his early 20s, far ahead of his peers. As for Lin Ya, she awakened at 10 and was currently at the 8th star of the Shin Heaven stage, just a step away from breaking through to the Divine Ability stage. Even the mentors at Tianhua University couldn't necessarily match her. Chu Yunxian couldn't help but sigh at the world's unfairness. As Lin Ya often said, only by giving your all could you tip the scales of fate and change your life's trajectory. The next morning, the alarm clock woke Chu Yunxian from his dreams. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he dragged his tired body out of the bedroom. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Ya's graceful figure busy at the stove. Watching her work so hard for him, Chu Yunxian felt a mix of emotions. She was in her prime, yet she had sacrificed so much to care for a brother who wasn't even related by blood. You're up early today, Lin Ya smiled as she glanced back. Morning, Yaya. Chu Yunxian grinned and affectionately took her hand. Who's this Yaya? Lin Ya playfully scolded, frowning slightly. I just think it sounds endearing. Lin Ya scrutinized Chu Yunxian, feeling like he was a different person. All right, enough with the mushy stuff. Go wash up and eat. Wait. Chu Yunxian grabbed her as she was about to leave. How about we spar a little? Lin Ya looked puzzled but nodded. All right, but go easy on me. I'm going to attack now. Just pretend you can't handle it and admit defeat, Chu Yunxian said mysteriously. Although Lin Ya didn't understand his plan, she decided to play along. Chu Yunxian gave her a gentle push, and she exaggeratedly staggered back before collapsing onto the sofa, feigning dizziness. Wow, you're strong. I admit defeat. I'm no match for you. Lin Ya's acting is absolutely terrible, with no sense of immersion at all, and her lines are as stiff as a robot's. But Chu Yunxian was so excited he started dancing around. System. System. Give me a reward. I defeated a Xintian Realm 8-star expert. There should be a big reward, right? He called out in his mind. After a long pause, the system reluctantly responded, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the reward task, defeating a Xintian Realm 8-star opponent. You have gained a cultivation upgrade to Qi Refining Realm 10-star, lightning attribute, and a god-level cultivation talent. Holy crap. This is amazing. Chu Yunxuan was so excited he nearly jumped out of his skin. The reward was insanely good. Not only did it boost his cultivation to the peak of the Qi Refining Realm, but it also granted him a rare lightning attribute and an extraordinary cultivation talent. He was over the moon. Meanwhile, Lin Ya looked at him, puzzled, as he seemed lost in his daydreams, shaking her head with a smile. This silly guy can't seriously believe what just happened. Can he? She thought. However, the rekindled determination in his eyes genuinely made her happy. Xiaoye, I love you so much. Chu Yunxuan exclaimed, enthusiastically lifting Lin Ya and spinning her around several times. Put me down, Lin Ya said helplessly, patting his shoulder. Reluctantly, Chu Yunxuan set her down, still mumbling to himself, no time to talk. I'm heading out. He threw on his coat and hurriedly rushed out the door. Breakfast, Lin Ya called out weakly, but Chu Yunxuan had already disappeared. He's getting weirder and weirder, she muttered to herself. The entrance of Tianhua University was bustling with people. The college entrance exams had just ended yesterday, and today the new students were quickly registering. For cultivators, time is life, and there's no room for any delay. Although Chu Yunxuan had failed his awakening, he had a badge from Lin Ya allowing him to enter, so he mingled confidently with the crowd. Even though he couldn't officially enroll, if a department tutor was willing to take him in, he could still audit classes.
Chu Yunxuan.
Do you think you belong here? A sarcastic voice suddenly sounded behind him. Zhang Hao stood there with a few new students, looking at Chu Yunxuan with disdain. Look at this useless guy, shamelessly sneaking in. A failure who couldn't even awaken dares to show his face here. Zhang Hao shouted loudly, immediately attracting the attention of many people. The crowd began to murmur, and Chu Yunxuan felt countless disdainful gazes directed at him. Zhang Hao looked at Chu Yunxuan with a smug expression, as if he had already gained the upper hand. Chu Yunxuan, no matter how arrogant you were in high school, it won't work here at Tianhua University. Do you dare to act out here? Chu Yunxuan glanced at him, not even bothering to respond. Although he had just activated his defeated opponent system, dealing with someone like Zhang Hao, a mere small fry, wasn't worth the effort. What? You got something to say? Seeing this, Zhang Hao grew bolder and moved closer to Chu Yunxuan with a gloating face. Get lost, you loser. You're just embarrassing yourself here. Slap. Chu Yunxuan swung his hand, landing a loud slap on Zhang Hao's face, sending him to the ground. Congratulations, host. You have defeated an opponent with 0 cultivation and gained 5 strength points. The system's notification chimed in. Chu Yunxuan snorted coldly, looking down at Zhang Hao, who was clutching his face and groaning. Some people just need a beating to feel comfortable, huh? The surrounding crowd erupted in chatter. Who is he? So bold. He actually dared to make a move at Tianhua University. Incredible. I've never seen such a handsome guy. Is he a student here? If only he were our dorm supervisor, he could check our rooms. The gazes of many infatuated girls were fixed on Chu Yunxuan's handsome face, making him feel a bit uneasy. This face, while his weapon, certainly attracted a lot of attention. No wonder so many female warriors were infatuated with him. You bastard! Zhang Hao clutched his burning cheek, gritting his teeth. This is Tianhua University. How dare you act so recklessly? Chu Yunxuan couldn't be bothered to argue. He stepped forward and kicked Zhang Hao to the ground again. What's wrong with hitting you? He said, punctuating each word with a kick. Not happy? Let me tell you, from now on, you'd better keep a low profile in front of me. The nearby girls grew even more excited, cheering him on. Good job. So manly. Kick him again. One girl even ran over and kicked Zhang Hao herself, then sidled up to Chu Yunxuan with starry eyes. You're so manly, I love rough guys. Zhang Hao's face turned green with anger. He was the one getting beaten, yet somehow this guy was winning the girls' hearts? The world had gone mad. At that moment, a tall figure strode over. Hey, where's this arrogant freshman causing trouble at Tianhua University? He had his arm around a beautiful girl and wore a haughty expression. Seeing this, Zhang Hao scrambled to his feet to complain. Brother, sure, that guy Chu Yunxuan is just a useless nobody, yet he dared to sneak in here. Oh. Shi Kaiwen raised an eyebrow, glaring fiercely at Chu Yunxuan before turning to Zhang Hao. How did he hit you? Hit him back the same way. Don't worry, if he dares to fight back, I'll cripple him. Then he smirked coldly at Chu Yunxuan. Right? Chu Yunxuan couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. This guy really thought he was something. acting like he was the king of the world. What's so funny? Sir Kaiwan snarled, his face turning red with anger. Sorry, your expression just now was too hilarious. I couldn't help it, Chu Yunxuan said with a mocking smile. To be honest, seeing you swagger over, I thought you were some big shot in the Xintian realm. Turns out, you're just a joke. Someone nearby couldn't hold back a snicker, making Sir Kaiwan's face flush even redder with embarrassment. Chu Yunxuan's sharp tongue cut through the air like a knife, each word hitting harder than a slap. Damn it! Sir Kaiwan exploded with rage, pushing the woman in his arms aside as he lunged forward, ready to throw punches. A fierce crimson flame roared to life around him. He was a formidable Qi refining stage 9 cultivator. Seeing the flames, Chu Yunxian laughed so hard his stomach hurt. He waved his hand dismissively. Wait, hold on, don't rush. I can't help but laugh. You call that tiny flame impressive? Seriously? Even the beauty beside Sir Kaiwan couldn't help but giggle, leaving him behind as she ran away. She was just using Sir Kaiwan to get back at Chu Yunxian after being dumped. Yunxuan ji, I was wrong. Please forgive me. The young woman, tears streaming down her face, threw herself into Chu Yunxuan's arms, sobbing pitifully. Sir Kaiwan was dumbfounded. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? A local overlord, mocked in public and abandoned by his girl for another man. What a disgrace. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. Seeing you with my ex-girlfriend, acting all tough, ha ha ha. Chu Yunxian laughed so hard he could barely stand. Sir Kaiwan, under the gazes of sympathy and schadenfreude from the crowd, was so mortified he wished he could disappear on the spot. I'm going to kill you. He lost all reason, not caring whether Chu Yunxian was ordinary or not, and punched with a fist engulfed in flames. Just as the punch was about to land, a bolt of lightning shot out from Chu Yunxuan's body, instantly swallowing the pitiful flame and sending Sir Kaiwan flying. What? Isn't he supposed to be a useless non-awakener? Lightning powers? That's the strength of a Qi refining stage 10. The crowd buzzed with shock. Even Jiang Hao couldn't close his gaping mouth. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a Qi refining stage 9. You've been rewarded with a cultivation upgrade to enlightenment stage 1 and 50 freely distributable attribute points. Chu Yunxian leisurely strolled up to the fallen Sir Kaiwan and spoke earnestly. Remember, you can build a persona, but don't take yourself too seriously. When everyone thinks you're powerful, you'd better have the skills to back it up. With that, he glanced sideways at Jiang Hao, who looked like he'd lost his best friend, and slapped him across the face before he could even cry out. Then he walked away with such flair that no one could take their eyes off him. Chu Yunxian strolled leisurely along the tree-lined path of Tianhua University. He had already sent away Yumi and Xiaoyu. With his striking good looks and a charismatic, carefree demeanor, he was no stranger to shy girls approaching him for a chat. Today, however, his visit to Tianhua University wasn't about attracting admirers. He was here for the mysterious, defeated opponent system. As a prestigious school teeming with martial artists, Tianhua University was the perfect place to defeat strong opponents in a single day. Besides, after his recent victory over Sir Kaiwan, a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, the system had elevated his realm to the early stage of the Mingxiao realm, boosting his confidence. System, allocate all 50 attribute points to strength, he commanded. Ding. Host attributes updated. Name, Chu Yunxian. Age, 18. Gender, male. Race, human. Realm, Mingxiao realm, 1 star. Attributes, thunder power, 253. Mingxiao realm average, 200. Speed, 201.
Physique, 200.
Spiritual power, 2000. Mental strength, 180. Talent, thunder attribute, god-level cultivation talent. With the added attribute points, his strength now far surpassed that of his peers, placing him a quarter above the average. However, to earn more substantial rewards, he needed to defeat more martial artists of the Mingxiao realm. Of course, teaching a lesson to those who underestimated him along the way wouldn't hurt. The system didn't limit the number of opponents, so why not make a few enemies? Chu Yunxian casually glanced at the nameplate of a classroom and realized he was passing by the first-year class. This class usually consisted of freshmen who had been enrolled for less than a year, most likely still at the Qi refinement stage. He pushed the door open, and immediately, 40 or 50 pairs of eyes turned to stare at him. The instructor on the podium paused their lecture, eyeing the unexpected visitor with curiosity. Chu Yunxian felt a chill run down his spine. Among the students, he recognized several girls who had been his high school classmates and had once been infatuated with him. Now, they were squealing, Yunxian Gij, hubby, causing a commotion that made his head throb. The instructor cleared their throat and asked dryly, student, do you need something? Feeling awkward, Chu Yunxian scratched his head and replied, sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering if you need a sparring partner? I'd like to challenge your students. Of course, if it's a bother, I can leave. His words caused an uproar in the classroom. What the heck? So cocky. Who does he think he is, challenging us? The boys were shocked and furious, eager to rush up and teach him a lesson. The instructor frowned, their tone unfriendly. Which class are you from? Barging in like this, do you think it's acceptable? Unfazed, Chu Yunxuan responded, I'm from another school, just graduated from Datsai High School.
What?
The students exchanged puzzled glances. Now even outsiders dared to show off here. Wait a minute, then what's with the school badge on your chest? The instructor, with sharp eyes, noticed the inconsistency. Chu Yunxian smiled faintly. My sister gave it to me. She said with this badge, I could enter Tianhua University freely. If any instructor is willing to take me in, I could even audit classes. The boys scoffed after hearing that. You? Can't even get into a martial arts university. I bet you haven't even awakened your powers yet. How dare you show up here and embarrass yourself? Mr. Li, leave it to me. A burly young man stood up from his seat, volunteering eagerly. The middle-aged man, referred to as Mr. Li, nodded and instructed. All right, go test him out, but remember to go easy on him. The rest of you, continue with the lesson. The burly guy led Chu Yunxian outside the classroom and got into a fighting stance. Come on, let's see what you've got. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang followed by a painful scream echoed through the hallway. Mr. Li's face turned pale as he dropped the chalk and rushed out of the classroom. Zhang Ming, what happened? Didn't I tell you not to go hard on him? Zhang Ming was sprawled on the ground, looking disheveled with his hair in a mess and bruises all over his body. Clearly, he had taken quite a beating. Teacher, I was fooled. This guy is actually a master. I got defeated in seconds, Zhang Ming said, his face full of resentment. Mr. Li's eyes widened as he quickly approached Chu Yunxian. Didn't you say you didn't get into university? You defeated Zhang Ming, who's at the 8th level of Qi training, with a single move, and he's a lightning element user. Who exactly are you? Chu Yunxian shrugged helplessly. I was telling the truth. I was even humiliated at the school gate just now. Ding. Congratulations on defeating a level 8 Qi training opponent. You are rewarded with a 1-star level up and a speed attribute increase of 20. The system's notification sounded pleasantly in his mind. Damn, this guy is so arrogant. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to take him down. The boys rolled up their sleeves one by one. I'll do it. A burly man stepped out from the crowd, full of aggression. Zhao Huai, get him. Without hesitation, Zhao Huai rushed forward, grabbed Chu Yunxian by the collar, and sneered, Kid, let's see what you've got. Chu Yunxian smiled wryly. There's no need to make it so complicated. Why don't you all come at me together? What? Is he crazy? Fine, don't blame us for being rude. You're dead meat. The crowd was both angry and fearful. Chu Yunxian couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. He dashed into the crowd like an arrow, lightning erupting from his body. Wherever he went, people fell like flies, their cries filling the air. Second star of the Mingxiao stage. And it's the rare lightning element. This kid is something else. Mr. Li watched in shock as his prize students were knocked down one after another by Chu Yunxian, unable to put up any resistance. With a 2nd-star Mingxiao stage and the highly destructive lightning element abilities, as long as he wasn't caught in close combat, these Qi training level kids didn't stand a chance. Mr. Li couldn't help but worry for Chu Yunxian. Thank you, everyone. Chu Yunxian said with a graceful bow, leaving behind a scene of chaos as he walked away. Damn it. This is a humiliation. How dare he mock us? The boys were fuming with rage, crying out in frustration. Ignoring their wails, Chu Yunxian knocked on the door of the neighboring class 2. Soon, a group of angry boys swarmed out. Mr. Li stood there, his mouth twitching. Is he planning to take on all the beginners? Before long, the screams from class 2 started echoing. Damn it! Mr. Li was speechless. On the planet launching, martial arts cultivation is divided into 10 realms. Qi training, Mingqiao, Xuani, Xintian, Shintong, Faz, Lingyu, Tianzuan, Shenhuang, and Tiandao. Each realm is further divided into 10 stars. The news of Chu Yunxian challenging the novice martial artists at Tianhua University spread like wildfire, drawing a huge crowd of curious students. They watched in astonishment as Chu Yunxian single-handedly took on an entire class, leaving his opponents sprawled all over the place. Gasps filled the air. Whoa, who's that guy? He's incredible. Yeah, is he really a freshman? I heard he's a thunder elementalist at the Mingxiao level. Taking on a bunch of Qi refining novices is a piece of cake for him. Exactly, how many of them even reach Qi refining level 7? A Mingxiao level can defeat them effortlessly. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Under a large tree, a graceful woman with a lollipop in her mouth watched the scene with interest. A Mingxiao level freshman? Judging by his aura, he must be a prodigy who awakened early, she mused to herself. Jiang Ying, what are you looking at? A handsome guy approached with a smile, clearly smitten with her. Just watching, Jiang Ying replied coldly without even looking up. The guy laughed awkwardly and glanced at the crowd. The freshmen are really stirring things up this year. How about we go to the Beast Realm for some training?
No, Hyun Ying rejected flatly.
The guy shrugged and walked away, disappointed. Meanwhile, some senior students were unhappy with Chu Yunxuan's arrogant demeanor. Hey kid, you think beating a few chi refining novices makes you hot stuff? A tall guy named Zhang Haohan stepped forward, his face dark with anger. Chu Yunxian glanced at him and said calmly, I intended to challenge the intermediate class, but these novices insisted on blocking my way. Zhang Haohan nearly burst out laughing. You're crazy. Challenging the intermediate class? Are you out of your mind? Screw you, moron.
Chu Yunxuan Rito.
The crowd was stunned. No one could believe Chu Yunxian dared to stand up to a senior from the intermediate class. Zhang Haohan was a formidable Mingxiao 4-star, and this kid clearly didn't know his place. Yeah, he even insulted him? He deserves a beating. The crowd buzzed with excitement again. Zhang Haohan was furious. Fine, since you're so cocky, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the intermediate class. He raised his fist, flames swirling around it, looking menacing. Come on, let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. Zhang Haohan roared, charging at Chu Yunxian like a storm. You have no idea. I'm not the same person I used to be, Chu Yunxian said coldly, his right fist crackling with lightning. Their fists collided with a thunderous boom. Zhang Haohan's eyes widened in disbelief. A Mingxiao 4-star like him was sent flying by Chu Yunxian, crashing heavily to the ground with a scream. Everyone was stunned, speechless for a moment. Chu Yunxuan's strength was overwhelming, effortlessly defeating a peer. Wasn't he just a Mingxiao 2-star? How did he suddenly reach 4-star? No way, thunder elementalists are too overpowered. The crowd murmured in amazement. Zhang Ying's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of admiration flickering within them. Interesting, this kid has some real skills, she thought. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Chu Yunxuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a 4-star Mingxiao realm opponent. You have been awarded a 1-star Earth-level martial skill, Thunder Tribulation. On Blue Star, martial skills and spiritual artifacts are ranked similarly, classified into 4 levels: Yellow, Xian, Earth, and Heaven. Earth-level skills and artifacts are exceptionally rare, while Heaven-level ones exist only in legends. Chu Yunxuan's ability to easily defeat opponents of the same level was due to 2 factors. First, he possessed immensely powerful lightning abilities. Second, he had accumulated a significant number of attribute points, making his strength nearly twice that of others in his realm. It was as if he had activated some kind of cheat code. Get lost. Who asked you to meddle? Chu Yunxian coldly glanced at Zhang Haohan, whom he had sent flying with a single punch. He then turned his gaze to Li Jin, who stood nearby with a sullen expression. Your turn. If you lose, you'll have to sit at the kids' table during meals from now on. Got it? If you lose, you'll have to sit at the kids' table at every banquet from now on. Chu Yunxuan's words echoed in everyone's minds, drawing countless shocked stares his way. This guy is way too arrogant. How can he instantly defeat someone of the same level? The gap is just too big. That's Li Jin, the so-called genius. No matter how cocky Chu Yunxian is, he won't stand a chance. Wait a minute, Chu Yunxian. That name sounds familiar. My girlfriend dumped me because of him. Damn, he's Lin Ya's younger brother. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Jiang Ying, standing to the side, unwrapped a lollipop and muttered to himself, weird. I remember Lin gave him an awakening stone years ago, but he failed back then. How did his power get so high now? Li Jin squinted his eyes, glaring coldly at Chu Yunxian. Don't think you're the only one with lightning abilities. With a wave of his right hand, lightning coiled around him, forming a fierce thunder dragon. Xian Tier 3-star technique, Thunder Roar, he shouted, sending the dragon straight at Chu Yunxian. The ground cracked open where it passed, and the spectators recoiled in fear. He's done for this time. Yeah, serves him right for showing off in front of Li Jin. A Xian Tier technique combined with his 7-star power. No way Chu Yunxian can handle that. Onlookers exchanged comments, none of them optimistic about Chu Yunxuan's chances. But Chu Yunxian merely smirked, confident. Perfect, let me test out my new technique. Thunder Tribulation. A deafening roar exploded, and a thunderbolt 100 times fiercer than Li Jin's obliterated the thunder dragon in an instant, shattering the ground beneath their feet. Debris flew with the lightning, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The crowd was left speechless. Li Jin's technique was a Xian Tier 1, yet it was crushed to dust by Chu Yunxuan's lightning. What kind of move is that? Li Jin turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation too late. He tried to muster his spiritual energy to defend himself, but it was futile. With a dull thud, he was flung like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Chu Yunxian is only a 4-star, while Li Jin is a 7-star. Oh my god, what kind of technique did he use just now? Chu Yunxuan chuckled to himself. Though their levels differed, the attribute points he had gained far surpassed an average person's. His power had reached the 7-star level, and with the Earth-tier technique Thunder Tribulation, defeating Li Jin was a sure thing. Just then, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a 7-star opponent. You have unlocked the first system shop. Unhurried, Chu Yunxian walked over to the defeated Li Jin, placing a foot on his face. Who was it that wanted to cripple my arm just now? You dare! Li Jin roared through gritted teeth. Do you know who I am? Let me go now and kneel to apologize, and I might spare your life. Chu Yunxian sneered, applying a bit more pressure with his foot. Li Jin screamed in pain, snot and tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Zhang Haohan limped out of the crowd, pointing at Chu Yunxian and cursing, "You little bastard! If you have the guts, cripple Li Jin's hand right here in front of everyone. Let's see if you dare." Li Jin's heart sank upon hearing this. Despite his deep-seated hatred for Chu Yunxian, he hadn't been foolish enough to think Chu would actually dare to go that far. But Zhang Haohan's provocation proved effective. With a crisp crack, Li Jin's right arm snapped, blood gushing out as his agonizing screams pierced the air. Are you insane? He actually broke Li Jin's arm. This guy is finished. Li Jin's father is on the disciplinary committee. There's no way he'll let this slide. The gathered students buzzed with nervous chatter, all secretly worried for Chu Yunxian. Yet, Chu Yunxian remained unfazed. He flashed a smile at the stunned Zhang Haohan. Sorry, but I thrive on this kind of thing, he said before striding away confidently. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Tianhua University, Qin Zhenhai was pacing anxiously.
Chu Yunxuan?
Xiaoya's brother? This is a disaster. Qin Zhenhai shook his head repeatedly. Yao Yao and her mother must never meet that boy, or it'll be the end for the Qin family. Is it really that serious, Dean? The female tutor asked, puzzled. You don't understand. Chu Yunxian may be an idle good-for-nothing, but somehow, women who see him can't help but fall for him. If Yao Yao gets involved with him, where would that leave my reputation? The female tutor opened her mouth as if to speak, but then hesitated. Is the dean really that scared of Chu Yunxian? To the point of not trusting his own daughter? Surely, he underestimates the strength of family bonds, she thought to herself. Qin Zhenhai slumped into his chair, frustration etched on his face as he slapped himself. He regretted ever softening his heart and agreeing to let that scoundrel audit classes at Tianhua University for Xiaoya's sake. Now, both his daughter and granddaughter were being charmed away by that good-for-nothing. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Qin Zhenhai hurried to answer it. What? Chu Yunxian crippled Li Jin's arm? He couldn't believe his ears and his eyes widened in shock. That kid didn't even get into college. How could he possibly be a 4-star thunder elemental with such abilities? Li Jin was a 7-star, yet he was taken down in an instant? Qin Zhenhai felt the world spinning around him, as if he were in a dream. By now, news of Chu Yunxuan's overwhelming victories at Tianhua University had spread far and wide. Few knew him personally, but his infamous reputation was almost universally recognized. It was said that he had seduced the granddaughters of 3 martial arts university deans, leaving them infatuated and devoted to him, even to the point of going to court for him. In the end, the deans had no choice but to swallow their pride. Following these events, Chu Yunxuan's notoriety skyrocketed in Tianhua City. People even joked that a 10-mile radius around his neighborhood was a no-go zone for daughters, lest they fall under his spell. Property prices dropped by 20% because of him. Chu Yunxian, however, looked innocent and bewildered. He felt wronged, claiming that all these misdeeds were the work of his predecessor, and he was just an innocent transmigrant caught in the crossfire. But since he was here, he decided to make the most of it and challenge more students at Tianhua University while the system's boost was still in effect. Facing off against someone in the profound body realm? Forget it. With his current 4-star level, it was too soon to win against such a strong opponent. He casually loitered at the entrance of the intermediate class, loudly asking, "Is there anyone who dares to accept my challenge?" The students exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak up. After all, even a master like Li Jin had been defeated in an instant. Who would dare to throw themselves against a brick wall? But letting an outsider walk all over them was a bitter pill to swallow. Seriously, no one stepping up? Our intermediate class is really pathetic, someone muttered as they all looked around. At that moment, a handsome young man, one of the top students in the intermediate class, Chen Yang, walked over with a beautiful girl in his arms. Seeing Chen Yang, the student's eyes lit up. With him taking the lead, surely that arrogant guy would be put in his place. Chu Yunxian, however, frowned slightly because he recognized the girl in Chen Yang's arms as his ex-girlfriend, Ran Xiuxue. Well, if it isn't the infamous scoundrel, Chu Yunxian. Do whatever you want outside, but coming to Tianhua University to cause trouble is a foolish move, Chen Yang sneered, his gaze full of disdain. I bet he's just bitter about being dumped by Xiuxue. and came here to seek some attention, Chen Yang mocked. Tisk tisk. It's sad that Chu Yunxian has to grovel for his women. Nonsense. I dumped him. Ran Xiuxue hurriedly denied, not wanting to lose face in front of Chen Yang. Chu Yunxian, however, calmly took out his phone and played a voice recording filled with Ran Xiuxue's love-struck confessions, making her wish she could crawl into a hole out of embarrassment. Ugh, what a shameless woman. I can't believe Chu Yunxian was telling the truth. This girl has no shame at all. Hey, since you two broke up, stay out of his business. The girls all sneered at Ran Xiuxue, whispering among themselves. Chen Yang couldn't escape the awkwardness either. Furious, he glared at Chu Yunxian, a murderous aura surrounding him. You little punk, how dare you insult my woman in public? I'm going to finish you today. Hold on. Chu Yunxian raised his hand, his face serious. I need to remind you, this girl has a deadly virus. Any man who sleeps with her will have his, explode. Bullshit. Do you think I'll believe that crap? Chen Yang cursed and charged at Chu Yunxian in a rage. But after only 2 steps, a muffled noise came from his crotch. Chen Yang collapsed to the ground with a scream, his lower body drenched in blood, causing everyone around to shiver with fear. Oh my god, what just happened? No way, could Chu Yunxian actually be telling the truth? This is insane. Gasps and exclamations filled the crowd, everyone on edge. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated a level 1 Xian body practitioner. You have been awarded the clairvoyant eyes. Hearing the system notification, Chu Yunxian felt secretly pleased. This overpowered card is incredible. Even a Xian body expert can be taken down effortlessly. My precious, come back. Chen Yang wailed, clutching his bleeding groin, tears and snot streaming down his face. I warned you, Chu Yunxian sighed, letting Ran Xiuxue babble helplessly in her defense. Jiang Ying watched with great interest from the side. She quickly took out her phone to call her mentor. Director Xiao, you need to come to the intermediate class right away. This is explosive. You won't believe it. But Director Xiao was having none of it. No time. I need to finish this business deal to pay my rent. Otherwise, I'll be sleeping on the streets tonight. How about you crash at my place? Jiang Ying giggled. No thanks. Last time you forgot to trim your nails, it was unbearable. Director Xiao quickly declined, clearly alarmed. Jiang Ying was left speechless. How could this dirty-minded guy misunderstand her good intentions? Just as Chu Yunxian was basking in his triumph, an enraged voice suddenly boomed in his ear.
Chu Yunxuan.
Everyone turned to see Dean Qin Zhenhai storming over, his expression practically shooting flames. He's done for. That's what he gets for offending a big shot at Tianhua University. Serves him right. The male onlookers grinned maliciously, eager to see Chu Yunxuan's downfall. Qin Zhenhai was furious, his anger practically radiating from his body as he slammed his hand down on the table. You worthless brat. Can't you give your sister a break? Do you have any idea how much she's sacrificed for you over the years? If it weren't for Xiaoya, I would have handed you over to the disciplinary committee ages ago.
Chu Yunxuan not that repeated, smiling obsequiously.
Calm down, Dean. I promise I'll behave and won't cause my sister any more trouble. All right, I'll give you one last chance, Qin Zhenhai said through gritted teeth. I can help you out this time, but you have to promise me one thing. Just say the word. Stay away from my granddaughter. No problem. I swear I'll keep my distance from her. Chu Yunxian quickly raised his hand in a vow. Qin Zhenhai suddenly thought of something else and hastily added, and my daughter too. You are not to bother her either.
Chu Yunxuan's root helper.
Does that mean I shouldn't come to Tianhua University anymore? Not until they transfer to another school. After that, do whatever you want. I don't care. Qin Zhenhai bellowed in exasperation. Once they're gone, Tianhua University is all yours to mess around in. I won't interfere. Chu Yunxuan's eyes twinkled with mischief as he pretended to be conflicted. How can I accept that? If I enroll in Tianhua University and become famous, wouldn't that bring honor to you? I wouldn't feel right about that. Maybe I should reconsider. You. Qin Zhenhai trembled with rage, feeling an urge to strangle this shameless scoundrel. Fine, do as you please. Get lost as far as you can. As Chu Yunxian turned to leave, Qin Zhenhai called out to him again. Wait, take this. He tossed a letter at him. Aren't you a lightning user? Go to the Tianhua University convenience store and find someone named Xiao Qiyue. She can help you. And stop bothering me. Thank you, Dean. Chu Yunxian grinned as he accepted the letter, not missing the chance to be cheeky. Oh, Dean, could you do me a small favor? What now? Qin Zhenhai asked suspiciously. Just push me and say you're no match for me, that you've lost. I promise I'll never bother your granddaughter again. Qin Zhenhai took a deep breath, struggling to contain his fury. Fine, but you better keep your word. If you go back on it, I'll ruin you. He gave Chu Yunxian a light push and then clutched his chest, collapsing into a chair. You're too strong. I admit defeat, he said stiffly. Thank you, Dean. This is awesome. Bye-bye. Chu Yunxuan left the office, beaming with satisfaction. In his mind, the system's warning sounded repeatedly. Ding. Host, please stop exploiting glitches. This behavior is disgraceful. It doesn't count. It really doesn't count. Chu Yunxian ignored the warnings, smiling. Come on, where's my reward?
No cheating.
The system reluctantly announced. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating an opponent at the 8-star Divine Ability stage. You've earned a reward, Divine Comprehension, Spatial Attribute, and a 10-fold increase in spiritual power values across all realms. Your spiritual power is now 10 times that of a normal warrior's. System points, plus 1 million. You're adorable, Chu Yunxian teased the system. The system emitted a series of garbled sounds, clearly frustrated. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian cheerfully made his way to the Tianhua University convenience store, eager for the adventures that awaited him. Zhang Ying, watching Xiao Qiyue organize the shelves, remarked wistfully, Director Xiao, you really missed out. The show earlier was absolutely spectacular. Zhang Ying was still lost in the lingering impressions of the recent events. To be honest, today's performance really made her see Chu Yunxian in a new light. Although he was undeniably a scoundrel, his bold and strategic moves were truly admirable. As she pondered this, Zhang Ying couldn't help but play with the exquisite dagger in her hand, the blade flickering like a silver lightning bolt between her fingers. Xiao Qiyue glanced at her, rolled her eyes dismissively, and caught the dagger mid-air. Watching the drama doesn't fill our stomachs, you know? Your fairy mentor here is starving. Don't forget to call me fairy mentor, she teased. Zhang Ying chuckled. As you wish, fairy mentor. Xiao Qiyue finally nodded in satisfaction, lazily sitting down and resting her chin on her hand, sighing. It's ironic, don't you think? A university mentor, worrying about money. Life's funny that way. Well, who told you to quit your job and start this shabby little shop? Zhang Ying teased, clearly enjoying her friend's predicament. You should have stuck to being a fairy mentor. At least that job had a stable income, right? Ugh, what do you know? Xiao Qiyue shot her a disdainful look. Nobody's perfect, but everyone can fail. The mentor's salary was peanuts, not enough for a fairy like me to live it up. Only by starting my own business can I achieve financial freedom. Yeah, right, Zhang Ying retorted bluntly. Everyone knows you switched careers because you got too many complaints from students and parents, and your salary was docked. Xiao Qiyue wasn't one to back down easily. She pulled out her phone, grinning triumphantly. The stingy dean said he's sending a student over. If I take him under my wing, I'll get a monthly allowance of 12,000. Jackpot. No way, the dean's that generous? Who's the lucky one? Zhang Ying leaned in, curious.
No idea.
He said the person would be here soon. Xiao Qiyue's eyes were practically crescents with joy. Just then, they heard some mumbling at the door. Looking over, they saw a strikingly handsome young man swagger in. It was none other than Chu Yunxian, who had just dominated the intermediate class. It's him, Zhang Ying exclaimed. Xiao Qiyue had already rushed over, sweet as honey. Hey there, handsome. Looking to buy something? We've got everything here, fair prices for everyone. Chu Yunxian stood there, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the legendary fairy shop to live up to its name. The two girls before him were each stunning in their own unique way, rivaling even Lin Ya. The one busy organizing the shelves had long chestnut hair flowing down her shoulders, lips like cherry blossoms, eyes like autumn water, and her white earlobes adorned with crystal-clear earrings. Her wrists were wrapped in luxurious jewelry, clearly not an ordinary person. The girl fawning over him had a devilish figure, shimmering golden waves of hair, a slender waist, and long, shapely legs wrapped in a bright yellow mini-skirt, exuding a lively and spirited aura. Hey, handsome, don't be in such a rush to find someone. Why not check out the treasures I've got here first? I guarantee satisfaction if you buy something. Xiao Qiyue grinned from ear to ear, pulling Chu Yunxian to the counter. Chu Yunxian shrugged helplessly and picked up a bag of spicy snacks as a gesture. How much is this? Just 4 yuan, Xiao Qiyue replied without looking up. For bucks? That's clearly a ripoff.
Chu Yunxuan fumet.
Outside, it's at most $2. Why double the price? Xiao Qiyue was taken aback for a moment before awkwardly accepting the 5 yuan note he handed over. She then casually handed him a lollipop. This is 1 yuan. No need for change. Who wants a lollipop? I just want my 1 yuan back, Chu Yunxian insisted. Bro, I haven't had any sales today. Where am I supposed to get change from? Xiao Qiyue was at a loss. Then just transfer it to my phone, Chu Yunxian persisted. Xiao Qiyue sneaked a glance at her account balance, exactly 0.12 yuan. She was on the verge of tears. Reluctantly, she handed him 2 sausages. These are 8 yuan. Now I'm losing 3 yuan here. Does that work for you? Chu Yunxian was speechless. I told you I'm not hungry. What am I supposed to do with these? Feed them to a cat if you're hungry, she retorted. Why don't you feed them yourself? He shot back. Fine, I'm not selling anymore. Give me back the spicy strips. Xiao Qiyue angrily reached out to grab them. A deal's a deal. You can't just back out, Chu Yunxuan retorted without hesitation. If you have a problem, I can report you to the Trade Bureau. You. Xiao Qiyue was fuming but helpless. She had no choice but to give in.
All right, fine.
Consider it my bad luck. Just take it and go. I don't even want the money anymore. But Chu Yunxian didn't respond. Instead, he calmly took another bag of spicy strips from the shelf and placed the 5 yuan note on the counter. I'll take another bag. You. Do you think you can just mess with me like this? Xiao Qiyue exploded. Do you believe that I, the Great Fairy, will cut you down? Jiang Ying, who had been watching from the side, was utterly stunned. Chu Yunxian had actually managed to fluster her formidable mentor, something unprecedented. Jiang Ying stood there, dumbfounded, watching Xiao Qiyue chase Chu Yunxian with a kitchen knife, their figures becoming smaller in the distance. She couldn't help but think to herself, these two really are a match made in chaos. Their knack for causing trouble is unmatched. It's no wonder they ran into each other. It must be fate. How dare he take advantage of me? If I don't take him down, I might as well change my surname. Xiao Qiyue fumed, rolling up her sleeves as she stormed back. She turned and yelled in the direction Chu Yunxian had run. Just you wait, kid. I'll get Xiaoying to castrate you. Jiang Ying couldn't help but chuckle. That guy is Chu Yunxian, the one I told you about who didn't get into college. The same guy who broke Li Jin's arm and forced Qinyang to say goodbye to his manhood? Xiao Qiyue's eyes widened. That's him. Jiang Ying nodded vigorously. Wow, no wonder he dared to compete with me. He deserves a good beating. Xiao Qiyue gritted her teeth in frustration. Chu Yunxian peeked around the doorway, wary of the violent woman who might come back to pummel him. Despite his newfound system-enhanced abilities, he still felt uneasy around beautiful women, especially when they were furious. Their wrath could rival natural disasters. But he needed to go inside to seek advice from a Thunder Master about his cultivation. Just as Chu Yunxian was at his wit's end, Xiao Qiyue's demeanor suddenly shifted. She smiled sweetly and beckoned him. Come in, handsome. Let me show you some extraordinary skills. Weren't you just saying you'd have me castrated if you saw me again? Chu Yunxian asked suspiciously. Oh, that was just a joke, Xiao Qiyue said with a honeyed tone. I heard the dean asked me to look after you. Whatever you want to learn, just say the word. I promise to teach you everything I know. Chu Yunxian hesitated, but eventually walked in cautiously, eyeing this unpredictable woman. He had a bad feeling about following her, but he had no choice but to comply with the dean's orders. The sealed heaven technique, Xiao Qiyue said mysteriously. What's that? Chu Yunxian was puzzled. It's my secret skill. Master it, and you'll be able to fly and vanish at will, Xiao Qiyue boasted. Jiang Ying couldn't help but cough, silently mocking her friend's empty promises. How do you know so much about me, even my cultivation level and attributes? Chu Yunxian asked, still suspicious. Ask her. Xiao Qiyue pointed at Jiang Ying. She's your #1 fangirl. We're not compatible. I prefer women with larger assets, Chu Yunxian bluntly replied, leaving everyone speechless. Jiang Ying's smile froze, and she wanted to strangle this hopelessly straightforward guy. Xiao Qiyue, however, shot him a warning look and whispered, I suggest you don't provoke her. Xiaoying really has castrated someone before. Just then, a group of flamboyantly dressed girls burst in, squealing at the sight of Chu Yunxian. Oh my god, it's him. He's even hotter in person. Hey, handsome, give us your contact info. Yeah, we're having a party tonight, and it's full of beauties. Be my date, please. They crowded around Chu Yunxian, all vying for his attention, practically pressing themselves against him. Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkled with an idea. She called out to the group of infatuated girls, Hey, want to get close to my handsome student? He's your student? That's awesome, fairy mentor. One of the girls exclaimed. Of course. He's even topped the school's heartthrob list on the forum, another chimed in. Though his reputation isn't the best, who cares when he's so good-looking? The girls enthusiastically agreed, their voices overlapping. All right then, if you buy more stuff, I'll get him to give you his contact info. Deal? Xiao Qiyue's scheme was working perfectly, and she grinned like a sly fox. Deal. Leave it to us, the girls screamed, rushing to grab the most expensive items. Chu Yunxian was at a loss for words. This fairy mentor was truly something else when it came to exploiting her students. He finally realized he had crossed paths with someone formidable. As evening approached, the front of the fairy's snack shop was bustling with people, and the line of customers almost stretched out into the street. Upon closer look, the queue was filled with young female students, each as beautiful as a flower, standing on their tiptoes and craning their necks, afraid of missing out on something exciting. Colorful notices were posted at the entrance, announcing that any purchase over 898 Yuan would earn a photo of Chu Yunxuan, which could even be used as a profile picture. Spend 1,898 yuan, and you'd get a chance to take a photo with Chu Yunxuan himself. And if you were willing to splurge 3,898 yuan, you could get his precious contact information directly. Jiang Ying walked out of the shop helplessly and shouted to the frenzied fans, "Ladies, calm down. The shop is sold out. Come back tomorrow." A chorus of disappointed sighs erupted from the crowd. Some, unwilling to give up, tried to negotiate. "Sister Jiang, talk to the fairy minter for me. I'll pay 3,898 yuan, but I don't want any of the merchandise, just Chu Yunxuan's phone number, okay?" "Yeah, me too. I'll pay the same, just give me his WeChat." "Please, Sister Jiang, tell Chu Yunxian that I have all kinds of uniforms at home. Nurse, teacher, maid. You name it, he can choose." Jiang Ying's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She admitted that Chu Yunxuan's looks were top tier, but these girls were just as crazy as he was handsome. Their obsessive behavior was downright scary. Jiang Ying returned to the shop with a dark expression, only to find Xiao Qiyue grinning ear to ear while counting money, her smile almost sinister. "Hee, we're making a fortune. Who said I had no business acumen? With Xiao Xinshin as our cash cow, our little shop will be back on top in no time." Xiao Qiyue handed a wad of cash to Chu Yunxian. "Good job, handsome. Here's your cut. Go spend it." Chu Yunxian was speechless. "Big sis, are you paying me or pimping me out? This feels like I've boarded a pirate ship." "Oh right, Xiaoying, you get a share too." Xiao Qiyue handed some money to Jiang Ying. "Stick with me, and you'll be living the high life." Looking at the darkening sky outside, she slapped the table and stood up. "All right, you all can rest now. I need to restock for tomorrow's battle." "More tomorrow?" Chu Yunxian was stunned. "Absolutely. The trial period is 3 days, and today was just the start. You don't want to quit halfway, do you?" Xiao Qiyue grinned mischievously and linked arms with him. "Cooperate, and I'll teach you an unrivaled martial art that will ensure you outshine everyone." "What kind of martial art?" Chu Yunxian asked suspiciously. "The sealed dust celestial technique. Besides me, you'd be the only one in the world to learn it." "What level is it? What do you think? What's the pinnacle of martial arts? Saint Forbidden?" "Bingo. That's right." Chu Yunxian nodded half-believingly. "Whatever, I'll just be her cash cow for now. Maybe I'll actually learn something amazing." "All right, I'll be back tomorrow." "Good, go rest early. Love you." Xiao Qiyue blew him a few kisses. Jiang Ying couldn't stand it anymore and also got up to leave. "I'm heading out. I might not come tomorrow. I'll be training with Shi Chushue tonight." Chu Yunxian and Jiang Ying walked out of the shop together. He suddenly asked, "Are you close with Shi Chushue?" Jiang Ying sneered. "Why? Do you know her?" Chu Yunxian smirked. "Of course, she's the most beautiful girl recognized by all 4 martial arts schools. Who wouldn't be envious? But I'm not interested in someone as violent as you. Believe it or not, I'll castrate you." Jiang Ying glared at him menacingly. "You might want to check with Xiao Qiyue first." Chu Yunxian shrugged. "All right, let's call it a day. See you tomorrow. Get lost." As Chu Yunxian smugly made his way home, 2 unlucky souls in the hospital were cursing their fate because of him. On the hospital bed, Li Jin's bandaged arm throbbed with pain. He gritted his teeth and complained to his father, "Dad, that Chu Yunxian is too much. I have to take him down." Li's father sighed and tried to console him. "We can't let this slide, but Qin Zhenhai has suppressed the matter for now. We need to plan carefully." "Why should we? How dare a mere dean protect Chu Yunxian? In the end, you were in the wrong first. If you hadn't threatened to cripple him, you wouldn't be in this situation." Li's father shook his head. "For now, focus on getting better. We'll deal with the rest later." At that moment, a nurse pushed another bed next to Li Jin's. The figure lying there was all too familiar to him, staring blankly at the ceiling, looking utterly desolate.
Chen Yang.
Li Jin's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you end up in the hospital too?" Chun Yang slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Li Jin's bandaged arm. He gasped, "Who did this?" "Who else? That bastard Chu Yunxian." Li Jin seethed with anger. "And you?" Chun Yang clenched his fists. "Same here. That son of a bitch ruined me." Li Jin shuddered at the words. Despite their usual rivalry, he couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. They were both victims of Chu Yunxian, lying in hospital beds, lamenting their misfortune. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian was happily counting his gains on his way home. With newly acquired martial skills, spatial attributes, and a significant boost in power, all thanks to the defeated opponent system, Chu Yunxian had undergone a dramatic transformation in just 1 day. But it was the system's magical items that intrigued him the most. For instance, the Yin Wang post. Write someone's name and visualize their face, and no matter where they are, they would be instantly eliminated. Isn't that too overpowered? He thought. Then there was attribute exchange, which meant with enough system points, he could possess any attribute. That would be insane. I'd be invincible. Unfortunately, He only had 1,000,000 system points, barely enough for one talent exchange. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the confirm button. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent. Shared fate. Chu Yunxuan was bewildered. What the heck does that even mean? Chu Yunxuan stood frozen, staring at the system prompt, muttering to himself. Shared life but not shared death? What kind of ridiculous talent is this? He quickly opened the talent details, and there it was, written in black and white. Shared life but not shared death. A system-given talent skill that ignores cultivation levels. When activated, it allows the user to swap states with a selected target within their line of sight. Cooldown period, 6 months. No way. Chu Yunxian almost jumped out of his skin. This is way too overpowered. A state-swapping ability that ignores cultivation levels? That's practically a get-out-of-jail-free card every 6 months. His mind raced. Even when facing a heavenly Dao-level demon god, as long as it's not a one-hit kill, he could forcibly swap states using this talent. The demon god would be left helpless. This is insane. Chu Yunxian felt a rush of excitement. Maybe he should take advantage of this while the system is still active and confront those damn demon clans. If he could take down a few big shots, he would skyrocket to the top. But then he reconsidered. The nearest 5th demon god temple was deep within the demon beast territory, far beyond his current capabilities. It was pure fantasy to think he could reach it. Better to focus on training for now and see what other treasures the system might offer tonight. With a click, Chu Yunxian opened the door to his home. Inside, Lin Ya was meditating on the sofa. Though slender, her aura was formidable, clearly marking her as a powerful practitioner. "You're back," she said, standing up and taking his coat and shoes, carefully putting them away. "The food's gone cold. I'll heat it up for you." Chu Yunxian quickly stopped her. "No need to trouble yourself, Yar. I can do it." Lin Ya rolled her eyes at the affectionate nickname, but said nothing more. She was well aware of the commotion Chu Yunxian had caused at school today. "I've heard about what happened today," she said bluntly. Chu Yunxian scratched his head sheepishly. "I didn't think it through and caused you trouble? Just be more careful in the future. You're already a 4-star thunder element awakened. It's time for you to seriously embark on the path of a martial artist. Don't worry, sis. I'll work hard. By the way, did the principal register you?" "No, but he did assign me to Xiao Chiyue, that fairy mentor, for training."
Chu Yunxuan stood.
"Mentor Xiao?" Lin Ya mused. "Looks like we owe the principal a huge favor." "Why's that?" "You might not know this, but despite her young age, Mentor Xiao is one of the top experts in spatial attributes on the entire Blue Star. Even I have sought her advice numerous times for my spatial powers," Lin Ya recalled. "Spatial manipulation is incredibly complex. One wrong move, and you could face disastrous consequences." "I see," Chu Yunxian said, taking a deep breath. He had clearly underestimated this fairy mentor. If even his genius sister held her in such high regard, she must be extraordinary indeed. "By the way, what level is Mentor Xiao now?" he asked out of curiosity. "Not entirely sure, but she's at least at the divine power level. Last year, when I was in danger in the demon beast territory, it was thanks to her intervention that I escaped from the claws of a law-level netherworld evil tiger," Lin Ya explained. "What? She can fight someone at the law realm while she's only at the divine power realm?" Chu Yunxuan's jaw practically dropped. The gap between each major realm is like the difference between heaven and earth, let alone an entire realm apart. This is just too unbelievable. I asked her about it, and she said it had something to do with a special technique she practices. What was it called again? Fengchun.
Fengchun technique?
Chu Yunxian blurted out. "Yes, that's it. How did you know?" Lin Ya looked at him in surprise. Well, she said she was going to teach me, but I thought she was just joking. I never thought it was real." Chu Yunxian was utterly bewildered. Lin Ya gave a light cough, seemingly aware of Xiao Chiyue's knack for making grand promises, but chose not to expose it. She changed the subject. "Tomorrow, I'll go with you to Tianhua University. We can also visit Master and Instructor Xiao." "Great. Does that mean I can walk around campus with your arm in mine?" Chu Yunxuan's eyes lit up. "Why?" Lin Ya blinked her beautiful eyes. "Think about it. The famous school beauty of Tianhua University being so close to a nobody like me?" The looks of astonishment on everyone's faces. TSK. Chu Yunxian imagined. Lin Ya thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, just this once."
Chu Yunxuan certainly joy.
He loved his sister's straightforward and genuine nature. She always spoke her mind and never beat around the bush. If she promised something, she would do it. If she didn't, she wouldn't make any false commitments. "Oh, by the way, don't get into trouble with a few troublesome girls at Tianhua University," Lin Ya suddenly said seriously. "Who?" Chu Yunxian asked. "Zhang Ying and Shi Chuxue. What about them?" "They're tough characters. I don't want you getting hurt. If you really like one of them, wait until your cultivation is strong enough, especially that Zhang Ying." Lin Ya hesitated. "What? You think I could get bullied by a girl?"
Chu Yunxuan scoffed.
Don't take it lightly. That girl has actually castrated a man before. Chu Yunxuan nearly spat out his food. That's way too extreme.
I guess I've underestimated Jiang Yingke's ferocity.
All right, I'll try to avoid them, Chu Yunxian said with a wry smile. But she Chu Xue, I've heard she's the most beautiful woman among the 4 schools of Tianhua? Yes, she's on par with me as a school beauty, Lin Ya replied without hesitation. So, who do you think is prettier, you or her? Chu Yunxian asked with a mischievous grin. Lin Ya blinked and answered seriously, me. Chu Yunxian couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. He loved his sister's pure and adorable confidence. She had a face that could bring down nations, yet she was blissfully unaware and sincerely believed she was the most beautiful in the world. I think so too, he agreed wholeheartedly. Late at night, Chu Yunxian sat on his bed, meditating. He stared intently at the system prompt, muttering incessantly to himself, life without death? What in the world is this? Who's ever heard of such a bizarre talent? He quickly clicked to view the details of the talent. The description was clear. Life without death, a talent skill granted by the system, ignores cultivation levels. When used, it allows the user to exchange states with a selected target within sight. Cooldown time, 6 months. No way. Chu Yunxian almost jumped out of his skin. This is completely overpowered. State exchange that ignores cultivation levels? Isn't this like a get-out-of-jail-free card every 6 months? His mind raced. Even when facing a demon god at the heavenly Dao level, as long as the opponent didn't kill him in one strike, he could forcefully use this talent to exchange states. At that point, the demon god would be at his mercy. This is insane. Chu Yunxian couldn't help but feel a bit giddy. Maybe he should take advantage of the system while it was still around and confront those damn demons. If he could take down a few big shots, wouldn't he rise to the top in no time? But then he reconsidered. The nearest 5th demon god temple was deep within the demon beast territory, and with his current strength, he couldn't even get there. Pure wishful thinking. Better to focus on diligent cultivation and see what other treasures the system might grant tonight. With a creak, Chu Yunxian opened the door to his home. Lin Ya was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, meditating. Though her figure was slender, her aura was impressive, clearly marking her as a formidable expert. You're back, Lin Ya said as she stood up, taking his coat and shoes and neatly placing them in the shoe cabinet. The food's gone cold. I'll heat it up for you. She started towards the kitchen, but Chu Yunxian quickly stopped her. No need, Zayayar. I can handle it myself. Lin Ya rolled her eyes at the affectionate nickname but didn't say anything further. She knew all too well about the commotion Chu Yunxian had caused at school today. I heard about what happened today, Lin Ya said directly. Chu Yunxian scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't think it through. Sorry for the trouble. Just be more careful in the future. You're already a 4-star thunder elemental with awakened abilities. It's time you seriously pursued the path of a warrior. Don't worry, sis. I'll work hard. By the way, did the principal enroll you? Not exactly, but he did assign me to be taught by that fairy mentor, Xiao Chue.
Chu Yunxuan's root helper.
Mentor Xiao? Lin Ya mused. Looks like I owe the principal a huge favor again. Why's that? You might not know this, but despite her young age, Mentor Xiao is one of the top experts in spatial attributes on the entire Blue Star. Even my spatial abilities have benefited greatly from her guidance, Lin Ya recalled. Space is so arcane. One wrong step can lead to disaster and eternal damnation. I see. Chu Yunxian took a deep breath. He had underestimated this fairy mentor. If even his genius sister held her in such high regard, she must be extraordinary. By the way, what level is Mentor Xiao at now? Chu Yunxian asked curiously. I'm not sure of the specifics, but she must be at least at the divine ability level, Lin Ya replied. You know, last year I had a close call in the beast realm. I only survived an attack from a netherworld tiger at the law realm because she saved me. What? She managed to fight off a law realm creature while only being at the divine ability realm? Chu Yunxian was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. The gap between each major realm is immense, and she crossed an entire realm? That's unbelievable. I asked her about it, and it seems to be related to a cultivation technique she practices, something like
Feng, Fanchant, Fanchant technique?
Chu Yunxian blurted out. Yes, that's it. How did you know? Lin Yar's eyes widened in surprise. Well, she mentioned she wanted to teach me, but I thought she was just joking. I didn't expect it to be real. Chu Yunxian looked bewildered. Lin Yar coughed lightly, seemingly aware of Xiao Qiyue's tendency to make grand promises, but she didn't expose her. Changing the topic, she said, tomorrow I'll go with you to Tianhua University and visit our mentor and instructor Xiao. Great. Does that mean I can walk around campus with you on my arm? Chu Yunxuan's eyes lit up. Why? Lin Yar blinked her beautiful eyes. It's such a show of status. Think about it, the campus beauty of Tianhua University being so close with a nobody like me. The looks of astonishment we'll get. TSK. Lin Ya thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right, just this once.
Chu Yunxuan settled the joy.
He loved his sister's straightforward and genuine nature. With her, what you see is what you get. She always speaks her mind and never beats around the bush. She keeps her promises and never forces what she won't agree to. By the way, be careful around a few troublesome girls at Tianhua University, Lin Ya suddenly said seriously. Who? Zhang Ying and Shi Chuxue. What's with them? They're tough characters, and I'm worried you might get into trouble. If you really fancy one of them, wait until your cultivation level is up to par, especially with Zhang Ying. Lin Ya hesitated. What? I can't get bullied by a woman, can I? Chu Yunxuan shrugged it off. Don't take it lightly. That girl really castrated a man once. Chu Yunxuan nearly spat out his food. That's brutal. It seems I've seriously underestimated Zhang Ying's ferocity. All right, I'll try to avoid them. Chu Yunxuan said with an awkward smile, but as for Shi Chuxue, I've heard she's considered one of the top beauties at Tianhua University. I've never seen her. Yeah, she's up there with me as a campus beauty, Lin Ya said without hesitation. So, who do you think is prettier, you or her? Chu Yunxuan asked with a mischievous grin. Lin Ya blinked and answered seriously, me. Chu Yunxuan couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. He loved his sister's pure and adorable confidence. Despite having a face that could cause nations to fall, she was completely unaware and genuinely believed she was the most beautiful. I think so too, he agreed sincerely. Over the years, Lin Ya had almost never gone out alone with Chu Yunxuan. The latter had always been indifferent towards her, never showing any sign of affection. However, recently, Chu Yunxuan's attitude had taken a drastic turn, much to Lin Ya's surprise and a hint of delight deep inside her heart. As they walked side by side on the campus of Tianhua University, Lin Ya truly realized Chu Yunxuan's immense popularity among the girls. Countless envious and jealous eyes were fixated on her, as if they wanted to devour her whole. Isn't that Senior Lin? A boy suddenly approached them with a cheerful smile. Lin Ya nodded slightly in response. She didn't recognize him, but judging by the expressions of the people behind him, he was likely Chu Yunxuan's #1 fan. My name is Tang Xiaosan, a friend of Shun Xiao, the boy introduced himself. Shun Qianjun? Lin Ya frowned slightly. She knew this person well, not only one of the top 5 experts at Tianhua University, but also her foremost suitor. And this Tang Xiaosan in front of her was clearly Shan Qianjuan's lackey, flaunting his master's influence everywhere. Yesterday, Chu Yunxian dared to challenge our school's students as an outsider. As a Tianhua student, I have the responsibility to defend our school's honor. Tang Xiaosan coldly stared at Chu Yunxian. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Chu Yunxian glanced at him and sneered disdainfully. If I recall correctly, aren't you the bottom of the advanced class? You. Tang Xiaosan was livid but had no retort, muttering, even if I'm at the bottom, I'm still among the best in other schools. Stop with the excuses. Bottom is bottom. Who are you fooling? Chu Yunxian mercilessly exposed his pretense. The girls nearby burst into laughter, their admiration for Chu Yunxian growing even stronger. Wow, Senior Chu is so cool. Exactly. I love his assertiveness. Who does Tang Xiaosan think he is, trying to show off in front of Senior Chu? However, some boys who disliked Chu Yunxian mocked from the sidelines. Yeah right. What's he showing off for? Exactly. Senior Tang is clearly holding back. Otherwise, he would have beaten him long ago. Don't get cocky now. If Senior Lin steps in, he's done for. Under the mixed gazes of admiration and disdain, Tang Xiaosan felt his face burning with shame, wishing he could disappear. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Chu Yunxian and said, all right, you've got some skills. Don't blame me for being rude then. With a wave of his hands, Tang Xiaosan shouted, would bind. Instantly, dozens of thick vines burst from the ground, rushing towards Chu Yunxian like a pack of hungry tigers. Think you can escape? Not so easy.
Tang Xiaoshan snơ.
But the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, the fierce vines went limp just before reaching Chu Yunxian, lying helplessly on the ground as if their strength had been drained. What's going on? Tang Xiaosan was shocked, trying to channel his energy again, but the vines remained lifeless, as if they had been stripped of their backbone. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. I thought Senior Chu was joking, but it turns out wood-based abilities really do have this problem. Seriously? This limp thing? Could it be that the owner has issues in that department? Oh my god. I'm dying of laughter. In broad daylight, making such a spectacle in public, Chu Yunxian leisurely walked over to the dumbfounded Tang Xiaosan, patted his shoulder with ill intentions, and said meaningfully, if you ask me, you should get that treated quickly, so it doesn't ruin your future. With that, he casually left, arm in arm with Lin Ya. Tang Xiaosan scrambled back to his dorm room in a panic, hastily pulled down his pants, only to find his little buddy had disappeared, scaring him out of his wits. What the hell? Where did it go? Come back to me. Tang Xiaosan wailed in despair, utterly devastated. Meanwhile, At Tianhua City People's Hospital, Li Jin and Qin Yang were lying on their hospital beds, sighing. Was it you who got blown up last time? Li Jin asked, astonished.
Chen Yang nodded despondently.
Sigh. It's all because of that Chu Yunxuan. I almost lost an arm, and your manhood is gone too. Don't worry, I've already sent Tang Xiaosan to deal with him. With the backing of a first-star Xintian stage cultivator, he won't escape even with wings. Li Jin said through gritted teeth. Just then, a nurse pushed in a new bed, and lying on it was none other than Tang Xiaosan. What happened? Chun Yang was dumbfounded. The nurse sighed, same problem as yours, also an issue down there.
What?
The two exclaimed in unison, exchanging shocked glances. Chu Yunxian strolled casually towards the fairy convenience store, pondering how to maximize the benefits of this absurd universal love system. Since the rewards were system points, he figured he needed to win over more girls. Hey, Xiao Xianxian is here. Come in and have a seat. Xiao Qiyue greeted him with a radiant smile, her enthusiastic welcome making Chu Yunxuan's lips twitch involuntarily. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, you have triggered a task. Improve Xiao Qiyue's affection. Rewards will be granted at affection levels 30, 60, and 80, and will remain valid even after the system disappears. Asterisk the system notification echoed in his mind. Chu Yunxian was secretly surprised. So, only girls scoring over 90 points could trigger affection tasks? This system sure had high standards. Why haven't you opened the shop today? He asked casually. The goods haven't arrived yet. Have some tea and take a break, Xiao Qiyue replied with a beaming smile. Where's Senior Jiang Ying? Chu Yunxian glanced around. Someone looking for me? Jiang Ying appeared at the doorway, smiling as she walked in. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, you have triggered a task. Improve Jiang Ying's affection. Rewards will be granted at affection levels 30, 60, and 80, and will remain valid even after the system disappears. Asterisk Chu Yunxian was secretly delighted. Perfect. The beautiful senior was also a task target. It seemed today's harvest wouldn't be too bad. Weren't you supposed to be training in the beast territory? How come you have time to drop by? He asked nonchalantly. Don't mention it. I had planned to go with Shi Chuxue, but that girl sneaked off, afraid I'd outdo her, Jiang Ying grumbled. Xiao Qiyue teased. Come on, Shi Chuxue is famous for her diligence. Only Chu Yunxuan's sister can compete with her. Seeing there was nothing else to do, Chu Yunxian said, I'll go attend to my own business then. You two carry on. Busy with what? Jiang Ying asked curiously. Chu Yunxian kept it a mystery. You'll find out soon enough. An hour later, a large crowd of girls had gathered at the entrance of the fairy convenience store, blocking the entire street. What's going on here? I heard Chu Yunxian is holding auditions for a girlfriend. What? How shameless. Passers-by, especially the boys, were abuzz with shock and anger. Hey, so many girls came. Have they no shame? Exactly, just for a pretty face, they abandon all dignity. Being handsome really lets you get away with anything. I'm so jealous. A bald boy suddenly exclaimed, wait, there are two guys in line too. This has turned into a competition frenzy. Zhao Dagan, look at those infatuated girls, they have no backbone, a young man scoffed. Zhao Dagan chuckled smugly, they're all just ordinary girls. None can compare to our Tingting. She's beautiful, kind, and never follows the crowd. Exactly, Sister Tingting is perfect. You're really lucky, Brother Jin. Absolutely. Zhao Dagan's words trailed off as his eyes widened. What the heck? Isn't that Tingting? Why is she in line too? Sure enough, his Tingting had somehow joined the crowd, eagerly standing in the audition queue.
Chu Yunxuan.
I'll never forgive you. Zhao Dagan fumed, his anger boiling over as he wished he could strangle Chu Yunxian on the spot. Lu Tingting, congratulations on passing the auditions. You can skip the next 2 rounds and go straight to the finals. Jiang Ying handed her an advancement card, prompting Lu Tingting to jump for joy. Chu Yunxian sat on the side, feeling a constant stream of system alerts. Ding. Lu Tingting's excitement detected. System points plus 30,000. Ding. The host's benevolence is unparalleled. System points plus 100,000. Ding. The nervousness of the women detected. System points plus 100,000. He felt a surge of pride. This benevolent system is a breeze for me. Today's haul is incredible. Jiang Ying, finding it all quite novel, played along with Chu Yunxian. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never witnessed such a spectacle and couldn't help but admire Chu Yunxuan's tactics. All right, everyone, those under 163 centimeters, please step forward. Ding. The disappointment of the women detected. System points plus 200,000. If you weigh over 105 pounds, please step back unless you're over 170 centimeters tall. Ding. Lastly, my apologies to those with A cup sizes. The remaining contestants advance to the second round, and those with C cup sizes or larger go directly to the third round. Ding. Nearby, the male students gritted their teeth, wishing they could tear Chu Yunxian apart, but they were helpless, forced to watch as their crushes fawned over him. Song, look at how shameless Chu Yunxian is. I really want to take him down, one male student complained to a handsome guy beside him. Song Shuheng just smiled nonchalantly. No need to get angry. He's actually quite entertaining, bringing some excitement to Tianhua University. But, the male student wanted to argue further, but noticed Song Shuheng's furrowed brow and focused gaze on Jiang Ying in the crowd. Why is Jiang Ying involved? Song Shuheng murmured, his smile becoming a bit strained. Everyone knew he was pursuing Jiang Ying, and seeing her with Chu Yunxian infuriated him. Suppressing his anger, he strode up to Chu Yunxian and said calmly, Chu Yunxian, everyone has classes to attend. So why don't you take it easy for a bit, okay? The girls in the crowd erupted in screams. Oh my god, it's Song Shuheng. He's so handsome. I heard he's chasing after Jiang Ying. He must be jealous of Chu Yunxian getting too close to her. Well, Song Shuheng seems really good-natured, so he probably won't give Chu Yunxian a hard time, right? Don't be so sure. Song Shuheng is one of the top 10 fighters at Tianhua University. If it comes to blows, Chu Yunxian will be in big trouble. Chu Yunxian gave Song Shuheng a sidelong glance, knowing full well he was here because of Jiang Ying. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ying ignored Song Shuheng and said excitedly, this looks so much fun. I want to join too. Really? Chu Yunxuan's eyes lit up. How about this? I'll let you go straight to the finals. How does that sound? Great. Jiang Ying cheered, completely ignoring Song Shuheng's darkening expression. Song Shuheng forced a formal smile, but inside he was seething. He never imagined that his carefully crafted perfect image could be overshadowed by Chu Yunxuan's sweet talk. It was utterly infuriating. Song Shuheng adjusted his glasses, a perfectly measured smile on his face, and said in his usual gentle and polite tone, Junior Chu Yunxian, you sure are popular. Chu Yunxian responded calmly, Senior Song, you're quite the idol yourself. Everyone speaks highly of you. Song Shuheng waved his hand modestly. Oh, not as much as you, the real crowd favorite. Well, I won't bother you any longer. Let's chat another time. As Song Shuheng walked away, Chu Yunxian leaned into Jiang Ying's ear and whispered, you don't seem to like him much. What's up with that? Jiang Ying shrugged. I wouldn't say I dislike him. He is well-liked, and I don't know many guys who don't like him. They say he's kind-hearted and even takes in stray cats. Then why are you so against him? Chu Yunxian asked. It's hard to explain. Jiang Ying shrugged again. He's been pursuing me for a while, and there's nothing wrong with his character, but he just gives me an uneasy feeling. Keeping my distance feels safer. Women's intuition?
Chu Yunxuan TZ.
Exactly, and it's spot on, Jiang Ying replied with a mysterious wink. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng stepped into his luxurious villa. The interior was spotless and well-organized, clearly showing the owner's appreciation for cleanliness. Several cats played in the living room, but scattered as soon as Song Shuheng entered. Unbothered, he washed his hands, poured himself a glass of red wine, and leisurely sat on the sofa. Suddenly, a mischievous kitten knocked over the remote control from the TV stand. Song Shuheng calmly picked up the remote and cradled the kitten in his arms. You shouldn't run around and jump in the house, he scolded gently. Be good and obedient, and your master will like you. Though his tone was soft, his grip tightened. The kitten let out a piercing cry and struggled desperately until it eventually went limp in his grasp. Blood trickled down Song Shuheng's fingers, soaking into the kitten's fur. He continued to squeeze until the internal organs were crushed. Remember, no one wants a disobedient child, he muttered, tossing the lifeless kitten to the ground. He then methodically wiped his hands with a handkerchief. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he looked up and coldly stared into the void, gritting his teeth as he uttered, Chu Yunxian. He then approached the mirror, and his expression changed instantly, resuming his usual polite and humble demeanor, as if the previous scene had been nothing but a nightmare. In the afternoon, Chu Yunxian and Lin Ya returned home. While tidying up, Lin Ya reminded him, today, the instructor is taking the beginner class to the Beast Realm for training. You could have gone along to gain some experience. Forget it. I'm not a student at Tianhua University. I might just cause trouble if I go, Chu Yunxian replied, waving his hand. You could ask Instructor Xiao to take you, or I could take you anytime. Just let me know, Lin Ya suggested. Sure, another day for sure. Should I see you off? Chu Yunxian offered. No need. I can go by myself. The Beast Realm is dangerous, so be careful. And don't forget to make breakfast for me tomorrow morning, Lin Ya said, heading out with her backpack. Watching his sister leave, Chu Yunxian sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Shortly after, he abruptly opened his eyes to see black-gray lightning swirling in his palm, emitting a tremendous pressure. Is this the Nine Tribulations' Dark Thunder? Chu Yunxian murmured to himself. It's said to be the third most powerful divine thunder on the continent, with extraordinary power. Not only does it have immense destructive force, but it can also shatter an opponent's spiritual defenses. It's practically an instant kill technique. He tried to channel the thunder within him, and blue arcs of electricity immediately flickered at his fingertips. I can't reveal this carelessly. Otherwise, it would surely bring disaster upon me. After all, who wouldn't want to possess such a heaven-defying artifact?
Chu Yunxuan calculate silently.
Just then, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! The universal love system has been deactivated. Ding! Congratulations, you have randomly activated the instant kill system. Chu Yunxian quickly checked the system description. Instant kill system. During the duration of this system, any attack made with killing intent can instantly kill the target. Each instant kill rewards the host, with the reward proportional to the target's level. Effective below the divine transformation realm. Remaining time: 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. What the? Chu Yunxian was so shocked he nearly bit his tongue. This is too overpowered. Does this mean I can easily wipe out even a group of 10-star grandmasters from the Xintian realm? He couldn't help but feel an itch to rush into the monster territory and start a massacre. Unfortunately, Xintian realm beasts are extremely rare. Most of them are just low-level qi refining or Mingxiao realm beasts, which are hardly worth the effort. Oh well, something is better than nothing, Chu Yunxian muttered, gritting his teeth. He hopped on a shared bike and sped towards the monster territory. About 2 hours later, Chu Yunxian arrived at the outskirts of Tianhua City. In recent years, the territories of the human race have been continuously encroached upon by the demon and monster tribes, with city after city falling into their hands. As the southernmost city of Huagua, Tianhua City borders the beast territories and is in a perilous situation. Just to the south lies Tianhai City, which fell a decade ago and is also Chu Yunxuan's hometown. Now, the fifth demon shrine has its eyes set on Tianhua, and its fall seems imminent. Property prices have plummeted, and residents are relocating in droves, fearing that the city might soon become a ghost town. However, the human race has always valued its land and would rather die fighting than retreat. Consequently, many powerful individuals have gathered around Tianhua to confront the demon tribe. Chu Yunxian looked up at the massive barrier separating Tianhua from the beast territories and silently thanked the protective forces such as the Divine Alliance and the Tribunal for giving the human race a chance to breathe. He recalled how he once dreamed of joining the Divine Alliance, or Tianyu, to protect his people. Unfortunately, times have changed, and so have circumstances. Leaving the city? A guard approached Chu Yunxian as he neared the barrier. Yes, Chu Yunxian nodded. Be careful, and don't go too far. Thank you. With that, Chu Yunxian passed through the barrier into the beast territories. The atmosphere instantly turned eerie and foreboding, with a faint scent of blood in the air. He took out his phone and found that the signal only extended about 3 kilometers. Thankfully, he had downloaded offline maps in advance. Where should I go? Chu Yunxian pondered as he stared at the screen. Sanlapua was a common training spot for Tianhua University, just 5 kilometers from the city wall, so he might run into acquaintances there. He decided to head to Tianhai Forest, 7 kilometers away, for some peace and quiet. As he ventured farther, the surroundings grew desolate, with only the rustling leaves and occasional beastly roars and insect chirps breaking the silence. Night fell, but the bright moonlight provided enough visibility. After walking a short distance, Chu Yunxian sensed something amiss. He looked up to see a monkey-like beast hidden in the treetops, warily observing him. Spirit Eye. Chu Yunxian muttered, instantly gaining insight into the creature's information. It was a one-eyed demon monkey, an attribute-less beast at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Its usual tactic was to lurk in the shadows and launch heart-targeting ambushes. Though a low-level demon, it was agile and violent by nature. With the assistance of his Spirit Eye, dealing with the beast became much easier. After all, the knowledge gained in the academy was mostly theoretical and not as vivid as first-hand experience. Without hesitation, Chu Yunxian unleashed a bolt of lightning, instantly killing the unfortunate monkey. Ding! Instant kill of one-eyed demon monkey. Reward: 5 attribute points to allocate freely. The system's notification was music to his ears. On his journey, he encountered many beasts and took them all down, reaping substantial rewards. Ding! Killed demon raccoon. Reward: 10 freely allocatable attribute points. Ding! Killed blue-striped demon spider. Before he knew it, he had reached the edge of Tianhai Forest. Rumor had it that a beast of the 8th star of the profound body realm had been sighted there recently. Chu Yunxian hoped to test his luck and perhaps encounter a formidable beast from the profound heaven realm. With his instant kill system, he felt invincible. Suddenly, a strange blue light flickered in the darkness, like a will-o'-the-wisp. Chu Yunxuan's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace towards the light. At that very moment, deep within Tianhai Forest, the students of Intermediate Class 3 were undergoing their training. Very good, everyone. Follow Yu Qianren's example. On only his second trip down to the mortal realm, he managed to slay a 5-star beast with the power of a 4-star adept. That's commendable. The mentor clapped his hands in approval. It's nothing, really. I owe it to the rigorous training at the academy, Yu Qianren replied, scratching his head sheepishly. The mentor continued his lecture. That's why you all must hone your combat skills diligently. Especially the girls. Don't scream every time you see a mouse or a spider. How else will you handle more terrifying beasts? When I get back, I'm going to train hard and teach that shameless Chu Yunxuan a lesson. He deserves it, Yu Qianren said with determination. Yeah, absolutely. He's gone too far. Who does he think he is, holding open auditions for a girlfriend? So shameless. Let's give him a good beating. The boys chimed in, their voices overlapping in agreement. Even the mentor's mouth twitched slightly. Chu Yunxian sure had made a lot of enemies. Just then, the mentor's eyes widened, his gaze piercing into the depths of the forest. Something's up, he shouted sternly. Immediately, everyone tensed up, their senses on high alert, vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. The Tianhai jungle is, in fact, a lush, primeval forest. Towering trees and dense foliage severely limit visibility, especially at night when it's pitch black. Any slight movement could signal the presence of a beast. The students nervously fixed their eyes in the direction their instructor pointed, gradually sensing something amiss. I'll handle this. Yu Qianren's longsword ignited with blazing flames as he eagerly prepared for action. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the trees. It was Chu Yunxian. Everyone was taken aback, even the instructor. I heard you guys from afar saying you wanted to teach me a lesson. What did I do to provoke you? Chu Yunxian asked helplessly. Yu Qianren snorted coldly. Isn't it because you challenged Tianhua University? I just don't like you. Is that a problem? Chu Yunxian shrugged, too lazy to argue. Instructor Lu scrutinized Chu Yunxian and said gravely, did you come here alone? Even though you're not one of our students, venturing into the beast territory alone is too dangerous. Why not join us to avoid any mishaps? I saw a flash of blue light at the edge of the forest earlier, but when I came to check, it was gone, Chu Yunxian replied. That's likely phosphorescence, a common natural phenomenon. No need to panic, Instructor Lu explained. Beast remains have high phosphorus content. When they decompose underground, they produce phosphine gas, which ignites upon contact with air, emitting a blue light commonly known as ghost fire. You'll see it often in beast territories. Understood? Chu Yunxian nodded in understanding. Enough talk, let's move out and don't fall behind. Yu Qianren urged impatiently. The other boys were equally reluctant, feeling that bringing Chu Yunxian along would only slow them down. Shut up, all of you. Instructor Lu commanded. In the beast territory, there are no divisions. Humans must work together. Any grievances can be settled later. The group, resentful but silent, had no choice but to follow. Yu Qianren glared back at Chu Yunxian with a huff, venting his frustration. Chu Yunxian, however, didn't mind. He wasn't afraid of the beasts but was intrigued by the mysterious blue light. He thought he saw the ghost fire moving earlier, but the distance made it hard to confirm, so he wanted to investigate further. Suddenly, a flame shot towards them from the front. Instructor Lu quickly dispersed it with a swift palm strike. It's a crimson flame lizard, a 6-star beast. Instructor Lu said. Yu Qianren, you're up? Got it. Yu Qianren eagerly raised his sword, ready to charge. Unexpectedly, Chu Yunxian dashed ahead of him, lightning flashing in his palm with a thunderous explosion. The crimson flame lizard let out a pained screech and collapsed, dead. What the hell? Who told you to steal my kill? Yu Qianren fumed. Chu Yunxian nonchalantly replied. You couldn't have handled it anyway. Just collect the beast crystal and stop whining. Bullshit. I, a 4-star warrior, can't lose to a mere 6-star beast. Yu Qianren retorted stubbornly. Instructor Lu patted him on the shoulder and shook his head. Enough. It was my misjudgment. I thought it was only a 3-star beast. Chu Yunxuan's intervention saved your life by accident. The other students looked at each other in shock, unable to speak. A formidable 6-star beast being instantly killed by a mere 4-star kid? That's insane. Alright, from now on, if we encounter any strong opponents, leave them to Chu Yunxian. You guys can handle the weaker ones for practice, got it? Instructor Lu commanded. Tisi. Yu Qianren grumbled in response. Just then, a girl suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, Instructor, look, there's a ghost fire over there. Everyone turned to look in the direction she was pointing and indeed saw a strange blue light flickering in the darkness. Wow, it looks pretty cool from here. If I weren't with everyone, I'd be scared to death, one girl remarked. Yeah, I want to get a closer look, another girl chimed in, and the two of them, laughing and chatting, started walking hand in hand toward the ghost fire. Be careful, Instructor Lu shouted from behind, feeling a growing unease. Before he could finish his warning, the blue light suddenly exploded, and a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, instantly engulfing the girl on the left. Oh no! Instructor Lu's pupils contracted sharply as he leaped forward to shield the girl on the right. Run, he yelled. The girl looked down in bewilderment, only to find that she was still holding her friend's wrist, but the rest of her friend was nowhere to be seen. Just a scattering of dismembered limbs. She let out a piercing scream and collapsed, but Instructor Lu roughly pushed her away. Get moving! Stumbling and sobbing, the girl scrambled back to the group. Chu Yunxuan rushed over to help her up as she gasped for breath, repeatedly thanking him. Head back to the academy immediately. Instructor Lu ordered, his voice trembling. Chu Yunxuan, you too hurry. From the depths of the beast's territory, a massive, 5-meter-long tiger wreathed in ghostly blue flames slowly emerged. It was the fearsome Xinyuan realm beast, the netherworld fiend tiger. Instructor Lu's face turned deathly pale. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at the beast, doing everything he could to draw its attention. The students were paralyzed with terror, their legs shaking uncontrollably. The situation was dire, and there was no time to waste. Chu Yunxuan made a quick decision and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Retreat immediately." At that moment, Chu Yunxuan noticed a flicker of blue light moving, but he wasn't sure. When Instructor Lu mentioned it might be a will-o'-the-wisp, Chu Yunxuan was skeptical. Now the truth was clear. It wasn't a will-o'-the-wisp at all, but a netherfire evil tiger. This top-tier demon beast could control blue flames, had noble blood, and could even evolve to the heavenly sovereign realm. Lin Ya's previous encounter was also due to an ambush by this beast. Run. Don't look back. Chu Yunxuan shouted to the students behind him. Yu Qianren stared at him in disbelief. You're not leaving? What, you want to stay with me?
Chu Yunxuan Rito.
No, you're amazing. Yu Qianren swallowed hard and quickly backed down. Chu Yunxuan instructed, lead everyone back the way we came. It should be safe. I'm afraid Instructor Lu's cultivation level isn't enough to handle a demon beast of the divine ability realm. Yu Qianren nodded and was about to retreat when a girl pointed back, her voice trembling. Is that a will-o'-the-wisp or? Chu Yunxuan whipped around, his pupils shrinking. Another netherfire evil tiger was blocking their escape route. The massive beast lumbered towards them, each step heavy with menace. A thunderous roar shook the ground, and everyone fell to their knees in terror. The girls wailed, while the boys looked ashen. Despair etched on their faces as the beast drew closer, knowing they might not survive the day. With a swift move, Chu Yunxuan dashed to the front of the group, taunting the netherfire evil tiger. You picked the wrong guy to mess with? He flung a pebble, striking the beast's tough scales with a loud crack. The netherfire evil tiger roared in pain and disbelief that a mere martial artist of the bright aperture realm dared to challenge it. Damn! Chu Yunxuan's heart raced. Could this really be a divine ability realm netherfire evil tiger? If not for the suppression of realms, I would have killed it with that strike. Roar! The beast was now fully enraged, its eyes blazing with blue fire, exuding a terrifying aura. Oh crap! Chu Yunxuan turned and bolted, sprinting at full speed. The enormous beast crashed through the forest, knocking down trees in its pursuit. I'm done for. So much meat, and you only want me? Chu Yunxuan muttered as he ran, occasionally flinging pebbles behind him. Though the netherfire evil tiger was of the divine ability realm, the stones still hurted a bit, slowing it down enough to keep Chu Yunxuan from being caught. Damn it, I need to find a way to kill this thing, Chu Yunxuan thought while running. Suddenly, an idea struck him, evasion card. With the evasion card, he could dodge all attacks below the heavenly sovereign realm for 3 minutes, usable once per day. Chu Yunxuan recited the card's description in his mind. But what happens after 3 minutes? Can I really kill this divine ability realm beast? What if it escapes? Plus, it is wised up and now instinctively dodges my pebbles. We need a foolproof plan. Chu Yunxuan gritted his teeth and suddenly remembered another card in the system shop, Fatal Strike, which costs 1,000,000 points but can amplify the power of his next move by 100-fold. Paired with the instant kill system, this single strike might just be enough to take down the damn demon tiger. But 1,000,000 points? That's a huge loss. As the netherworld evil tiger closed in, Chu Yunxuan couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He gritted his teeth and exchanged points for both the speed and fatal strike cards. In an instant, his speed doubled. He threw several pebbles to lure the tiger into dodging habitually. Just as it let its guard down, Chu Yunxuan suddenly stopped, turned around and roared, "Die!" A massive boulder, infused with immense force, struck the demon beast squarely between the eyes. With a dull thud, the netherworld evil tiger collapsed, lifeless. Who would have thought that a mere young man at the Mingxiao stage could slay a top-tier demon beast at the Shintong stage? Ding! Instant kill of a 1-star netherworld evil tiger at the Shintong stage achieved. Rewards: cultivation level increased to 1-star Xintian stage, a grand essence pill, a randomly generated attribute at full mastery, a random spiritual talisman, and 2 million system points. Chu Yunxuan was generously rewarded for achieving the Shansha divine ability realm, but he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Although this realm is extraordinary, past rewards included divine-level cultivation talents, divine-level comprehension, and the immensely powerful 9 tribulations Dark Thunder. This time, however, he only received a spiritual pill, an attribute, a talisman, and 2 million system points, which merely elevated him to the Xian body realm. It lacked the excitement he had hoped for. According to the system prompt, he had acquired the fire attribute, and it was already in a perfect state. Each attribute requires continuous cultivation, much like the challenging space and time attributes. Once mastered, they become exceptionally powerful. His control and power over the fire attribute had thus improved. However, Chu Yunxuan felt a bit troubled by this. The reward was a random attribute, and he ended up with fire. While fire is second only to lightning in terms of destructive power during cultivation, lightning is still considered the most destructive attribute after space. The spiritual pill he received was called the Great Divine Origin Pill, which could even revive someone on the brink of death. Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that a bit too exaggerated?" On the continent, apart from wood and water attribute healers, the most common healing methods are healing potions and spirit restoration liquids. However, as one advances in their cultivation level, these potions become less effective, leading to the emergence of advanced healing liquids and other alternatives. The main responsibility for healing still falls on wood and water attribute healers. The concept of pills and alchemy doesn't exist on this continent, making such rewards unique to the system. Chu Yunxuan carefully stored these treasures, including a binding talisman that could immobilize a target for a certain period, particularly effective against enemies in the law realm. With his cultivation now at the Xian body realm, 1 star, Chu Yunxuan was striving to catch up with the genius martial artists. He walked over to the corpse of the netherworld evil tiger, venting his inner anger, and painstakingly extracted the precious demon crystal. A demon crystal from the divine ability realm is incredibly valuable, enough to significantly boost his cultivation level. Without a spatial ring, he had to temporarily store these treasures in his backpack. He stood up and looked around, uncertain of how far he had traveled, finding himself in a canyon. Utilizing the abilities of the Shansha system, he decided to continue hunting, though encountering another divine ability realm beast was unlikely. With a dodge card and the binding talisman in hand, he felt confident enough to proceed with his adventure. Meanwhile, at another location in Tianhua University, the dean summoned Xiao Qiyue to the office late at night. Despite a tinge of unease, she went calmly. Relaxed, Xiao Qiyue sat there, using her spatial abilities to make an apple float into her hand and took a bite. Qin Zhenhai glared at her and demanded to know what she was up to at Tianhua University at such a late hour. Smiling, Xiao Qiyue replied, "Restocking supplies. Business is booming, so I have to do it at night to not miss the morning sales." Qin Zhenhai angrily accused her of indulging in gambling, extortion, and violence as a mentor at Tianhua University, and said he had received numerous complaints about her. He lamented that dealing with Xiao Qiyue alone was already a headache, and now with Chu Yunxuan, Tianhua University would know no peace. Xiao Qiyue, still smiling, thanked the dean, calling Chu Yunxuan her cash cow, earning in 2 days what she would in 2 years. Qin Zhenhai shook his head in resignation, wondering what kind of mentor she was. Suddenly, the office door was flung open. Qin Zhenhai angrily rebuked the intruder, who anxiously explained that students on a training mission had encountered a sinister netherworld tiger. Both Qin Zhenhai and Xiao Qiyue were shocked and immediately asked for details. It turned out that the students had run into 2 malevolent netherworld tigers in the Tianhai forest, one at the Xintian level and the other at the Shenong level. Even more unexpectedly, Mentor Lu was fighting them. Where were the others? Chu Yunxuan had lured away the Shentong level netherworld tiger to buy time for everyone else. Hearing this, both were astonished and praised Chu Yunxuan's noble act. Xiao Qiyue wasted no time and vanished, rushing to the rescue. Elsewhere, Xiao Qiyue landed and broke through the beast's territory. Yu Qianren urgently signaled her to lead the students to the light barrier. Seeing the group of students, Xiao Qiyue breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Qianren pleaded with her to rescue Chu Yunxuan, grateful for his brave act of distraction. Xiao Qiyue quickly asked for directions and learned that Mentor Lu was injured. She instructed Yu Qianren to retreat first. Using her spatial abilities, she transported everyone to the light barrier. Then, she dashed towards the battlefield. Seeing Mentor Lu injured and feeling a surge of anger, the netherworld tiger attacked again. At a critical moment, Chu Yunxuan found himself trapped as the space around him was sealed off and a sinister nether tiger lunged at him, only to be immobilized. Mentor Lu turned and saw the space explode, killing the nether tiger. Mentor Xiao quickly approached and informed Mentor Lu that the academy's team had arrived, urging him to rest and inquiring about Chu Yunxuan's whereabouts. Anxiously, Mentor Lu asked about Chu Yunxuan and learned that he had lured away a powerful nether tiger. With a determined glint in his eyes, Mentor Lu decided to search for him personally. Xiao Qiyue, worried, reprimanded Chu Yunxuan for his risky decision and immediately headed in the direction indicated by Yu Qianren. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan was contemplating whether to continue fighting, his thoughts filled with concern for his companions, especially Lin Ya. He decided to return but hoped to contact them first. Just as he was about to leave, a deafening roar echoed, causing him to hesitate. Uneasiness crept into his heart as he worried that something significant had happened at the fifth demon shrine. Furrowing his brows, Chu Yunxuan was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Chu Yunxuan found himself deep within a shadowy canyon, the roars of beasts echoing from its depths, seemingly just ahead. Determined to investigate, he swiftly made his way towards the source. Upon reaching the canyon's exit, the sight before him caused his brow to furrow. A yeoming evil tiger, its body drenched in blood and severely wounded. Scattered remains around it told the tale of a fierce battle. The roar he heard earlier was likely its victorious cry over a vanquished foe. At the tiger's feet lay a woman, her white dress stained with blood, her face covered in crimson, teetering on the brink of death. Her head was turned towards Chu Yunxuan, as if she saw her savior. Without hesitation, Chu Yunxuan picked up a stone and hurled it at the yeoming evil tiger. Thud! The stone struck the tiger, pushing it back several meters. The tiger glared at him, its eyes glowing a menacing red. Chu Yunxuan thought to himself, could this beast be at the divine power realm? It can't possibly be at the Shuantian realm. In the next instant, the enraged tiger charged at him. Cursing under his breath, Chu Yunxuan turned and fled. The tiger gave chase. As he ran, he continued to throw stones at the beast, shouting, "What is this, a team-building exercise for yeoming evil tigers? Give me a break." The woman, coughing and struggling to stand, watched the pursuit. She murmured, "Shuani realm," trying to follow, but the pain from her wounds made it impossible. She could only watch as the sounds of the chase faded into the distance. Faced with a divine power realm tiger, Chu Yunxuan, in the Shuani realm, had almost no chance of survival. Yet he had resolutely decided to save her, even using stones to fend off the tiger to protect her. She was filled with confusion. "Why would you risk your life to save me? Aren't you afraid of death?" She turned away sorrowfully, the image of her stone-throwing savior etched in her mind, likely unforgettable for a lifetime. Stumbling, she began her journey towards Tianhua City, silently apologizing. Chu Yunxuan saw the tiger fall, writhing in pain and cursing. The tiger, already grievously injured and further hurt by the stones, finally succumbed to its wounds, collapsing and unable to rise. Chu Yunxuan faced the gathering of the nine tribulations' dark thunder with a surge of anger in his heart. He disdainfully tossed a stone, as if challenging this so-called divine realm. Why did it have to keep chasing him? The thunder roared, and the heaven tier 1-star martial skill, enhanced by the nine tribulations' dark thunder, swept in like a storm. The instant kill system's high and low limits allowed him to slay his opponents twice in quick succession. With a loud crash, the divine realm 5-star netherworld evil tiger was instantly killed, earning him substantial rewards: a big wheel, heaven tier martial skill, burning heaven, 3 million system points, and a permanent 20% increase in lightning attribute power. Divine realm 5-star. Chu Yunxuan was utterly shocked. He had just severely injured such a powerful netherworld evil tiger, a truly impressive feat. Previously, he had only slain a 1-star netherworld evil tiger, and now facing a 5-star opponent, the gap was staggering. However, he felt somewhat disappointed with the system rewards. Although 3 million system points and a heaven tier martial skill were decent, they seemed somewhat lacking. The only consolation was the permanent 20% increase in lightning attribute power. Overall, the rewards were not as generous as those for defeating the 1-star divine realm opponent. Perhaps the real treasure this time was the big wheel. The big wheel, with a chance to draw rare items every 3 days, was indeed a treasure trove. Various martial skills, mind techniques, spiritual tools, heavenly materials, and talents could all be obtained. Even the great god origin pill might be drawn, and with some luck, even more precious items could be acquired. Burning Heaven turned out to be a heaven tier 10-star martial skill, leaving him in awe. This instant cast fire attribute martial skill, requiring only the activation of fire attribute and spiritual energy, could be easily unleashed. The power of a heaven tier 10-star skill was truly astonishing, especially with its instant cast feature. Without hesitation, Chu Yunxuan released Burning Heaven on a tree. In the next second, the flames instantly engulfed the tree. Although the power of the heaven tier skill was not as overwhelming as imagined, it was still formidable. Its ability to catch opponents off guard made it almost impossible to evade, relying solely on preemptive judgment. Elsewhere, Instructor Lu trembled as he walked toward Qin Zhenhai, his eyes filled with sorrow and guilt. He apologized, "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect Lu Yu. It's my fault. If I hadn't agreed to let her go, this might not have happened." Qin Zhenhai sighed softly, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "It's not entirely your fault. Go back and rest. Don't think about anything else for now." The two supported Instructor Lu as they left. Qin Zhenhai then loudly ordered his subordinates, Find Chu Yunxuan at all costs. Despite not holding much hope in his heart, he was still unwilling to give up. Surviving an encounter with the netherworld evil tiger in the mystic realm seemed impossible. Yet, why couldn't they find his body? Despite all this time passing, the netherworld evil tiger hadn't returned either. The situation was truly puzzling. By all logic, he should have been killed immediately after luring the tiger away. Suddenly, Xiao Qiyue's figure appeared before them. With a loud crash, the corpse of the netherworld evil tiger was teleported to the ground. The surrounding people stared wide-eyed at the scene. Although Chu Yunxuan was still missing, the body of the tiger had been found, and its demon crystal taken. Xiao Qiyue spoke up. Did Chu Yunxuan do this? No. Qin Jinhai quickly dismissed the thought. Where was the body found? Over 5 kilometers from here. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinhai felt a chill in his heart. It was impossible for Chu Yunxuan to have escaped 5 kilometers while being chased by a mystic realm beast. Xiao Qiyue also understood this. It was likely that Chu Yunxuan had met a grim fate. Perhaps the beast had been taken down by a passing expert. He's a hero, a mentor sighed. Without him, not a single one of the 45 students in Class 3 would have survived. Yu Qianren walked over and stood silently by. Don't give up hope, keep searching. Qin Jinhai shouted. In truth, everyone knew that Chu Yunxuan's chances of survival were slim. Just then, a voice called out, Hey, hey, over here, over here. The crowd was stunned and turned as one to look. Chu Yunxuan was waving at them from a distance. Everyone was in complete disbelief. Everyone was stunned, as if they were in a dream. Chu Yunxuan had actually managed to divert the netherworld tiger of the divine power realm, and he was still alive? He seemed to be brimming with newfound energy. Yu Qianren rubbed his eyes and hesitantly asked, Principal, is that really Brother Xian? Am I seeing things? He pointed towards the distance. Suddenly, a powerful spatial force teleported Chu Yunxuan directly in front of them. Yu Qianren's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, it's not an illusion? Qin Jinhai hurriedly stepped forward to check Chu Yunxuan's injuries. Chu Yunxuan winced and said, I'm hurt. It hurts so much. He gestured to the injured area. Qin Jinhai and Xiao Qiyue couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Qin Jinhai slapped Chu Yunxuan lightly and angrily exclaimed, What kind of skill is this? You're really infuriating. Despite his scolding, he was secretly overjoyed. Xiao Qiyue smiled warmly at Chu Yunxuan, silently calculating his favorability points. Chu Yunxuan's eyes showed a hint of joy. Although the universal affection system had been deactivated, the favorability tasks from Xiao Qiyue and Jiang Ying were still active. The reward was fantastic, a 5% increase in spatial control. Though 5% might seem insignificant, for an ordinary spatial warrior, mastering even 5% was an incredible feat. Yu Qianren looked at Chu Yunxuan and suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, Brother Xian, you saved my life. I was so disrespectful to you before, and now I deeply regret it. I am willing to repay you with my life. Chu Yunxuan gently reassured him, Don't do this, get up. But Yu Qianren insisted, My life is incredibly valuable. I have immense wealth and countless beauties. If I were to die, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Tears streamed down his face, showing his sincere gratitude. Chu Yunxuan shook his head helplessly, feeling speechless at his display. Xiao Qiyue interrupted Yu Qianren, urging, Let's hurry back. We need to find out if the demon clan is planning something big.
Chu Yunxuan not dead.
Just then, another figure landed in the distance. Lin Ya looked at Chu Yunxuan, her eyes brimming with tears, her body trembling slightly. Upon hearing about Chu Yunxuan's accident, she had frantically searched for him, her heart filled with fear. Seeing Lin Ya, Chu Yunxuan felt a touch of relief, but her sorrowful appearance ignited a surge of anger within him. Lin Ya ran towards Chu Yunxuan. He was about to speak when she threw her arms around him, holding him tightly. Tears silently streamed down her face as she clung to him as if he were the most precious thing in her life, unwilling to let go. Chu Yunxuan could feel her trembling, and she whispered softly, You're all I have. Her voice, though quiet, was laden with sorrow, fear, and helplessness, weighing heavily on his heart. He gently patted her back, soothing her. I'm here. It's okay. Lin Ya continued to hold him tightly, murmuring softly in response. Her voice was filled with pity, helplessness, and sorrow, which tore at Chu Yunxuan's heart. Watching this scene, Xiao Qiyue felt a surge of happiness. Qin Jinhai gave her a knowing look, and the two prepared to leave in silent agreement. Xiao Qiyue patted the shoulder of Yu Qianren, snapping him out of his thoughts, and he quickly followed them out. Chu Yunxuan continued to comfort Lin Ya quietly, Don't worry, I won't let you venture into the beast realm alone anymore. She released him and smiled, Let's go home. Chu Yunxuan nodded with a smile, Yes, let's go home. The two then walked away, their warm and tender moment gradually fading into the sunset. When they got home, Lin Ya hurriedly checked Chu Yunxuan's injuries. Seeing only a bruise on his arm, She sighed in relief. See, it's just a bruise. No big deal, Chu Yunxian said with a grin. Lin Ya gazed at him, her lips parting gently as she softly said, don't take such risks again. Chu Yunxian quickly nodded in agreement. You need to understand that doing good deeds isn't always the right choice if it puts your life at risk, she continued, her tone filled with concern. Chu Yunxian looked at her, deeply moved. You're one to talk. You're always kind and helpful, Lin Ya remarked, but only when it's safe to do so. If I were in your situation today, I wouldn't have done the same. In truth, Chu Yunxian hadn't intended to lure away the netherworld evil tiger. The beast's high level made it undetectable to him. He had simply aimed to get close to the human clan, strike swiftly, and earn a reward. He hadn't anticipated encountering a woman nearly killed by the tiger. Throwing the stone wasn't meant to attract the tiger's attention. It was to trigger his instant kill system and eliminate it quickly. Saving the woman was just a byproduct. Without the system's help, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. Unfortunately, he encountered two divine-level netherworld evil tigers, putting him in a tricky situation. His intention to resolve the matter quickly inadvertently led to being chased by the beasts, making him seem noble and self-sacrificing. Xiaoyar, you know me. I'm just kind-hearted and noble. If I were in the Divine Alliance or Heaven's Domain, they'd surely give me a leadership position, Chu Yunxian boasted proudly. Lin Ya gently stroked her chin, gazing at him, and softly said, all these years, I never noticed how noble you are. It's quite surprising. Chu Yunxian coughed awkwardly. Xiaoyar, could you be a bit more tactful with your words? Lin Ya nodded earnestly. All right. She continued, I've always thought you had remarkable qualities since we were young. Chu Yunxian smiled and nodded. Thank you for your recognition. Lin Ya looked at him with determination. I mean it. Chu Yunxuan's smile grew wider. I'm so touched. Suddenly, Lin Ya remembered something and asked, how did you get rid of that divine-level beast? Chu Yunxian explained. I encountered a master who dealt with it effortlessly. The master was very low-key and left immediately afterward, not even taking the beast core, so I took it. Perhaps it was fate looking out for me. Lin Ya nodded in understanding. Go and rest, refine the beast core, and enhance your cultivation. Chu Yunxian also urged her to rest, and the two continued to care for each other. Chu Yunxian returned to his room, feeling a mix of calm and heaviness. Lin Ya quietly stood before her parents' portraits, murmuring softly, Dad, Mom. Tears welled up in her eyes as she sighed. Xiao Xian has grown up now. He's become more responsible and willing to sacrifice himself for others. You can rest easy. In the room, Chu Yunxian held a demon crystal of the divine power realm and began to refine it. He absorbed the continuous flow of spiritual energy from the crystal, a luxurious practice that posed a challenge for someone at the profound body realm. Suddenly, Chu Yunxian had an idea. Maybe trying the lucky spin could bring an unexpected surprise. Filled with anticipation, he started the spin, hoping to win a spiritual artifact, even a low-grade one, to help him in his current cultivation stage. However, when the system announced, congratulations, you won an inflatable doll, Chu Yunxian was stunned, wondering if the system was joking. He cursed under his breath, but thought there might be more to it. Upon inspecting the doll, he found it to be just an ordinary toy, leaving him disappointed and puzzled. Lin Ya walked into the room and noticed the doll on the bed, her eyes widening in surprise. She bluntly remarked, guys are such perverts. Chu Yunxian awkwardly tried to explain but couldn't find the words. Suddenly, Lin Ya seemed to understand, laughing. It's okay, I get it. Sometimes it's good to change things up. Chu Yunxian looked at her in confusion. Lin Ya added, after eating rich food for so long, it's nice to have something simple once in a while. Chu Yunxian remained bewildered, but ultimately accepted her understanding. Lin Ya gently patted his shoulder and left him with a piece of advice. Remember to knock next time. Focus on your martial skills at your own pace. A warm feeling surged in Chu Yunxuan's heart. He nodded gratefully, deciding to cherish this understanding and friendship. After Lin Ya finished speaking, she left behind her martial arts manual and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she turned back and asked, pointing to the doll, do you need me to help you wash it? Chu Yunxian understood that her offer was sincere, not teasing. He nodded slightly and said, no, thank you. Focus on your training. With that, Lin Ya exited the room, and Chu Yunxuan's face grew dark. Damn system. You've caused me so much trouble. That evening, in a small villa in Tianhua City, a woman in a white dress was engrossed in painting, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. The beautiful garden and her stunning silhouette created a picturesque scene. Jiangning walked from the living room to the backyard, a lollipop in her mouth, leaning against a tree and quietly watching the woman. Do you need something? Jiangning suddenly asked. The woman shook her head. No. She then walked over to Shi Chuxue and said, you're really lucky to have escaped from under the nose of a 5-star netherworld evil tiger. If not, I would have one less rival. Shi Chuxue gazed at the painting on the table, her lips parting slightly. I was on the brink of death. And then? Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. Shi Chuxue turned her head, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Someone saved me. So, your fate wasn't sealed. Where is that person now? A hint of sorrow flashed in Shi Chuxue's eyes. He's already passed away. Jiang Ying frowned. Did he die saving you? Shi Chuxue nodded softly. Jiang Ying looked at the painting in front of Shi Chuxue. Is that him? Shi Chuxue stared intently at the painting. I drew it from memory. Why did he save you? Shi Chuxue shook her head, then gently closed the painting. He was only at the mysterious body realm, but he lured the netherworld evil tiger away from me. I'll always be grateful to him. He even threw stones at the tiger in despair while running. So you don't even know his name? Jiang Ying patted her shoulder. Don't think too much about it. Come on, I'll take you out. Shi Chuxue shook her head and stood up. No, thanks. Are your injuries healed? How about we visit the beast domain? Shi Chuxue still shook her head. Are you still the Shi Chuxue I know? Jiang Ying shook her head helplessly. Shi Chuxue remained silent. Jiang Ying stared at her. Have you fallen for him? Shi Chuxue stayed silent. Sigh. To capture the heart of the renowned Shi Chuxue, it seems one has to pay the ultimate price. Time flew by quickly. Today, Chu Yunxuan didn't go to Tianhua University. Instead, he stayed home, focusing on refining a demon crystal. As the clock approached midnight, his training session concluded, and he successfully broke through to the 4th star of the Xian body realm. A single mystic realm demon crystal had elevated his cultivation by 4 stars. This made him realize profoundly that those born with privileged backgrounds often progress rapidly in their cultivation due to abundant resources and support. Life, at its core, is unfair, and the world has never been just. A new system was about to activate, filling Chu Yunxuan with anticipation. Each activation of the system thrilled him, even more than the excitement of opening a mystery box. At that moment, he received a message from Yu Qianren. Yu Qianren's admiration for Chu Yunxuan surged like a tidal wave. Ever since Chu Yunxuan had risked his life to lure away a mystic realm nether tiger to save them, Yu Qianren's attitude towards him had changed drastically. Feeling guilty, Yu Qianren now saw Chu Yunxuan as a kind-hearted person worth befriending. Chu Yunxuan replied, Not yet. What's up? Yu Qianren informed him that since he hadn't gone to Tianhua University, Li Jin, whose arm Chu Yunxuan had crippled, had returned. A thought crossed Chu Yunxuan's mind. Li Jin's father was a member of the tribunal, with access to powerful wood element warriors who could aid in healing him. It seemed Li Jin would recover soon. However, Li Jin bore a deep grudge against Chu Yunxuan and had threatened to find people to deal with him, making Chu Yunxuan wary. Additionally, Yu Qianren mentioned that Senior Jiang Ying thought Chu Yunxuan was too young. This left Chu Yunxuan feeling bewildered, hurt, and angry. He realized that Senior Jiang Ying might be retaliating because he had previously commented on her young age. Resigned to this reality, he couldn't help but feel a bit aggrieved. Reflecting on Li Jin's background, Chu Yunxuan noted that although Li Jin was a member of the tribunal, his status seemed unusually significant, which made Chu Yunxuan hesitant. Nonetheless, he decided not to let this deter him. If given the chance, he would still deal with Li Jin. Just then, the instant kill system shut down, and a new dream creation system activated. Curious, Chu Yunxuan read the system's prompts. This dream creation system intrigued him. It allowed him to create dreams for others, but he had to appear in the dreams himself. This system opened up new ideas and possibilities for him. After the dream ended, Chu Yunxuan felt elated and eagerly looked forward to the wonderful moments of holding Lin Ya's hand while strolling through the streets in real life. Despite the peculiar rules of the system, he decided to take each dream seriously, knowing that only by realizing the dream scenarios in reality could he receive generous rewards. However, a mischievous thought surfaced in Chu Yunxuan's mind. He recalled Jiang Ying's past provocations and wanted to give her a nightmare that would scare her out of her wits. Yet, reason told him that such an act would be mere mischief and wouldn't earn him any rewards. To receive the rewards, they had to experience the dream scenarios together in reality. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Chu Yunxuan. He realized he needed a spiritual weapon, not just any weapon, but a high-grade spiritual weapon of the Earth class. Thus, he decided to create a dream for Chen Ziyan, the head of the Bounty Guild in Tianhua City, requesting him to give him the Yin-Yang sword. The Yin-Yang sword was an Earth-class spiritual weapon, embedded with a powerful fire attribute crystal, immensely valuable and extremely rare. Chu Yunxuan knew that only through a dream could he persuade Chen Ziyan to give him the Yin-Yang sword in reality. So, he meticulously described the details of the dream to the system. The system responded, Dream creation successful. If the target gifts the Yin-Yang sword to the host in reality, the host will receive a reward. Chu Yunxuan was filled with anticipation and excitement, knowing that the effort would be absolutely worth it for an Earth-class Yin-Yang sword. Early the next morning, Chu Yunxuan headed to Tianhua University, while at the same time, Chen Ziyan woke up at home feeling puzzled and uneasy. He had never had a dream while meditating, And this particular dream was even more bizarre. A powerful figure cursed him, demanding that he give the yin-yang sword to Chu Yunxuan, or he would die. The pain in the dream was excruciating, and he eventually succumbed, giving the yin-yang sword to Chu Yunxuan. As the dream ended, Chun Zion suddenly realized that it was all orchestrated by the dream. He took a deep breath, filled with awe and reverence for the mystery and power of the dream. Perhaps the recent fatigue had left Chen Zion feeling a bit unwell. As the president of the Bounty Guild in Tianhua City, his responsibilities were indeed overwhelming. The Bounty Guild is one of the most powerful organizations on the continent, rivaling even the Tianyu or the Divine Alliance. Unlike these groups, however, the Bounty Guild leans more towards individual prowess. Here, members take on various tasks and, upon completion, are rewarded handsomely. These rewards aren't just limited to money. They also include rare spiritual artifacts, martial techniques, demon crystals, and even Yuanling crystals used for cultivation. Because of this, the Bounty Guild has grown steadily, attracting a constant stream of bounty hunters. As Chen Ziyan opened the door to head to the guild office, a sudden chill washed over him, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Chen Ziyan stared wide-eyed at the cross symbol on his front door, as if he were looking at the cursed mark from his dreams. He had assumed it was just a dream, but seeing the cross in real life made him doubt it was a mere coincidence. He reached out to wipe the symbol away, only to realize that it wouldn't lift the curse. It was merely a mark left by a powerful being as a warning. Confusion filled his mind. He didn't understand why he had been tasked with delivering the yin-yang sword to Chu Yunxuan, but the mysterious figure from his dream seemed to be urging him. Determined, he decided to head to Tianhua University, despite his lingering doubts. On his way, he spotted another cross symbol, confirming it wasn't a coincidence but a deliberate sign from the powerful being, making him believe he was indeed cursed. Faced with this reality, he had no choice but to comply, forsaking the Earth-level spiritual artifact in favor of preserving his own life. Chen Ziyan sighed, perplexed as to why the powerful entity had chosen him, but he knew the most important thing now was to follow the instructions. Eventually, he arrived at Tianhua University, ready to confront Chu Yunxuan, despite the hesitation and unease gnawing at him. Just then, two unexpected visitors appeared at the door. Chen Haobin decided to confront Chu Yunxuan as well, even though he had no personal grudge against him. For the sake of his friend, he felt compelled to make choices that left him feeling uneasy. Li Jin decided to settle for less and asked someone to cripple Chu Yunxuan's arm, generously offering a hefty reward as well. This made the person hesitate, but he eventually agreed because he had long been disgusted by Chu Yunxuan's arrogance and hubris. "What brings you here?" a mentor asked as he looked at Chen Haobin standing at the door. "I've come to challenge Chu Yunxuan from Tianhua University," Chen Haobin confidently replied. "A challenge? Alone?" the mentor questioned. "If Chu Yunxuan dared to come alone, why shouldn't I?" Chen Haobin retorted.
Come in.
The mentor invited him, knowing that such challenges were rare but seldom refused, as they concerned the academy's reputation. "Where can I find Chu Yunxuan?" Chen Haobin asked. Though Chu Yunxuan wasn't a student at Tianhua University, he was apprenticed under one of its mentors. "I'm here to challenge him." "The fairy shop is just over there," the mentor pointed. "Thank you." Chen Haobin's challenge quickly spread, drawing a crowd. Chen Haobin from Tianyang University is challenging Chu Yunxuan? Is this even a challenge? It's more like a provocation. I heard he's close to reaching the Xintian realm. As a senior class disciple of Tianyang University, how can he be so dismissive of Chu Yunxuan? Isn't that shameful? It's clear to everyone that he's using this challenge as an excuse to settle a grudge. This showdown will be spectacular. Finally, we'll see Chu Yunxuan humbled. But didn't Chu Yunxuan save many people before? So what? I just want to see him suffer. Saving people means nothing to me. I just want to witness his downfall. At that moment, in the small courtyard behind the fairy shop, a place that had long been abandoned and now rented by Xiao Qiue, Chu Yunxuan was practicing his punches. The courtyard was run down, and beyond the shop was Xiao Qiue selling goods. Chu Yunxuan pounded the sandbag, muttering, "Who says I'm weak? Who says I'm a coward?" A closer look revealed a photo of Jiang Ying on the sandbag. He was actually punching her photo. "Coward? I'll show you, Jiang Ying. Just wait and see." He wiped the sweat off his face, feeling satisfied as the photo bore the brunt of his frustration. Today it's just a photo, but someday it will be the real thing. Coward? I'll defeat her and prove my worth. At the entrance of the fairy shop, Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, so many people. This is going to be a big payday. Chen Haobin approached, followed by a large group of students eager to watch the spectacle. "You're quite beautiful," Chen Haobin remarked, eyeing Xiao Qiyue. "Ahem, I heard Chu Yunxuan is here," he asked. Xiao Qiyue nodded with a smile. Yes. He's practicing in the backyard. Are you looking for him?" "That's right," Chen Haobin replied. "But he's practicing and can't be disturbed. I'm here to challenge him." Challenges need to be scheduled, Xiao Qiyue said, narrowing her eyes with a sly grin. Unless you spend at least 1,000 yuan in my shop, then I'll let you in. Chen Haobin didn't hesitate for a second before pulling out a thick wad of cash and handing it to Xiao Qiyue. I don't need those things anymore. Can I go see him now? Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement, a blissful smile spreading across his face. Haha, I'm rich. Come on in, please. Chen Haobin and his men walked into the room. Xiao Qiyue then turned to the crowd gathered around, curious about the commotion. What are you all here for? Here to witness the challenge? He grinned. Tickets to watch the challenge are 100 each. No problem. The money's already been paid. Xiao Qiyue's eyes gleamed with dreamy stars. Chen Haobin and his men passed through the ferry convenience store and entered the courtyard. Chu Yunxuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Are you Chu Yunxuan? Chen Haobin stared at him, asking. Yes, and you are? Chu Yunxuan frowned slightly. Chen Haobin? Allow me to introduce myself. Chen Haobin, he sneered. Xiao Qiyue leaned against the courtyard gate, surveying the area. Paid up? Then you can enter the courtyard, 100 per person. The crowd parted, and one by one, they entered the bustling courtyard. Jiang Ying, sucking on a lollipop, walked past Xiao Qiyue with a smile and headed into the courtyard. Chu Yunxuan glanced at Jiang Ying. Don't look at me. You guys go ahead and fight. I'm just here to watch. Jiang Ying said with a mischievous grin. Chu Yunxuan then turned to Chen Haobin, shaking his head. Chen Haobin? I don't know you. No need to know me. I've heard you're quite skilled, and I'm here to challenge you. Do you dare accept? If not, crawl between my legs and this will be over, Chen Haobin taunted. Jiang Ying, watching the scene, whispered to Chu Yunxuan. Chen Haobin is from the advanced class at Tianyang University. He's said to be close to the Xintian realm. He's tough to beat. Chu Yunxuan sighed inwardly, close to the Xintian realm. No wonder I'm no match. Jiang Ying, with a gloating smile, stepped aside to continue watching the drama unfold. Suddenly, she noticed a photo of herself stuck on a punching bag, battered beyond recognition. Jiang Ying felt a wave of confusion and bewilderment. Jiang Ying stared at the beautiful photo, feeling as if a knife had pierced her heart. Who would dare to ruin her image like this? It was clear that someone held a grudge against her. Chu Yunxuan was about to kick Chen Haobin out when he noticed Jiang Ying trembling with anger, holding the photo. Oh no, what should he do now? Chen Haobin frowned at Chu Yunxuan, impatiently asking, are we fighting, or what? The students started to gather, eager to watch the drama unfold. Ignoring the commotion, Chu Yunxuan walked straight to Jiang Ying. She demanded, was this your doing? Chu Yunxuan pointed at Chen Haobin and said, it was him. Chen Haobin frowned in confusion. What are they up to? Chu Yunxuan firmly nodded. That's right. I was admiring your photo when this guy barged in and destroyed it. I was stunned. Do you have a grudge against him? Jiang Ying furrowed her brows in thought, and then turned to Chen Haobin. Do we have a problem? Chu Yunxuan sighed. He just attacked your photo, clearly holding a grudge against you. Jiang Ying's eyes narrowed coldly. I feel the same way. Turning to Chen Haobin, she asked, what exactly are you trying to say? What is this about? Chen Haobin looked bewildered. Holding the photo, Jiang Ying questioned, do you have a grudge against me? Why did you come in and destroy my photo like this? Chen Haobin loudly denied. It wasn't me. Chu Yunxuan pointed to himself. It couldn't have been me. Is there anyone else? Chen Haobin, still puzzled, asked. Then who was it? Jiang Ying glanced at Chu Yunxuan. He sighed. Sis, you know what kind of person I am. I risk my life to save people. How could I do something like this? Jiang Ying was skeptical but felt that Chu Yunxuan might be involved. Jiang Ying asked, Xiao Qiyue, you were here earlier. Did you see anything? Xiao Qiyue blinked. Huh? I didn't see anything. Chen Haobin looked at Xiao Qiyue hopefully. I haven't moved since I came in, she emphasized. In her anger, Jiang Ying emitted a terrifying aura that even Chu Yunxuan found frightening. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in her hand, spinning rapidly. She coldly said, since you hate me so much, let's settle this before challenging Chu Yunxuan. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on her lips. Chen Haobin pointed to Xiao Qiyue. Lu Tao, you came in with me. Did I touch her photo?
Liu Tao firmly denied. No.
I didn't even touch it. Jiang Ying angrily retorted. Do you think I'm stupid? You two are obviously in cahoots. How can I trust you? Chu Yunxuan added. Exactly. Sister Jiang is too smart to be fooled by you two. Chen Haobin pointed at Chu Yunxuan, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Qiyue, unsure of what to do. Is this how Tianhua University treats people? Jiang Ying's eyes flashed with coldness. Don't think you can get away with this. We still have unfinished business. With that, she vanished like a ghost. In the next moment, a shadowy figure swiftly attacked Chen Haobin with such speed that he had no chance to fight back. The sound of his pain screams, as he was beaten by Jiang Ying, echoed in his ears, cutting through him like a knife. The students who had paid to watch Chu Yunxuan get beaten were left stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be Chen Haobin beating up Chu Yunxuan? How did it turn into Senior Jiang Ying thrashing Chen Haobin? Chen Haobin coughed, his face bruised and swollen, and could do nothing but leave in defeat. Jiang Ying stared at him coldly and warned, "Get lost. If I see you again, you'll get another beating." Chen Haobin gritted his teeth, glaring at Chu Yunxuan with burning anger. How could he let himself be bullied like this? Just you wait. My grandfather is the president of the Tianhua City Bounty Guild. Chu Yunxuan, you're dead meat, he shouted, pointing furiously at Chu Yunxuan. And you, Jiang Ying, just because you're a big shot at Tianhua University doesn't mean you can stop me. Chen Haobin roared, seething with rage. Suddenly, several figures hurried over, led by Dean Qin Zhenhai himself. Seeing his grandfather, a glimmer of hope sparked in Chen Haobin's eyes. Grandpa, look at me. Look at how your grandson has been bullied. You have to get justice for me, he complained, accusing Chu Yunxuan and the others. They framed me and beat me up. It's too much. Chen Haobin fumed, his eyes burning with anger. You're all finished. Chu Yunxuan, you're in big trouble now. His grandfather, the president of the Bounty Guild, spoke with a cold and resolute voice. The crowd buzzed with discussions, marveling at Chen Haobin's background and power. They speculated on what might happen next, each person lost in their own thoughts. Dean Qin Zhenhai looked bewildered, unsure of what was going on. Amidst the confusion, Chen Ziyan hurried over, looking for Chu Yunxuan. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a fierce slap to his grandson, Chen Haobin. The brutal slap sent Chen Haobin's teeth flying, and he tumbled through the air before crashing to the ground. The onlookers were stunned into silence, while Chu Yunxuan smiled inwardly, as if he had seen it all coming. It seemed the dream crafting system had finally activated. Everyone stood wide-eyed, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Just moments ago, Chen Ziyan had slapped his own grandson, Chen Haobin, with such force that blood and teeth were knocked out. The sight left everyone present in shock. Strange things seemed to be happening more frequently this year. What on earth was going on? Jiang Ying blinked, a sense of foreboding rising within her. She felt that something significant was about to occur. Why had Chen Ziyan suddenly lashed out at his grandson? Principal Qin Zhenhai was equally puzzled. Seeing Chen Haobin beaten like that, and knowing Chen Ziyan had come because of Chu Yunxuan, he felt a sense of impending doom, as if Chu Yunxuan was about to face danger. What happened next left him completely bewildered. The plot seemed off. Chen Haobin himself was utterly confused. This was his grandfather, Chen Ziyan. Why was he the one being hit? Bastard! Kneel and apologize to Chu Yunxuan. Chen Ziyan shouted angrily, pointing at his grandson. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, faces full of confusion. Why apologize to Chu Yunxuan? On what grounds? Even if Chen Haobin was in the wrong, why should he bow down to Chu Yunxuan? Chen Haobin stared at Chen Ziyan, bewildered. Smack! Chen Ziyan slapped him again. Do I need to repeat myself? Kneel and apologize to Chu Yunxuan, he roared. The crowd was baffled. Why such a demand when it was clearly Chen Haobin who had been wronged? Chen Ziyan then ruthlessly kicked Chen Haobin's knee, forcing him to kneel in front of Chu Yunxuan. I said apologize. Chen Ziyan shouted once more. Chen Haobin clenched his fists tightly, filled with confusion and anger. What had he done wrong? Even if he had erred, why such humiliation? Grandfather, I am your grandson. Chen Haobin said softly, full of pain. The crowd looked at each other in silent confusion. Then, Chen Ziyan turned to Chu Yunxuan with an apologetic smile.
Chu Yunxuan, I'm truly sorry.
My grandson is a bit spoiled. Please forgive him. The crowd was in an uproar. What was happening? Who really was Chen Ziyan's grandson? Why was Chen Ziyan so wary of Chu Yunxuan? Did Chu Yunxuan have some hidden background? The truth was, Chu Yunxuan didn't have any significant background, just a very formidable sister. The crowd was at a loss, seeing Chen Haobin's aggressive challenge end in such a manner. Chu Yunxuan calmly said, it's best if you don't come out and cause trouble again. Chen Haobin clenched his fists, anger surging within him. Was he being treated like a dog? Chen Ziyan forced a smile and said, yes. Then he sternly instructed Chen Haobin, did you hear that? Yes, I heard, Chen Haobin replied weakly. Jiang Ying looked at Chu Yunxuan curiously, her interest piqued. This person was quite intriguing and rather handsome. Ding, Jiang Ying's affection for you has increased by 3 points, current affection level, 20. Chen Ziyan angrily shouted again, get lost. Stop disgracing our family. Chen Haobin's face darkened as he left in silence. Chen Ziyan extended his hand, and his spatial ring glowed brilliantly. A fiery red sword materialized in his grip. The moment it appeared, everyone around felt a noticeable rise in temperature, as if flames were burning. With a smile, he handed the sword to Chu Yunxuan, leaving the crowd puzzled. The Flame Sun Sword? A 3-star Earthgrade spirit weapon? In Tianhua City, there were hardly any Earth-grade spirit weapons besides this sword. And he was giving it to Chu Yunxuan? Could it be because someone in Qin Zion's family had fallen for Chu Yunxuan? To keep him away, they had no choice but to offer the sword? This speculation rippled through the crowd, seemingly explaining everything. It made sense, especially involving Chu Yunxian. Feigning confusion, Chu Yunxian asked, "Is this for me?" "Yes, for you." Chen Zion nodded eagerly. Chu Yunxian shook his head. "No need." Everyone stared at the flame sun sword in disbelief. "He's refusing it?" Qin Zhenhai was equally baffled. "This is a 3-star Earth-grade flame sun sword." Chen Zion quickly clarified, "I just want to give it to you. No strings attached." Chu Yunxian shook his head again. "I don't need it. This sword is like a hot potato. Besides, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I can't accept it." Chen Zion was desperate. If he didn't give away this sword, the powerful figure who had once cursed him would surely harm him. He recalled how his grandson had been rude to Chu Yunxian, fearing that it might anger the powerful entity behind Chu. Hence, he had made his grandson kneel and apologize, willing to lose face to save his life. But which is more important, face or life? "Chu Yunxian, please accept it. I have no ulterior motives and no schemes against you. It's purely fate." Chen Zion pleaded earnestly. "Do you believe that yourself?"
Chu Yunxuan questioned.
"I swear. I have absolutely no hidden agenda," Chen Zion said urgently. Jiang Ying subtly pointed at Chu Yunxian, signaling to Xiao Qiyue, as if suggesting that Chen Zion might have ulterior motives. Xiao Qiyue shrugged, indicating he was unsure. Chu Yunxian shook his head in refusal, but Chen Zion knelt down directly, begging, "Please accept it. I'm begging you. I just want to give it to you. Nothing else." The crowd watched in shock. Jiang Ying made a gesture toward Xiao Qiyue, implying the situation might be more complicated than it seemed, involving more than one person. Xiao Qiyue pondered for a moment and subtly nodded in agreement. Chu Yunxian refused again. "It's unnecessary." "It's necessary. Please, take it. I'm begging you." Chen Zion insisted. Finally, Chu Yunxian accepted the flame sun sword. Chen Zion exhaled in relief, looking at him with gratitude. Chu Yunxian glanced at the sword in his hand and muttered, "Though I can't use it, I could really use a spatial ring." Chen Zion immediately produced a spatial ring and handed it to Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian scratched his head, then flashed a bright smile and said somewhat awkwardly, "There's nothing to be shy about, just accept it." Chen Zion gratefully received the gift, feeling warmth spread through his heart, and silently vowed to cherish this friendship. Chu Yunxian bowed deeply to express his gratitude. "President Qin, with your sincerity, I, Chu Yunxian, am also willing to be friends with you." Chen Zion let out a long sigh of relief, finally shaking off his anxiety. Politely, he said, "If there's nothing else, you all carry on. I'll take my leave now." With that, Chen Zion hurriedly left the scene, leaving behind a group of stunned onlookers. They realized that this might have been the most extraordinary day they had ever experienced. As the crowd bid farewell to Chen Zion, their gazes shifted to Chu Yunxian, each one showing him deep respect. Qin Zhenhai shouted, "All right, let's disperse." Everyone left, leaving only Chu Yunxian, Qin Zhenhai, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Qiyue behind. The three of them stared at Chu Yunxian in unison and asked, "What's your relationship with Wang Min?" Chu Yunxian looked baffled and replied, "Who is Wang Min?" Jiang Ying explained, "She's Chen Zion's daughter-in-law, the daughter of a big shot in the Bounty Guild." Chu Yunxian was speechless. "I don't even know her. What are you talking about?" Jiang Ying continued, "He might be worried that you would cause trouble for his family. There's no other explanation." Xiao Qiyue added, "Besides Wang Min, there could be someone else stirring things up." Qin Zhenhai pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, there might be others involved." Jiang Ying and Xiao Qiyue nodded in agreement. Chu Yunxian twitched his mouth slightly, deciding not to explain further, and walked straight towards the training area. Outside, everyone was buzzing with the shocking news. Meanwhile, Chen Zion caught up with his grandson, Chen Haobin, and angrily asked, "Grandpa, why? Why did you treat me like this? I was the one being bullied." Chen Haobin was visibly upset. Chen Zion calmly responded, "You fool. I saved your life, and this is how you question me? I'm your grandfather. Shouldn't I care for your well-being?" Chen Haobin, still confused, replied, "Saved my life? I had no idea." Chen Zion continued, "There are things you don't need to know. Just don't provoke Chu Yunxian anymore." Chen Haobin, gritting his teeth, said, "I want revenge. I won't let him off." Chen Zion, also gritting his teeth, firmly stated, "I'll handle this matter." The news spread rapidly across Tianhua University. During a training session in one of the intermediate classes, someone suddenly said, "Have you heard? President Qin Zion personally gave Chu Yunxian the yin-yang sword, and even knelt down to ask him to accept it. Is that for real?" The others were skeptical, but the person insisted they saw it with their own eyes. with hundreds of witnesses present. Everyone was shocked and began speculating about Chen Zion's motives. Someone suggested, maybe a member of Chen Zion's family has fallen for Chu Yunxuan, and he's worried Chu Yunxuan might cause trouble for them, so he had to beg for mercy. The group nodded in agreement and decided to keep the news confidential. In the cafeteria, people gathered to eat. Zhang Xiaozhu had just finished getting his meal and sat down next to a few others. Suddenly, he asked, "Have you heard about Chu Yunxuan and President Chen? I heard that President Chen has handed over the yin-yang sword to Chu Yunxuan. This news is truly astonishing. Apparently, it has something to do with his daughter-in-law, given that Chu Yunxuan's charm is undeniable." Zhang Xiaozhu shook his head with a mysterious smile, sparking curiosity among everyone. He nodded, a glimmer of mystery in his eyes, and spoke softly. The reason President Chen gave the yin-yang sword to Chu Yunxuan is because Chu Yunxuan has something on him. The crowd became instantly interested. Zhang Xiaozhu continued to explain that, considering President Chen's status and power, he could have resolved the issue in countless ways, but he chose to kneel and present the yin-yang sword. Such an action must be backed by substantial leverage, enough to ruin his reputation. Everyone nodded in agreement with this deduction. Zhang Xiaozhu added that President Chen's daughter-in-law, Chen Haobin's mother, holds an extraordinary background. She is the daughter of a big shot in the provincial bounty guild. Chen Haobin's high status is largely due to this background. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Lu Tian, realizing the situation, commented that Chu Yunxuan must have dirt on President Chen's daughter-in-law, and since President Chen himself isn't clean, exposure would be disastrous for the Chen family. Everyone expressed their understanding. After the afternoon training, Lu Tian walked to the restroom with a few companions, including Yu Qianren. As they walked, Lu Tian quietly asked, "Have you heard about Chu Yunxuan?" Yu Qianren nodded, indicating he knew. Lu Tian smiled and said, "It's more complicated than it seems." Curious, Yu Qianren asked, "Is there more to it?" Lu Tian, with a mysterious air, responded, "The inside story is so big. I can only tell you to keep it absolutely secret." Yu Qianren immediately promised to keep it confidential. Lu Tian hesitated for a moment before saying, "I can't give you specifics, but I can tell you that there's an unspeakable secret between President Chen and his daughter-in-law, Chen Haobin's mother." He then hurried off to class, leaving Yu Qianren and the others exchanging puzzled looks. That evening, in the dormitory, a few of them gathered to discuss the day's events. One person mentioned that Chu Yunxuan holding something over President Chen was a significant problem. Everyone expressed curiosity about what exactly the leverage was. Someone suggested that President Chen might be involved in improper activities, sparking further discussion. Suddenly, Yu Qianren laughed, drawing everyone's attention. He said, "You guys know too little about this." Immediately, everyone showed intense interest. Yu Qianren, still mysterious, added, "When I say unclean, you all have a very shallow understanding. Ah, the youth these days, so naive." Upon learning the undeniable truth, Yu Qianren discovered the inappropriate relationship between Chairman Chen and Wang Min. This news left him both shocked and furious. Without hesitation, he voiced his opinion, asserting that neither of them were clean. Yu Qianren emphasized that his claims were accurate, as there indeed was illicit interaction between Chairman Chen and Wang Min. He pointed out their collusion, which was surprising to many. Yu Qianren then dropped an even more shocking bombshell, revealing that Chen Haobin was not Chen Sheng's biological son. In fact, Chen Haobin should be referred to as his brother. This revelation stunned everyone, leaving them in utter disbelief. In the office of the Bounty Guild, Chen Zion and Chen Haobin sat across from Li Hu. Chen Zion expressed his trust and confidence in Li Hu, hoping he could handle a particular task. He instructed Li Hu to eliminate Chu Yunxuan, pushing a photo of Chu toward him. Li Hu glanced at the photo before burning it, assuring that besides Chairman Chen, Chen Haobin, and himself, no one else would know about this matter. Chen Zion nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the office door was kicked open, and a furious middle-aged man stormed in. Chen Zion frowned and looked at the man. It was his son, Chen Sheng. Chen Haobin also stared at Chen Sheng in surprise. Chen Sheng angrily questioned Chen Zion about his actions, stating that rumors were circulating that he and Chen Haobin were brothers, not father and son. He demanded to know why Chen Zion and Wang Min had treated him this way. Chen Zion looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. This sudden revelation left Chen Haobin equally confused and shocked, plunging them all into chaos. What was going on? How had their familial relationships changed so drastically? As night fell, Chu Yunxuan was alone in his room, diligently training. His aura was steadily rising, and his cultivation had reached the 5th star of the Xian body realm. Suddenly, a crisp notification sounded, announcing his successful completion of the Dreamcraft system's first target mission. As a reward, he received a body technique called Divine Shadow. Opening his eyes, Chu Yunxuan was delighted to find he had obtained a heaven-tier body technique that allowed him to transform into afterimages or teleport over long distances. Heaven-tier body techniques were extremely rare across the entire continent, and reaching this level was nearly the pinnacle of achievement. He was well aware of the wisdom in the saying, in all martial arts, speed is the only invincible weapon. Dark and wind attributes were rare precisely because they were closely related to speed. As for the second dreamcraft, Chu Yunxuan hadn't decided yet. He opted to first practice his newly acquired technique. Leaving his room, Chu Yunxuan headed to the living room, where he found Lin Ya practicing. She opened her beautiful eyes and inquired about his plans. Chu Yunxuan explained that he was going to find an open area to practice his martial techniques. Lin Ya offered to accompany him, but he politely declined her kindness. He then made his way alone to the remote new district of Tianhua City, a once-planned new town that had been abandoned after the fall of Tianhai City. Chu Yunxuan chose this desolate place for its seclusion, perfect for focused training. Sitting outside a small grove by the roadside, Chu Yunxuan immersed himself in understanding divine shadow. Training in a heaven-tier technique was extremely challenging, but fortunately, he possessed divine-level comprehension. At 3 a.m., Chu Yunxuan opened his eyes, channeled his spiritual power, and his figure shot forward like lightning. After images flickered behind him, showcasing his incredible speed. Thanks to his divine-level comprehension, he had achieved a small mastery, grasping the technique of creating afterimages. Although divine shadow's speed was astonishing, it also consumed a significant amount of spiritual power. Luckily, his spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary people. He thought that if he could also acquire the wind attribute, combined with divine shadow, his speed would reach new heights. Chu Yunxuan opened his panel to check his attributes, confirming his strength and potential. At just 18 years old, he was a human with a 5th-star Xian body realm cultivation, possessing lightning, fire, and spatial power attributes, along with rare divine-level comprehension and talent. He decided to use his system points to exchange for the wind attribute and successfully acquired this rare attribute, giving him 3 out of the 4 attributes. Looking forward to the future, Chu Yunxuan was full of confidence. He was determined to become a powerful being with all attributes, though he knew he needed to reserve some of his system points for contingencies. A surge of determination welled up in Chu Yunxuan's heart as he silently activated his wind attribute power. Suddenly, the stillness around him was interrupted by a gust of wind, causing leaves to scatter. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a blade of wind that fiercely sliced through a tree in front of him. The wind attribute was indeed a rare and formidable force, granting martial artists incredible speed and destructive power. He realized that he needed to improve his mastery over the wind, lightning, and spatial attributes, as merely possessing them without refined control would be a significant drawback. Just then, a wind blade suddenly shot towards Chu Yunxuan's neck from the shadows. He furrowed his brows, sensing that his attacker had reached the Xiantian realm. With a swift movement, he dodged, and the wind blade left a several-meter-long gash in the ground. A figure dressed in black emerged from the darkness, leaving Chu Yunxuan in shock. Wasn't this person only at the Mingxiao realm a few days ago? Had they been hiding their true strength?
Chu Yunxuan questioned.
The man in black remained calm and asked, "Who are you?" Chu Yunxuan frowned slightly and replied, "Someone sent to kill me." With that, he channeled his wind power and instantly appeared in front of the man in black. Just as Chu Yunxuan was about to engage, his opponent suddenly froze in place, as if time had stopped. Chu Yunxuan was slightly surprised, then watched as the black-clad man's body became encased in ice. Lin Ya stepped out slowly, and a flicker of joy and gratitude flashed in Chu Yunxuan's eyes. She had been silently protecting him all along. Lin Ya approached the ice sculpture, intending to melt it. Chu Yunxuan quickly stopped her. "Wait, let's get some answers first." Lin Ya nodded, and the ice began to melt around the man's head. Chu Yunxuan removed the man's mask and demanded, "Who sent you to kill me? Was it Chen Ziyan?" Fear filled the man's eyes. I'll tell you, just don't kill me. It's Li Jin." Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow, knowing that he had to eliminate this threat. However, the city was teeming with members of the tribunal and various powerful factions, making it difficult to act. In the next instant, the man was frozen again, and his body shattered into countless pieces. Lin Ya suggested dealing with him, but Chu Yunxuan smiled and declined. "No need, I have a plan." Lin Ya looked at him, slightly puzzled. Chu Yunxuan noticed a badge beside the man's remains, and Lin Ya picked it up. "He's from the Killing Alliance." "So, Li Jin is a member too?"
Chu Yunxuan questioned.
Lin Ya warned. "The Killing Alliance is an evil organization, hidden among the populace, and very powerful. They make a living through assassination, even in the realm of demonic beasts. Be vigilant. Members of the Killing Alliance could be anyone around you, even your family or classmates." Chu Yunxuan was deeply shocked, realizing the dangers that surrounded him. Members of the Killing Alliance lurked in the city, always watching their targets, while various factions were relentlessly hunting them down. Chu Yunxuan understood that only by staying alert could he ensure his survival. A trace of indifference lingered in Chu Yunxuan's heart as he slowly walked into the quiet bedroom. Closing his eyes, he spoke to the system. Begin. Let me enter the dream. This time, his dream target was to eliminate a member of the Alliance, namely Wayman. The Assassins' Alliance, a mysterious organization, had most of its members deeply concealed, but some had already been exposed. Li Wayman was one of them. He was one of the powerful members of the Alliance and a target wanted by various factions. Chu Yunxuan wasn't going to take action himself, but rather use Li Wayman's hand to achieve his goal. This way, any investigation would lead to a dead end. It wasn't that he couldn't personally eliminate Li Wayman, but how could he do so within the academy? With the system's help, everything became effortless. Click. The details of the dream began to materialize. Before dawn broke, in the forest of the Beast Realm, a figure who appeared to be around 50 years old was resting against a rock. Beside him, a campfire crackled, with the remains of a gnawed rabbit and an empty wine jug scattered on the ground. Suddenly, Li Wayman woke up with a start, gasping for air. He sat up abruptly, his eyes blazing with anger, his face filled with murderous intent. He had just had a dream. In the dream, Li Jin, a student from Class 8 of the intermediate program at Tianhua University in Tianhua City, had insulted his deceased mother. In the dream, he went to confront Li Jin, who continued to spew insults even when faced with him. Li Wayman, unable to tolerate it any longer, decided to take action. Strangely, in the dream, he couldn't bring himself to harm the weak Chu Yunxuan for some inexplicable reason. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Li Jin had insulted his mother. Could it have been just a dream?
No.
He had reached the law realm in cultivation. How could he possibly dream? All these years, he had never dreamed. And this dream felt so real. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to get to the bottom of it. His mother's memory was a deep pain in his heart. Li Wayman took out an old, tattered notebook. The notebook contained a few crooked lines of writing, some of which he couldn't even recognize and had to write in pinyin. 1. Mom reminded me to eat well. Heavy checkmark. 2. Mom hoped I'd find a good girl to marry. Heavy multiplication X. 3. Mom wished for me to become a good person. Heavy checkmark. 4. Find the Chu family from 35 years ago. Heavy multiplication X. 5. Avenge Mom by killing 10,000 beasts. Heavy checkmark. Mom, I've always followed your advice. Even though I've reached the law realm, I still ensure I eat 3 meals a day. Though I joined the Assassins' Alliance, I've never harmed the innocent. Those I've killed were all deserving of it. I'm working hard to rid society of its scum, so I think I can consider myself a good person. As for the Chu family who saved me back then, I haven't found them yet, but they should be safe. I will surely repay their kindness. Li Wayman cherished the notebook, gently caressing it. Then, he quietly added another line. 6. Eliminate anyone who insults my mother. Heavy multiplication X. Mom, I'm going. Even if it's just a dream, I must uncover the truth. With that, Li Wayman's eyes filled with determination as his figure gradually disappeared into the night. The next morning, Chu Yunxuan arrived at Tianhua University. Li Jin was stunned to see Chu Yunxuan unharmed. Wasn't it agreed that Chu Yunxuan was spotted in the outskirts last night and could be assassinated at any moment? How is he here at Tianhua University, unscathed? Li Jin furrowed his brow. None of this made sense. He had paid a hefty sum to hire an expert from the Assassins' Alliance, someone at the Xintian realm, to eliminate Chu Yunxuan. Could he really be unhurt? As Chu Yunxuan scanned the crowd, his eyes met Li Jin's, causing Li Jin to freeze. Moments later, Chu Yunxuan walked straight over. What do you want? Li Jin, clutching his injured body, nervously retreated. Suddenly, Chu Yunxuan struck him down with a backhand and then walked away. Li Jin gritted his teeth, muttering with a face full of hatred, Chu Yunxuan, I will never let you go. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan arrived at the ferry shop. Has Xiao Chuxue been feeling down lately? Xiao Chiyue asked casually. Zhang Ying nodded in agreement. Yes, she used to be very interested in the field of mythical beasts, but recently she's lost her enthusiasm. Poor girl. Xiao Chiyue understood. It's quite normal. She went through a life and death crisis, and although a boy saved her in time, he lost his life in the process. It's not something you can get over quickly. Zhang Ying sighed and added, seeing her like this makes me feel uncomfortable too. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan walked in. Xiao Chiyue's eyes lit up, and she greeted him warmly, Xiao Xinxian, come over here. She poured a cup of tea for Chu Yunxuan, smiling, here, have some tea haha. Professor Xiao, Chu Yunxuan addressed her. Xiao Chiyue smiled and jokingly said, call me Fairy Minter. All right, Fairy Minter, you promised to teach me the sealing heaven technique. Can we start now? Zhang Ying's voice was a bit hoarse. She glanced at Xiao Chiyue, thinking to herself, this master of empty promises. Oh, the sealing heaven technique, well, Chu Yunxuan hesitated, not daring to answer directly. Xiao Chiyue smiled awkwardly and reassured, don't worry, don't worry. Jiang Ying, did you just realize? Our Tianhua University is famous for Xiao Qiyue, the master of empty promises. Chu Yunxuan looked confused, not understanding. Oh well, forget it, forget it. I'm not doing this anymore. Chu Yunxian waved it off and attempted to leave. Xiao Qiyue quickly grabbed his arm and persuaded. It's not that I don't want to teach you. Whether it's Jiang Ying or Xiao Chuxue, I can teach them both. It's just that they might not be suited for this skill. Really? Jiang Ying asked doubtfully. Xiao Qiyue nodded. In fact, I've secretly taught both you and Xiao Chuxue before, but neither of you seem to grasp it. Jiang Ying pondered for a moment. So when you were teaching me before, it was actually the sealing heaven technique? Xiao Qiyue confirmed with a nod, then looked at Chu Yunxian and added. It seems that only she can master this spiritual skill on the entire blue star. Not even Xiao Xuanxuan's sister could comprehend it. Isn't this just another empty promise? Chu Yunxian requested to give it a try. Xiao Qiyue readily agreed and motioned for him to sit down. Chu Yunxian sat in front of her, ready to receive the first layer of the sealing heaven technique. As long as he showed some understanding, she would teach him wholeheartedly. Chu Yunxian nodded to show he understood. Jiang Ying watched from the side. Xiao Qiyue didn't hold out much hope. After the transmission, she sent Chu Yunxian to the courtyard to practice while she attended to some guests. After a while, a wave of spiritual energy and a familiar aura emanated from the courtyard. Xiao Qiyue hurried over. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, lightning power surrounded Chu Yunxuan's body, and his momentum was steadily rising. Wow! Xiao Qiyue's mouth dropped open in shock and bewilderment. Jiang Ying asked from the side, is this success? Xiao Qiyue said in amazement, this is not just success. He's already mastered the first layer quite proficiently. Jiang Ying couldn't help but marvel. That easy? Why do I feel like Fairy Mentor set me up? Jiang Ying muttered. Xiao Qiyue was also a bit bewildered. It took her a whole month to reach this level. Yet Chu Yunxian did it in just an hour? Huh. Chu Yunxian looked surprised and said to Xiao Qiyue, I think I've already mastered the first layer. Xiao Qiyue coughed awkwardly. She couldn't help but cough a little, as if trying to cover up her excitement. She felt that practicing this spiritual technique was perfectly suited for her, and maybe the fairy would even consider teaching her personally. Chu Yunxian, however, found it less difficult than she had imagined. In just an hour, she had already grasped the basics. She coughed a few times, and Xiao Qiyue scoffed, almost provocatively. You think you're impressive? When I practiced the first level of the Fengshen Tianyin technique, it took me only 5 minutes to reach minor achievement. Chu Yunxian understood the difficulty involved and asked, how long did it take you to achieve major success in the second level? Xiao Qiyue replied disdainfully, 3 days, just 3 days. Determined to test her skills, she went back to the small shop with Jiang Ying. Unable to resist, she asked, Fairy Mentor, didn't you tell me that it took you 3 months to reach major success in the first level and a whole year for the second? The fairy sneered, I never said that. Another hour passed, and the courtyard was filled with a powerful aura again. She raised her arm triumphantly and shouted, I've achieved major success in the first level. Yet, Xiao Qiyue looked puzzled. Xiao Qiyue was feeling restless and wandered aimlessly into the courtyard. Suddenly, Chu Yunxian unleashed the first level of the Fengshen Tianyin technique. The surge in his aura was immediate and astonishing, leaving Xiao Qiyue in awe. Wow, that's incredible, she thought. It had taken her a full 3 months to master the first level, but Chu Yunxian had done it in just an hour? Who exactly was this guy? With a teasing smile, Chu Yunxian said, looks like you've got a long way to go. It took me just an hour to master it. Xiao Qiyue, unwilling to admit defeat, retorted, I only said that to ease your pressure. In reality, it took me just 30 minutes. Jiang Ying watched the exchange, shaking her head quietly. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Chu Yunxian. She remarked, impressive, truly remarkable. A system notification sounded. Jiang Ying's favorability towards you has reached 30. You have received a reward. Wind attribute mastery plus 30%, system points plus 500,000. Chu Yunxian quickly asked, can you teach me everything? Xiao Qiyue, clearly annoyed, snapped, teach you? No way. Chu Yunxian thought to himself, could it be that my self-proclaimed genius status is actually so far off the mark? This is truly unexpected. Yet, deep inside, he was extremely excited. The Fengshen Tianyin technique had only one purpose, to elevate one's level. After mastering the first level, his rank jumped from 5-star Xian body to 6-star Xian body. Could the second level elevate him by 2 stars, the third by 3? By the 7th level, wow! Could this be the legendary spirit technique? Ordinary enhancement techniques that raise one's rank by even 1 star are already impressive. A level increase creates a significant gap. If the Fengshen Tianyin technique could elevate one's rank by 7 stars, that would be extraordinary. No wonder Xiao Qiyue could repel someone at the law realm with her divine realm skills. Meanwhile, Li Weiman had arrived at the gates of Tianhua University. A few students walked out, and he immediately stopped them to ask, "Excuse me, is there a student named Li Jin here at Tianhua University?" The students nodded, "Yes, he's in Class 8 of the Intermediate Division." Li Weimin furrowed his brows, puzzled. So, there really was such a person? Could it be that everything in his dream was real? This infuriated Li Weimin, making him suspect that someone was conveying messages to him through dreams. Suppressing his anger, he requested, "Please inform your dean that Li Weimin is here to visit." The students were taken aback, and one exclaimed, "Wow, you mean Li Weimin from the Killer Alliance?" Qin Zhenhai hurried over and, upon seeing Li Weimin, was also surprised. He asked, "I am Qin Zhenhai, the principal of Tianhua University. What brings you here?" Li Weimin coldly inquired, "Is Li Jin a student here, in Class 8 of the Intermediate Division?" Worried that Li Weimin might pose a threat to the students, Qin Zhenhai advised, "I suggest you proceed with caution. Strong individuals from the Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain could already be on their way." Qin Zhenhai furrowed his brows, anxiety gnawing at him. Resolutely, he decided to take Li Weimin to meet Li Jin, reluctantly complying with the latter's demand. Faced with Li Weimin, who was at the law realm, Qin Zhenhai could only temporarily appease him, ensuring everyone's safety while awaiting the arrival of experts from the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain. Li Weimin offered a faint word of thanks, revealing a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Li Jin was startled by the sudden appearance of Zhang Haohan, his anger flaring. Upon hearing that Li Weimin had come looking for him, he felt a surge of fear. He couldn't help but worry whether his previous insults towards Li Weimin had been exposed. Zhang Haohan hastily defended himself, "Brother Jin, I didn't tell anyone. I swear."
Li Jin frowned, pondering Li Weimin's intentions.
He was perplexed, wondering if Li Weimin had come to take him on as a disciple. However, considering Li Weimin's status, he grew anxious, fearing he might be walking into a trap. Chu Yunxuan immediately sensed the approach of his dream target, his heart brimming with anticipation. He knew this would be a spectacular drama. Based on Li Weimin's character, he was certain Li Jin would meet his end. To earn a reward, Chu Yunxian decided to challenge Li Weimin and intentionally lose to him in the dream. Eager to participate, he was determined to seize the opportunity for a reward. Xiao Qiue followed closely behind, surprised, and asked, "Where are you going?" Chu Yunxian replied mysteriously, "To watch a good show." Xiao Qiue's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Meanwhile, Qin Zhenhai and his group anxiously led Li Weimin towards their destination, secretly notifying the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain to be prepared. They hoped to buy time and avoid any mishaps. Despite being a member of the Killing Alliance, Li Weimin displayed a certain level of principle. He didn't force his way in. Instead, he waited for notification, showing a degree of caution. The classroom of Intermediate Class 8 was bustling with students. Qin Zhenhai frowned as he looked at the crowd of onlookers. He was quite displeased. These students seemed to have no self-discipline, gathering here as if they were here for a show rather than a lesson. Suddenly, Qin Zhenhai remembered Li Jin and called out loudly, "Li Jin, where are you?" At his call, a smiling man emerged. It was Li Jin. Li Jin bowed to Li Weimin, saying, "Senior Li Weimin, it's an honor to meet you." Li Weimin's gaze fixed on Li Jin, but inwardly he was astounded. This person was like a figure from his dreams. He thought angrily, "How can this guy still be smiling? He dared to insult my mother, and he still has the nerve to smile?" Li Weimin's mind was filled with rage. Li Jin continued, "Senior Li Weimin, I am very sorry. Although I have great respect for you, the distinction between good and evil is clear to me, and I cannot become your apprentice." Li Weimin was momentarily at a loss, his mind full of confusion. Li Weimin was trembling with rage. He couldn't believe someone would insult him like this. Did they not know who he was? Chu Yunxian calmly walked into the crowd, a slight smile playing on his lips as if he were anticipating an exciting show. Xiao Qiue edged closer, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Jiang Ying also joined the onlookers, her eagerness to watch the drama evident. Li Jian felt a wave of disappointment, thinking that Li Weimin had rejected his request. He attempted to engage with him again, considering Li Weimin a senior. However, the furious glare from Li Weimin filled Li Jin with dread. Li Weimin accused Li Jin of insulting his deceased mother, shocking and angering the crowd. Li Jin's actions were incomprehensible to those present. After all, Li Weimin had always been known for his filial piety. Such an insult was beyond unacceptable. Chu Yunxian smiled slightly, watching the scene unfold with a sense of reflection. Li Jin was too terrified to speak, realizing he had landed himself in serious trouble. Li Weimin stood his ground, glaring at Li Jin, and demanded to know if he had indeed insulted his mother. Li Jin admitted it, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Silently, Chu Yunxian nodded in approval of Li Weimin's actions. Li Weimin gritted his teeth, displaying a terrifying strength as he resolved to seek justice for his mother. The crowd witnessed the dreadful power of the law realm, feeling a deep sense of fear. Li Weimin charged at Li Jin, his killing intent unstoppable. In a panic, Li Jin cried out for help, hoping the principal would intervene. Qin Zhenhai frowned. Although he was displeased with Li Jin, as the principal, he had to maintain order in the school. With the force of a thunderstorm, Qin Zhenhai rushed towards Li Weimin to try and stop him. Li Weimin's imposing presence forced Qin Zhenhai to step back a few paces to steady himself. The power of a Shen Tong realm practitioner was overwhelming, and those in the Fa Zhe realm stood no chance against it. Without hesitation, Li Weimin twisted Li Jin's neck and then crushed his skull with a single stomp. Some of the girls couldn't help but scream. Facing someone who had insulted his mother, Li Weimin's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Jiang Ying commented indifferently, he deserved it. Even if he was spared today, he would eventually fall into Li Weimin's hands. Xiao Qiyu sighed deeply, realizing that this battle was about more than just Li Jin. Qin Zhenhai understood that now was not the time to truly clash with Li Weimin. After all, they were still students, and the consequences of a real fight would be unimaginable. However, Qin Zhenhai believed that Li Weimin was not heartless and was fundamentally different from the members of the Sha Meng. Li Weimin, you've taken another life. Xinming and Tian, you won't let this slide, Qin Zhenhai warned. Li Weimin responded calmly, thank you for the reminder, Dean. Since I've already killed him, I should be on my way. Suddenly, Chu Yunxuan interjected, wait, his mission isn't complete yet. Everyone looked on in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion. Chu Yunxuan approached Li Weimin, catching his attention and causing him to frown. Wasn't this the Chu Yunxuan from his dream? In the dream, after killing Li Jin, Chu Yunxuan had stepped forward to challenge him, but Li Weimin couldn't bring himself to strike. Now, this scene was playing out in reality? He was unsure whether he should accept the senior's challenge. Chu Yunxuan, do you want to challenge me? Li Weimin asked. The crowd was stunned, not knowing how to react. Chu Yunxuan explained, perhaps it's because I have feelings, flesh and blood, and a kind heart. The crowd looked even more puzzled. Despite his grudge against Li Weimin, Chu Yunxuan was willing to stand up for Li Jin in front of everyone. Chu Yunxuan said, even though I have a vendetta against him, seeing him killed by you, I still want to seek justice for him. Qin Zhenhai angrily shouted, Chu Yunxuan, step aside. Li Weimin suddenly remembered something, his brow furrowing as he stared at Chu Yunxuan, then burst into laughter. He said, I understand now. It's mother, isn't it? It's you, right? Chu Yunxuan looked puzzled, not understanding. Li Weimin, excited, said, it's like we're reenacting a scene from my dream. I challenge you, but you can't bring yourself to strike, easily defeating me and then quietly leaving. How could something so simple be so moving? When the owner heard these words, a wave of warmth surged through his heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. This simple phrase was like a key that unlocked the floodgates of his deepest emotions, making him feel understood and cherished. What was once a mundane life suddenly became rich and meaningful because of these few heartfelt words. Li Weimin finally understood everything. It turns out that the dream wasn't some powerful figure telling him that someone had insulted his mother, but rather his mother herself reaching out to him in a dream. In the dream, she told him that someone had been speaking ill of her, and so he decided to confront Li Jin. He had always been puzzled about why Chu Yunxuan appeared in his dream challenging him, but now he finally understood. Chu was also his mother's surname. Many years ago, a man with the surname Chu had saved his mother's life, and Chu Yunxuan was a descendant of that savior. His mother had reminded him in the dream not to harm Chu Yunxuan because of the debt they owed. With this realization, Li Weimin wiped away his tears and looked firmly at Chu Yunxuan, indicating his acceptance of the challenge. Everyone else was confused but had a sense of what was going on. Chu Yunxuan was doomed. The power of someone in the law realm was more than enough to easily defeat him without even lifting a finger. Chu Yunxuan gathered his thunderous energy, hoping to avoid harming himself as he had seen in the dream. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, ready to use his dodge card at any moment. As the thunder gathered, Chu Yunxuan charged at Li Weimin, aiming a palm strike at him. Li Weimin stood still, and everyone silently thought that someone in the law realm wouldn't need to dodge at all. With a thunderous crash, Chu Yunxuan's palm landed on Li Weimin's chest. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment, but then they saw Li Weimin clutching his chest and retreating with a pained expression. He couldn't believe he couldn't withstand the blow and had no choice but to admit defeat. What terrifying power! I can't withstand your attack. I concede, Li Weimin said, leaving everyone stunned. The crowd felt the situation had taken a strange turn, a thought shared by everyone present. How could Chu Yunxuan, someone in the profound body realm, easily defeat someone in the law realm? It was beyond belief. It was obvious that Li Weimin was pretending to be defeated, and his performance was so poor that it made everyone chuckle. Even Qin Zhenhai, who had been ready to step in and help, wondered if he was dreaming. Chu Yunxuan's expression turned grim, and he couldn't help but shout, Brother, what are you doing? Why are you deliberately losing to me? I, Chu Yunxuan, must lose to match the dream's plot and receive the reward. I don't want to win. Li Weimin's act left everyone bewildered, as if they had been thrust into an absurd world. Li Weimin and Chu Yunxuan engaged in a fierce battle, with Chu Yunxuan's strength leaving Li Weimin feeling overwhelmed. Despite Li Weimin's best efforts, he couldn't match Chu Yunxuan's power. The onlookers were both shocked and impressed by the display, their applause thunderous and their praises unending. Secretly, Li Weimin was pleased with himself. He intentionally made Chu Yunxuan appear invincible to save face for his benefactor. His acting skills led everyone to believe that Chu Yunxuan was a peerless master, eliciting admiration from all. Observing the crowd's reaction, Li Weimin felt a sense of satisfaction, determined not to let his benefactor suffer any harm. When Chu Yunxuan challenged him again, Li Weimin displayed an overwhelming aura, once more astonishing the crowd. Although Chu Yunxuan demanded another round, Li Weimin, knowing his own limitations, conceded defeat. Chu Yunxuan, unwilling to accept this, insisted on another fight, but Li Weimin firmly refused, acknowledging his defeat both in heart and words. In the end, Chu Yunxuan realized that his strength far surpassed Li Weimin's, and he felt a surge of excitement because losing the match meant receiving a reward. He approached Li Weimin amicably, requesting that he hit him to complete the task. However, Li Weimin, unwilling to harm his benefactor, declined Chu Yunxuan's request. Their friendship and trust deepened through this confrontation. In the midst of the crowd, a strange scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. A man named Li Weimin suddenly made an odd request. Though somewhat reluctant, Chu Yunxuan eventually nodded in agreement. Li Weimin lightly tapped Chu Yunxuan's chest with a graceful, airy touch. In that instant, Chu Yunxuan suddenly leaped backward, as if propelled by a slingshot, flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd erupted into a commotion, mouths agape in astonishment. Had Li Weimin actually made a move? Despite the impact, Chu Yunxuan clutched his chest, laboriously stood up, and bitterly exclaimed, "Ah, I lost." The crowd was incredulous, marveling at Chu Yunxuan's acting prowess, with some even thinking he must be a heavyweight actor. Li Jin's death seemed to be forgotten by everyone. His body still lay on the ground, his head crushed beyond recognition. However, the crowd's attention shifted to Chu Yunxuan and Li Weimin. Was there some unspeakable connection between them? The situation was utterly bizarre. Li Weimin, you're a member of the Killing Alliance. How can a mere Xian body realm cultivator dare to challenge you without feeling humiliated? What are you planning? And what is Chu Yunxuan up to? Is this some kind of drama? It's truly baffling. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second dream-creating task. You have received 500 attribute points as a reward, and the second system store is now open. Ding! All dream-creating tasks have been completed, and the dream-creating system has been shut down. Please wait for the new system to activate. Upon hearing the system notification, Chu Yunxuan stood up. He realized that although he was determined to avenge Li Jin, his strength was no match for the opponent. The gap in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Thus, Chu Yunxuan cupped his hands and said, "Righteousness and evil cannot coexist. I thank you, senior, for sparing me from serious injury." Li Weimin was about to speak when he suddenly sensed several auras around him. His pupils contracted, and he turned to Chu Yunxuan, saying, "Kid, you dare challenge me. Your courage is commendable, standing up for justice, but," he changed his tone, "I never harmed the innocent, so I'll spare your life today." Hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. Li Weimin was a man of principle, which explained why he hadn't attacked Chu Yunxuan. It seemed reasonable now. However, Li Weimin added, "But if such a situation arises again, I won't be so lenient." With that, he vanished from the spot, leaving behind his words and a sense of realization. He understood that showing too much favoritism towards Chu Yunxuan could lead to misunderstandings, which was undesirable. Therefore, before leaving, he publicly explained why he hadn't harmed Chu Yunxuan, believing that everyone would understand his decision and not doubt him. After Li Weimin left, several powerful forces pursued him. Li Jin's father, accompanied by a few members of the Divine Alliance, appeared before the crowd. His hands trembled as he knelt on the ground, grabbing the arm of one of the Divine Alliance members and shouting excitedly, "Kill Li Weimin! You must kill him for me." Pointing at Chu Yunxuan, Li Jin's father accused him of colluding with Li Weimin and being involved with the Killing Alliance, demanding that he be taken away for thorough investigation. Qin Jinhai stepped in front of Chu Yunxuan and said, "Captain Li, we understand your pain of losing a son. Indeed, there was animosity between Chu Yunxuan and Li Jin, but this matter has nothing to do with Chu Yunxuan. Li Jin died because he insulted Li Weimin's mother. You know how important she is to him, right?" The girls nearby nodded in agreement. Yes, although Yunxuan had conflicts with Li Jin, do you know what he just did? He stood up and challenged Li Weimin to seek justice for Li Jin. You should be grateful to him, not suspicious. It's truly disheartening. As members of the Divine Alliance, we should uphold justice and not act impulsively, The crowd expressed their understanding. Chu Yunxuan spoke with deep emotion. Everyone, please stop arguing. After all, my son has passed away, and we cannot blame Captain Li. He emphasized the words to convey the gravity of his son's death. Then, Chu Yunxian continued. A son we've raised for over 20 years, our only child, is suddenly gone. This blow is like a knife to the heart, unbearably painful. It's hard for anyone to stay calm. I understand. Captain Li, please accept my condolences. Chu Yunxian knew that unless Li Jin was a member of the Assassin's League, it would be difficult to find someone at the Xintian level to assassinate him. And in this plot, Li Jin's father must be involved. Chu Yunxuan's words made Li Jin's father feel utterly disgusted. He couldn't suppress his anger and started coughing. You, this guy, isn't he just rubbing salt in the wound? He's obviously looking for trouble.
Fine.
Just you wait. He pointed at Chu Yunxian, his face full of rage.
Chu Yunxuan frowned.
Do you have any sense of decency? What does it matter if you're a member of the Divine Alliance? I was just trying to say something fair for your son, and now you want me to wait? I won't put up with that. All I can say is, you reap what you sow. How ridiculous. With that, Chu Yunxian turned and walked away. Well said. Exactly. And this is the kind of person the Divine Alliance has? They should be expelled. They're a disgrace to the Divine Alliance. Even though I have some complaints about Chu Yunxian, he's shown great courage and is worthy of respect in saving people and other matters. The Li family is truly shameful.
Chu Yunxuan.
Li Jin's father clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian walked home with a smile. Xiao Qiyue had taught him her spiritual skill, the Fengchen Tianyin art. He needed to practice it diligently. The Fengchen Tianyin art had 7 levels. Xiao Qiyue said she had practiced for 20 years and only reached the 6th level. With his God-level comprehension, Chu Yunxian naturally wouldn't need that long. System, allocate all attribute points to strength. Ding. Attribute points added successfully. Chu Yunxian immediately felt his strength increase. Although he was only at the 5th star of the Xintian body realm, he felt his strength had reached the 7th star level. Fighting above his level would be easy. Open the second system shop. The second system shop offered attribute exchanges, allowing attributes to be exchanged for system points, with 1,000 system points equaling 1 attribute point. Explosive card, a powerful sounding card, effective below the Xintian realm, costs 10,000 system points. Attribute immunity card. After use, it can resist one type of attribute power, making the user immune to all attacks of that attribute for the next hour. Limited to 1 use per day, costs 100,000 system points. Spiritual energy explosion. Allows the release of a spiritual energy explosion, instantly killing opponents below the law realm. Costs 500,000 system points, redeemable once a month. Salty lollipop. A lollipop with a salty taste that increases favorability by 20 points. Can be used only once per target, costs 500,000 system points. Divination card. Allows divination of a desired question, with more detailed results for simpler questions. Costs 1 million system points. Talent skill exchange. Allows the random acquisition of a system-exclusive talent skill. Costs 1 million system points. Chu Yunxian held the Celestial Sovereign card in his hand, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. This card could grant him the power of a 1-star Celestial Sovereign for a full minute, a rare and precious opportunity. Though it required a hefty expenditure of 10 million system points, he believed it was worth every bit. The taste of the salty lollipop lingered in his mouth, evoking a flood of emotions. Another talent skill exchange. Chu Yunxian murmured to himself, a mix of curiosity and excitement swirling within him. This shared life, unshared death, talent skill he had acquired earlier had already proven immensely beneficial. Now, he had the chance to obtain a new talent skill, and the prospect filled him with exhilaration. Without hesitation, he spent another 1 million system points to exchange for the mysterious talent skill. Brimming with anticipation, he wondered what kind of surprise awaited him this time. Chu Yunxian was filled with anticipation about the potential of his innate abilities. Even though these abilities were randomly assigned, he dreamed of acquiring something as powerful as life and death bond, which would make him invincible. In his imagination, if he could get another ability of similar caliber, he might even challenge the demon gods. However, when he learned that his randomly assigned ability was regeneration, he felt somewhat disappointed. As he examined the effects of the regeneration ability, he sighed inwardly. This ability could instantly restore him to peak condition, including his spiritual energy, but it required a 1-month cooldown. This is the epitome of survival skills, he thought to himself. Despite his disappointment, he had to admit that the regeneration ability was indeed formidable. As long as it wasn't on cooldown, he could fight recklessly without fear. Who would dare to go all out against him then? Upon returning home, Chu Yunxian noticed that Lin Ya was still in the beast realm and hadn't come back yet. However, she had prepared dinner for him. After eating, Chu Yunxian began to meditate. At midnight, he suddenly received a new system notification, the power doubling system. This system would double his combat power for an entire day, with rewards for each defeated opponent. Chu Yunxuan opened his eyes, thinking this system was terrible compared to the previous ones. Simply doubling his combat power wouldn't elevate him to the Xintian realm. He was currently at the 5th star of the Xin body realm, and even with double power, he wouldn't reach the Xintian level. This system would last for 2 days? He didn't even feel like going to the beast realm. Facing Xintian and divine realm beasts with this system seemed like a death sentence. He decided to focus on his training and wait for a more powerful system to activate. The next day, Lin Ya returned. Seeing Chu Yunxuan in the midst of his training, she didn't disturb him. Another day passed. By the following morning, Chu Yunxuan finished his training. He felt that he had reached the 6th star of the Xin body realm, but that wasn't what mattered. The key was that his Fengchen Tianyan technique had reached the 3rd major level. Now, whenever he activated this technique, his level would surge to the 9th star of the Xin body realm. Coupled with his inherent strength, he should be able to challenge the Xintian realm with ease. The new system would activate at midnight. Chu Yunxuan contemplated training until the new system kicked in, but reaching the 4th level of the Fengchen Tianyan technique, even with his divine comprehension, would be challenging in a short time. He decided to visit Tianhua University, hoping to defeat some opponents and gain rewards. The cooldown for the big roulette had also ended, and when he spun it, he won the 8th star Xin level martial skill, Dragon Roar Fist. Though it was just a Xin level skill, it was still an improvement for him. Chu Yunxuan got up and left his room, finding that Lin Ya had already prepared breakfast and left a note. She had gone back to the beast realm for more training. He silently prayed for her breakthrough to the divine realm, even though he couldn't assist her. After some thought, Chu Yunxuan headed to Tianhua University. Today, the atmosphere at Tianhua University was unusual. Many students were gathered, seemingly watching something. As he approached, he noticed that many girls were excited. Yu Qinren ran over, greeting Chu Yunxuan with a smile. After inquiring about the situation, Chu Yunxuan learned that today was the day for the traditional sparring match between Tianhua University and Tianyang University. For the martial arts university, honor and reputation are of utmost importance, as they reflect the university's prestige. Tianhua University, renowned as the top martial arts academy in Tianhua City, earned its title through numerous intense competitions. However, its true golden era was during the tenure of students like Lin Ya, Jiang Ying, Song Shuheng, and Shi Chuxue. Nowadays, with the emergence of intermediate and beginner classes, Tianhua University seems to be in decline. Chu Yunxuan had a fleeting thought that perhaps he could seize this opportunity to challenge the students of Tianyang University and complete his system task. Nevertheless, he felt that joining a prestigious academy like Tianhua University was not a necessity for him. Learning Xiao Qiue's spatial skills and laze techniques was already sufficient. Chu Yunxuan's friend, Yu Qinren, scratched his head with a smile and told him he had been selected for the challenge team. Every time, the Martial Arts Academy selects 30 students for sparring challenges, and these individuals are undoubtedly the strongest among the beginner and intermediate classes. After wishing Yu Qinren good luck, Chu Yunxuan quickly left. At that moment, a male student approached Chu Yunxuan, informing him that the dean wanted to see him. Understanding the message, Chu Yunxuan thanked the student and headed to the dean's office. In the office, Dean Qin Zhenhai was pacing anxiously, with several instructors standing before him. With a sigh, Qin Zhenhai said, "This year, Tianhua University is likely to be surpassed by Tianyang University. Since the graduation of talents like Shi Chuxue, Jiang Ying, and Song Shuheng, our recruitment quality has generally been inferior to Tianyang universities. In recent years, Tianyang University has received support from provincial-level advanced martial arts academies, making their faculty undoubtedly stronger than ours." Qin Zhenhai continued, "In the intermediate class, we can't even find 20 students at the Shenyang level. At this rate, how can we compete with Tianyang University?" An instructor added, "Under normal circumstances, students in the intermediate class should be at the Mingqiao level, but our intermediate class currently has only 15 students at the Xintian level. In contrast, Tianyang University is known to have 25 students at the Xintian level." Qin Zhenhai lamented further, "What's even more unacceptable is that the top student in Tianyang University's intermediate class, Zhao Shiji, has already reached the Xintian level. He is practically unbeatable." Another instructor noted, "Zhao Shiji is a top talent of his cohort, potentially even surpassing Song Shuheng in the future. It makes sense that he remains in the intermediate class, given his level." Qin Zhenhai sighed, knowing that Tianyang University was almost certain to win this competition. He didn't want to lose too badly, so he was eager for Chu Yunxuan to join the team, hoping it would increase their chances, even if just a little. He wanted Chu Yunxuan to join Tianhua University's 30-member intermediate class team, hoping to slightly improve their odds. While it was unlikely they would win overall, he at least didn't want to lose too disgracefully. At that moment, a knock on the door was heard, and Chu Yunxuan entered, asking, "Dean, you wanted to see me?" Chu Yunxuan softly called out Qin Zhenhai's name. his voice carrying a hint of warmth and familiarity. Qin Jinhai immediately put on a fawning smile and quickly walked over to Chu Yunxuan. As Chu Yunxuan looked at him, a glint of caution flickered in his eyes, as if he had seen through Qin Jinhai's little schemes. Trying to act nonchalant, Qin Jinhai grinned and said, "Is there something you need my help with, Chu Yunxuan?" Chu Yunxuan, however, replied with an air of mystery, "Qin Jinhai, you really know how to talk?" Seeing the confused and suspicious look on Qin Jinhai's face, Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, "This guy is really a bit petty." Chu Yunxuan gazed at Qin Jinhai, feeling his enthusiasm, and instinctively took a step back. He thought to himself, "What is this guy up to?" Cautiously eyeing Qin, he asked, "What's the matter?" With a smile, Qin invited him to sit down and have some tea. Chu bluntly stated that if there was something to discuss, they should get straight to the point. Qin proposed that Chu join the Tianhua University intermediate team for a match against Tianyang University. Chu, not wanting to reveal he wasn't a Tianhua student, pressed for the benefits. Qin, aware of the situation, was confident he could persuade him. Coincidentally, Chu wanted to make use of the remaining time on his combat power doubling system to earn some rewards. Qin revealed that the reward was a top-tier Shin-level 10-star thunder technique. Chu realized that in a place like Tianhua City, such a technique was already top-notch. Apart from a few elite warriors, most were at this level. Additionally, there was a 30,000 yuan reward. Chu smiled and questioned the value of the technique, implying that the extra money seemed unnecessary. Qin clarified that he just wanted Chu, a student at the Shin body level, to bring glory to their intermediate team. As long as Chu could win one match, the money was just an added incentive. The technique was the real cost, making the deal seem fair. Chu couldn't help but smile, thinking, this old guy sure knows how to reason. Finally, Chu nodded in agreement. Qin patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him that he only needed to defeat his opponent to bring honor to Tianhua University. At the Tianyang University arena, Qin Jinhai had already arrived with his team. Xiao Qiyue also joined the crowd. All eyes were on Chu Yunxuan, who was surrounded by female students from Tianyang University, looking like a celebrity. Chu shouted, "Who's cheering for me today?" The girls excitedly yelled, "Yunxian brother." Chu then suggested that the loudest cheerer would get a chance to go on a date with him. This immediately caused a frenzy among the girls. The atmosphere grew tense as people watched the scene unfold. Someone angrily shouted, "Is this Chu Yunxian? He's too handsome. This guy's too much. Can someone do something? My girlfriend is smitten with him. I really want to punch him." The crowd buzzed with discussions, questioning Chu's identity and his eligibility to compete. Some even called for him to leave. However, others found the situation amusing and looked forward to seeing him get beaten up. Qin Jinhai, seeing how Chu had captivated the female students of Tianyang University, was pleased and beamed with satisfaction. Even though Tianhua University might lose the match, they had already dealt a psychological blow to Tianyang University. Principal Zhao Huayang was furious, trembling as he watched his female students fawn over Chu Yunxian. Zhao Huayang glared at Qin Jinhai standing before him, seething with anger and resentment. This old man had the audacity to pull such a stunt on him, cunning and despicable to the core. Pointing at Qin Jinhai, he demanded, "Qin Jinhai, what exactly are you trying to do?" Qin Jinhai responded with a mild smile, "Dean Zhao, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Huayang then pointed at Chu Yunxian. "Is Chu Yunxian a student of Tianhua University?" Qin Jinhai calmly replied, "Chu Yunxian is a student of our professor, Xiao Qiyue, at Tianhua University." Zhao Huayang trembled with rage, unable to conceal his fury. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Fine, I won't argue with you. Just don't regret it." He decided to give Chu Yunxian a chance to vent his anger. In the crowd, Chen Haobin's gaze fell on Chu Yunxian. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. Because of Chu Yunxian, his family had nearly been destroyed. His grandfather, Chen Ziyan, had almost been stripped of his position as president of the Bounty Guild, all because of Chu Yunxian. Chen Haobin called out to Zhao Shiji, "Zhao Shiji, I need a favor. If you encounter Chu Yunxian in the competition, please teach him a lesson for me." Zhao Shiji smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll make sure justice is served." Chen Haobin nodded gratefully, placing his trust in Zhao Shiji. Zhao Huayang and Qin Jinhai stood together as Zhao Huayang announced, "The annual Academy Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. Now, Tianyang University will face off against Tianhua University. Dean Qin, please announce the rules." Qin Jinhai explained succinctly, "The rules are simple. There are 2 arenas, one for the junior class and one for the intermediate class. Each class will send out 30 participants in a 1v1 format. The loser is eliminated, and the winner advances until one side is completely defeated." Having said that, Qin Jinhai sighed inwardly, knowing that Tianhua University was already outmatched in terms of strength. The competition began, with participants from Tianyang University and Tianhua University taking the stage one after another. The contestants from Tianyang University performed exceptionally well, while Tianhua University struggled and faced repeated setbacks. Despite Qin Zhenhai's efforts to boost morale, the situation did not improve. In the final match, Chu Yunxuan stood on the stage, brimming with confidence. Chu Yunxuan stepped onto the martial arts stage, and a group of female students couldn't help but cheer loudly, "Go, Yunxuan! We love you!" Their shouts were filled with passion and support. Ding Zhaohuayang watched the scene with a twitching mouth and couldn't help but frown. He pointed angrily at the group of female students from Tianyang University and shouted, "Quiet down! Which school are you from?" Standing nearby, Qin Zhenhai also felt a bit worried and furrowed his brows. He thought to himself, "Oh no, Cui Xiaoxing, your opponent is the formidable Chu Yunxian. What bad luck. I was hoping Yunxian could secure a victory for Tianhua University." At that moment, Xiao Qiues smiled and said, "Don't worry, Xiaoxian won't lose." Qin Zhenhai looked at her in confusion, and she explained, "Just now, Xiaoxian told me you looked familiar."
Familiar?
Qin Zhenhai was momentarily stunned. He then turned his gaze towards the martial arts stage, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. On the martial arts stage, a beautiful girl walked forward gracefully. Zhao Huayang from Tianyang University glanced disdainfully at Chu Yunxian.
Chu Yunxuan.
"How dare you harm my granddaughter? And you, Qin Zhenhai, you actually want Chu Yunxian to come and disrupt the order at Tianyang University? Ridiculous. I will definitely win this top university in Tianhua City." The surrounding students of Tianyang University showed schadenfreude expressions. Chu Yunxian is really unlucky to face Cui Xiaoxing. She's at the 7th level of the Xin body realm. He's bound to get a lesson. Some people felt a bit sorry, thinking that if Chu Yunxian had faced a male student from Tianyang University, his fate might have been even worse. It would have been more interesting if he had encountered Lu Shiji, but oh well. Still, Cui Xiaoxing will definitely beat him to a pulp. Keep mocking him. The match begins. Chu Yunxian stared at Cui Xiaoxing in front of him. Chu Yunxian, at the 6th level of the Xin body realm, seeks to learn. As soon as he spoke, everyone was stunned. What? Chu Yunxian is at the 6th level of the Xin body realm? No way. Didn't he fail to get into university before? How is this possible? It must be Lin Ya who helped him, otherwise it's impossible. But Cui Xiaoxing is at the 7th level, and she's also of the thunder attribute. She will definitely win. Zhao Huayang frowned. 6th level of the Xin body realm? Doesn't matter. Cui Xiaoxing is at the 7th level, with a thunder attribute. And even though she's a girl, she's ranked in the top 10 of the intermediate class. She can definitely defeat Chu Yunxian. Cui Xiaoxing looked at Chu Yunxian, biting her lips slightly. Cui Xiaoxing from Tianyang University, 7th level of the Xin body realm. I seek to learn from you. She finished speaking with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if she had been suppressing her emotions for a long time. The next moment, Cui Xiaoxing ran crying towards Chu Yunxian and threw herself into his arms. "Ah, Yunxian Gij, I missed you so much. Ah." Everyone was dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Xiao Qiues said to Qin Zhenhai, "See? His ex-girlfriend showed up. Chu Yunxian is sure to win." Qin Zhenhai swallowed and smiled. This guy, he's so lucky, isn't he? On the martial arts stage, Cui Xiaoxing broke free from Chu Yunxuan's embrace and wiped her tears. "I won't fight Yunxian Gij." Then she announced, "I concede." With that, she jumped off the stage. Everyone was at a loss. Zhao Huayang coughed a few times, staggered back a step, and pressed his right hand to his heart, feeling a pang of pain. What a disaster! The crowd was in an uproar. Oh my god, what just happened? Chu Yunxian actually won? Unbelievable.
Cui Xiaoxing, my goddess.
Chu Yunxian, I really want to kill you. Damn it. Chen Haobin clenched his fists in anger. At this moment, Chu Yunxian called out in the dialogue system, System, reward. Ding. The battle power doubling system prompts. The host needs to defeat the opponent to receive the reward. Chu Yunxian stood on the stage, feeling elated. The system notification chimed, announcing his victory over a 7-star opponent in the Xin body realm, earning him a reward of 500,000 system points. Chu Yunxuan's face lit up with a satisfied smile, feeling an immense sense of gratification. The female referee from Tianyang University looked at the dean, somewhat at a loss. Eventually, she declared Chu Yunxian the winner. Yu Qianren shouted excitedly, "Brother Xian, you're amazing." Qin Zhenhai and Zhao Huayang hugged each other, displaying their sportsmanship. After calming down a bit, Zhao Huayang loudly announced the commencement of the next match. Just as the next match was about to start, Chu Yunxian suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Everyone turned to him with puzzled expressions. Chu Yunxian proposed, "How about we speed things up, deans? Let's have a direct showdown. I'll challenge all the contestants from Tianyang University. If I defeat them, wouldn't that mean Tianhua University wins?" The crowd was shocked and confused. unable to fathom Chu Yunxuan's audacity. Despite this, they admired his boldness. Zhao Huayang sneered and agreed to Chu Yunxuan's proposal, a hint of mockery in his expression. Thus, Chu Yunxian sat on the stage, ready to face Tianyang University's challengers. The big screen started randomly matching contestants, and finally, it was determined that Chu Yunxuan's opponent would be Yang Wu. Seeing this matchup, the crowd burst into laughter, believing that Chu Yunxian would lose in the first round. However, when Yang Wu stepped onto the stage, she suddenly rushed towards Chu Yunxian, throwing herself into his arms and crying uncontrollably, "Brother Yunxian, I've missed you so much." This scene left the audience dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening. Even though Zhao Huayang sneered, expressing disdain, the emotional exchange between Chu Yunxian and Yang Wu brought an unexpected warmth to the scene. This surprising display of emotion piqued the crowd's curiosity and earned Chu Yunxian even more respect. Yang Wu stood on her tiptoes, gently kissed Chu Yunxian on the cheek, her eyes filled with deep affection. "Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life," she said, her voice brimming with love. Zhao Huayang snapped out of his daze, staring at Yang Wu in astonishment.
Yang Wu, you?
He began, but Yang Wu suddenly declared, "I concede." Without hesitation, she jumped off the martial arts platform. Zhao Huayang clenched his fists, his heart aching as he staggered back a few steps. He couldn't help but wonder what he had done in his past life to deserve this. The scene before him was unbelievable. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Defeated a 7-star opponent in the Xian body realm. Awarded 500,000 system points. Chu Yunxian then raised his arm and shouted, "Next!" All eyes turned to Chu Yunxian on the platform, their expressions filled with anger. Zhao Huayang, fuming, yelled, "Match me up!" The large screen began to scroll, showing Chu Yunxian versus Xiao Yufan. Qin Zhenhai glanced at Xiao Qiyue, smiling and nodding. "This Xiao Yufan." Xiao Qiyue's eyes showed a hint of recognition. "I think I've seen her before," he said softly. Qin Zhenhai frowned, thinking to himself, "This Xiao Yufan?" As Xiao Yufan stepped onto the platform, the crowd started buzzing with conversation. "How can Xiao Yufan possibly be a match? Chu Yunxian is too powerful," someone hesitated. Xiao Yufan, along with Yang Wu and Cui Xiaoxing, is one of the top 3 female fighters in the intermediate class. She should be able to handle Chu Yunxian. But another person worriedly shook their head. "No way. Absolutely no way. Chu Yunxian can't be that invincible." The air was heavy with sighs as everyone felt the weight of the situation. Zhao Huayang pointed at Xiao Yufan, angrily shouting, "Xiao Yufan, no matter what, if you dare to concede, I will expel you immediately." Upon hearing this, the surrounding boys breathed a sigh of relief, sensing the direction things were headed. Qin Zhenhai frowned, deep in thought. Something feels off. He mused, but he knew that Chu Yunxian had already defeated 2 powerful opponents, which was impressive enough. Xiao Yufan bit her lip, a chill emanating from her as she firmly said, "Brother Yunxian, the dean has spoken. I must give it my all. Let's do this." Chu Yunxuan's eyes were resolute as he responded, "Let's do this." Xiao Yufan then launched a frosty punch at Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian gathered his thunderous power and met her head-on. Their fists collided, unleashing a massive burst of energy. In the next moment, Xiao Yufan clutched her stomach, retreating in pain before finally collapsing to her knees. "You're too strong. I can't defeat you. I admit, I lost." Zhao Huayang stood dumbfounded, as did everyone around him. He stumbled back, luckily caught by someone. He muttered in despair, "What kind of terrible fate is this? How did I end up causing such a situation?" The crowd was speechless, their sighs echoing through the air. The clash between Chu Yunxian and Xiao Yufan seemed to resonate deeply with everyone present. Chu Yunxian has consecutively defeated 3 7-star warriors from Tianyang University. This achievement undoubtedly thrust him into the spotlight. At this moment, the expressions of Qin Zhenhai and Zhao Huayang couldn't be more different. Qin Zhenhai was beaming, almost excessively so. He couldn't contain his excitement and silently cheered in his heart. Even if Tianhua University were to lose overall, Qin Zhenhai was already satisfied. His initial plan had been to bring in Chu Yunxian to secure at least one victory to alleviate Tianhua University's slump. But now, Chu Yunxian had won 3 matches in a row. The performance of Tianhua University had improved significantly. Everyone present was stunned, witnessing what seemed to be the most incredible scenario they had ever seen. Who could have imagined such a turn of events? Especially for the intermediate class students of Tianyang University, who were not ordinary girls but possessed martial talents, this streak of victories was beyond belief. Chen Haobin was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. It was all too incredible. He regretted advancing to the Xintian realm so early. The dean of Tianyang University, Zhao Huayang, regained his composure, his face showing anger as he loudly ordered the next match to begin. The big screen displayed Chu Yunxuan from Tianhua University versus Gua Hao from Tianyang University. Everyone was fuming. Finally, a male competitor, and they couldn't wait any longer. Gua Hao, teach him a good lesson. This is too much. He's too arrogant. You must defeat him. Although both Gua Hao and Chu Yunxuan were six-star warriors, Gua Hao's strength was formidable. Previously, Chu Yunxuan might have won by luck, but against a strong opponent like Gua Hao, luck would no longer be a factor. Facing the Dean Zhao Huayang's gaze, Gua Hao appeared calm and confident. The Dean signaled him to go all out, causing a pang in Gua Hao's heart, but he ultimately decided to give it his all. On the martial stage, Gua Hao glanced at Chu Yunxuan, his eyes filled with disdain and confidence. He mocked, Chu Yunxuan, if you're smart, you'll kneel and surrender now, giving up the champion's seat to me. I can easily defeat everyone from Tianhua University. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead. His words sparked excitement and support among the spectators, who cheered for such a bold taunt. Chu Yunxuan looked at Gua Hao calmly. He slowly raised his right hand and extended his index finger, whispering, one move. Gua Hao frowned, and the people around looked at him in confusion before bursting into laughter. Everyone was talking about it. Oh my god, did I hear that right? Chu Yunxuan said he could defeat Gua Hao in one move? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Does he really think his previous victories were all due to his skill? Ridiculous. He's so full of himself. Lu Shiji couldn't help but laugh out loud, while Qin Zhenhai furrowed his brows, filled with doubt. One move? How is that possible? They're at the same level. On the stage, Gua Hao snapped back to reality, then threw his head back in laughter, his breath aimed at Chu Yunxuan. He stifled his laughter and looked at Chu Yunxuan. What are you saying? Do you really think you can defeat me in one move? Chu Yunxuan replied calmly, why not? Gua Hao couldn't help but applaud, praising sarcastically, amazing, Chu Yunxuan. You're the real master of arrogance. Losing isn't shameful, but being so cocky now, if you lose, you'll be a laughingstock. Then, Gua Hao's body glowed with a golden light as he provocatively said, come on, show me how you defeat me in one move. With that, Chu Yunxuan charged at Gua Hao with lightning speed, throwing a punch. The speed took Gua Hao by surprise, but he was not afraid. Fool, do you think having lightning attributes makes you invincible? Gua Hao focused his spiritual energy into his right fist and met the attack head-on. The lightning attribute was indeed powerful, but they were at the same level, and Gua Hao, with his metal attribute, had greatly enhanced defense and strength. Chu Yunxuan hadn't even released his martial skill yet, so how could he possibly defeat Gua Hao in a fist-to-fist clash? Gua Hao even aimed to smash Chu Yunxuan's finger, thinking that relying on lightning alone was foolish against a metal attribute opponent. Lu Shiji, the only Xintian realm student in Tianyang University's intermediate class, appeared calm and composed, as if he had already predicted the outcome. Then, the two fists collided in mid-air, unleashing a massive force around them. Suddenly, a scream echoed, followed by Gua Hao being sent flying off the stage. He landed heavily on the ground, clutching his arm, groaning in pain. The onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief. What? It ended with one move? Unbelievable. They're at the same level, and Chu Yunxuan didn't even use a high-level lightning skill, while Gua Hao had the metal attribute. How is this possible?
Absolutely impossible.
At the same level, a single lightning strike shouldn't be able to defeat a metal attribute user like Gua Hao. It should have been Gua Hao's victory. Although the lightning attribute is powerful, it's mainly known for its destructive power. In a fist-to-fist clash, the metal attribute is unbeatable. How did Chu Yunxuan do it? The girls watching screamed excitedly, so cool. Zhao Huayang frowned, staring at Chu Yunxuan. How is this possible? Even the most powerful people in Tianhua City, like Shi Chuxue and Jiang Ying, couldn't defeat a metal attribute warrior of the same level this way. When Chu Yunxuan refrained from unleashing his powerful martial skills, Qin Zhenhai's laughter echoed across the arena. He laughed heartily, saying, Dean Zhao, my apologies, better luck next time. Chu Yunxuan, having already won 4 consecutive matches at Tianhua University, grinned smugly, his confidence unshaken. Zhao Huayang pointed at the unabashedly laughing Qin Zhenhai but found himself speechless. At that moment, Gua Hao stood up and shouted, it doesn't count. I was caught off guard. Let's go again. Despite being astonished by Chu Yunxuan's strength, he believed his initial mistake was the cause of his defeat. The crowd suddenly understood. If Gua Hao had underestimated his opponent, then everything made sense. Zhao Huayang angrily questioned, defeated by someone of the same level? Aren't you ashamed? Do you want to lose again? Gua Hao gritted his teeth, unable to respond. Chu Yunxuan, on the other hand, appeared quite cheerful. The system only rewards points, but it's always in the hundreds of thousands. This time, it should be at least 3 or 4 million, right? Next, he said nonchalantly, drawing disdain from the onlookers. Suddenly, a male student approached Gua Hao and sneered, pathetic. You got beaten by someone at the same level with a metal attribute. You should sit at the kid's table from now on. Guahao glared at him, but remained silent. Immediately after, Guahao leaped onto the stage and addressed Zhao Huayang. Dean, since this is a tournament, why bother with random selections on the big screen? Anyone who thinks they can beat me, step up? Zhao Huayang nodded and turned to Lu Shang, saying, don't underestimate him. Give it your all. You must win. Lu Shang let out a cold laugh, and then turned to Chu Yunxuan. If I lose, I'll have my head chopped off, he said arrogantly. I'm going to cripple him. Chu Yunxuan, do you dare to fight me? I've defeated a 9th-star Xian body stage fighter before, and you're just a 7th-star. You don't stand a chance. Surrender now. The crowd urged Chu Yunxuan to concede, as if they could already envision Lu Shang crushing him. Chu Yunxuan looked at the confident and haughty Lu Shang, smiled slightly, then raised his hand and extended his index finger, his lips moving subtly. With one move, everyone was left stunned. The sound of Chu Yunxuan's voice gradually faded, leaving the room in complete silence. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a burst of laughter as people doubled over, unable to contain their amusement. Seriously? This guy's bluffing skills are off the charts. Defeat Lu Shang with one move? Lu Shang is at the 7th star of the Xian body realm, a whole star higher than him, and he's even beaten opponents at the 9th star before. One move? That's hilarious. Everyone started to mock. If Chu Yunxuan can really defeat Lu Shang with one move, I'll drink the school's septic tank dry. Count me in, haha. Me too. This guy's such a poser. It's killing me. Even Xiao Qiyue, who usually trusted Chu Yunxuan, couldn't help but worry after hearing this. Lu Shang's reputation was no joke. Reaching the 5th star of the Xian body realm was rare enough, but defeating opponents 2 stars above? In some ways, Lu Shang could even be considered at the 9th star. A 6th-star beating Lu Shang in one move? That was simply impossible. Zhao Huayang turned to the nearby instructors and said, this is a classic case of a nouveau riche mindset. He had a lucky break and awakened to the 6th star, and now he thinks he's invincible. Clearly, he's never faced real hardship. A little setback might actually do him some good. The instructors all nodded in agreement, treating Chu Yunxuan like a joke. Lu Shang was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. You? One move? Defeat me? He stared at Chu Yunxuan as if he were watching a comedy. Chu Yunxuan retorted, is there something wrong with your hearing? Lu Shang laughed along. All right then, show me how you plan to defeat me in one move. With that, Lu Shang's right arm surged with lightning, ready to strike. Lightning coalescing into a ball on his fist. Zhao Huayang watched this scene, his resolve strengthening. At least Lu Shang wasn't underestimating his opponent. Chu Yunxuan's body was enveloped in flames, a fire dragon forming and swiftly merging into his fist. Dragon Roar Fist, an 8th-star Xian technique. The crowd's eyes widened in shock. Fire attribute? Dual attributes of lightning and fire? How is that possible? Why does he have dual attributes? This world is so unfair. He's not only handsome but also has dual attributes? What a show-off. But so what if he has dual attributes? Lightning is clearly stronger, so why choose fire? Isn't that a death wish? One move? Yeah, right? Everyone was stunned by Chu Yunxuan's dual attributes. Although dual attribute warriors weren't unheard of, there were about a dozen in Tianhua City alone. It was hard for them to accept that Chu Yunxuan possessed such abilities. Lu Shang sneered, so you have dual attributes, but why choose fire when lightning is stronger? Oh, I get it. You know you can't defeat me in one move, so you picked fire to have an excuse when you fail. That way, it won't be as embarrassing, right? Ha ha ha. With that, Lu Shang, his fist crackling with lightning, charged at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan stomped his right foot, shattering the martial stage, and met Lu Shang's punch head-on. As lightning and fire collided, everyone expected Chu Yunxuan to be instantly overwhelmed by Lu Shang's lightning punch, or at the very least, thoroughly defeated. Suddenly, the long hair of several girls danced gracefully in the air, as if frozen in time. They felt a powerful force swiftly brush past them, followed by a thunderous crash. All eyes turned to the ground where Lu Shang lay, having created a deep crater upon impact. The onlookers swallowed nervously, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over them. In the collision just now, Lu Shang had been sent flying by the immense force, his speed astonishing everyone. Chu Yunxuan extinguished the flames on his fist and said calmly, I underestimated you. With the power doubling system, mastery over fire attributes, and strength surpassing his opponents, he dominated despite his lower martial arts grade and attribute disadvantage against lightning. The scene fell silent, as if the entire Tianyang University had turned into a quiet library. The next moment, thunderous applause erupted, and everyone stared in shock and disbelief. What just happened? He won with a single move. Incredible. Chu Yunxuan is at a lower realm and has weaker attributes, yet he won so easily? This doesn't make sense. How is it possible? Chu Yunxian is only at the 6th star of the Xian body realm. How could he win in one move? Ah, Yunxian is so cool. Zhao Huayang clutched his chest and staggered back, his face full of disbelief. Even he, a powerful Shun Tong realm expert, couldn't fathom what had just happened. How could Chu Yunxian be this strong? Zhao Shiji frowned, unable to believe it himself. Did Chu Yunxian secretly use other martial techniques? Or did he have some special spirit artifact enhancing him? Otherwise, this strength was unexplainable. Gua Hao, who had lost to Chu Yunxian, mockingly cheered, "You got one shot too. Come join me at the kids' table." Xiao Qiyue's jaw dropped in amazement. So cool? Qin Zhenhai was dumbfounded, not knowing how to explain it. Why didn't we recruit him back then? Could Chu Yunxian really become a formidable force? What exactly happened to him? Qin Zhenhai couldn't help but laugh in admiration. Chu Yunxian has won 5 times in a row. Zhao Huayang trembled with rage. Impossible. How could Tianyang University be brought down by this Chu Yunxian? Another figure suddenly stepped forward. "I'll take him on." Zhao Huayang stared intently at him and said gravely, "You may leave now, Dean. I do not fear him, for I have already reached the 9th star of the Xian body realm." With a firm voice, he commanded again, "Leave." His gaze then shifted to another figure, Zhao Shiji. "Zhao Shiji," he called out. "Here," Zhao Shiji responded. "It's your turn. I want you to defeat him, and then crush all the opponents from Tianhua University. Can you do that?" Zhao Huayang demanded loudly. Zhao Shiji replied coolly, "No problem." "Good. Go," Zhao Huayang said. He glanced at Chu Yunxian on the platform, feeling a bit gloomy. He realized that only by sending Zhao Shiji, who was in the Xian heaven realm, could they secure victory. Otherwise, even if others won, the reputation of Tianyang University would suffer. Zhao Shiji, being in the Xian heaven realm, could not possibly fail. He must defeat Chu Yunxian and then overpower the other competitors from Tianhua University to restore their lost face. Qin Zhenhai frowned. Chu Yunxian had already surprised him greatly. He thought it was enough. How could Zhao Shiji, who was in the Xian heaven realm, lose? Zhao Shiji then gracefully stepped onto the fighting platform. Although the audience was shocked by Chu Yunxuan's strength, they felt relieved seeing Zhao Shiji take the stage. Zhao Shiji was the only genius in the Xian heaven realm among the 4 major academies, on par with talents like Song Shuheng. With the formidable power of the Xian heaven realm, how could he lose? Chu Yunxuan's performance was indeed surprising, easily defeating Lu Shang and even forcing Zhao Shiji to step up. Initially, they thought Zhao Shiji wouldn't need to fight personally to secure a win. Now, it seemed certain that as long as someone from the Xian heaven realm fought, Chu Yunxian would surely lose. However, Chu Yunxian had already performed exceptionally well, defeating Gua Hao and Lu Shang with a single move each. Even if he lost to Zhao Shiji, it wouldn't be disgraceful, as losing to someone in the Xian heaven realm was no shame. The crowd gritted their teeth. Zhao Shiji stared at Chu Yunxian, then slowly raised his hand, mimicking Chu Yunxuan's previous move by extending his right index finger. He said calmly, "One move is all it takes." Chu Yunxian raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Is this guy trying to be cool like me?" He smiled at Zhao Shiji. "It doesn't matter. The important thing is, one move is enough," Zhao Shiji replied indifferently. Chu Yunxian chuckled, a bit confident, "But that's not something you can just pretend." Chu Yunxian felt utterly exasperated. Zhao Shiji wasn't just showing off. He was even copying his style of showing off, mimicking him. When Zhao Shiji nonchalantly performed a move just like Chu Yunxian had, the onlookers didn't think much of it. It seemed impossible to end a fight with just one move, especially in a battle between someone at the Xintian level and someone at the Xuani level. Despite Chu Yunxuan's rather exaggerated display, defeating an opponent of the same level with one move and even taking down Lu Shang, who was at the Xuani 7 stars level, it seemed to be the end of the line. Haha, some people's level of showing off is beyond me. And you think you can show off at the Xuani level? Zhao Shiji scoffed as he looked at Chu Yunxian with disdain. Then, brimming with confidence, he continued, "I'm curious, how many moves would it take to defeat me?" Chu Yunxian smiled, slowly raised a finger, and said, "Just one move." The moment Chu Yunxuan's words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment, followed by familiar laughter. "Are you crazy? A Xintian level with just one move? Ha ha ha. I admit he's impressive, but now I can only say what a clown. A clown who talks too much. Laughable. A Xuani 6 stars claiming to defeat a Xintian 1 star in one move? Ha ha ha. Even if you brought Shi Chuxue here, she wouldn't dare say such a thing. How many people on Blue Star can actually do that? Truly a show-off, my goodness." Zhao Shiji laughed out loud. "One move? To defeat me? Come on then, show me what you've got." Chu Yunxian shook his head with a smile and said, "You go first. Didn't you say you'd defeat me in one move? Go ahead." Zhao Shiji replied, "If I defeat you in one move, you won't have the chance to defeat me in one." Chu Yunxian calmly said, "Go ahead, but let me remind you, if you can't defeat me in one move, it'll be quite embarrassing." Zhao Shiji burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, earlier, I remember a brother saying if you could defeat Lu Shang in one move, he'd drink all the sewage from Tianyang University, right? So there's no need to talk about embarrassment. If I can't defeat you in one move, I'll drink it for him. How about that? The crowd below, especially many male students from Tianyang University, laughed. This laughter was mocking Chu Yunxuan's perceived incompetence in front of Zhao Shiji, making him a laughingstock. Suddenly, Zhao Shiji unleashed a powerful gust of wind. The force of the wind blew the hair and clothes of the surrounding students, and Zhao Shiji's own hair and clothes fluttered wildly. Let me show you what a Xintian level's overwhelming strike looks like. A storm of destruction. With that, a terrifying wind attribute technique surged towards Chu Yunxian. The wind blades cut across the stage, leaving marks on the ground. Zhao Shiji stood there, waiting silently for his move to obliterate Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian, enveloped in flames, unleashed the dragon roar fist. A fiery dragon charged forward. How foolish, Zhao Shiji sneered. As a Xintian 1-star, facing such an ordinary Xuani fire attribute technique was laughable. Almost everyone wore a gloating smile. Zhao Huayang breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost over. Chu Yunxian had nearly made a fool of himself. Luckily, Zhao Shiji was there, or things could have really gotten troublesome. Boom! Two powerful forces collided head-on, but the outcome was not as people expected. The lightning-fast dragon roar fist did not instantly obliterate the fire dragon slash. Astonishingly, the two forces were evenly matched, causing the smile on Zhao Shiji's face to freeze. He furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. How is this possible? He was a master of the Xintian realm, unleashing an extraordinarily powerful martial technique, which should have easily crushed his opponent. Although the flames from the dragon roar fist were eventually consumed by the lightning speed, the force of the lightning was also continuously weakened. As the lightning reached Chu Yunxian, he stood calmly, merely releasing his defensive spirit power to withstand the force until it dissipated completely. Chu Yunxian remained unscathed, leaving everyone stunned. This defied logic. That was a wind attribute martial technique from the Xintian realm, while Chu Yunxian was only at the 6th star of the Xuani realm. Theoretically, he should have had to exert all his strength to fend off that move. How could he appear so composed? A single fire attribute martial technique, combined with the release of defensive spirit power, easily blocked it? What kind of immense power did he possess? Dean Zhao Huayang's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. Qin Zhenhai was also deeply shocked, silently questioning. What kind of strength is Chu Yunxian hiding? A 6th-star Xuani realm, yet so formidable? It's simply unfathomable. Chu Yunxian smiled faintly, looking down at Zhao Shiji with a smirk, and said, Is this what you call a devastating blow from the Xintian realm? Are you mocking me? Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth, burning with anger, pointing at Chu Yunxian but unable to retort. Boos and jeers erupted from the crowd. Yu Qianren laughed heartily. What a joke. Is the Xintian realm this week? A devastating blow? Don't make me laugh. A student from Tianhua University's intermediate class mocked. This is hilarious. Even after using a wind attribute martial technique from the Xintian realm, you still want to claim you weren't serious? This is the so-called top genius of Tianhua City after Shi Chuxue? With this level of skill? And you call it a one-hit victory? Facing the mockery from the girls and the jeers from Tianhua University students, a flash of resentment crossed Zhao Shiji's eyes, and his clenched fists tightened. Humiliating. He had lost all face. If he couldn't achieve a one-hit victory like Chu Yunxian, it might have been better. But he couldn't do it. Chu Yunxian remained unscathed. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Chu Yunxian lightly patted his ear and said indifferently, I've always said, some people can't pretend. Even if you're from the Xintian realm, you can't hide your weakness. Clown, hey clown, I'm talking to you. Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth in fury and retorted, You bastard. Ha ha ha, the clown is losing his temper. How embarrassing, boasting about a one-hit victory but not even touching my clothes. And you call yourself from the Xintian realm? Chu Yunxian laughed in response. Laughter spread throughout the scene, lightening the atmosphere. Chu Yunxian provocatively said, Are you coming? Is that all you have? Come on. Zhao Shiji, infuriated, pointed at Chu Yunxian and said angrily, Wait clown, don't be in such a hurry. Before challenging me, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? You said if you didn't defeat me in one move, you'd drink from Tianyang University's septic tank. Are you hungry and looking for a fight, or should you fill your stomach first? Chu Yunxian finished and flashed a grin at Zhao Shiji. Zhao Shiji was seething with rage, his furious roar unleashing his formidable aura. Like a raging storm, he charged at Chu Yunxian with an unstoppable force. Chu Yunxuan's smile faded slowly as he activated his earth-level martial skill, Thunder Tribulation, causing lightning to surge in an instant. With the power of thunder, Chu Yunxian advanced towards Zhao Shiji, boldly displaying his courage. Zhao Shiji, teeth clenched and eyes blazing with anger, engaged Chu Yunxuan in a fierce confrontation without holding back. The clash of their immense powers produced a terrifying shockwave, sending nearby students flying several meters away. Some girls, worried, kept a close eye on Chu Yunxuan's safety. Zhao Shiji demonstrated his formidable strength as a first-star Xintian realm warrior, unleashing powerful martial skills mercilessly. Chen Haobin's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, revealing his intense animosity towards Chu Yunxian. This was exactly what Chen Haobin had hoped for. He wanted Zhao Shiji to kill Chu Yunxian in a fit of rage. Despite Chu Yunxuan's astonishing performance, no one believed he could emerge unscathed against the fully powered Zhao Shiji. Qin Zhenhai frowned, and Xiao Qiyue's brows furrowed slightly. She noticed that Chu Yunxian had not used the Fengchen Tianyan art, which puzzled her. Xiao Qiyue believed that since Chu Yunxian had mastered the Fengchen Tianyan art, he would at least be safe from mortal danger. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the dust, drawing everyone's gaze. Their pupils contracted, and their eyes widened in shock. The audience watched in stunned silence as the charred figure lay sprawled on the ground. It was Zhao Shiji. The arena was eerily quiet as Zhao Shiji slowly got to his feet, battered but not defeated. He sneered. "You think you can beat me? Who do you think you are? Pathetic." With that, he prepared to charge at Chu Yunxian once more. But just as he took a step, something felt off. The arena seemed to stretch farther away. Looking down, he realized he had been knocked out of the ring. Zhao Shiji stood there, frozen, as the searing pain coursed through his body. He lost? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Chu Yunxian had defeated Zhao Shiji with a single strike? It was unimaginable. Chu Yunxian was only at the 6-star level of the Xintian realm. How could this be? The spectators were in shock, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Chen Haobin frowned, struggling to believe his eyes. Xiao Qiyue's mouth hung open in astonishment, eyes wide with shock. He hadn't even used his strongest technique, the Fengchen Tianyinju. Such combat prowess, such strength, defied all logic. Zhao Shiji, clearly a Xintian realm expert, had given it his all, yet he was defeated by a single move from someone at the 6-star level of the Xuani realm? What kind of monster was Chu Yunxian? Qin Zhenhai couldn't help but curse. Tianhua University had struck gold. No, he had to recruit Chu Yunxian no matter what. Such terrifying strength even surpassed that of Shi Chuxue and the others. Zhao Huayang was dumbfounded, unable to accept what had just happened. He plopped down on the ground, completely overwhelmed. Zhao Shiji, a prodigy among prodigies, had been defeated by Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian, who hadn't even awakened his powers during the college entrance exams, was now at the 6-star level of the Xuani realm. That was hard enough to believe, but to defeat Zhao Shiji with one move? Especially when Zhao Shiji had unleashed powerful martial techniques and fought with all his might, even if he hadn't used his trump card. And yet, he was taken down in one hit? As the dust settled, Chu Yunxian stood there, mocking. "I told you, some people are out of your league. Your Xintian realm means nothing to me. Who do you think you're fooling?" Zhao Shiji, humiliated, clenched his fists, growling Chu Yunxuan's name through gritted teeth, nearly drawing blood. Yu Qianren suddenly understood and shouted excitedly, "Brother Xin is incredible." Applause and exclamations of amazement filled the arena. The students of Tianhua University erupted in unison, chanting, "Xian Gu is awesome. Xian Gu is awesome." Qin Zhenhai couldn't help but laugh heartily at the cheers, his gaze shifting towards Zhao Huayang. Suddenly, he realized something significant. Chu Yunxian had won 6 consecutive matches, defeating Zhao Shiji from Tianyang University. What did this mean? Was Chu Yunxian now the undisputed champion? Was there no one left who could challenge him? Did this victory secure Tianhua University's title as the top university in Tianhua City? Qin Zhenhai found himself deep in thought, momentarily stunned. Originally, he had invited Chu Yunxian just to secure a single win, to save face even if Tianhua University lost overall. But now, Chu Yunxian, with his exceptional skills, had turned the tide, defeating 6-star, 7-star opponents, and even a Xinyuan realm fighter with ease, making it seem as if he was in a league of his own. This realization made Qin Zhenhai laugh even more freely, his laughter echoing far and wide. However, to Zhao Huayang, the laughter was grating. Zhao Shiji roared, "It doesn't count. I was careless, let's go again." He then rushed towards the stage. Zhao Huayang shouted, "Stand down." Zhao Shiji, eyes bloodshot, muttered, "I was careless. Do you want me to embarrass myself even more?" Zhao Huayang shouted back, "Do you think I don't know that?" Zhao Shiji clenched his fists and pointed at Chu Yunxian, shouting, "He must have some powerful artifact. It's unfair. How could I, in the Xinyuan realm, lose to a 6-star Xintian realm fighter?" Although it was hard for the others to accept, they knew no artifacts had been used in the fight. Zhao Huayang calmly said, "A loss is a loss. Stop making excuses. If you want to get stronger, You need to train harder. Zhao Shiji lowered his head and clenched his fists tighter. Chu Yunxuan smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, Dean Zhao is right. But while you're training harder, don't forget to clean all the toilets at Tianyang University. If it seems too much, break it into smaller tasks and clean a bit each day. Zhao Shiji angrily pointed at Chu Yunxian but found the surroundings silent. Zhao Huayang, having lost his fighting spirit, looked at Qin Jinhai, clearly not expecting this outcome. Qin Jinhai cupped his fists and said, Dean Zhao, my apologies. Zhao Huayang sighed and nodded weakly. The female host nervously announced, in this match, Tianhua University is the winner. Qin Jinhai led the jubilant Tianhua University students out of the arena. At this moment, other students and mentors from Tianhua University were waiting for their return, faces showing dejection. The vice dean and others had prepared words of comfort, but seeing their joyful, jumping figures, they were momentarily stunned. A mentor approached Qin Jinhai and said, Dean, it's all right. Qin Jinhai, smiling, replied, What's all right? Yu Qianren looked at everyone and shouted, We won! We won! Cheers erupted. Xian Gu is awesome. Xian Gu is awesome. The crowd at the gates of Tianhua University was left in utter confusion by the sudden victory. They won? They actually beat Tianhua University? Xian's amazing. How did this happen? You might not know, but Xian defeated Zhao Shiji from the Xintian realm with just one move. So impressive. Wow. Defeated Xintian in one move? That's unbelievable. In the crowd, Song Shuheng stood aside, slightly frowning. On that day, the news of Chu Yunxian defeating Xintian with a single move spread like wildfire throughout Tianhua City. Not only that, but it also caused a huge stir online. A 6-star Xintian body realm defeating a 1-star Xintian realm with ease is an astonishing feat across the entire Blue Star. Chu Yunxian stepped into his home. Today's system value must have skyrocketed. Unfortunately, if today's system had been the stun system, or the defying heaven system, the gains might have been even higher. As he opened the door, he caught a faint scent of blood. Smiling, he called out, Xiao Yair, I'm back. Are you home? He wanted to share the good news with Lin Ya. Suddenly, his brows furrowed tightly. A faint scent of blood hung in the air of the house.
Chu Yunxuan Flowen.
This was his familiar home, yet only Lin Ya was inside. Xiao Yar. Chu Yunxian called out anxiously. He quickly headed towards Lin Ya's bedroom. Just as he was about to push the door open, Lin Ya opened it from the inside. You're back, she said softly, trying to hide her discomfort. Despite the lingering scent of blood, Chu Yunxian noticed Lin Ya's pale face and immediately felt a wave of worry. Are you hurt? He asked. Lin Ya replied quickly, just some minor injuries. Chu Yunxian looked at her intently. Although injuries were common among warriors, seeing her so pale made his heart ache. He wanted to help her but felt powerless. Should we find a wood attribute healer? There are plenty stronger than me. Haven't you sought help? He asked. Lin Ya walked out of the room and sat on the sofa. I've already been treated. A little rest and I'll recover. You don't need to worry, she said. Is it mainly internal injuries? Chu Yunxian asked. Lin Ya nodded, yes. What caused the injuries? He continued. Lin Ya gazed at him and replied, during training, I encountered a semi-human demon king at the law level. Typically, demons need to reach the heavenly sovereign level to transform into human form, but there are exceptions. Some can transform earlier due to their bloodline, opportunities, or assistance from spiritual treasures. A semi-human demon king at the law level is exceptionally rare. Lin Ya frowned and added, recently, there have been more demons outside Tianhua City. The second demon shrine seems to be making moves. Where did you encounter it? Chu Yunxian asked. Nanhai Town, Lin Ya replied. Nanhai Town had already been overrun by demons, and was about 40 to 50 kilometers from Tianhua City. Determination flashed in Chu Yunxuan's eyes. A semi-human demon king was no ordinary opponent, and this made him even angrier. He looked at Lin Ya, sensing her chaotic and weak aura, and knew her injuries were severe. Only top-tier wood or water attribute healers could provide effective treatment. You need to rest well. I'll go find the director to see if there's a more effective treatment, Chu Yunxian said softly. Lin Ya shook her head slightly. It's okay. Don't hide it from me. Your pain will last at least half a month. If we can alleviate it sooner, that would be best, he insisted. Lin Ya looked at him and smiled warmly. Do your best then. Of course. I'll be off. You get some rest, Chu Yunxian said. Okay, Lin Ya nodded. Chu Yunxian left the house, but as he turned away, Lin Ya suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Chu Yunxian hadn't left entirely. Using his 6-star Xian body stage hearing, he caught the sound from the room and frowned. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Rushing to Director Qin Junhai's office, Chu Yunxian called out urgently. Chu Yunxian knocked on the door, and the dean, Qin Jinhai, hesitantly opened it, a trace of unease in his eyes. With a look of urgency, Chu Yunxian said, Dean, My sister is injured. Qin Zhenhai immediately showed concern and mentioned that he was contacting experts for help. Chu Yunxuan pressed on, asking if he had reached out to a practitioner skilled in wood-based abilities. After a moment of thought, Qin Zhenhai replied, yes, we've contacted a master at the divine ability level. With worry written all over his face, Chu Yunxian asked, is the divine ability level sufficient to handle this crisis? Qin Zhenhai assured him, yes, it is. They will arrive soon. Frowning, Chu Yunxian bluntly asked the dean if there was something he was hiding. Qin Zhenhai laughed and denied it, mentioning the university Yao Yao attended. Suddenly, Qin Zhenhai's expression turned tense, accusing Chu Yunxian of exposing his secret. Chu Yunxian tried to ease the tension, emphasizing that he was only concerned about his sister's condition. Qin Zhenhai admitted that her injuries were not severe, but the key issue was that she had been poisoned. Upon hearing that she was hurt by 1,000 venom blood jiao, Chu Yunxuan's expression grew serious. This poison couldn't be easily neutralized because each 1,000 venom blood jiao's venom is unique and extremely complex. Chu Yunxian fell into deep thought and suddenly remembered a method to detoxify it. Using the corresponding 1,000 venom blood jiao's demon crystal, Qin Zhenhai confirmed this method and mentioned that he was trying to contact a master at the law realm, but Chu Yunxian knew how difficult it was to reach such experts, not to mention the significant benefits needed to seek their help. Xiao Qiyue entered and reminded them that fighting 1,000 venom blood jiao at the law realm level was no easy task and required a decisive strike, or the consequences would be dire. She suggested gathering more allies to ensure success. Qin Zhenhai and Chu Yunxian exchanged worried glances, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Xiao Qiyue glanced at Chu Yunxian and reassured him, there's no need to worry too much. This celestial maiden, successfully repelled a powerful foe at the law realm 2 years ago. With the help of several other experts and the support of spirit tools, we are quite confident in handling this challenge. Don't worry, you can go back now. Leave this matter to us. She smiled and added, it's just a minor issue. When you return, let's have a lavish dinner together. Chu Yunxian nodded, still feeling heavy-hearted, and silently walked away. Chu Yunxian strolled alone under the night sky of Tianhua City. In this city, it was rare to find any permanent law realm masters. It was well known that the commander of the Divine Alliance's local branch was a law realm master, but he seldom took action himself. His duty was to guard Tianhua City against unexpected events and ensure the successful completion of missions. Chu Yunxian couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Great Divine Pill, a top-tier level 10 elixir, could revive the dying but couldn't neutralize poison. Wasn't this just a cruel joke? Why didn't the instructions mention this beforehand? Such a pill should have detoxifying properties. However, the system coldly reminded him that the properties of the Great Divine Pill could not be altered, and detoxification was not an available function. Chu Yunxian could only sigh in resignation. He decided to take matters into his own hands since he possessed the Celestial Sovereign card. However, the card's redemption required consuming 10 million system points, and his points were far from sufficient. Perhaps he could consider using the Spirit Flame Explosion. Although it wouldn't solve all problems, it could at least counter enemies below the law realm. However, Nanhai Town had become a perilous area, teeming with Xintian realm beasts and divine ability realm practitioners. Chu Yunxian felt increasingly outmatched. As he wavered, the system delivered a prompt. Congratulations, you have unlocked the equal match system. This system would allow him to maintain an evenly matched status with any opponent, boosting a weaker individual's damage and defense to match a stronger one, thereby enabling him to defeat his foes and earn rewards. Though the system's duration was limited, it was a rare opportunity. Chu Yunxian pondered. Is this system a divine aid or a burden? In short, it meant he would be evenly matched with any opponent. Currently, Chu Yunxian was at the 6-star level of the Xuani realm, which meant he could hold his own even against a heavenly Dao realm demon god. However, he needed to be cautious when facing a common Qi refining realm practitioner, as their damage capabilities would be elevated to match his own. A sudden thought struck Chu Yunxian, and he seemed to have an idea. Chu Yunxian knew well that the 1,000 venom blood jiao he was facing was as strong as an opponent at the law realm. However, with his mastery of the 9 tribulations dark thunder, spatial abilities, and the dust-sealing celestial technique, he was confident he could handle the situation. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yunxian decided to seek the help of the dean and his team to take him to his destination. Unfortunately, when he tried to call Xiao Qiyue, the line was busy, and his attempts to contact the dean were also unsuccessful. It was clear they had already entered the beast territory and lost signal. Realizing the peril of facing Qi refining realm beasts alone, Chu Yunxian understood that the journey of several dozen kilometers might take days. In this moment of despair, he thought of someone. He quickly dialed a number, and Jiang Ying's voice came through, scolding him for calling so late. Chu Yunxian urgently requested Jiang Ying's help to get to Nanhai Town. Jiang Ying hesitated, mentioning that he rarely trained in that area, and asked about Chu Yunxuan's purpose. Chu Yunxuan assured him that he only needed a ride and offered his yin-yang sword and a favor in return. After a brief consideration, Jiang Ying agreed and arranged to meet outside Wuyue Plaza. Within a minute, Jiang Ying appeared behind Chu Yunxuan, showcasing the mysterious allure of his dark attribute. The two set off together, with Jiang Ying exuding an aura of a ruler of the night, which reassured Chu Yunxuan. However, lurking in the shadows was Song Shuheng, who observed the departing duo with a cold glint in his eyes. He made a call, relaying information about Chu Yunxuan and urging prompt action. Then, he destroyed the SIM card in his phone and began to plot in the dark. On the road, Chu Yunxuan revealed to Jiang Ying that there was a half-transformed thousand-venom bloodjiao in Nanhai town that had injured his sister. Jiang Ying stopped in his tracks, surprised, and asked if Chu Yunxuan could handle a law realm bloodjiao. Chu Yunxuan firmly replied that he was confident in solving the problem and mentioned that Xiao Qiyue and the dean were also on their way. Jiang Ying frowned but eventually chose to trust Chu Yunxuan, hinting that he should proceed with caution. Chu Yunxuan explained that the rapid pace of their journey had prevented him from contacting them in time. Jiang Ying accepted this explanation and activated his dark attribute, leading Chu Yunxuan swiftly towards Nanhai town. Jiang Ying stopped in her tracks, feeling the significant drain on her spiritual energy. They had ventured over 10 kilometers into the beast territory, and if she didn't conserve some energy, things could get tricky if they encountered danger. Chu Yunxuan nodded in agreement with her decision. They decided to press on but came to a halt again after a few seconds. A boar, 2 meters long with blood-red eyes, blocked their path. It was a demonic beast, ranked at the 3rd star of the Mingxiao realm. Jiang Ying said calmly, "You handle this one." Chu Yunxuan hesitated, cleared his throat, and said, "Why don't you take care of it?" Jiang Ying frowned and scolded, "Big brother. I went through all the trouble to bring you to Nanhai town, and now you want me to fight for you too? It's just a 3rd star Mingxiao beast, can't you handle it? You're in the Xintian realm, after all." Swallowing hard, Chu Yunxuan stepped towards the demonic boar, feeling a bit uneasy but convinced he could handle it. Jiang Ying muttered something under her breath and then took a lollipop out of her pocket, popping it into her mouth. Suddenly, she froze. The next moment, a series of loud bangs erupted as Chu Yunxuan and the demonic boar engaged in a fierce battle. Their forces clashed, and Chu Yunxuan was pushed back several steps, nearly falling. Jiang Ying stood there, dumbfounded, thinking, "I got dragged out in the middle of the night to take him to Nanhai town and now have to play the bodyguard. And now, against a mere 3rd star Mingxiao boar, he's acting like this is a performance." Jiang Ying stared blankly at the scene before her. Chu Yunxuan was engaged in a fierce battle with a demonized porcupine at the Mingxiao level. What was going on? He had easily defeated opponents at the Xintian level before, but now he was struggling with a Mingxiao level demonized porcupine? It seemed like this creature could take his life at any moment. Chu Yunxuan looked somewhat helpless. What could he do? Always ending up in a stalemate with his opponents. This system was really messing with him. However, Chu Yunxuan was still Chu Yunxuan. He unleashed a powerful Earth-tier martial technique, Thunder Tribulation, and finally defeated the demonized porcupine. The system notification appeared. Successfully killed a Mingqiao-level demonized porcupine. Reward, 10 attribute points to be freely allocated. Jiang Ying's mouth twitched slightly. To her, the situation was bizarre. Chu Yunxuan, who had the strength of a 6-star Xintian level, couldn't easily defeat a Mingqiao-level demonized porcupine. In the end, a 6-star Xintian had to rely on an Earth-tier Thunder attribute martial technique to take down a Mingqiao-level demonized porcupine. Jiang Ying walked over, bewildered. Are you kidding me? You can easily defeat Xuantian-level opponents, but you struggle with a Mingqiao-level demonized porcupine? Chu Yunxuan scratched his nose, unsure of how to explain. He gave a wry smile and said, "You have to be cautious." Jiang Ying, still puzzled, replied, "This isn't about being cautious. Are you pretending? If you didn't want me to intervene, were you just putting on a show?" Chu Yunxuan quickly explained, "Absolutely not. I've just been a bit off lately." Jiang Ying scoffed, "Off enough to struggle with a Mingqiao-level opponent?" Chu Yunxuan laughed awkwardly, hoping Jiang Ying would understand. All right, I'll handle it," she said, rolling her eyes at him. "Fine, I'll do it." Chu Yunxuan followed her. Jiang Ying focused on the offline map. Nanhai town was approximately 7 kilometers ahead. Chu Yunxuan urged, "Hurry up." "Wait a moment," Jiang Ying responded. Suddenly, she frowned and looked ahead. After a careful observation, she spotted a giant spider hanging from a rock. Using her spirit vision, she identified it as a bloodthirsty venom spider, with an unknown rank, but at least at the 7-star Xintian level. Jiang Ying calmly said, "I'll handle this. It's a Xuantian-level bloodthirsty venom spider." Surprisingly, Chu Yunxuan volunteered, "I'll take care of it." Jiang Ying found this curious. He had left the Mingqiao-level demonized porcupine to her, but now he was stepping up against a Xuantian-level beast? Forget it, it's at least a 5-star Xintian. "You'll be killed instantly," Jiang Ying warned. But Chu Yunxuan charged forward without hesitation, drawing his flaming sun sword from his spatial ring and gathering thunder power to strike the bloodthirsty venom spider with lightning speed. Be careful, Jiang Ying shouted, worried that Chu Yunxuan might be underestimating the strength of the 8-star Shintian bloodthirsty venom spider. In the next moment, the enormous spider seemed to teleport, suddenly appearing behind Chu Yunxuan, its fangs poised to strike. The situation was dire. This was indeed an 8-star Shintian bloodthirsty venom spider. Jiang Ying dashed forward, only to see Chu Yunxuan resolutely blocking the fierce attack of the bloodthirsty venomous spider. Jiang Ying's eyes widened in surprise. A mere 6-star Shintian stage cultivator was holding off an 8-star Shintian stage bloodthirsty venomous spider? Amidst the flickering flames, Chu Yunxuan slashed off one of the spider's legs with a swift strike, eliciting a sharp, agonized scream. The spider retreated, clearly in disbelief. How could a Shintian stage cultivator be so powerful? Typically, losing a leg would prompt it to flee, but it saw this human as too weak to pose a threat. Gathering a dark aura, the spider prepared to unleash its deadly death ray. Jiang Ying warned that while this sorcery wasn't highly destructive, its lethality was immense. Even a 1-star Shun Tong stage cultivator wouldn't dare to face the 8-star Shintian stage bloodthirsty venomous spider's death ray head-on, as it could pierce through them instantly. Yet, Chu Yunxuan charged forward with lightning power, causing Jiang Ying's heart to race with fear. She intended to use her dark attribute skills to assist, but was stunned to see Chu Yunxuan's lightning power withstand the death ray. How could a 6-star Shintian stage cultivator so easily fend off an 8-star attack? With a swift strike, Chu Yunxuan decapitated the bloodthirsty venomous spider, leaving Jiang Ying in awe. She watched as Chu Yunxuan extracted the demon crystal and then turned to her, saying, "Let's go." Jiang Ying followed, her mind filled with questions. How could a 6-star Shintian stage cultivator defeat an 8-star opponent so effortlessly? In truth, Chu Yunxuan also felt the pressure, knowing that one misstep could lead to his demise. However, he could just as easily annihilate any other being. He possessed the 10-star heavenly technique, Burning Heaven, which, despite its high energy consumption, was more than enough to handle the 1,000-poison blood serpent. Chu Yunxuan remarked, "The strong face the strong." This made Jiang Ying skeptical, internally admitting she might not even be a match for him. Jiang Ying blinked at Chu Yunxuan and asked, "That girl has already fallen for you. Can you explain that?" Chu Yunxuan responded in confusion, "Fallen for me? What's going on with her?" Jiang Ying muttered, "She's already deeply involved. Just look at Nana first." She pulled out a dagger, threatening, "Don't run. I want you to see this." Chu Yunxuan flew straight towards Nanhai Town, with Jiang Ying in hot pursuit. In the shadows, a team followed closely behind. The captain recognized Chu Yunxuan, a determined look in his eyes, and decided to help him. "Brothers, I've never asked you for anything before, but this time, I owe you one," he said. At the funeral of young Master Li Jin, the captain and Li Hai exchanged a knowing glance. They both understood the true cause of Li Jin's death. It was because of Chu Yunxuan. Li Hai gave his companions a confident smile, reassuring them that they would handle the matter discreetly, ensuring that the truth would remain hidden from outsiders. Gently patting his comrades on the shoulders, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brothers. We need to stick to the original plan." "Understood," they responded in unison, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. On the other side, Chu Yunxuan gazed at the distant ruins of human dwellings. A decade had passed, and the relentless march of time had left its mark on every brick and stone. Yet, some structures still stood, silently echoing the glory of days gone by. As the outline of Nanhai Town gradually became clearer, Jiang Ying pointed ahead. "From now on, we need to tread carefully. As you mentioned, the 1,000-venom blood Jiao now reigns supreme over Nanhai Town. This is its territory." Chu Yunxuan nodded, his eyes glinting with vigilance. Jiang Ying glanced at him and spoke, "It's unusually quiet here. Perhaps the battle has already ended, or maybe it hasn't even begun. What do you think?" Chu Yunxuan shook his head, uncertainty in his expression. "Their timing is unpredictable, but whenever they act, we must be cautious and fully prepared. They might still be lurking, waiting for the right moment." Jiang Ying frowned. "Nanhai Town is large, and it's hard to know where the 1,000-venom blood Jiao is. We could easily expose ourselves during the search." Chu Yunxuan responded calmly, "Being discovered isn't a problem as long as they don't know our true purpose. They'll just see us as ordinary warriors and won't take action." Jiang Ying cast a sidelong glance at him. "You'd better be sure you can defeat them. Otherwise, coming here is pointless." Chu Yunxuan replied with determination, "If they come, we'll have a strategy. Don't worry." Suddenly, Jiang Ying's brow furrowed as she sensed something amiss. She quickly took Chu Yunxuan and disappeared into the night. Li Hai and his 3 subordinates approached quietly. Li Hai frowned. "Where are they?" He had received a mysterious call informing him that Chu Yunxuan had entered the beast's territory. Though he didn't know the caller's identity, he was certain they were enemies of Chu Yunxuan. The enemy of his enemy was his friend, and he had willingly taken on this heavy responsibility to avenge his son, Li Jin. As the captain of the Xinming warriors in Tianhua City, he was followed closely by his 3 trusted team members. Did they go in? One team member asked. This place is full of ruins. It's possible they snuck in under the cover of night. But there's a woman with Chu Yunxian. Who is she?
Lin Ya hesitated.
I can't see clearly. She hasn't made a move. Could it be Lin Ya? If it's her, wouldn't we be exposed trying to assassinate Chu Yunxian under her watch? Li Hai smiled and explained, relax, that's not Lin Ya. She's injured, and the dean has sent people to treat her. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Li Hai continued, the 4 of us working together can handle anyone as long as it's not Lin Ya. Their identity doesn't matter. The plan is not to engage in direct conflict. Gain their trust first, then eliminate Chu Yunxian. Revenge is paramount. Gaining trust wouldn't be difficult. They would simply claim to be Xinming members on a secret mission and follow along. They wore masks, explaining the need for secrecy. Understood? Let's move. The group quietly infiltrated Nanhai town. Not far off, hidden in the night, Chu Yunxian and Jiang Ying listened to their plotting. Chu Yunxian gritted his teeth. To think they've pursued us here for revenge? Jiang Ying teased, Li Jin's father, right? Li Hai, the captain of the Xinming squad. Chu Yunxian resolutely stated, we must eliminate them. Jiang Ying felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Facing 4 formidable members of the Xintian Realm Divine Alliance, he was under immense pressure. Chu Yunxian had a clear objective, to find the 1,000 Venom Blood Jiao. However, the evenly matched situation complicated matters. Suddenly, Chu Yunxian had a flash of inspiration and proposed a unique plan. Though puzzled, Jiang Ying agreed. Under the cover of their dark attribute concealment, they stealthily entered Nanhai City, surrounded by various terrifying beasts. Jiang Ying whispered to Chu Yunxian, asking about his plan. Without hesitation, Chu Yunxian suggested using the 1,000 Venom Blood Jiao to eliminate their opponents. Jiang Ying shuddered, marveling at Chu Yunxuan's decisiveness and ruthlessness. However, he soon discovered that Chu Yunxian and their teammates had mysteriously disappeared, leaving Li Hai anxious. They had come to Nanhai town for training, but the eerie silence and lack of combat made everyone uneasy. Li Hai realized that Chu Yunxuan's movements typically signaled impending battles, yet this time there was an unsettling calm. Jiang Ying managed to subdue a Xintian realm beast, while Chu Yunxian fiercely interrogated the shadow demon cat about the whereabouts of the 1,000 Venom Blood Jiao. The shadow demon cat, unable to resist, shook its head in ignorance. Coldly, Chu Yunxian pierced its skin, forcing it to reveal information. Under Jiang Ying's intimidating presence, the shadow demon cat pointed out the direction of the 1,000 Venom Blood Jiao. Chu Yunxian then mercilessly ordered his teammates to hunt down the 1,000 Venom Blood Jiao, showcasing the ruthless and decisive nature of the Divine Alliance members. At the top floor of a dilapidated apartment building, a frail-looking 1,000 Venom Blood Jiao was resting with its eyes closed, surrounded by the remains of various beasts. Suddenly, a shadowy figure intruded, angering the 1,000 Venom Blood Jiao. Displaying his formidable power, he easily subdued the shadow demon cat. Upon learning of the Divine Alliance squad's assassination attempt, the 1,000 Venom Blood Jiao was enraged, exuding an aura of immense authority and resolve. His appreciation for the shadow demon cat's loyalty led him to generously reward it, demonstrating a brutal form of generosity. As he spoke, he transformed into a mist of blood and vanished into thin air. At that moment, an indescribable fear and unease surged within Li Hai. Clenching his teeth, he let out a low growl. Captain, what should we do? Where is he? Could he have already? Li Hai's voice trembled. The team members, also growing anxious, began suggesting they split up to search. Li Hai nodded bitterly in agreement. Wang Ming, you go west. Zhao Si, you head east. Li Shan, you take the north.
Li Shan.
There was no response. Frowning, Li Hai turned to look behind him. He saw Li Shan's face twisted in terror, blood pouring from his mouth, and a green-black patterned hand piercing through his chest. Li Hai's pupils contracted, and a wave of grief and rage surged through him. As Li Shan fell, standing there was the poison-blood Serpent King, who sneered, "Weren't you here to kill me? Now that I'm here, why aren't you making a move?" The Serpent King flashed a bloodthirsty smile and spat out venom. Suddenly, a spine-chilling scream echoed from Nanhai town. At the same time, Chu Yunxian and Jiang Ying exchanged a glance and immediately sprinted towards the source of the scream. Chu Yunxuan's determination and courage filled Jiang Ying with admiration, and she followed without hesitation. Elsewhere, Qin Jinhai, Xiao Qiyue, and others were cautiously searching for traces of the poison-blood Serpent King. Upon hearing the scream, they instantly became alert. Looking towards the horizon, they saw a green light flashing, with the faint apparition of a giant serpent, the poison blood serpent king. Without hesitation, they immediately began their pursuit. With a swift motion, they dashed towards their target. The entire Nanhai town was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and fear. On the other side, the thousand venom blood Jiao licked the blood on its hands with a contemptuous, serpent-like tongue. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Li Hai shattered the air. One of his arms had been brutally torn off by the blood Jiao, while the other two companions were already ripped to shreds, leaving a ghastly scene. This was the blood Jiao's insignificant gift to those who claimed to be the guardians of humanity, the members of the Divine Alliance. Seeing this, do you still feel proud? The blood Jiao glanced mockingly at Li Hai, a cold smile curling at the corners of its mouth. A few Xintian realm cultivators dare to challenge me? With just your abilities? Li Hai, in a panic, tried to explain but was abruptly cut off. Why did the blood Jiao misunderstand their intentions? Did it really believe they were here to assassinate it? That was not the case at all. Their target was Chu Yunxuan. Desperately, Li Hai denied the accusation, his voice filled with helplessness and fear. The blood Jiao sneered. Is your divine alliance so arrogant? You threatened Xintian realm beasts in Nanhai town, demand my whereabouts, and now you claim ignorance.
Li Hai looked bewildered.
Who among the divine alliance would act this way? Who had set them up? The blood Jiao scoffed at their ignorance and foolishness. They had exposed its location and let someone escape, treating it so carelessly. It had initially thought they were formidable opponents, but now they seemed like a bunch of incompetents. Li Hai was at a loss for words, facing unfounded accusations. The blood Jiao coldly stated, if you dare to confess, perhaps I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will meet your end. Trembling, Li Hai claimed that his purpose was not the blood Jiao, but to avenge his son's murder by a human. The blood Jiao, slightly moved, decided to let him go, wanting him to return and tell the other Divine Alliance members the consequences of provoking them. In the next moment, Li Hai's other arm was torn off, but at least he kept his life. Struggling to stand, he attempted to flee, only to be stopped by a sudden, overwhelming presence. Several Shun Tong realm experts had arrived. The blood Jiao sensed their presence and tightened its grip on Li Hai, not doubting their power. Li Hai struggled desperately, his voice hoarse with explanations, but the appearance of Qin Zhenhai broke the deadlock. The Shun Tong realm experts stood before the blood Jiao, condemning its cruel actions. The blood Jiao coldly released Li Hai, eyeing these unfamiliar experts. It didn't recognize them but could feel the immense pressure they exerted. Li Hai was being strangled, struggling to speak. Oh my god! How did a human expert suddenly appear? Just moments ago, he thought he was about to be rescued. Suddenly, a powerful figure approached and said, Captain Li Hai, we will do our best to save you. Li Hai felt his blood boiling with excitement. It was someone he knew. The thousand poison blood Jiao's eyes narrowed and then asked, Are you here to assassinate me? Of course, Qin Zhenhai replied. With a swift motion, the thousand poison blood Jiao's other hand pierced through Li Hai's chest. Ah!
Li Hai screamed in agony.
You betrayed me. You betrayed me, he roared. The next moment, his internal organs were crushed by the thousand poison blood Jiao. Bastard! Qin Zhenhai's eyes sharpened. Xiao Qiyue furrowed his brows and asked, Why is he saying we betrayed him? We were planning to save him. Even if we couldn't save him, it doesn't mean we betrayed him, right? With a thud, Li Hai's body was tossed aside. The thousand poison blood Jiao licked the blood off his hand. A few divine realm cultivators dare to challenge me? Fight! Qin Zhenhai commanded.
Yes.
The team simultaneously unleashed their divine realm powers. The thousand poison blood Jiao's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying pressure of the law realm erupted. Sealing dust heavenly evolution technique, Xiao Qiyue instantly appeared before the thousand poison blood Jiao. With a bang, the collision of their powers shattered the ground within hundreds of meters. At the same time, Chu Yunxuan and Jiangying arrived at the scene. It's the dean and the others, Jiangying said. Chu Yunxuan glanced at the body on the ground and smirked. Jiangying also looked over. They actually succeeded? Jiangying was astonished by the scene before him. A few divine realm cultivators can indeed contend with a law realm thousand poison blood Jiao, but killing it is another matter. If it wanted to escape, no one could stop it, not even the fairy mentor with her spatial abilities. He turned to Chu Yunxuan and asked, You said you had a plan, is it true? Yes, Chu Yunxuan responded before charging forward. More people are coming. The thousand poison blood Jiao backed away, his gaze falling on the approaching Chu Yunxuan and Jiangying. Looks like you came well prepared, he sneered. But, has your divine alliance run out of people? Even sending a mere mortal body realm cultivator? He couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Chu Yunxuan,
What are you doing? Qin Zhenhai scolded, pointing at Chu Yunxuan. Everyone frowned. Chu Yunxuan stood firm and said, I'm here to kill him. You? Kill me? The thousand poison blood, Jiao laughed again. Do you remember injuring a human woman yesterday?
Ido.
She was beautiful, but it didn't matter to me whether she lived or died. The thousand poison blood, Jiao replied disdainfully. She was my sister. Chu Yunxuan pointed at him. I'm here to avenge her. Oh, I see. Your so-called human morality is laughable.
Ah.
So, you, a mere mortal body realm cultivator, are here to avenge your sister? The thousand poison blood, Jiao pointed at Chu Yunxian. Kill me and take my demon crystal? His laughter echoed in the air. Qin Jinhai and the others frowned even more. What was Chu Yunxian planning? This was getting interesting. Very interesting. Bring it on. A flame ignited on Chu Yunxuan's body. The thousand poison blood, Jiao sensed the formidable aura of the Xian body realm emanating from Chu Yunxian, causing a flicker of apprehension in its heart. Yet, it showed no sign of backing down. Instead, it stepped forward with a burst of laughter. Ah, how amusing. You think standing there can pose any threat to me? Ha ha ha. Without hesitation, Chu Yunxian unleashed a heaven tier, 10-star fire technique known as burning heaven. In an instant, flames engulfed the thousand poison blood Jiao, but it remained unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to Chu Yunxuan's attack. What can someone at the Xian body realm possibly do to me? It thought arrogantly. However, the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted. The flames detonated on its body, blasting one of its arms away. The onlookers were utterly stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of the thousand poison blood Jiao's mangled arm being blown off. Wow, that's a thousand poison blood Jiao at the Law Realm, 1 star. Chu Yunxian, having reached the 6th star of the Xian body realm, performed some kind of divine technique that blew off the arm of the thousand poison blood Jiao. Oh my god, Jiangning exclaimed, her eyes wide as she stared at Chu Yunxian. She had been puzzled earlier, wondering why Chu Yunxian would entangle himself with the thousand poison blood Jiao for so long, even staying silent. It all made sense now. By posing as Lin Ya's brother and leveraging his 6th-star Xian body realm power, he had lulled the thousand poison blood Jiao into a false sense of security, allowing him to strike successfully. But the question remained, how did he do it? Oh my god. Xiao Qiyue was equally astonished. However, they didn't have time to ponder this. Almost simultaneously, several practitioners at the divine ability realm rushed forward, giving the thousand poison blood Jiao no chance to catch its breath. With a swift movement, the thousand poison blood Jiao floated to the side. It had not only lost an arm but was also charred all over, with its chest nearly blown open. If it weren't for its high level of cultivation, it would have died already. Even now, it was on the brink of death. Undeniably, the Burning Heaven technique, a 10-star heaven-level martial skill, was primarily known for its instantaneous release, but its power was not to be underestimated. Despicable.
Despicable humans.
The thousand poison blood Jiao spat out a mouthful of green blood, its body swaying as it half knelt on the ground. How could it have anticipated that a practitioner at the Xian body realm would possess such an instantaneous martial skill? How could one move nearly cost it its life? I'll take care of this. Chu Yunxian brandished his flaming sun sword and charged forward. Oh no! Xiao Qiyue cried out in alarm. However, what followed left her utterly speechless as she watched Chu Yunxian and the thousand poison blood Jiao engage in fierce combat. Despite its severe injuries, the thousand poison blood Jiao was still a 1-star at the Law Realm. Qin Jinhai gaped in astonishment. This guy was simply unbelievable. Defeating Xintian was already astonishing, but now a 6th-star Xian body realm practitioner was battling someone at the Law Realm? It was beyond comprehension. The gap between them spanned 2 major realms, the Xintian realm and the divine ability realm. Typically, the mere aura of a Law Realm practitioner would be enough to instantly kill someone at the Xian body realm. You're courting death! The thousand poison blood Jiao roared, its terrifying green light illuminating the entire Nanhai town. You dare to use another ultimate move? Instantly, Chu Yunxian gathered his energy again for Burning Heaven. The technique was unleashed in a flash, and the green light disappeared without a trace. Ah! A scream echoed. At this moment, the thousand poison blood Jiao had no way to evade the instantaneous martial skill, leaving it at the mercy of Burning Heaven. As the dust settled, a green light shot into the distance. Clearly, the thousand poison blood Jiao was attempting to escape. However, Burning Heaven, another Burning Heaven, was unleashed, and this time, its body was directly blown apart. Ding. Defeating a 1-star Law Realm practitioner. Reward. Elemental body fire. Everyone stood frozen in place. They exchanged glances. Could it really be this easy? This was a thousand poison blood Jiao at the Law Realm. They had devised numerous strategies, all while fearing they might alarm the serpent. Yet, Chu Yunxian arrived, used some mysterious martial skill, and easily slew it? It was hard to comprehend, truly hard to comprehend. Xiao Qiyue shook her head and sighed. Qin Jinhai said, "This is simply beyond understanding." They then moved together towards the corpse of the 1,000 poison blood Jiao. Chu Yunxuan had already extracted a green demon crystal. Chu Yunxuan let out a long sigh of relief, reflecting on how he had underestimated the powerful martial technique, burning heaven. At the same level of cultivation, a single misstep could result in severe injuries. He quickly suggested they leave and return to Tianhua City. Although everyone was filled with questions, no one asked much during the journey, each person speculating about the top-tier spiritual weapon Chu Yunxuan possessed and how and where he had obtained it. Upon hurriedly opening the door to his home, Chu Yunxuan found Lin Ya already sitting in the living room, looking quite unwell with her lips tinged purple. Seeing him enter, she instinctively tried to stand, but he stopped her. Chu Yunxuan promptly took out the demon crystal of the 1,000 poison blood Jiao. Lin Ya frowned at the sight of it. He urged her to absorb it quickly, and though she looked surprised, her expression was also tinged with concern. Chu Yunxuan joked, "Do you think I killed it myself? The dean and others have already agreed." Lin Ya nodded slightly. After speaking, Chu Yunxuan returned to his room, finally feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. Not only had he successfully defeated a law realm opponent, but he had also received a reward, a permanent doubling of his fire element physique. This delighted him greatly. Although he was a bit disappointed it wasn't a lightning attribute, his fire attribute power was now undoubtedly stronger, unless his opponent wielded the 9 Tribulation Dark Thunder. As Chu Yunxuan pondered this, he immersed himself in cultivation. By dawn, he had successfully advanced to the 7-star mystical body realm. With only half a day left until the system reset, he decided not to take any risks for additional rewards and instead waited for the system to start a new journey at midnight. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from the living room. Chu Yunxuan walked out to find Lin Ya looking even more beautiful, her long hair flowing gracefully. She exhaled deeply and opened her stunning eyes to look at him. Chu Yunxuan cheerfully asked, "Have you advanced to the divine ability realm?" Lin Ya nodded and then stood up saying, "From now on, if anyone bullies me, you better teach them a lesson." Chu Yunxuan smiled and replied, "Of course, I'll make you something to eat." Lin Ya stopped him, "You're still injured, rest up. I'll cook." Watching her head to the kitchen, Chu Yunxuan felt a warmth in his heart. Shi Chuxue arrived at Chu Yunxuan's house, sucking on a lollipop. Seeing her focused on painting, she couldn't help but ask, "Still painting?" Shi Chuxue replied indifferently, "Nothing else to do." Jiang Ying suggested she go train in the beast domain, but Shi Chuxue shook her head, indicating she didn't want to go for now. Jiang Ying sighed, remarking that a martial arts fanatic like her would avoid the beast domain because of that incident. Sitting beside Shi Chuxue, he brought up the powerful newcomer in Tianhua City, Chu Yunxuan, and asked if she wanted to meet him. Shi Chuxue politely declined. Shi Chuxue let out a deep sigh, her heart heavy with sorrow. The passing of her elder sister had left a pain she couldn't shake off. Friends tried to console her, advising her not to dwell in sadness and suggesting she look into her sister's past. Perhaps finding her sister's family and expressing her gratitude could provide some comfort for the departed. Moved by their words, a sense of determination welled up within Shi Chuxue. She set down her pen, stood up, and looked resolutely at Jiang Ying. Yes, she had decided to uncover the truth. She needed to find answers for her sister and, in doing so, find some peace for herself. After having breakfast together, Chu Yunxuan and Lin Ya decided to take a stroll around Tianhua University. They felt indebted to the dean and others for all the effort they had put in for Lin Ya. Their visit to the university didn't have a specific purpose. They were mainly interested in learning some spatial techniques from Xiao Qiyue. Suddenly, Chu Yunxuan's gaze fell on Jiang Ying, who was handing out flyers on the street. Jiang Ying noticed him too and approached them, asking Lin Ya if she was doing well. Chu Yunxuan took the flyer from Jiang Ying and asked curiously, "What's this?" It turned out to be a missing person notice. Jiang Ying explained that it was to help Shi Chuxue find her beloved. Chu Yunxuan paused in surprise and said, "Isn't she always so cold and aloof? I can't believe she has feelings for someone." Jiang Ying nodded in confirmation. Chu Yunxuan found it hard to believe and muttered, "The Ice Queen, not living up to her name." Jiang Ying, smiling, suggested they go meet Shi Chuxue. Chu Yunxuan hesitated for a moment and then handed the flyer back to Jiang Ying, saying, "Let her come find me herself. I don't want to be anyone's follower." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Jiang Ying looking at his back with a hint of exasperation, thinking, "Am I the only sane person in this world?" Chu Yunxuan arrived at the ferry mart, where Xiao Qiyue asked him what he wanted to drink. Chu Yunxuan shook his head, indicating he wasn't thirsty but wanted to learn something from Xiao Qiyue. Xiao Qiyue asked if he wanted to learn combat techniques or swordsmanship, but Chu Yunxuan expressed his interest in spatial skills. Xiao Qiyue was slightly surprised and then demonstrated his spatial abilities, quickly disappearing from one spot and reappearing a few meters away. Xiao Qiyue exclaimed, "Fire, lightning, and spatial attributes? That's impressive." Chu Yunxuan smiled and asked if he could teach him. Xiao Qiwei responded by asking why Chu Yunxian hadn't gotten into a university. Chu Yunxian shrugged playfully and said, maybe I just didn't want to stand out too much. Xiao Qiwei laughed at his answer, calling him an indecisive guy, and suggested that even if he participated in Tianhua University's girlfriend selection, he wouldn't admit to wanting to avoid the spotlight. Eventually, Chu Yunxian chose to learn spatial skills, and Xiao Qiwei demonstrated some advanced techniques, giving him a deeper understanding of spatial abilities. Space collapse was happening as Xiao Qiwei demonstrated the differences between teleportation and space jumping. Teleportation is a basic skill, while space jumping allows for long-distance travel. During a city attack by the Demon Clan, people use space wormholes for rapid evacuation to ensure safety. Chu Yunxian understood this concept well. The principle of a space gate is to create a space tunnel between two distant locations. Take it slow, Chu Yunxian advised. Meanwhile, at Tianhua City First People's Hospital, a nurse informed two patients they could be discharged. Chen Yang and Tang Xiaosan breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing about Li Jin's death, Tang Xiaosan vowed to avenge his brother. Chen Yang asked if he was close to Li Jin, to which Tang Xiaosan clarified he was referring to his own brother. Chen Yang also resolved to seek revenge for his brother. They discussed finding someone to carry out their plan. Tang Xiaosan clenched his fists and swore to eliminate Chu Yunxian. Chen Yang mentioned he had already contacted the Assassin's Guild. Tang Xiaosan excitedly asked if they were targeting Chu Yunxian, and Chen Yang nodded affirmatively. They deliberated on how to execute their plan, with Tang Xiaosan expressing concern about Chu Yunxuan's performance in the martial arts competition, fearing the Assassin's Guild might struggle to defeat him. Don't worry, we have a strategy, Chen Yang assured him. The Assassin's Guild will take care of Chu Yunxian. Their conversation was interrupted by the nurse, who reminded them that a patient needed to be transferred to their room. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiwei were learning various spatial powers and sharing insights. Thanks to his exceptional comprehension, Chu Yunxian quickly mastered many techniques, much to Xiao Qiwei's amazement. Late at night, Chu Yunxian practiced alone, waiting for a new system to activate. Suddenly, a blue beam of light shot up from the distance, illuminating the entire night sky. Chu Yunxian walked to the window and looked out towards the demon beast territory, where an unusual phenomenon was occurring. A mysterious blue light was connecting the heavens and the earth. Chu Yunxian gazed at the blue beam of light that seemed to connect heaven and earth, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of awe. In his memory, he had never seen such a spectacle. The fact that this phenomenon was occurring so far from the beast domain made it even harder to believe. Could this be the work of humans? He walked into the living room and found Lin Ya also staring at the beam. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Yunxian asked, Xiao Yar, what exactly is going on here? Lin Ya shook her head slightly, looking puzzled. I don't know, but one thing's for sure. This surge of power isn't something ordinary martial or beast techniques can produce. Could the demon clan be making a big move? Chu Yunxian furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. Lin Ya continued, lately, the situation outside Tianhua City has been quite unstable. It's been 10 years since Tianhai City fell, so it's possible the demon clan might be planning something. Chu Yunxuan's eyes followed the direction in which the beam disappeared. The sudden phenomenon had lasted for just a few seconds. Lin Ya's beautiful eyes met his as she gently reminded him, if you ever go to the beast domain, you must be extremely cautious. She understood that despite her concerns for Chu Yunxian, facing the trials of the beast domain was something every warrior had to bravely confront. Don't worry, I will, Chu Yunxian reassured her with a smile before turning to leave and prepare for training. At midnight, a system notification sounded, ding. The even split with anyone's system is now deactivated. Ding. Congratulations, you have activated a new system, the God of Luck system. The God of Luck system will accompany you for a while, bringing you unlimited good fortune. There are currently no system tasks. Remaining time, 23 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. Chu Yunxian fell into deep thought. What good was having luck in Tianhua City? Buy a lottery ticket? While money was important, it didn't have much practical use for his current situation. He couldn't yet determine the significance of the God of Luck system and was filled with questions. The system prompted, ding. Congratulations, you have received a bounce card. The bounce card can reflect the next attack, highly effective against enemies below the Heavenly Sovereign level. Usable once. Chu Yunxian felt a sense of relief, thinking the bounce card might come in handy at a critical moment. The next morning, the sounds of cooking came from the kitchen. Chu Yunxian walked out of his room and asked, Sis, any updates on last night's situation? Lin Ya shook her head, indicating that there was no concrete information on Tianhua City's forums. She added, last night, forces like Tianyu and Shenming sent people to investigate, hoping to find some clues. Chu Yunxian nodded and advised, it's best to avoid the beast domain for now. You've just advanced to the divine ability stage. Take some time to consolidate your strength. After breakfast, Chu Yunxian decided to make use of the newly activated God of Luck system and head to the black market. The black market exists in every city as an underground trading hub, gathering a variety of items, including beast crystals, spiritual artifacts, and martial techniques. The market earned its name because it was rife with illegal and stolen goods. While most items had dubious origins, often acquired through murder and theft, the black market also facilitated the circulation of treasures among warriors. For those with less power, money remained crucial. Xiao Xianxian. A voice suddenly called out. Xiao Qiyue, with a beaming smile, ran over to Chu Yunxuan and casually linked her arm with his. Xiao, Fairy Minter? What are you doing here? I spent the night at Xiao Chushue's place and was planning to head to Tianhua University. Didn't expect to run into you here. Xiao Chushue? Want me to introduce you?
Chu Yunxuan stood.
Isn't she already interested in someone else? Do you know who Chu Yunxian is? He's the famous heartthrob of Tianhua City. Making a girl waver isn't a big deal for him, right? Xiao Qiyue and Jiang Ying stayed up all night discussing a plan. Since the person Xiao Chushue had feelings for was no longer in the picture, they had only one option left, to let another man into her heart. And who better than Chu Yunxian? No way, she's already interested in someone else. I'm not interested. She's the most beautiful woman in Tianhua City, on par with your sister. Then I'll stick with my sister, Xiaohua muttered. Wow, you're really something. You just exposed yourself.
Chu Yunxuan stood.
Let's go to the academy. Xiao Qiyue, still holding on to Chu Yunxuan's arm, said, You go ahead. I have some things to handle. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Qiyue smiled sweetly. Where are you going? I'll keep you company. I'm really bored lately. Aren't you going to check on your small shop? Ugh, without you there, business isn't good at all, Xiao Qiyue said bitterly. All right then. The black market might not have many experts, but it's still pretty dangerous. Taking her along as a bodyguard isn't a bad idea, Chu Yunxian thought. So, Chu Yunxian walked into a scratch-off lottery shop. What is he doing? Xiao Qiyue muttered as she followed him inside. Boss, give me 3 scratch-off tickets, Chu Yunxian said, handing over 30 yuan. Xiao Qiyue crossed her arms and mocked. You're playing this? I've played these before. You can't make much money from them. The shop owner replied, You can't say that. The grand prize is 10,000 yuan. Although it's not much, the cost is low, and you can claim the prize immediately. With that, the owner took 3 tickets from a stack and handed them to Chu Yunxian. Do you want to play? Chu Yunxian handed one to Xiao Qiyue. She scoffed, No way. You can't win much. Even if you do, it's just a few bucks. Turning to the owner, she said, You might fool novices with that talk. I've played for years and never even won 3rd prize. At that moment, Chu Yunxian handed over a scratch ticket. Boss, 1st prize. Damn. The owner took a look. Wow, it's really the 1st prize, 50,000 yuan. Xiao Qiyue coughed awkwardly. Beginner's luck. When I first started, I also won, 4th prize. Just then, Chu Yunxian handed over another ticket. Boss, grand prize. Boss? Xiao Qiyue. 2 tickets in a row, 1 first prize, 1 grand prize? The owner was wide-eyed. He had never seen anything like this in over a decade of running the shop. Xiao Qiyue shuddered, staring intently at the grand prize ticket. If she remembered correctly, want another go? Chu Yunxian handed the 3rd ticket to Xiao Qiyue. Xiao Qiyue couldn't help but let a slight smile curl at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she watched Chu Yunxian scrape off the 1st character from that spot. The character was T. Suddenly, a burst of inspiration surged through her mind. Could this be a specially customized service? Perhaps a special thank you gift for her patronage? Or maybe a specially tailored reward? Could such a treatment really exist? Or maybe it's an extra special thank you. Yes, it must be that. Xiao Qiyue's imagination flowed like a spring. Could there be any other possibilities? Once again, Chu Yunxian, the boss, had surprised her. Xiao Qiyue couldn't fathom the depths of his thoughts. Xiao Qiyue felt a surge of excitement. 3 scratch-off lottery tickets, 2 grand prizes, and 1 first prize? This was unbelievable. Could it be real? Even with a whole stack of scratch-offs, winning this much seemed impossible. Could this store have a glitch? Out of billions of scratch-off tickets, only a few grand prizes would be scattered throughout the city's various shops. Had they accidentally lumped all the big prizes together? The shop owner swallowed hard and handed over 3 more tickets as Chu Yunxian requested. Are you sure it's this stack? The owner asked hesitantly.
Chu Yunxuan note that.
Yes, just pick any 3. The owner handed over 3 random scratch-off tickets. Xiao Qiyue watched intently. The 1st ticket, 1st prize. Chu Yunxian handed it to her. Xiao Qiyue's eyes widened. The 2nd ticket, also a 1st prize. Xiao Qiyue's jaw dropped. Just as Chu Yunxian was about to scratch off the 3rd ticket, Xiao Qiyue shouted, Wait? She looked at Chu Yunxian with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Brother, let me try. I've never won a 1st prize in my life. Chu Yunxian replied calmly, Then your wish might not come true. Why? He handed her the ticket. It's a grand prize. Xiao Qiyue's eyes widened even more. The shop owner was equally stunned. Both of them couldn't help but swallow hard. Boss, more tickets. Chu Yunxuan started to say, but Xiao Qiyue interrupted eagerly. Wait. I'll do it. I'll do it. She handed over a few hundred yuan. Keep the change. Give me the whole stack. The owner handed over the tickets, still in a daze. Xiao Qiyue almost burst with excitement. She was sure the lottery company had made a mistake and accidentally bundled all the winning tickets together. She was going to become a millionaire. The first ticket, thank you, try again. The second ticket, thank you, try again. The third ticket, thank you, try again. After scratching off over 200 tickets, she had only 135 yuan. She stood there, puzzled. Miss, this is more like it, the owner said, looking at her sympathetically. Xiao Qiyue forced a smile. Boss, about that change. Maybe you should give it back to me. Chu Yunxuan happily left the store with a bank card in hand, while Xiao Qiyue followed behind him, feeling dejected. 45,000 yuan. Just like that?
Chu Yunxuan grin.
Brother, was this your first time trying? Xiao Qiyue asked, confused. Yes. You only scratched 6 tickets and won 3 grand prizes and 3 first prizes? Didn't you say beginners have a grace period?
Chu Yunxuan lau ghét.
Xiao Qiyue was speechless. What are you going to do next? She asked. Go to the casino. You're going to gamble? Xiao Qiyue asked, surprised.
Chu Yunxuan nốt đét.
45,000 isn't enough. After a moment of thought, Xiao Qiyue said, do you know much about casinos? Her interest was piqued. Let's go together. In the casino, a group of gamblers was having a great time. The simplest game is to guess big or small, Xiao Qiyue explained to Chu Yunxuan. He nodded and handed her the bank card. Convert all the money into chips for me. Xiao Qiyue happily ran off and soon returned with 45,000 yuan in chips. If we make money, I'll give you 20%, Chu Yunxuan said. Yay. Xiao Qiyue was thrilled. With Chu Yunxuan's luck, making money was a sure thing. Chu Yunxuan walked over to a gambling table. Chu Yunxuan, a gambler known for his low profile and aversion to showing off, revealed a different side of himself in the casino. While others hesitated, he boldly placed a bet of 450,000 yuan on the high number. His decisive move left the other gamblers stunned, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Xiao Qiyue watched Chu Yunxuan, trying to stop him, worried that his impulsiveness might lead to a huge loss. However, Chu Yunxuan merely smiled calmly and stuck to his decision. With unwavering determination, he won round after round, his chips multiplying from 450,000 to a staggering 5 million. In the casino surveillance room, a man observed Chu Yunxian's winning streak and immediately ordered his subordinates to retrieve the 5 million yuan. But Chu Yunxian remained unfazed, basking in the thrill of his victories and ready for the next challenge. A man named Mozi approached Chu Yunxian and proposed a showdown. Without hesitation, Chu Yunxian accepted the challenge, and the two sat down for the final gamble. The crowd gathered around, the atmosphere thick with tension and excitement. Xiao Qiyue watched Chu Yunxian with mixed emotions, cheering him on and massaging his shoulders, hoping he would win again. The beautiful dealer, after shaking the dice, found herself unable to control the outcome, as if everything was slipping out of her grasp. In the end, Chu Yunxian's choice led to yet another victory, earning him the admiration and awe of everyone around. Xiao Qiyue's mouth dropped open in astonishment, while Chu Yunxian humbly smiled, marveling at his incredible luck. This gamble turned him into a legend within the casino. Chu Yunxian felt a bit helpless. He thought the European god system was just too crude and simple, beyond his imagination. He simply couldn't lose. He watched in disbelief as the guy wearing sunglasses unceremoniously took away the 5 million chips in front of him. It wasn't until he saw the charming lady on Chu Yunxuan's arm, the two of them leaving intimately, that he snapped back to reality. Damn it! He cursed angrily, glaring at the beautiful dealer. Are you looking for trouble? He demanded harshly. My remote control seems to be broken, the woman replied, trembling with fear. Damn it! You'll pay for this, Mozi snarled, pointing at her. Just then, he noticed a man. Boss, he called out as he quickly approached. Wow, you look amazing, Xiao Yunxian. You're so handsome. Xiao Qiyue praised Chu Yunxian repeatedly, holding his arm. Chu Yunxian smiled, about to respond, when a man approached them amicably. Brother, care for a game? The man asked with a smile. Mozi breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. Since the boss was stepping in, the problem shouldn't be too big. Let's quit while we're ahead. No more, Chu Yunxian said. But Chunjia was in no hurry. You have 10 million chips, right? I'll go all in with 20 million. How about that? Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiyue exchanged glances. Xiao Qiyue whispered to Chu Yunxian, it's a trap. In a game of luck, how can he be so sure he'll win? Unless he has some special means.
Chen Hie Chakel, no misunderstanding.
My luck's been good today too.
I'm confident.
Do you dare? Chu Yunxuan nodded. All right, let's do it. Xiao Qiyue frowned, sensing trouble. This was clearly a trap. Be more open-minded. Please, Chunjie laughed, then turned around. Suddenly, a girl bumped into him. Sorry, she apologized hastily. Chunjie showed a hint of anger. Watch it. The girl hurriedly said, sorry, I need to go get some money. After that, Chunjie and Chu Yunxian sat on opposite sides of the gambling table. Still the high-low game, right? Chunjie smiled at Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian nodded. No problem. After shaking the dice, Chunjie smiled at Chu Yunxian. You go first? Chu Yunxian calmly said, all right. He pushed out his 10 million chips. All in, betting on high. Xiao Qiyue looked worried. This was clearly a trap, and Chu Yunxian was destined to lose. Xiao Xinxian, should you give up? Xiao Qiyue reminded him again. It's all right. Chu Yunxian shook his head. Chunjie adjusted his glasses, which seemed specially made to see the dice points inside. 4, 5, 6, definitely high. But Chunjie smiled confidently and pushed out his 20 million chips. 20 million, then I'll have to bet on low. He crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth, with his hands casually in his coat pockets. Suddenly, he frowned. He fumbled in his pocket. Where's the remote? He wanted to press the remote control button to change the dice points. However, Chunjie suddenly realized that his remote control was missing. He had clearly put it in his pocket and had just checked it. He felt a twinge of panic as his eyes lit up, as if he had an idea. Could it have been that woman earlier? Did she bump into him and steal the remote from his pocket? He clenched his pocket tightly as the dealer opened the remote without hesitation. The result was 4, 5, 6, a big win. The beautiful dealer was stunned, and the surrounding gamblers looked on enviously. Xiao Qiyue was also shocked. She glanced at Chu Yunxian, wondering if he dared to place such a high bet purely out of luck. Did he really have no tricks up his sleeve? Chu Yunxian smiled as he pocketed his chips, teasing, looks like my luck is a bit better than yours. Chunjie asked if he wanted to continue, but Chu Yunxian had to leave, carrying 3 million in cash as he exited the casino. Chunjie's eyes turned cold as he instructed the pockmarked man beside him to follow Chu Yunxian and seize the opportunity to reclaim the money. Just then, Qinyang approached and inquired about Chu Yunxuan's intentions. Upon learning the truth, Chunjie decided to have the pockmarked man deal with Chu Yunxian, while Qinyang planned to involve members of the Assassin Alliance. In the shadows, a man in a baseball cap sat on a bench, a member of the Assassin Alliance, his eyes fixed on Chu Yunxian. A deep voice echoed through the headset as Chu Yunxian embarked on a journey to an unknown destination. When questioned about his whereabouts, he gave a vague and ambiguous answer. The employer's threats left him no room for hesitation. Too much time had already been wasted, and the task had to be completed today. The man in the baseball cap squinted, fully aware that Chu Yunxian and his group seemed to be heading towards the black market. The black market, a place teeming with hidden dangers and few visitors, was the perfect spot for an assassination. The man in the baseball cap muttered to himself, pondering the best method. Chu Yunxuan's cultivation was still shallow, and his physical strength was limited. Without any defensive spiritual energy, a bullet would be the most straightforward and effective means. After a moment of contemplation, the man in the baseball cap stood up and walked straight towards the black market, determined to see the mission through. Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiyue arrived at the black market. Contrary to what the name suggests, it wasn't a mysterious underground trading hub. The black market was an openly existing area in Tianhua City. This commercial pedestrian street had a long history, but the buildings on both sides were dilapidated, as if they could be demolished at any moment. Despite this, the shops were bustling with activity, and the street vendors on both sides were numerous. The goods sold here were diverse and plentiful. The crowd on the black market street wasn't overwhelming, but it was far from sparse. Vendors eagerly called out to passers-by. One vendor enthusiastically exclaimed, "Brother, would you like to take a look at this ancient parchment?" According to experts, it records the hiding place of the Yao Emperor's sword, a legendary weapon from a century ago. Another vendor showcased a 3-star Earth-tier spiritual weapon, the Flaming Sun Sword, and pleaded, "Warrior, consider this. This rare Earth-tier Flaming Sun Sword is just what you need to advance with your spiritual crystals." Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkled as she remarked, "The treasures here are indeed abundant, but there are so many fakes." Pointing at the parchment and the Yao Emperor's sword, she joked, "These are so fake. The vendor doesn't even believe it himself, yet he tries to fool others." Looking at the Flaming Sun Sword, she couldn't help but laugh. The flames on this sword do look quite realistic. Chu Yunxian shrugged and commented, "The black market is certainly a unique place. But perhaps it's because there are always kind-hearted people in this world that these vendors have a market." Suddenly, a man asked, "Wow, a 3-star Earth-tier Flaming Sun Sword? Really? Can I try it out?" Chu Yunxian asked Xiao Qiyue in confusion, "Can't this guy tell it's fake?" Xiao Qiyue explained. The flaming sun sword has been pre-infused with spiritual energy, so it feels powerful when swung, but it turns into scrap metal afterward. Chu Yunxuan nodded, and the two continued walking. Nearby, a masked man with pockmarks was stealthily following them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He had obtained information about Chu Yunxian and had made him his target. Although Chu Yunxuan's skills might be formidable, the pockmarked man was determined to launch a sneak attack. Meanwhile, a member of the Assassins' League, wearing a baseball cap, had already infiltrated the rooftop of a dilapidated building in the black market and was assembling a sniper rifle. For lower-level targets, firearms were still an effective choice. Confident and ready to complete his mission to join the Assassins' League, he chewed gum with a self-assured expression. He took aim, pulled the trigger, and fired a precise shot. Chu Yunxian, unaware of this, was chatting with Xiao Qiyue. She asked, "What are you looking to buy?" Chu Yunxian was filled with anticipation, hoping to get lucky and find a suitable martial skill or spiritual artifact. If that didn't work out, he could always consider buying some primordial spirit crystals to absorb and refine later. Xiao Qiyue mentioned that in a place like this black market, it was indeed possible to come across martial skills that, while not of the highest grade, were still quite effective. Suddenly, a street vendor stopped Chu Yunxian and his companions, asking if they wanted to join a ring toss game. Ring toss? Chu Yunxian curiously eyed the stall in front of him. It turned out to be a traditional ring toss game. The stall was filled with various items, including spiritual artifacts, recovery potions, martial skills, and primordial spirit crystals. The vendor explained that there were even 10-star Xian-level martial skills and 1D-level martial skill available. These items were likely of dubious origin, and the vendor probably couldn't openly sell the D-level martial skill without risking exposure. Chu Yunxian asked about the price, and the vendor replied that each ring cost 200,000. If the ring landed on the small steel pin next to an item, that item would belong to him. Considering the game's rules and risks, Chu Yunxian thought the investment was worthwhile. However, he noticed the rings were quite small and needed to land precisely on the steel pins. He decided to buy 10 rings. After paying 2 million, he received 10 rings, with the only condition being that he couldn't use spiritual power. Meanwhile, Ma Zi, pretending to be a passerby, observed from a distance and spotted a perfect opportunity. Chu Yunxian was fully focused on the ring toss game, oblivious to the surrounding danger. Ma Zi decided to seize this chance and approached Chu Yunxian, planning to kill him in one swift move. On the third floor, a member of the Assassin Alliance, a man in a baseball cap, had already locked Chu Yunxian in his sniper scope, waiting for the perfect moment. Calmly aiming at his target, he prepared for a fatal shot. To him, this seemed like an easy task. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, Ma Zi suddenly appeared behind Chu Yunxian, pulling out a dagger for a lethal strike. Through his scope, the sniper saw Ma Zi quickly rushing towards Chu Yunxian, ready to stab. The gunshot was almost drowned out by the market's noise. Ma Zi seized the moment, his dagger flashing like lightning towards Chu Yunxuan's head, aiming to kill him instantly. Just as the man in the baseball cap was about to fire, he realized something was amiss. The next moment, the bullet pierced through Ma Zi's body. He let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. The man in the baseball cap cursed angrily, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is just too much." His eyes revealed a mix of disappointment and anger. He felt wronged, filled with a sense of injustice and discontent. This sudden setback left him deeply frustrated, as if the entire world was against him. Nevertheless, he made an effort to stay optimistic, trying to muster the strength to face the challenges ahead. At this moment, he became even more resolute in his beliefs, determined to overcome the obstacles before him and showcase his true abilities. Chu Yunxian glanced back and saw a man lying on the ground behind him, blood gushing from his back, unfortunately hitting his heart. A gleaming dagger lay on the ground, painting a chilling scene. However, in this black market teeming with lawless warriors and ruthless individuals, such a sight, while sudden, did not cause much alarm. Chu Yunxuan's gaze shifted upwards, but the person was already gone. Xiao Qiyue scrutinized the pockmarked face on the ground, furrowing her delicate brows as she confirmed his identity. Chu Yunxian nodded, thinking that the person who had won their money at the casino had indeed come to ambush him. Curious, Xiao Qiyue asked, who could have killed him? She looked towards the third floor. The bullet had come from behind. The assassin must have been hiding up there. Xiao Qiyue continued, "Don't you have friends protecting you in secret?" Chu Yunxian shrugged, "Doesn't seem like it. Could it be your sister? But she's not the type to use a gun, right?" Xiao Qiyue pondered for a moment, clearly puzzled. It seemed someone had come to assassinate Chu Yunxian, but was then killed by a hidden protector, saving Chu Yunxuan's life. This indicated that someone was indeed protecting him. However, the situation still seemed strange. Chu Yunxian had already reported the incident to the tribunal, a girl mentioned. People around them pretended nothing had happened, continuing their transactions with a calm demeanor, even after witnessing a death. A vendor nearby merely carried on with his business, unperturbed. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Of course, I'll keep playing. I lost so much money. I have to keep going. He casually threw 10 rings into the air. The vendor laughed. Brother, I told you to hurry up, not just toss them randomly. I earned 2 million from you, but it's no fun if you throw like that. Whoa. The vendor's voice trailed off as he stared in disbelief at his stall. Xiao Chiyue was about to scold Chu Yunxian for being wasteful, but she too was stunned by the sight. The 10 rings had perfectly landed on the steel needles, hitting the most precious items. Earth-tier martial arts, Heaven-tier 10-star spirit artifacts, Earth-grade spirit crystals, and Shintian realm demon crystals. The vendor's mouth hung open in shock. Although he had acquired these treasures through bloodshed, he had hoped to use them to attract more players and earn more money. Now, they were all gone in an instant. Your luck is unbelievable. Xiao Chiyue exclaimed. How many times has this happened today? This luck is too outrageous. With this kind of luck, if you went to a water park, every girl in the pool would end up pregnant. It's absurd. The vendor's face twitched. Unbelievable. Your luck is insane. Boss, I swear I didn't use any spiritual power. Chu Yunxian nodded. I know. With this luck, you should buy a lottery ticket. I did. I won the grand prize. How about the casino? Went there, won 30 million. The vendor sighed. Wow. My bad luck. Just take it. Chu Yunxian grinned and collected all the items. After all, what he valued most was that Earth-tier martial art book. Wind Element Earth-tier martial art. Swift Wind Blade. Xiao Chiyue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although this Wind Element Earth-tier martial art was extremely precious, it was useless to anyone without wind affinity. It couldn't be traded on the market and could only be sold privately or destroyed. Otherwise, it would cause trouble. Chu Yunxian accepted the martial art manual, feeling grateful that he had wind affinity and could properly train with it. Suddenly, a voice of discontent rang out. Oh my god, this is a fake, and I can't even speak the truth? Chu Yunxian and Xiao Chiyue turned to see Yu Qianren complaining. They walked over to him and saw an old man arguing with Yu Qianren. The old man angrily pointed at Yu Qianren. You're spouting nonsense. I found this sword during an expedition in the beast realm. How could it be a fake? Curious, Chu Yunxian stepped forward and asked, You found the sword and some remains in a cave? What's going on? The old man explained angrily, This sword is sealed. Only by breaking the seal can its true power be revealed, proving it's a heaven-tier spiritual weapon. Because of the seal, I could only sell it for 10 million. If you want it, buy it. If not, leave. Yu Qianren skeptically questioned, A seal? Cave remains? That sounds like a myth. Besides, I've never seen a genuine heaven-tier spiritual weapon. Xiao Chiyue interjected. First time in the black market? This happens a lot. Chu Yunxian stared at the sword. Although he wasn't sure if it was real, he knew that with his divine system, he couldn't be deceived. If it was genuine, it would be a true heaven-tier spiritual weapon. 10 million? Swipe the card. Chu Yunxian paid without hesitation. Yu Qianren asked in surprise, You believe him? Both Xiao Chiyue and Yu Qianren were puzzled by Chu Yunxuan's decision. Chu Yunxian smiled and said, It's hard-earned money anyway. Consider it helping out this old man. The old man, grateful, said, You're quite interesting, young man. I'll throw in a beast crystal from a divine realm beast as well. Yu Qianren was shocked. You're giving away such a valuable crystal too? The old man sneered. Regretting it now? It's already sold to someone else. Yu Qianren rolled his eyes in frustration. Chu Yunxian took the sword and found it much heavier than he had imagined. He asked the old man how to break the seal, and the old man replied, You need a pure young heavenly crystal, but those have become extinct, which is why I sold the sword. Chu Yunxian nodded and tried swinging the sword, feeling its power. Suddenly, a roar echoed down the street. Don't think you can escape, beast. Chase it down. A group of figures quickly chased after a man who appeared to be a black market vendor. He moved with incredible agility, a testament to his mastery of wind-based martial arts, leaving after images in his wake. Glancing back, the man sneered, You think you can catch me? He then picked up speed, trying to shake off his pursuers. But in that instant, a flicker of terror crossed his eyes. With a swift slash, Chu Yunxuan's sword, still being tested, cut his throat. Chu Yunxian stood there, bewildered, as everyone around him stared in shock. Beside him, Yu Qianren and Xiao Chiyue were equally stunned, watching in disbelief as the man clutched his neck, blood gushing out, and collapsed to the ground. Had he really killed someone? What now? Would the tribunal hold him accountable? He was just testing his sword. A gust of wind blew past. It was his own fault. The pursuing crowd arrived just in time to witness the scene. The middle-aged man leading them widened his eyes, then turned to Chu Yunxian and asked, Young man, why did you do this? Chu Yunxian stammered, but before he could respond, the middle-aged man hugged him tightly. patting his back and expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, he would have escaped. Thank you. Really, thank you. Pointing to the corpse, the man said, I am from Lin Ya City. This man killed my son in the beast realm, stole his spatial ring, and sold its contents on the black market. I tracked him down with great effort, and he almost got away. If not for you, I might never have avenged my son. Xiao Qiyue and Yu Qianren watched in stunned silence, unable to believe what was happening. Chu Yunxuan cleared his throat modestly and said, It was the least I could do. The middle-aged man called over Lu Meng and instructed him to give something to Chu Yunxian. Lu Meng handed Chu Yunxian a spatial ring, and the man explained, Inside is a pure yang sky crystal, an heirloom from my ancestors. I promised that whoever avenged my son would receive it. Now, it belongs to you. Chu Yunxian, Xiao Qiyue, Yu Qianren, and the middle-aged man all stood there, bewildered and unsure of what to do next. Swallowing hard, Chu Yunxian thought to himself, Is this the ocean system? This is unbelievable. A few people stood quietly in place, their faces filled with confusion. Chu Yunxian stared dumbfoundedly at the spatial ring in his hand, an indescribable excitement welling up inside him. Could this be the legendary ocean system? Xiao Qiyue's mouth hung open in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Yu Qianren's face showed surprise as he exclaimed, Could this be the pure yang sky crystal? The old man who had just sold the sword to Chu Yunxian stood nearby, his throat moving as his eyes widened with a mix of shock and relief. I knew selling that item was the right choice, he thought. However, he quickly realized there was no need to regret it. His pricing might have been a bit exaggerated. He had believed the sword was, at most, a high-level spiritual weapon, possibly close to the level of a divine weapon, but not quite there. If he had truly thought it was a divine weapon, he wouldn't have sold it so easily, even if he couldn't unseal the pure yang sky crystal himself. Chu Yunxian accepted the spatial ring and calmly said, No need for formalities. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered, Take his body back and kneel before Yenner's grave. With that, they hurriedly left. Yu Qianren curiously asked, Brother Xian, is this really the pure yang sky crystal? Chu Yunxian nodded and began unsealing the sword in his hand. Yu Qianren reminded him, If it's a fake, make him refund you on the spot. The old man firmly replied, It can't possibly be a fake. It's at least a high-level spiritual weapon, and $1 million is a fair price. As for the pure yang sky crystal, it only used a fraction of its power. Yu Qianren pointed at the old man and questioned, Didn't you just say it was at least a divine weapon? The old man waved dismissively and quickly left. Yu Qianren watched his retreating figure with suspicion, mumbling, What's he hiding? Xiao Qiyue played with the demon crystal in his hand, remarking, The old man does have some integrity. At least this demon crystal is real. Chu Yunxian smiled slightly, understanding that even a high-level spiritual weapon was worth the price. He actually leaned towards believing the sword was a divine weapon, but the old man couldn't be certain. With the ocean system, Chu Yunxian always felt fortunate. This time, his gains were already substantial. He arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Tianhua City, ready to unseal the sword in his hand, anticipating the immense power it held. Chu Yunxian took out the pure yang sky crystal and the sword, filled with anticipation. He thought to himself, even if it's just a high-level spiritual weapon, it's worth it. If it's a divine weapon, I've hit the jackpot. The pure yang sky crystal looked ordinary but contained immense power, especially valuable for fire element warriors. However, for Chu Yunxian, who had already maxed out his fire element, the crystal's power was less significant, though still considerable. He channeled his spiritual energy, infusing the pure yang sky crystal's power into the sword, only to discover that the sword continuously absorbed the crystal's energy, much to his surprise. He grinned, feeling a surge of joy. Suddenly, he frowned as he noticed the sword still absorbing energy, floating in midair, while the pure yang sky crystal gradually shrank. It became clear that the sword possessed a unique power, raising even more questions in his mind. Chu Yunxian furrowed his brows, puzzled as to why the seal hadn't been lifted. When the last trace of power from the pure yang celestial crystal was injected into the sword, the crystal completely vanished, fully absorbed. Simultaneously, a blue and white beam of light shot into the sky. Standing in place, Chu Yunxian felt a surge of energy around him, his hair and clothes wildly fluttering. The beam before him was about 10 meters in diameter, immense and awe-inspiring. The void above churned, the clouds roiling despite the clear skies, even causing snow to fall. Chu Yunxian was astonished, wondering what kind of phenomenon this was. Unsealing a sword had led to such a spectacle, snow falling out of season. Could this beam be related to the one in the demon beast domain that night? No, they were unrelated. Meanwhile, the entire city of Tianhua was in shock, everyone's eyes drawn to the towering blue and white light. The unusual phenomenon in the sky, accompanied by gently falling snow, was both beautiful and terrifying. Chu Yunxuan's mind raced with questions. What had happened? Why did this phenomenon occur? Was a significant figure descending upon Tianhua City, or was some formidable power erupting here? The falling snow, could it be man-made? No, this was clearly a natural phenomenon. At Tianhua University, Qin Zhenhai stood by the window, gazing at the distant beam connecting heaven and earth, deeply puzzled. Could it be an extraordinary treasure emerging? What was happening in Tianhua City lately? The demon beast domain had a beam last night, and now there was another anomaly within the city. Various factions, including the Divine Alliance, the Celestial Realm, the Bounty Guild, and numerous warriors, rushed to the site of the beam as quickly as possible. At the same time, Chu Yunxuan was anxious, hoping for a swift end to all of this. As he silently urged it to conclude, the power dissipated, the sword fell, and the ground rapidly froze, revealing it to be a sword of immense cold power. The sword now emitted a dazzling blue and white light, prompting Chu Yunxuan to step back, sensing the danger. He quickly requested the system to exchange for ice attributes, then unleash the power of cold. As the chill spread, the sword seemed to sense something, flying straight towards Chu Yunxuan. He grabbed the hilt, feeling a rush of cold. Hastily, he stored the sword in his spatial ring and swiftly left the area. Soon after, people began to gather, with the Divine Alliance, Celestial Realm, and warriors arriving, searching everywhere but finding nothing. Chu Yunxuan, disguised as a passerby, quietly left, riding a shared bike back home. Lin Ya was also absent, evidently drawn by the beam. Chu Yunxuan calculated his next steps, considering using the divine system again, but the sword in front of him made him reconsider. His hand was already frozen, the spatial ring covered in frost, leaving him with no place to hide it. Helplessly, Chu Yunxuan muttered, "How do I deal with this situation?" On the path of cultivation, the protagonist wields a sword renowned for its extraordinary power. This sword's strength surpasses even that of celestial weapons, rendering it beyond imagination. Only such a divine weapon can break seals and summon phenomena from the heavens and earth. The mysterious nature and immense power of the Ocean system leave the protagonist utterly astounded, as if shattering all boundaries of imagination. Chu Yunxuan slowly opened his spatial ring and grasped the sword in his hand once more. He could feel a unique power emanating from the blade. As he swung the sword, he sensed an explosive force within it. Although it was formidable, he felt confident he could control it. He pondered the legends of blood recognition and fell into deep thought before turning to the internet for answers. He searched, can spiritual weapons recognize their master through blood? The results indicated that only when a spiritual weapon reached the holy forbidden level and possessed a weapon soul could it possibly do so. Most known holy weapons were crafted by the demon or monster races or by top-tier warriors. The human race possessed 5 holy forbidden weapons, all of which were national treasures. Chu Yunxuan continued his search. What is a weapon soul? The answer explained that in a world brimming with spiritual energy, high-grade materials could form a weapon soul after a sacrificial ritual, merging with the sacrificer's intelligence. This reminded Chu Yunxuan of a human holy forbidden weapon known as Xiepa, a spear. Legend had it that Xiepa was forged using the remains of an evil dragon. 1,000 years ago, a human expert at the heavenly Tao level defeated an evil dragon of the same rank and used its blood and soul to create Xiepa. When wielded, it was said to roar like a dragon. Chu Yunxuan was astounded. This was a holy weapon. He realized that holy weapons were ranked above heavenly spiritual weapons and divine artifacts, residing in the realm of the holy forbidden. The 5 known holy weapons of the human race were held by the Divine Alliance and Tianyu, serving as national treasures. There might be other holy weapons in existence, but they were not publicly known. He continued his search for known holy weapons, discovering that, in addition to the 5 human ones, the demon and monster races possessed a total of 18 holy weapons. Yet, he couldn't find any weapon with such an extraordinary cold aura as his sword. Could it be that blood recognition wasn't necessary? Or was it that his strength was too weak to control it? This possibility made him doubt. Suddenly owning a holy weapon seemed unbelievable. Perhaps it was just a divine artifact. It was worth a try. Chu Yunxuan thought for a moment, then bit his finger and let his blood drip onto the sword. A blue-white light connected him to the sword, and he felt a clear bond forming between them. My God! It really could recognize its master through blood. Could this be a holy weapon? Chu Yunxuan's face lit up with joy. After a while, the cold aura disappeared. With a thought, the sword flew into his hand from the ground. Cool. He stored the sword back into his spatial ring, no longer feeling the cold aura. This sword would have its own name, but he didn't know it yet. Oh well, he could figure it out later. Standing up, Chu Yunxuan walked to the living room and gazed out the window. A lively crowd was entering the neighborhood, creating quite a commotion. It was clear that they had all just run out to see what that beam of light was. Unfortunately, they saw nothing and returned to where they were. After a while, Lin Ya came back. She was a gentle and lovely girl. Chu Yunxuan smiled and called out, Xiao Yar, did you see that beam of light in Tianhua City just now? Lin Ya nodded and replied, yes, I did. I want to take a look. Many people from the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Realm also went, but no one could figure out what it was. It was all just a blank. She sat down on the sofa, slightly furrowing her delicate brows. She started to feel the recent instability around Tianhua City and suddenly remembered something. By the way, did you check the latest trending news? The Divine Alliance just posted something. Chu Yunxian shook his head. Lin Ya continued, that beam of light last night is said to be the emergence of a spiritual realm. Chu Yunxian frowned. A spiritual realm? What's that? Well, Lin Ya explained. It seems to be quite large. It's supposed to open in a few days. You can think of a spiritual realm as a kind of tomb. A powerful individual, sensing their end approaching, uses their tremendous abilities combined with spatial powers to create an independent space. They then enter it to complete their final cultivation. Chu Yunxian pondered. An independent space? Lin Ya nodded. Yes. It's like a hidden space around us. We can't see or touch it, and we can even pass through it. Only when this space merges with our own can we see and enter it. Chu Yunxian finally understood. I see. Lin Ya continued. After many years, the power of the spiritual realm weakens, and the two spaces begin to intersect. This is when the spiritual realm emerges, and people can enter it to obtain the treasures left behind by the powerful individual. Chu Yunxian asked curiously, is this the only scenario? Lin Ya replied, pretty much. Usually, a spiritual realm is only created under these circumstances. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. They are quite rare. The last one appeared 8 years ago, and the one before that was 90 years ago. Reaching such a level is already difficult, and it requires significant power and spatial abilities to create a spiritual realm. Most powerful individuals, when they fall, don't have the capability to create one. Chu Yunxian teased. Wouldn't we be disturbing the deceased by entering? Would they let us go? Lin Ya laughed. In fact, 99% of those who create spiritual realms hope that one day someone will enter and fulfill their wishes. They might just want to leave a peaceful place for their departed selves. Chu Yunxian reflected. Is this also called a death realm? Is there no way back for those who enter? Yes, Lin Ya continued. 8 years ago, a death realm appeared south of Tianhua City. Chu Yunxian blinked. Why didn't I know about this? Lin Ya explained. Because that death realm appeared in the territory of the demon race, specifically within the range of the second demon shrine near our Tianhua City. She continued. According to our information, many powerful demons who had taken human forms entered it and were ultimately wiped out. It's said that this was the reason why the second demon shrine suffered a great blow, and it hasn't attacked Tianhua City for the past 10 years.
Chu Yunxuan suddenly understood.
He asked, what about this time? Lin Ya replied, based on the investigation by experts from the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Realm, this time it seems to be a spiritual realm created by a human. In thousands of years, spiritual realms created by humans have never turned into death realms. Chu Yunxian asked, are you going? Lin Ya nodded firmly and said, yes. Chu Yunxian, delighted, replied, then I'll go too. Lin Ya frowned slightly and reminded him, it's very dangerous. Chu Yunxian smiled confidently and responded, I'll stick with you. Lin Ya gave a slight nod, indicating her agreement. She suggested, we can enter together with the Dean and Minter Shao to look out for each other. Chu Yunxian nodded in agreement. All right, let's rest and wait for the spirit realm to open. That night, Chu Yunxuan's cultivation level broke through to the 8th star of the Xintian realm. Simultaneously, a notification from his system came, ding, the European god system is now offline. Chu Yunxian felt a bit reluctant, thinking that if he could continue using the European god system in the spirit realm, he would be invincible. However, the system didn't last longer. He decided to try to activate a new system, hoping to enhance his combat power in the spirit realm. Anticipating the new system's activation, Chu Yunxian eagerly rubbed his hands together. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Ding, congratulations on activating the misfortune system. Chu Yunxian was puzzled, unsure of what this meant. Chu Yunxuan's eyes lit up. A misfortune system had appeared? He had been wondering if another power system would show up after the disappearance of the luck god system, but he hadn't expected it to be something like this. The misfortune system caught him completely off guard. According to its rules, people around the host would occasionally encounter various degrees of misfortune. The person who triggered the misfortune would then provide rewards to the host, with the size of the reward corresponding to the severity of the misfortune. The system would last for 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Reading the system introduction, Chu Yunxian felt a sigh of relief. The misfortune was directed at those around him, not himself. He could handle such a rule. However, when he saw that the system would last for 7 days, he couldn't help but feel surprised. None of the previous systems he had encountered had lasted this long. Perhaps there was a reason the luck god system didn't last 7 days. But in the spiritual realm, what use could the misfortune system have? It might just bring trouble to those around him. Should he stay away from home to keep Lin Ya from getting caught up in it? Chu Yunxuan quickly told Lin Ya, Xiao Yar, I have some things to take care of and need to go out for a bit. Lin Ya came out, looked at him with concern, and asked, Is it dangerous? Chu Yunxuan smiled and said, I'm just going out with some friends. All right, remember to message me, Lin Ya reminded him. Chu Yunxuan made an okay gesture and hurriedly left, worried that Lin Ya might get into trouble. Walking down the street, he pondered his situation. He was practically a walking jinx now. Even though misfortune was random, and someone around him might stay safe, who could guarantee that? Chen Yang, Tang Xiaosan. Those two certainly had it out for him. Was it time to pass the misfortune on to them? Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Brother Xian, I'm here. Chu Yunxian turned around to see Yu Qianren. Was he here to get himself into trouble too? Chu Yunxian hesitated, but greeted him with a smile. Yu Qianren said, Looks like we're destined to meet, Brother Xian. Are you heading to the spiritual realm?
Chu Yunxuan nodded that.
Yes, and you? I'm going too. For someone like me, without any innate talent, it might be an opportunity, Yu Qianren said, adding, Of course, it's also full of danger. Chu Yunxian nodded in agreement, glancing around. The place was bustling with people. Yu Qianren remarked, So many people. Seems like they are from all over the major cities. Suddenly, a motorcycle sped past, and the rider snatched Chu Yunxuan's wallet from his pocket. Seeing this, Yu Qianren fumed. How dare they steal Brother Xian's wallet? Chu Yunxian was about to calm him down, but Yu Qianren impulsively charged after the thief. Chu Yunxian rubbed his nose. The wallet only had a few dozen bucks and no bank cards or ID. It was a promotional item he got when signing up on a shopping app. It wasn't worth risking anything for it. He started worrying that Yu Qianren might trigger the misfortune system while trying to retrieve the wallet, bringing misfortune upon himself. Those two bikers might be even more dangerous than Chu Yunxian. If he's not careful, they could seriously injure or even kill him. This thought made Chu Yunxian feel very guilty. Moments later, he suddenly heard a ding sound. The misfortune system activated, rewarding him with 30,000 system points. Chu Yunxian frowned, wondering if something had happened to Yu Qianren. Just then, Yu Qianren walked over with a smile, allowing Chu Yunxian to finally relax. Yu Qianren slapped the wallet into Chu Yunxuan's hand and said, Here you go, Xian. Chu Yunxian accepted the wallet with a smile and asked, Did you really get it back? When he opened the wallet, he found at least 3,000 yuan inside. This puzzled him, as his wallet had only contained a few dozen yuan in pocket money earlier. Yu Qianren, beaming with pride, explained, Of course. I charged at them and kicked their bike, sending it flying. They fell to the ground and started begging for mercy, quickly handing the wallet back to me. But when I checked, there were only a few dozen yuan inside. They insisted that was all there ever was, which was ridiculous. Chu Yunxuan's mouth twitched as he asked, and then? Yu Qianren grinned and said, Then I gave them a good beating. They didn't give in until they saw the coffin, and finally handed over the thousands of yuan. Chu Yunxian sighed and said wryly, What a mess. It turned out that the first victims of the misfortune system were the bikers. Chu Yunxian patted Yu Qianren on the shoulder with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Yu Qianren modestly replied, No big deal. Are you heading to Tianhua University? Let's go together. The two chatted as they walked towards Tianhua University. However, as they made their way, a figure stood on the rooftop of an office building, holding a sniper rifle aimed at Chu Yunxian. He took a deep breath, exhaling a smoke ring, and recalled the previous day's operation in the black market. He had almost hit Chu Yunxian, but someone had taken the bullet for him. But now, having joined the Assassin's League, he wouldn't hesitate. He adjusted his position, aiming at Chu Yunxuan's head, ready to pull the trigger. Just then, the gun chamber suddenly exploded. He clutched his right ear, which was hit by shrapnel, and screamed in pain. A ding sound rang out again as the misfortune system activated, rewarding Chu Yunxian with 30 attribute points. Chu Yunxian scratched his head and looked around but saw nothing unusual. At Tianhua University, classes were cancelled because of the appearance of the spirit realm. Students were fervently discussing whether to venture into it. They had the right to challenge it, but also had to bear the risks. The academy had a rule that students below the advanced class were not allowed to enter the spirit realm, and parents also disapproved. Despite this, some students still planned to go, aiming to become stronger. Zhang Ying walked up to Chu Yunxian and greeted him, Hey, heading to the spirit realm? Chu Yunxian nodded in agreement. Zhang Ying suggested, Let's go with the dean for safety. Chu Yunxian nodded in agreement. Not far away, Song Shuheng saw Zhang Ying approaching Chu Yunxian. Feeling a twinge of emotion, he silently stopped his initial intention to greet them. Song Shuheng gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger. A shy young lady approached, her face tinged with a bit of bashfulness. She asked, Senior Song, could I have your contact information? Song Shuheng turned to face her, instantly flashing his iconic smile. He nodded slightly and said, "Sure. Thank you for your compliment. You are very kind. Your praise is overwhelming and I feel truly honored." The young lady earnestly said, "Song Shuheng, you are really handsome and exceptionally kind-hearted. In my eyes, you are the second most attractive guy in the school, right after Chu Yunxian. I think even Shin Qianjun can't match your charm." Upon hearing this, warmth surged in Song Shuheng's heart. He smiled and nodded, "Thank you for the compliment. I'll continue to strive to be a better version of myself." Then, he glanced at Chu Yunxian in the distance and walked in that direction. Chu Yunxian and Yu Qianren were chatting with Jiang Ying, but they hadn't received any notifications from the misfortune system. This puzzled them. Could their luck be so good that they wouldn't trigger the system? Chu Yunxian was equally perplexed. As they conversed, Song Shuheng approached with a smile and greeted them. Yu Qianren immediately called out, "Senior Song," to which Song Shuheng nodded and responded politely. Chu Yunxian also offered a greeting. Song Shuheng then asked if they were heading to the spirit realm and suggested they go together for mutual support. Chu Yunxian readily agreed, thinking that in the unknown spirit realm, they would find ways to overcome any difficulties. Just then, the misfortune system suddenly activated. Chu Yunxian hesitated, wondering who would be affected, Yu Qianren, Jiang Ying, or Song Shuheng. Out of nowhere, a basketball flew over and hit Song Shuheng squarely in the face, knocking his glasses off. This incident didn't catch their attention immediately, but they did hear the system's notification of a 10,000 reward points gain. They quickly rushed over, appearing somewhat flustered by the sudden situation. Song Shuheng lowered his head, a flicker of anger in his eyes, but when he looked up, he wore a kind smile. He picked up the basketball and reassured everyone, "Be more careful next time." They apologized profusely, admiring Song Shuheng's patience, and said, "We're really sorry, you're so kind." Song Shuheng smiled warmly and replied, "It's okay. It wasn't intentional. Go ahead and play." He picked up his glasses, jokingly saying, "A bit unlucky," then glanced at Jiang Ying, looking slightly embarrassed. Yu Qianren remarked, "Senior Song is really nice. If it were me, I might have gotten angry." As they continued on, girls around them cast envious glances, praising Chu Yunxuan's good looks and even suggesting he and Jiang Ying made a perfect couple. Despite the chatter, their mood remained unaffected. However, Song Shuheng suddenly frowned, feeling discomfort in his stomach. He tried to hold back the urge to fart. In the open air, he slowly applied pressure to his abdomen, hoping to release it silently. But just when he thought everything was fine, an unexpected noise occurred, and the system triggered again, this time with a whopping 100,000 reward points. Chu Yunxian, confused by the scene, asked, "What's going on now?" The others gathered around, while the girls clamored for Chu Yunxuan's contact information, praising his extraordinary handsomeness. Suddenly, a foul odor spread, causing discomfort among the group. Yu Qianren scratched his head, and Song Shuheng stood frozen. Someone noticed the wet spot on Song Shuheng's pants, and a girl exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Song, did you sit in water?" This left Song Shuheng feeling nervous and uneasy, and the atmosphere grew awkward, culminating in an unexpectedly embarrassing situation. "Senior Song, you vomits." Chu Yunxian, "You can't blame him for this, right? How could the bad luck system make him do that?" But Song Shuheng, he's humiliated to the core. How did it come to this? And Jiang Ying was right there. Damn. Coughs. A few girls noticed the source of the stench and understood what was going on. They coughed awkwardly, too embarrassed to say anything. "Maybe someone played a prank and secretly smeared something smelly on my pants." Song Shuheng explained with difficulty. "I'll go clean up." He tried to walk as normally as possible and quickly left. "This is ridiculous," Yu Qianren said awkwardly. "Absolutely ridiculous. How could this happen? How could this happen?" In the bathroom, Song Shuheng's face was extremely grim. He had an accident in front of Jiang Ying, and she noticed. He wanted to leave Tianhua City. Ugh. He felt like he would never win Jiang Ying over.
Chu Yunxuan.
Grind's teeth. Song Shuheng's eyes narrowed. He didn't care. He blamed Chu Yunxian. It was all his fault. Ever since he showed up, nothing had gone right for him. In the spirit realm, I must kill you. 2 days passed in a flash. During these days, Chu Yunxian kept a low profile. That night, he stayed at a hotel. Where else could he go? He had wanted to stay at Jiang Ying's place since they had been in contact for quite a while, and she wasn't affected by the system. But she refused. So, Chu Yunxian had no choice but to practice in the hotel, waiting for the spirit realm to open. At dawn, there was a knock on the door. "Here we go." Chu Yunxian opened the door to find Lin Ya standing there. "The spirit realm is about to open. Let's go." Chu Yunxian put on his coat and walked out of the room. At the door next to his, a girl was squatting and crying. Lin Ya had seen her crying when she arrived. She instinctively thought that the girl had spent the night with Chu Yunxian and that he had done something to her. "Are you okay?" Lin Ya asked with concern, though her tone was quite flat due to her personality. The girl looked up, her eyes filled with tears. Lin Ya handed her a couple of tissues. Here. Thank you. The girl wiped her tears and stood up. Lin Ya glanced at Chu Yunxuan. He shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with him. Lin Ya finally breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? She asked softly. The girl started sobbing again. I'm just feeling down. My brother is really good at comforting girls. You can tell him what's wrong, and maybe he can give you some advice.
Chu Yunxuan.
The girl looked at Chu Yunxian. Thank you. You guys are so kind. She sobbed a few more times and said, it's like this. I haven't been dating my boyfriend for long. And when we went out yesterday, he insisted on booking 2 separate rooms at the hotel. He said we're not kids and shouldn't joke about my reputation. Chu Yunxian scratched his head. Isn't that a good thing? The girl replied tearfully, but in the middle of the night, he got arrested by the police in the next room.
Chu Yunxuan.
No wonder the system suddenly went off in the middle of the night. Lin Ya understood the reason. The guy didn't want his girlfriend, but called an escort in the next room. It's okay. At least you weren't harmed. You'll find a better boyfriend. Lin Ya comforted. But the girl shook her head. Lin Ya and Chu Yunxian exchanged puzzled looks. Chu Yunxian sighed, thinking to himself, women, they really let their emotions cloud their judgment. Lin Ya frowned and asked curiously, why are you so sure about him? Lin Ya continued, when that woman took him away, I secretly followed them. I noticed his cigarette was already finished, but that woman was still smoking in bed. That confirmed his true nature for me. After hearing this, Chu Yunxian couldn't help but remark, wow, Lin Ya, you really are observant. Chu Yunxian held Lin Ya's hand as they walked out of the hotel. In this world, there are all kinds of people, but Lin Ya was truly one of a kind. Seeing her sweet smile, Chu Yunxian felt a warm surge in his heart. Lin Ya blinked curiously, not understanding the meaning behind Chu Yunxuan's teasing. With a chuckle, Chu Yunxian explained, men smoke, but women shudder. Lin Ya still looked puzzled and asked why that was the case. Chu Yunxian awkwardly coughed a few times and decided not to delve further, pulling Lin Ya along as they continued on their way. The two of them arrived at Qingmu County on the outskirts of Tianhua City. This small county was about to host a grand event with the opening of a mystical realm, attracting countless treasure seekers. Malls, hotels, and inns were packed with people, causing prices to soar. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chu Yunxian realized they needed to reach the entrance of the mystical realm as soon as possible to have any chance of finding hidden treasures. He told Lin Ya that Xiao Qiyue had already booked a room at a small inn and asked if she wanted to squeeze in with them. Lin Ya didn't mind at all and teased Chu Yunxian about whether he could find shelter in such a crowded place. Brimming with confidence, Chu Yunxian assured her he could, and Lin Ya decided to go find Xiao Qiyue, leaving Chu Yunxian on his own. Yawning, Chu Yunxian decided to find a girl to stay with for the night. Not far away, a couple was discussing their thrilling plans for the evening. The girl was worried about being seen, but the guy thought that was part of the fun. Suddenly, the girl noticed Chu Yunxian and quickly turned away to hide. She was Ran Xiuxue, and inside, she was filled with regret and anger towards Chu Yunxian. Zhao Shiji, noticing her change in mood, asked what was wrong. Gritting her teeth, Ran Xiuxue said she had seen her nemesis, Chu Yunxian. Zhao Shiji was also familiar with that name, and a wave of hatred washed over him. Chu Yunxian was not only his enemy but also Ran Xiuxue's. As the only person in the intermediate class at Tianyang University to reach the Xintian realm, Chu Yunxuan's name represented a formidable opponent in their minds. After being easily defeated by Chu Yunxian, he was ridiculed mercilessly. Do you know him? Ran Xiuxue nodded slightly. Back in high school, I dated him for a few days, but nothing happened. He was still a virgin then. Zhao Shiji, with his arm around her, laughed and said, of course I know. After all, you gave your first time to me. Little did he know, after transferring to Tianyang University, Ran Xiuxue had undergone a minor surgery. With a pitiful expression, Ran Xiuxue said, you have to teach him a lesson? Zhao Shiji smiled and replied, don't worry. While I might not be able to use force, I'll find a way to deal with him. You go hide for now, and leave the rest to me. With that, Zhao Shiji walked towards Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian, what a coincidence, Zhao Shiji greeted. Chu Yunxian looked at him and replied, it's you. Zhao Shiji extended his hand with a smile. Let me reintroduce myself, Zhao Shiji. Chu Yunxian nodded. I know. I lost to you last time. Initially, I was quite unhappy about it, but after some reflection, I've been looking for a chance to beat you. Zhao Shiji asked, so, you're here to fight me? Ha ha ha. He continued, we're all adults now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. To be honest, I admire you and see you as a formidable opponent. Chu Yunxian pondered Zhao Shiji's intentions.
Thanks, Chu Yunxuan responded politely.
Zhao Shiji asked, haven't found a place to stay?
Chu Yunxuan nodded.
Come on, my hometown is Aoki County. My dad runs a hotel here. I'll arrange a room for you. Chu Yunxian shook his head. No need. Zhao Shiji laughed. It's no big deal. What? You look down on me? Don't worry, I'm not a petty person. Chu Yunxian was skeptical, given that Zhao Shiji had recently been the subject of much ridicule. After that incident, Zhao Shiji was laughed at endlessly. If he didn't take it to heart, he must be incredibly magnanimous. He surely has a plan. If I go and the system doesn't activate on him, I could be in trouble. Better not risk it, Chu Yunxian thought hesitantly. He opted for caution, considering the system's unpredictability. Come on. Is it so hard to get to know you? Zhao Shiji asked with a smile. Chu Yunxian smiled back. I'm a loner by fate. Being around me brings bad luck. Your enthusiasm could end up harming you. Zhao Shiji laughed heartily, hiding a hint of disdain in his heart. Today, he was determined to get Chu Yunxian to his family's hotel. On his own turf, he had plenty of ways to deal with Chu Yunxian. Zhao Shiji laughed and said, if you're fated to be a loner, that's perfect. I'm tough. I've survived many life and death situations since I was a kid. Do you think I'd be afraid of a lone star like you?
Chu Yunxuan nodded that. Anjay.
They both laughed and headed towards the hotel. The hotel was grand, at least a 3-star establishment. How is it? Zhao Shiji asked. Chu Yunxian smiled. You're well off? Zhao Shiji laughed. Not exactly rich. We don't have a lot, but it's been enough for a good life these past 20-some years. Then Zhao Shiji glanced at the front desk. Dad, it's Xiao Jia. Zhao Shiji patted Chu Yunxian on the shoulder and said, this is my good friend, Chu Yunxian. Do we have any vacant rooms? The receptionist nodded. Yes, I saved 2 just in case. Zhao Shiji chuckled and said to his brother, find a spot for me. However, his brother replied that he was destined to be alone. Dad, is that okay? Zhao Shiji's father laughed along. Ha ha ha. Our family is tough. Ha ha ha, come over here and scan your ID. Though he had a smile on his face, he was secretly puzzled. He thought to himself, I'll have to ask my son later why he's associating with such a fool. Destined to be alone? How naive and ridiculous. Chu Yunxian walked over with his ID, while Zhao Shiji let out a faint, cold smile behind him. Just as Chu Yunxian scanned his ID, a sudden loud noise erupted, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Zhao Shiji's father's pupils contracted as he thought, run. Many people rushed out from upstairs. Zhao Shiji also felt a wave of panic and heard someone say, 2 people have a grudge and started fighting upstairs. After saying that, the person quickly fled the scene. Zhao Shiji's father, with a sorrowful expression, exclaimed, don't fight in my hotel. 5 minutes later, the large hotel collapsed into ruins. This was a devastating blow for Zhao Shiji, who stood there in shock beside Chu Yunxian. The hotel, which had been the backbone of their family for over a decade, was now gone. His father, filled with grief, grabbed the hand of one of the authorities and pleaded with them to catch the 2 individuals responsible for the destruction. The officer assured him, don't worry, we'll do our best. Chu Yunxian watched the scene, feeling deeply pained. He patted Zhao Shiji on the shoulder, offering his condolences. Zhao Shiji, gritting his teeth, said, who would have thought 2 powerful enemies would stay at our hotel? This isn't your fault. He dismissed the notion of being destined to be alone as nonsense. He thought, it's just a coincidence. However, deep down, he couldn't help but wonder why everything had been peaceful for years, only for chaos to erupt when Chu Yunxian arrived. Could there be some truth to it? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Chu Yunxian softly said, my condolences. I'll find another place to stay. Zhao Shiji didn't stop him, as he himself felt uneasy. After wandering for 2 hours, Chu Yunxian felt hungry and decided to find a place to eat. By now, the peak dining time had passed, so there shouldn't be too many customers. He chose a large restaurant and walked in. Zhao Shiji, carrying dishes to table 8, was stunned to see Chu Yunxian walk in. In his flustered state, he accidentally dropped the dishes. Chu Yunxian felt equally awkward, thinking, what are the odds? He had no intention of causing Zhao Shiji any trouble. The whole situation was truly lamentable. Zhao Shiji stared at Chu Yunxian, as if entranced. He was so absorbed that he accidentally dropped the dish he was holding, which rolled on the floor with a clatter. He couldn't help but swallow nervously, his back and scalp prickling with goosebumps. Chu Yunxian hesitated slightly, touching the tip of his nose, and asked, should I leave? Just as he was about to turn away, Zhao Shiji called out to him, are you here to dine? Chu Yunxian replied frankly, yes, I'm hungry. Zhao Shiji warmly invited him, then please, have a seat. Despite his inner doubts about Chu Yunxuan's identity, Zhao Shiji dismissed the rumors of the heavenly Lone Star as nonsense. The hotel's collapse was just a coincidence. Since Chu Yunxian had come to him, Zhao Shiji couldn't turn him away. He secretly decided to tamper with Chu Yunxuan's meal, waiting for an opportunity. Chu Yunxian smiled inwardly but outwardly appeared worried. I'm concerned something might go wrong. Zhao Shiji scoffed, nonsense. I'm not an idiot. It was just a coincidence. How could it be your fault? You're a guest, here to eat. How could I turn you away? Tell me what you want, and I'll have the chef prepare it for you. Chu Yunxuan nodded. All right, I won't be polite then. Zhao Shiji firmly reassured him. You're overthinking it. I have no reason to doubt you. As Chu Yunxian walked to an empty table, a sudden ding sounded, signaling the activation of the bad luck system. Chu Yunxian sighed inwardly. Poor Zhao Shiji. Just then, a nearby diner suddenly clutched his stomach in pain, shouting, "Ah, it hurts." Zhao Shiji rushed over. What's wrong? Are you okay? Meanwhile, other diners also began clutching their stomachs, expressing discomfort. The officials condemned them. Your food is poisonous. Even martial artists of the Xian body realm were poisoned. You are suspected of multiple violations, leading to 32 people being hospitalized. The restaurant is permanently closed, with maximum fines imposed. Zhao Dashan was speechless, his heart aching. Chu Yunxian patted Zhao Shiji on the shoulder and quietly left. Zhao Shiji, still in denial, muttered, I don't believe it. My luck can't be this bad. Chu Yunxian pondered, those who harbor ill will towards me are likely to trigger the bad luck system. Perhaps Song Shuheng was the same. Those with good intentions towards me are unaffected. That makes sense. With that thought, Chu Yunxian continued on his way. After a series of unfortunate events, Chu Yunxian felt a mixture of helplessness and frustration. Despite the sporadic nature of his bad luck, he always believed in the mysterious twists of fate. As night fell, he didn't want to spend the evening alone. His gaze landed on a small shop ahead named Tianya Foot Massage. Perhaps a massage here, along with a place to stay for the night, wouldn't be a bad idea. With that thought, Chu Yunxian walked into the shop. Meanwhile, Zhao Shiji looked worn and aged, as if he'd aged a decade overnight. The news of the family's bankruptcy had him frowning deeply. How did we go bankrupt? We had saved quite a bit over the years, Zhao Shiji asked his father, Zhao Dashan, in bewilderment. Zhao Dashan replied bitterly, the restaurant closed down, and the losses were severe. We were fined heavily, amounting to tens of thousands, and the medical expenses for 32 people hospitalized are at least a few million. To avoid jail, I need at least a few million for bail. All in all, we have very little money left. Zhao Shiji clenched his fists in anguish and anger. How did it come to this? Tell me, that Chu Yunxian, has he really been cursed with bad luck? Zhao Shiji asked quietly, his voice filled with helplessness. Zhao Dashan sighed. Fate is cruel. Years of hard work, gone in a single night. He looked at the shop before him, the family's last remaining source of income. Though business wasn't booming, it was just enough to get by each month. He hoped to rise again and rebuild their lives. Zhao Shiji encouraged, we will succeed. He sighed deeply, his heart aching for his father's plight. Chu Yunxian entered the massage shop and asked the owner if there were any masseuses available. Zhao Shiji heard the voice, turned around, and his eyes widened in shock. Chu Yunxian was equally surprised and asked, are you here for a massage too? Zhao Shiji swallowed hard and stammered, This is my family's shop? Chu Yunxian gave an awkward smile. Haha, seems like I picked the wrong place. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Zhao Shiji. Zhao Shiji blocked Chu Yunxuan's way, stopping him in his tracks. A massage? I'll arrange it. We have the best masseuses, and I'll get you the prettiest one, Zhao Shiji said boldly, his anger towards Chu Yunxuan's sudden appearance evident. He didn't believe it was a coincidence and thought Chu Yunxian had come on purpose. Seeing Chu Yunxian here for the third time, Zhao Shiji was furious. Stop blaming me. If you want a massage, go upstairs. Chu Yunxian tactfully acknowledged, everything has a cause and effect. I'll pay for the service. Just then, the misfortune system triggered again, and a man's terrified scream echoed from upstairs. The crowd gasped in shock. Someone had been poisoned, and the situation was dire. Zhao Shiji was fuming with rage as he shouted, You crooks! I'll destroy you all. In his fury, he trashed the foot massage parlor, reducing it to a pile of rubble. Zhao Dashan knelt amidst the debris, his face full of sorrow. Zhao Shiji, trembling, was filled with regret and guilt. Standing at the entrance, Chu Yunxian felt a twinge of remorse. He lightly touched his nose, his eyes reflecting helplessness and worry. Zhao Shiji, seething with anger, pointed at Chu Yunxian and yelled, Get out! Leave now! Chu Yunxian frowned slightly and left reluctantly. Zhao Shiji let out a deep sigh, realizing he had made an irreversible mistake. He looked up to the sky and roared, his remorse evident. Just then, a familiar blue light appeared in the beast realm outside Qingmu County, catching everyone's attention. The spiritual realm had opened. Chu Yunxuan's eyebrows raised slightly, signaling a new turn of events. The crowd surged as people swarmed towards the beast's domain. Suddenly, Chu Yunxuan's phone rang, and Lin Ya's voice came through. The spirit realm has opened. Where should we meet? Chu Yunxian replied, Let's meet by the stone monument in Qingmu County. After hanging up, He started walking towards the beast's domain. Meanwhile, Zhao Shiji watched helplessly as the last of his family's property turned to ruins. Clenching his fists, he muttered, Chu Yunxuan. This guy is a disaster magnet. Even if it's a coincidence, it's way too much. It's terrifying. He swallowed hard and said to Zhao Dashan, Dad, I'm going. Maybe this time I can gain some opportunities and reach the heavenly sovereign level in the future. Zhao Dashan nodded, Go, but be careful. After Zhao Shiji left, Zhao Dashan couldn't help but remind him, Son, stay away from Chu Yunxian in the spirit realm. He's a walking disaster, and being near him could be life-threatening. Zhao Shiji felt a chill down his spine and replied, I know, I won't go near him. The spirit realm is already dangerous enough. I won't risk my life. Zhao Dashan nodded, Good, be safe. I will. Zhao Shiji responded. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian waited by the stone monument in Qingmu County as people continuously left for the spirit realm. After a while, Lin Ya, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Qiyu arrived. Jiang Ying grinned at Chu Yunxian. What bad timing for the spirit realm to open. Otherwise, you could have spent the night with your lady friend. Chu Yunxian rolled his eyes. You talk too much. Xiao Qiyu stretched and said, Let's go. Let's meet up with the dean at the spirit realm. The four of them headed towards the beast's domain and soon arrived at a crowded area filled with blue and white light, where masses of people had gathered. So many people, at least hundreds of thousands, Jiang Ying remarked. Xiao Qiyu added, Not just that, many are still on their way. It's normal for hundreds of thousands of martial artists to gather at the spirit realm. With billions of people on Blue Star, everyone craves opportunities and treasures. Hundreds of thousands is actually a small number. Chu Yunxian quipped, Can such a large spirit realm accommodate so many people? With so many competing for unknown treasures, what are our chances? Jiang Ying smiled and explained, Spirit realms are often created by powerful beings and are like small worlds. They may not seem big, but they can be larger than Tianhua City. The actual size depends on the creator's power. Chu Yunxian nodded and looked at the spirit realm. Though it hadn't opened yet, the light was converging, and he saw many experts, including the dean of Tianlin University in Linen City, a master of the law realm. Not only that, but the Light God Alliance and the Heavenly Domain have sent many law realm experts, and there might even be domain realm powerhouses, Xiao Qiyu added. Chu Yunxian questioned the possibility of encountering a Tianzuan-level expert. Xiao Qiyu patiently explained that the likelihood was minimal. Even if such an expert existed, they would likely only come to protect their descendants, as the Ling realm wasn't enticing enough for someone of that level. After all, reaching that tier meant there was no need to visit such a place. Qin Jinhai approached with a group of people. Song Shuheng stood at a distance, hesitant to come closer. After the incident, he couldn't face Jiang Ying without feeling awkward. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. The entrance was opening. The gateway to the Ling realm had appeared. Hurry up. Fortune favors the bold. This time, I'm defying the odds, someone shouted. Don't push. Do you want to rush to your death? Another warned. A radiant light coalesced, forming a massive portal-like entrance. The crowd surged forward, eager to enter before the gateway closed. Stay close to me once we're inside, Lin Ya instructed Chu Yunxian. Got it, Chu Yunxian nodded, joining the throng as they entered the giant portal. The moment they touched it, the portal rippled like water. Inside, everything turned white. Instinctively, Chu Yunxian closed his eyes. The air changed, becoming fresh and pleasant, devoid of the faint blood scent of the beast territories. When he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by people, all marveling at their new surroundings. Yaya! Chu Yunxian called out, but there was no reply. Lin Ya was nowhere to be seen. Neither were Jiang Ying, Xiao Qiyu, or the headmaster. They had entered together. So why were they separated? Brother, where are you? Why aren't you here? Zhang Wei,
Li Fei.
where is everyone? Voices echoed around him. Clearly, many had entered in groups, only to find themselves scattered. It seemed the Ling realm's owner had designed it, so that each entrant was randomly placed in different locations. Chu Yunxian pondered the mystery, finding the Ling realm even more wondrous than he had imagined. He quickly scanned his surroundings. They were encircled by towering mountains that reached the clouds, with no visible peaks. Though the space was vast, it felt like they were trapped. Chu Yunxian estimated around 500 people were present. Out of tens of thousands, only 500 had been allocated to this area, leading to widespread unease and murmurs of concern. Why are there only a few hundred of us? Will we have enough strength to face danger? I'm just a 5-star Enlightenment realm warrior. I planned to stay at the back of the army, but now there are only a few hundred of us?
I'm doomed.
Is there anyone willing to protect me? I'll do anything you want once we're out. Miss, can I inspect the goods first? If I like what I see, I'll protect you. The small number, coupled with the generally low strength, left many regretting their decision to enter. Chu Yunxian continued to search for familiar faces. As Chu Yunxuan's attention was momentarily distracted, an angry shout suddenly pierced the air. Killer Alliance, Huang Qianli. The news sent a chill down his spine, filling him with a sense of dread. Huang Qianli of the Killer Alliance, a formidable master in the domain realm, notorious for his bloodthirsty ways, had been on the wanted list of the Divine Alliance, the heavenly domain, in the tribunal for 15 years, yet had always evaded capture. And now, he was right in their midst? The revelation struck fear into everyone's hearts, a foreboding sense of doom washing over them. They couldn't help but wonder how they had ended up alongside such a notorious criminal. Did this not mean their lives were now hanging by a thread? People watched the figure with terror. Among the crowd of over 500, most were ordinary martial artists. While they weren't afraid of taking risks, their skills were not particularly advanced. The name Huang Qianli was synonymous with evil and danger in their minds, as he had often been a topic of news. To these martial artists, following Huang Qianli was akin to courting death. Chu Yunxuan scanned the crowd and noticed a short, middle-aged man slowly removing his baseball cap. With a sneer, he said, "Team Leader Huang, you really can't forget me, can you? Out of all these people, you recognized me right away." Huang Qianli smirked, seeming to be surrounded by an aura of thunder. Suddenly, a dozen figures moved towards him, encircling him. "What's this? Are the people from the Divine Alliance and Tianyu so eager to make a move on me?" Huang Qianli mocked. "Team Leader Huang, you'd better behave yourself. If any innocents get hurt, I won't let you off." Wang Huaiguang dispersed the thunderous aura around him, his eyes filled with caution. He knew how powerful Huang Qianli was, as the latter had reached the domain realm. If a fight broke out, he feared many would die at Huang Qianli's hands, so he dared not act rashly. "Ha ha ha, we came to the spirit realm seeking opportunities. When have I ever had the time to harm innocents? Team Leader Huang, you're underestimating me," Huang Qianli sneered. Hearing this, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were some strong practitioners from the Divine Alliance and Tianyu present who could rival Huang Qianli. Otherwise, they would all become his victims. Wang Huaiguang scanned the crowd and then spoke loudly, "Everyone, I am Wang Huaiguang, the leader of the first team of the Divine Alliance in Tian City. I've reached the first star of the domain realm. Our current situation is unexpected, and we've been scattered. This is a fact now. Therefore, in the journey ahead, we must unite. Whether it's to seek opportunities or to increase our chances of survival, please be cautious and follow orders." Another man nodded in agreement. "Team Leader Wang is right. I am Zhou Fan, the leader of the third team of Tianyu in Bohai City, also at the first star of the domain realm. We must move forward united, but before that, I need to understand everyone's strength. So, could all martial artists at the Xintian realm and above step forward?" About 200 people stepped forward. Zhou Fan nodded and said, "Our overall strength is decent. We have over 200 martial artists at the Xintian realm or higher, and more than a dozen at the Law realm. Could the members of the Divine Alliance and Tianyu also step forward?" Over 20 people came forward. Though their faces were unfamiliar, their duty was to protect humanity and everyone present. Zhou Fan emphasized, "Here, we must remain united and hope everyone cooperates actively." Wang Huaiguang added, "From now on, please follow the arrangements made by me and Team Leader Zhou. The spirit realm is full of dangers. Only by doing this can we increase everyone's chances of survival and the likelihood of obtaining opportunities. Understood?" "Understood," the crowd responded in unison. Chu Yunxuan muttered to himself, 2 domain realm experts, and over a dozen law realm experts. Although we have a large number of people, our lineup is quite strong. With his own cultivation at the 8th star of the Xintian realm, he decided to follow these strong practitioners. At that moment, Zhao Shiji spotted a figure in the crowd. Song Shuheng looked up and saw a familiar face. "Do you know me?" he asked. "Of course I do. I'm Song Shuheng." The other person replied excitedly, "I'm Zhao Shiji from Tianyang University." Song Shuheng smiled and said, "Zhao Shiji, nice to meet you." Zhao Shiji shook Song Shuheng's hand enthusiastically and said, "Brother Song, please take care of me. Even though I'm just a 1-star in the Xintian realm, I still hope to stick with you. It feels safer that way." Song Shuheng responded kindly, "Of course, no problem. We'll look out for each other and move forward together. But don't think I'm that powerful. I haven't advanced to the divine power realm yet." Grateful, Zhao Shiji nodded and continued to scan the surroundings for familiar faces. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a figure, and he exclaimed in horror, "Oh my god, that's Chu Yunxuan." Song Shuheng followed his gaze and frowned. It seemed like an opportunity to deal with Chu Yunxuan had presented itself. However, Zhao Shiji looked terrified and said, "Brother Song, we're doomed. If we stick with Chu Yunxuan, we're as good as dead." Clearly, he was deeply affected by Chu Yunxuan's fearsome reputation. Song Shuheng reassured him, "It's just one lost match. He's not that bad. Don't be overly afraid. We'll be fine if we stick together." Zhao Shiji, convinced that Chu Yunxuan was a harbinger of doom, insisted that associating with him would bring bad luck. That's not scientific. Song Shuheng laughed and countered, he's just a person. He won't bring misfortune. Trust me, we'll be safe. Despite Song Shuheng's reassurance, Zhao Shiji became increasingly panicked, demanding that they leave the area to avoid potential danger. His actions shattered the calm around them, drawing the attention of everyone nearby, including Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan noticed Zhao Shiji and couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking, why is it him again? In this massive crowd, they had somehow crossed paths once more. Why did it have to be Zhao Shiji as his partner? This made him feel a bit uneasy. It seemed this mission might be more challenging than expected. Zhao Shiji was always so arrogant, preferring to act independently and not very good at working with others. He sighed inwardly, hoping they could complete the task smoothly without any unexpected trouble due to his partner. Zhao Shiji's panic spread through the group, casting a shadow of fear over the previously calm atmosphere. Wang Huaiguang frowned slightly as he looked at Zhao Shiji and sternly commanded, quiet! Don't let your fear affect everyone else. Zhao Shiji, however, seemed utterly terrified, repeatedly muttering, I need to leave. I'll die here. Wang Huaiguang roared, shut up. The force of his shout snapped Zhao Shiji back to reality. Wang Huaiguang coldly questioned, if you're so afraid, why did you come here in the first place? With a bitter expression, Zhao Shiji pointed at Chu Yunxuan, his voice trembling, Team Leader Wang, you don't understand. This man, he's a cursed star. Being with him means we're doomed. We will die. The crowd was stunned, their eyes collectively shifting to Chu Yunxuan. Suddenly, laughter erupted, and everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Was he out of his mind? A cursed star? I possess an invincible physique and a supreme bone. I'm not so easily defeated. Has he been reading too many fantasy novels? It's utterly ridiculous. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Zhao Shiji hastily tried to explain, it's true, just today. But Wang Huaiguang cut him off again. Enough. He sternly reprimanded. These are just coincidences. There's no need to overreact. Be quiet. Zhao Shiji fell silent, lowering his head. Song Shuheng walked over to Zhao Shiji, gently patting his shoulder. Don't overthink it. I'll protect you. Zhao Shiji gratefully responded, thank you, brother Song. He stole a glance at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan smiled and explained, I was just joking around. But he took it seriously. I'm really sorry for causing trouble. Huang Qianli sneered at Chu Yunxuan, mocking, a cursed star? Is this what your martial arts university produces? Wang Huaiguang frowned and said, Huang Qianli, shut up. Reluctantly, Huang Qianli nodded, yes, as you say, Team Leader Wang. Song Shuheng walked up to Chu Yunxuan. It might just be a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. Chu Yunxuan smiled back, no worries, I'm lucky to be with you, Senior Song. Deep down, Song Shuheng was plotting to gain Chu Yunxuan's trust, looking for an opportunity to eliminate him. Chu Yunxuan nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a system notification chimed, awarding 10,000 system points. Song Shuheng frowned, puzzled. Why does my stomach hurt again? This feeling is back. He dismissed the thought of gambling and decided to endure it. Chu Yunxuan began to suspect Song Shuheng's true intentions, noting that the system often triggered around malicious individuals. Could Song Shuheng be a hypocrite? From then on, Chu Yunxuan remained wary of him. Song Shuheng smiled and said, Shiji, go say hello to Chu Yunxuan. Zhao Shiji shook his head, feeling unable to proceed. His worries solidified his decision. With a wry smile, Song Shuheng turned to Chu Yunxuan and said, it seems this misunderstanding is quite serious. Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow, intrigued by the situation. Suddenly, someone who had been observing the surroundings shouted, everyone, come over here. There's something going on. Upon hearing the call, the crowd gathered and discovered a stone table. On the table were 10 cards, each inscribed with a number from 1 to 10. The person began reading aloud. There are 10 cards on the table, numbered 1 to 10. Please select one person to draw a card. The card you draw will determine the difficulty of the first challenge in the spirit realm. 1 is the easiest, 10 is the hardest. Chu Yunxuan's eyes lit up, while Song Shuheng explained, this is my first time in the spirit realm. Everything here is created by the master. Whatever difficulty he wants, that's what it will be. A girl hesitantly asked, should I draw? Before she could move, the leader of the Divine Alliance, Wang Huaiguang, stopped her and pointed to Chu Yunxuan, saying, let this young man do it. His intention was clear. The tension caused by Zhao Shiji's situation needed to be broken. Zhou Fan chimed in, Captain Wang's point is simple. You've always called him a jinx. If he draws anything but a 10, there's nothing to worry about.
Zhao Shiji protested. No.
He can't do it. The crowd laughed. Haha, a jinx? Let him draw. Pushed by the crowd's enthusiasm, Chu Yunxuan felt immense pressure. Wang Huaiguang smiled reassuringly, don't worry, no matter what you draw, we won't blame you. The crowd echoed their support. Nervously, Chu Yunxuan approached the stone table. Wang Huaiguang was confident, not believing in the so-called jinx. With only a 1 in 10 chance of drawing a 10, Chu Yunxuan shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Standing firm, Chu Yunxuan attempted to use his spirit eye to see through the cards, but it was futile. He had to rely on luck. He randomly picked a card, and the other 9 burst into flames, turning to ash. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Chu Yunxuan, surprised, asked, "System triggered? Why did the system trigger? I chose it myself." He realized that this choice was meant for everyone. Although Chu Yunxuan chose the card, it was actually someone else who triggered its effect. Chu Yunxuan was merely caught in the middle of it all. However, he couldn't help but harbor a slight doubt about whether the system was on his side. Even if the number was 10, he shouldn't be in much danger, right? Wang Huaiguang mustered up the courage and said so. Chu Yunxuan then opened the card, and the number displayed was 10. At that moment, an indescribable excitement surged through Chu Yunxuan, and the people around him cast envious glances his way. Zhao Shiji, standing nearby, also showed a look of envy. At that point, Chu Yunxuan felt as if he was standing at the crest of a wave, with endless possibilities unfolding before him. When Chu Yunxuan drew the highest difficulty level of 10, tension rippled through the crowd. It was as if their throats were constricted, overwhelmed by an indescribable anxiety. The previously casual remarks turned into expressions of panic. Did he really draw the highest difficulty? Someone exclaimed, eyes wide with fear. The spiritual realm was already fraught with unknowns and dangers, and now Chu Yunxuan had brought everyone to face such a high-level challenge, leaving them deeply unsettled. Zhao Shiji clutched his hair, looking disheveled as he shouted, "Is Chu Yunxuan really destined to face this alone?" Wang Huaiguang's face twitched, unable to hide his shock. He had once scoffed at the term Tunsha Lone Star, but now doubt crept into his mind. The other experts present also showed signs of concern, with Huang Qianli glaring angrily, his eyes flashing with malice. He furiously declared his intention to challenge Chu Yunxuan, but Wang Huaiguang and the others stepped in to stop him. Pointing at Huang Qianli, Wang Huaiguang sternly asked, "Do you dare to take such a risk?" Huang Qianli's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he ultimately chose to restrain himself. Seeing this, Wang Huaiguang calmed the crowd, urging everyone to stay composed. He emphasized that the so-called Tiansha Lone Star was merely a coincidence and not worth excessive fear. Zhou Fan agreed, noting that everyone's eyes had been on those 10 cards during the draw, making it reasonable that the highest difficulty was picked. Song Shuheng also voiced his support, pointing out that those around Chu Yunxuan had not been affected, suggesting it was all just a coincidence. The crowd nodded in agreement, finding comfort in the explanation. Chu Yunxuan expressed his gratitude to Song Shuheng, thanking him sincerely. At that moment, a portal appeared before them, seemingly leading to a place of trials and danger. Wang Huaiguang encouraged everyone to face it bravely, emphasizing that difficulty level 10 was merely a challenge, not a death trap. Bolstered by his words, the group mustered their courage and stepped into the portal, arriving at an unfamiliar map. A forest came into view, with vines on the ground that appeared ordinary but were fraught with danger. Suddenly, they noticed that the trees had red eyes, and the vines started attacking them, resembling a wood-based binding spell. Faced with this unexpected challenge, everyone was stunned and bewildered. Could these be the legendary tree demons? They wondered. This scene made them question the belief that all things have spirits, finding it hard to believe that trees could turn into such monstrous beings. In this world, tree demons are exceedingly rare, but within this level 10 difficulty realm, they should not be underestimated. Wang Huaiguang felt the powerful aura emanating from the tree demons, causing his pupils to contract instinctively. He had never encountered tree demons before, let alone fought them. Among the hundreds of tree demons before him, a few had reached the domain realm, a dozen were in the law realm, most were in the Xuani realm, and only a few were in the Xinai realm. Wang Huaiguang decisively commanded, "Everyone, choose your targets wisely and prioritize safety." Team leader Zhou Fan nodded, acknowledging the task. He turned to Huang Qianli. "You need to contribute too, Huang Qianli." Huang Qianli snorted, flames engulfing his body as he charged straight into the group of tree demons. Fearlessly, he incinerated the oncoming vines. The battle began, and everyone unleashed their spiritual power and attributes to face the challenge. Huang Qianli leaped into the air, landing atop a domain realm tree demon, executing his ultimate technique, Dragon Roar of the Five Heavens. 5 fiery dragons roared towards the tree demon. The crowd was astonished, feeling the terrifying power of the domain realm. However, the domain realm tree demon conjured a dense network of vines to fend off the fiery dragons. Huang Qianli sneered, his flames incinerating the vines once more as he charged at the tree demon without hesitation. Yet, the burnt vines regrew, entangling Huang Qianli. Lightning crackled along the vines, and Huang Qianli screamed in pain but eventually broke free, distancing himself from the tree demon. It seemed things were not as simple as they appeared. Chu Yunxuan activated his spirit-seeing eye, identifying the bloodthirsty tree demon before him as a Xuani realm 3-star, with wood and lightning attributes, and a weakness to fire. Chu Yunxian was unfamiliar with this type of demon beast, speculating that they might have been cultivated by the realm's previous master many years ago. Regardless, they were genuine demon beasts with lightning attributes. Chu Yunxian decided to give it a try, summoning flames, which should deal significant damage to the tree demon. Wielding the Flame Sun sword, he charged at the tree demon, effortlessly slicing through the vines. Despite the tree demon's power, its sluggish movements were its fatal flaw. Chu Yunxuan's combat prowess was astounding, with speed, physique, and strength far surpassing the level of an 8-star Shintai realm. He swiftly dealt with the obstructing vines, quickly approaching the tree demon, and decapitated it with a single strike, burning it to a crisp. However, in the next moment, countless vines converged, attempting to ensnare him. Zhou Fan shouted, "Be careful. Getting entangled by the vines is dangerous. If the tree demon unleashes its lightning attribute, the consequences will be dire." Chu Yunxian immediately distanced himself, avoiding the entangling vines. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng watched as Chu Yunxian effortlessly dealt with the Xuani realm tree demon, feeling a surge of competitiveness. He glanced at Zhao Shiji, his eyes gleaming with a challenge. "Shiji, are you scared?" Song Shuheng's gaze was filled with provocation. A hint of bitterness appeared on Zhao Shiji's face. Without hesitation, Song Shuheng declared, "All right, I'll go first." With that, he unleashed his wind energy, sending countless sharp and swift wind blades towards a tree demon in the divine power realm. The wind blades sliced through the vines effortlessly, as if issuing a silent challenge to the creature. Not slowing down at all, Song Shuheng continued to slash and charge forward rapidly. Suddenly, a system notification beeped. Next thing he knew, Song Shuheng tripped and tumbled to the ground. Due to his high speed, he was flung a good dozen meters away, landing hard at the feet of the tree demon. Song Shuheng looked bewildered, while Zhao Shiji stood frozen in place, utterly stunned by what had just unfolded. Song Shuheng had been through countless battles, whether sparring with others or fighting monstrous beasts, and he had never once faltered. However, this time left him utterly bewildered. As someone at the Xintian stage, on the verge of advancing to the Shintong stage, he had shockingly fallen during a fight, right in front of a tree demon, no less. It was practically a death wish. Zhao Shiji watched on, eyes wide in disbelief. The tree demon didn't miss this golden opportunity. Dozens of vines swiftly bound Song Shuheng, rendering him unable to break free. Despite his desperate struggles, it was all in vain. He cursed angrily, tripped by stones and pricked by the vines, the situation growing increasingly dire. Suddenly, a vine pierced through his pants, causing him excruciating pain. Seeing this, Chu Yunxian became suspicious, wondering if Song Shuheng was hiding some ulterior motive. Just as things seemed critical, a powerful expert at the law stage intervened, instantly killing the tree demon and rescuing Song Shuheng. "How could you make such a rookie mistake?" the expert scolded before leaving. Song Shuheng gritted his teeth, pulling the vine out of his pants, which was stained with blood. Fueled by anger, he directed his rage at the fallen tree demon, unleashing a burst of powerful energy as he charged at another tree demon. Zhao Shiji breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the ordeal was over. But in the next moment, he saw Song Shuheng fall again. His head hit the ground hard, and a black object flew off. It was Song Shuheng's shoe, but the sole was missing. Zhao Shiji suddenly understood why Song Shuheng had fallen again. He rushed over, but unfortunately, he too slipped on the missing shoe sole and fell to the ground. "My shoe sole came off," Song Shuheng roared. This was the first time in over 20 years that he had tripped in battle, and the cause was a missing shoe sole. He felt a mix of anger and shame, yet also a sense of relief that his opponent wasn't a monster, or the consequences could have been dire. Could this all be part of Chu Yunxuan's scheme? Zhao Shiji exclaimed, pointing out the bizarre chain of events. Song Shuheng let out a deep sigh, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "Don't be superstitious. There's no such thing. It's just my first time in Lingjing, and I'm a bit nervous," said Song Shuheng. He wanted to kill Chu Yunxian, but that didn't mean he believed in such things. "Shiji, do you have any extra shoes in your spatial ring?" Song Shuheng asked. Zhao Shiji shook his head. "Nope. Not wearing shoes affects me a lot as a wind element warrior. Can you lend me yours for a bit?" Song Shuheng asked. Zhao Shiji lifted his right foot. "Brother Song, do you still want shoes without soles?" Zhao Shiji asked. Song Shuheng was puzzled. "Why are your soles missing too? You haven't even been in a fight, have you?" he asked, bewildered. Zhao Shiji sighed. "They just fell off while I was walking." Song Shuheng was speechless. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Ding. System triggered. Ding. System triggered. The long-dormant system started buzzing with notifications. Chu Yunxuan walked over to Song Shuheng. Zhao Shiji tactfully stepped aside. Senior Song, are you all right? Chu Yunxuan asked. Song Shuheng shook his head. It's embarrassing. I tripped, lost the soles of my shoes, and almost made a fool of myself without even doing anything. First time in Lingjing, a bit nervous? Song Shuheng nodded. Yeah. Just then. Ding. System triggered. Reward. Realm upgrade by 2 stars, 500 strength points, 50,000 spiritual power, 10% spatial attribute control. Chu Yunxian was taken aback. That's quite the reward. What happened? He looked up. In the void above, Wang Huaiguang held a sword, gathering terrifying thunder. I don't believe you can survive this move. Wang Huaiguang roared. Thunder flashed, and a terrifying thunder sword energy slashed towards a tree demon in the domain realm. But suddenly, swoosh, Huang Qianli from the Killing Alliance appeared out of nowhere, flying right into the path of Wang Huaiguang's sword energy. Wang Huaiguang's pupils contracted. Damn! Dodge! He shouted. This sword was meant to kill the tree demon. Damn it! How did Huang Qianli suddenly fly into the path of the sword energy? Although he wanted to kill Huang Qianli was still a valuable domain-level combatant. Killing the tree demon was the priority. Huang Qianli, hearing the shout mid-air, turned his head to see the terrifying thunder sword energy coming his way. He wanted to dodge too, but he had just been blasted by the tree demon's thunder and was still being flung by the inertia. It would take at least another second to stabilize himself. He couldn't dodge in time. Huang Qianli helplessly watched himself fly into the path of the thunder sword energy. His lips moved, seemingly mouthing, "Oh crap!" The next second, Huang Qianli screamed as Wang Huaiguang's thunder sword energy hit him directly. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. Chu Yunxian witnessed Wang Huaiguang's powerful attack, saw Huang Qianli being hit by the tree demon's thunder, then saw Huang Qianli fly into the path of the thunder sword energy and finally get struck by it. What a misfortune! Chu Yunxian muttered to himself. Wang Huaiguang rubbed his forehead, looking bewildered. I swear, it wasn't intentional. Huang Qianli was battered and bruised, his body covered in wounds, but he struggled to stand. With fury in his eyes, he glared at Wang Huaiguang and shouted, Wang Huaiguang, you set me up? Damn it, I'll never let you off. As he finished speaking, flames erupted from his body, and he charged at Wang Huaiguang. The fierce battle began. Wang Huaiguang roared, Huang Qianli, have you lost your mind? You attacked first. I was just trying to deal with the tree demon. How was I supposed to know you'd suddenly appear in my attack range? How can you blame me for that? Huang Qianli angrily punched the ground, creating a massive crater. He realized it was all a misunderstanding, and Wang Huaiguang had even warned him. He had simply been unlucky, getting hit by the tree demon's attack and accidentally ending up in Wang Huaiguang's line of fire. Though anger surged within him, he understood it was all a coincidence. Wang Huaiguang gave a bitter smile. Go find Lu Minjun for treatment. Dealing with the tree demon is our top priority. Song Shuheng, observing the scene, remarked calmly, Captain Wang didn't mean to hurt him. Chu Yunxian nodded. Yes, it was just a misunderstanding. After over an hour of intense fighting, they finally defeated all the tree demons. Victory was theirs. We won, they exclaimed with relief. Suddenly, Huang Qianli's desperate cry echoed. Everyone turned to see him severely injured and in dire condition. Wang Huaiguang felt guilty. Huang Qianli, what's wrong? Huang Qianli angrily pointed. Ask Zhou Fan. He's the reason I'm in this state. Zhou Fan explained awkwardly. I released my martial skill to attack the tree demon, but it got deflected and accidentally hit Huang Qianli. Wang Huaiguang felt remorseful. This was clearly an accident. Zhou Fan added, Huang Qianli, maybe this is karma for your years of wrongdoing, but why haven't the others suffered the same fate? Just then, a limping figure approached. It was Lu Minjun, also badly injured. Lu Minjun said angrily, ask Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli, filled with grief and indignation, said, I've already been gravely injured, and now you accuse me? What did I do wrong? Lu Minjun continued, I was fighting the tree demon and preparing to release my ultimate skill when Huang Qianli suddenly collided with me, causing my skill to misfire and injure us both. Chu Yunxian felt utterly defeated. Huang Qianli's relentless pursuit left him feeling resentful. Even after being struck by a beast and sustaining injuries, he didn't hesitate to offer treatment. Huang Qianli's mercilessness filled him with anger and a sense of injustice. He sighed, is it just a coincidence that I was accidentally hurt by them? There are just too many coincidences. How can I not be furious? A powerful practitioner in the law realm also remarked, this battle is really frustrating. What made it even worse was that a space attribute warrior was accidentally hit by another warrior's technique. Such a chaotic scene made everyone question what was really happening. Additionally, one warrior suddenly lost the sole of his shoe during the fight, and it flew out, hitting another warrior and disrupting his balance, causing his technique to hit yet another person. Song Shuheng chuckled bitterly. Looks like it's my turn to be unlucky. These strange incidents kept happening, leading everyone to wonder if there was truly some kind of cursed star among them. All eyes turned to Chu Yunxuan. Feeling immense pressure and with mixed emotions, he heard Wang Huaiguang say, high-intensity battles are full of unexpected events. Without proper coordination, chaos is inevitable. These accidents aren't surprising? Zhou Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let's not make it more mysterious than it is. Chu Yunxian quickly agreed, yes, it's best to listen to the advice of our seniors. However, someone still questioned, why have so many people inexplicably lost their shoe soles? Could it really be a coincidence? Song Shuheng thought for a moment and said, although I was also affected, the slippery vines on the ground caused the soles to come off. Considering the speed of the warriors, it makes sense. Chu Yunxian deeply agreed with this explanation. During this hour, he had gained substantial benefits, various system values and attribute points increased, and his realm reached the 10th star of the Xintian body realm. He might soon advance to the Xintian realm. Zhou Fan suggested that everyone recover their strength and heal their injuries before continuing. A few hours later, the strong practitioners stood up and the group gathered. A path appeared ahead, and they quickly set off. Zhao Shiji walked up to Song Shuheng and hesitantly asked, do you still think that Chu Yunxian isn't the problem? Isn't it strange that so many accidents have happened? Song Shuheng firmly replied, we've already explained that these accidents have reasonable causes. Stop doubting. Zhao Shiji reluctantly nodded in agreement. Ahead was a canyon, and after passing through it, 6 diverging paths appeared, presenting a choice for the group. Chu Yunxuan's heart tightened at the thought of making another decision. Suddenly, a young lady noticed some writing, and everyone moved forward together, ready to face new challenges. Faced with 6 diverging paths, everyone was paralyzed by indecision. Fortunately, they discovered a pile of messages. Wang Huaiguang summarized the situation and said, friends, we have 6 paths before us, each leading to a mysterious shrine that might contain various treasures, such as martial skills, spiritual artifacts, crystals, and more. Everyone's eyes lit up. They had come here precisely for these treasures. However, one of these paths is the most dangerous. Once we choose a path, there's no turning back. I suggest we proceed together. The group began to discuss animatedly. 6 paths, one is the most dangerous, but each has a shrine with treasures. If we go together, we might not get as much. If we split up, we might gain more, but the risk is higher. Even without any incidents, the path beyond the shrine could be perilous without the group. Yes, let's stick together. And at the beginning of the shrine, the treasures might not be that valuable. The deeper we go, the better the treasures we might find. Let's go together. Everyone agreed in unison. Song Shuheng nodded and said to Zhao Shiji, Shiji, let's stick with the group. Zhao Shiji nodded in agreement. Chu Yunxian also chimed in, of course, we should go together. I'm not that strong. Sticking with the experts is the safest option. Song Shuheng agreed, no problem if we go together. He believed there would be opportunities to be alone with Chu Yunxian later. Wang Huaiguang looked at Chu Yunxian and asked, so, which path should we choose? Remember, one is the most dangerous. Chu Yunxian quickly waved his hands. No, Leader Wang, I can't handle that pressure. Zhao Shiji agreed, he shouldn't choose. Leader Wang, I think you should decide. Wang Huaiguang looked at Chu Yunxian and said, Chu Yunxian, I still think you should choose. Chu Yunxian reluctantly replied, with a 1 in 6 chance, I really can't make that decision. Let someone else do it. Wang Huaiguang insisted, it's up to you. Everyone agrees. Chu Yunxian had no choice but to nod. What if I pick the most dangerous one? Wang Huaiguang patted his shoulder, don't worry. With me here in the group's agreement, just make your choice. Song Shuheng supported, everyone agrees. Even if we pick the most dangerous path, we'll face it together. Despite his hesitation, Zhao Shiji finally concurred, I agree too.
Chu Yunxuan Zeluten note that.
Huang Qianli threatened, if you pick the most dangerous path again, I'll make sure you pay for it. Chu Yunxian quickly assured, all right, I won't pick. Wang Huaiguang coldly reprimanded Huang Qianli, but Huang merely responded with a dismissive snort, saying nothing. Let's go, Wang Huaiguang said to Chu Yunxian. Pick any path you like.
Chu Yunxuan Poiten Randomi.
Let's take this one. Suddenly, the system activated. Chu Yunxian nodded, indicating there was no problem. So the group followed the route chosen by Chu Yunxian. Zhao Shiji didn't really want to travel with Chu Yunxian, but for safety reasons, they all decided to stick together. After all, it would be too dangerous for anyone to venture off alone. Reluctantly, he followed the main group. After about 10 minutes, everything remained calm and uneventful. In the distance, a massive ancient castle appeared before them. Wang Huaiguang smirked and said, see, we made it here without any trouble. Doesn't that prove Chu Yunxian picked the safest route? Many people nodded and smiled in agreement. It's like they say, one bad apple spoils the bunch. Some people have been making the whole team nervous, he said, casting a glance at Zhao Shiji. Zhao kept his head down, silent. Song Shuheng added, in any case, let's not be superstitious. We should trust in science. The group approached the castle. Wow, the owner of this realm really put effort into it, building a castle inside their own domain, someone marveled. No, 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 another person corrected. The owner probably used spatial attributes to bring an external castle into this realm. That made sense. Huang Qianli walked up to the castle door and pushed hard, but it didn't budge. He frowned, channeling his spiritual power, and pushed with the strength of a domain realm expert. But still, nothing happened. Strange, why can't I move this door? Huang Qianli wondered aloud. Zhou Fan suggested, let's just blast it open. He gathered his strength and struck the door. Dust flew, and the ground cracked, but the door remained unscathed. Unbelievable. Even as a domain realm expert, I can't break this door? Zhou Fan frowned. The group began to feel uneasy. Huang Qianli explained, clearly, this castle isn't simple. The owner of the realm must have applied some sort of power to it. Our strength isn't enough. There must be another way. Song Shuheng asked, are there any mechanisms? Chu Yunxuan used his inside eye to inspect, no mechanisms detected. Maybe we need a specific crystal as a power core to place in a designated slot. But there's no slot here. Everyone was puzzled. Should we try pushing it together? It seemed there was no other way to open the door. Huang Qianli nodded. All right, let's have the domain realm and law realm warriors push together with all their might. So, a dozen people combined their spiritual power and pushed the giant door together. Yet, the door didn't move an inch. This is too strange. So many of us can't open this door? What kind of power did that expert apply to it? Huang Qianli frowned, and the group's expressions grew serious. Just then, Chu Yunxuan suddenly said, is it possible that this door isn't meant to be pushed but pulled? The group exchanged glances, but Huang Qianli scoffed, nonsense. If even domain realm experts can't break this door, it clearly has some power acting on it, unrelated to pushing or pulling. With a click, the door slowly creaked open. Wang Huaiguang smiled and said, please come in. Huang Qianli turned around, eyes wide with surprise, and asked, how did you open it? Wang Huaiguang shrugged, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I just gently pulled the door, he replied. Huang Qianli couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration, looking at his calm and confident friend. He marveled at Wang Huaiguang's wisdom and cleverness. People hurried past Huang Qianli, entering the ancient castle. Huang clenched his fists, a fire igniting within him. He watched Chu Yunxuan's back as he entered the castle, gritting his teeth with a look of determination in his eyes. With resolve, Huang followed suit. The castle's first floor was spacious, with a colossal dragon statue standing in the center, surrounded by precious treasures and shelves filled with various martial arts techniques. Huang's eyes gleamed with excitement. All of this would be his. Techniques of the Xian level 8 stars, D level 3 stars, D level 6 stars. Ah, this sword must be at least D level. And that spear looks formidable. Wow, all of it would be his and his alone. The crowd surged toward the treasures, beginning to fight over them. Wang Huaiguang frowned, trying to stop them. Don't take any risks, he shouted, and the crowd momentarily paused to look at him. But in the next moment, they resumed their struggle. I said, don't touch anything. It could be dangerous. Wang Huaiguang warned again loudly. What's the danger? Aren't you just afraid we'll take the treasures and you won't get any? Someone mocked. Since we came together, whatever we grab is ours. These are rewards from the master of this mystical realm. They might mean nothing to him, but D-level techniques are priceless to us. Wang Huaiguang furrowed his brow, sensing impending disaster. Song Shuheng spotted a sword that seemed close to the Tian level. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out to take it. Brother Song, be careful, it might be dangerous, Zhao Shiji quickly reminded him. Song Shuheng smiled at the chaotic scene. Look at them, what danger could there be? With that, he extended his hand. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. The crowd watched in horror as someone's arm was corroded by green mist down to the bone. What? Their pupils contracted as screams echoed. Some lost arms, some legs, others had their chests. Their flesh dissolved away. Then, their bodies exploded into blood mist, splattering the surviving onlookers. Ah! In an instant, the first floor of the castle was filled with screams, cries of fear, and sobbing. Chu Yunxuan frowned slightly. It seemed, none of those who fought for the treasures were spared. No, wait. Chu Yunxuan noticed some people holding martial arts techniques and spirit weapons without being harmed. What's going on? A boy holding a sword witnessed his companions' mutilated bodies and, terrified, dropped his weapon. I'm going to die. I'm going to die, he muttered to himself, eyes vacant. Yet, he miraculously survived. Song Shuheng's eyes widened with fear. He quickly withdrew his hand from the sword. But in that instant, over 100 of the 500 people had perished. The survivors felt nauseous, and Chu Yunxuan was equally puzzled. Why does it feel so safe here? Ah, I see. The protagonist felt a sudden urge to escape the ancient castle. However, when they hurried to the main door, they found it firmly shut. No matter how hard they pushed or pulled, it wouldn't budge. Wang Huaiguang gritted his teeth and scolded. I told you not to act rashly, but you didn't listen. His reprimand instilled fear in everyone, making them too scared to act carelessly again. Huang Qianli scoffed. This is the price of greed. How can the human race rely on fools like you? Just then, a girl suddenly exclaimed, there are words here. With a serious expression, Wang Huaiguang commanded, read it. All eyes turned to the girl as she continued, very, very unfortunate. You have chosen the most dangerous path. Everyone was puzzled, unsure of what the danger entailed. The girl added mysteriously, this is a secret. In an hour, only those who survive will be allowed to leave the hall. Good luck. She fell silent, leaving everyone in shock. Zhao Shiji pointed at Chu Yunxuan and shouted, I knew it. He bears the curse of the Lone Star and led us down the most dangerous path. It's him. We're all going to die because of him. Fear gripped everyone, shattering their previous sense of security. Song Shuheng glanced at Chu Yunxuan but remained silent. Huang Qianli charged at Chu Yunxuan, yelling angrily, enough. Wang Huaiguang intervened immediately, let me clarify one more time. It's not because of the curse, but because of their selfishness. If they hadn't been greedy and had listened to my advice, would anyone have died? Zhou Fan added. It's clear that those who died were fighting over treasures. However, some obtained treasures without a scratch. Song Shuheng explained, the truth is simple. Some treasures can be taken safely, while others bring death. It all depends on one's choices, but the cost is a gamble with life. Wang Huaiguang looked at Zhao Shiji firmly. Although this path is fraught with danger, their deaths were not due to the path itself, but to their own greed. Everyone fell into deep thought, feeling lost and uncertain. Wang Huaiguang suggested, let's look around first. The master of this realm has trapped us in this castle for a reason. But remember, don't act rashly unless you're willing to risk your life. Cautiously, everyone dispersed to explore. Wang Huaiguang approached Zhou Fan and asked, what do you think? Zhou Fan sighed, honestly, I'm starting to have doubts and fears. Wang Huaiguang patted his shoulder reassuringly, it should be fine. His stance shifted from firm denial to cautious optimism, showing a hint of uncertainty. Just then, a boy suddenly shouted, wait, look at the dragon statue in the center of the castle. It seems like there's something in its mouth. Everyone stopped and stared intently. The dragon pearl. This mysterious treasure had unexpectedly appeared before their eyes, causing a stir among the gathered masters, who were all visibly excited. The legend of the dragon pearl felt tangible at this moment, and the possibility of it helping them reach the exalted Tianzuan realm was beyond imagination. Huang Qianli laughed exuberantly and dashed toward the pearl without hesitation. To his surprise, none of the other strong contenders made a move to seize it. Huang Qianli felt puzzled. Why were the others reluctant to take it? It turned out they knew that claiming the dragon pearl meant risking their lives. One wrong move could cost them everything. Huang Qianli landed and awkwardly coughed, trying to appear nonchalant. Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan also expressed their disinterest, saying that the Lingyu realm was sufficient for them. Encouraged by the crowd, Huang Qianli finally accepted the dragon pearl, feeling a mix of responsibility and pressure from this gesture of goodwill. Chu Yunxuan looked at Huang Qianli with admiration in his eyes and said, you take it. You deserve this opportunity. The whole scene was heartwarming, and everyone's spirits were lifted by the camaraderie and mutual respect. Huang Qianli stood there, gritting his teeth. Seriously? Brotherhood means nothing to you? Playing tricks on your own brothers? He wasn't a fool. The dragon pearl was a priceless treasure in their domain, even among the mighty Tianzuan realm experts. But who dared to take it? Everyone knew the dragon pearl held an irresistible allure. It was like the pearl was calling out, come and take me. How strange was that? Huang Qianli stood with his hands behind his back. As a member of the Kill Alliance, a fugitive wanted by the Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain, what right did he have to such a precious treasure? He turned to Leader Wang and Leader Zhou, both renowned figures. Obtaining the Dragon Pearl and enhancing their strength was essential to better combat the Kill Alliance, the Demon Clan, and the Monster Clan. Zhou Fan and Wang Huaiguang's lips twitched. Was this really something a villain from the Kill Alliance would say? Ahem, forget it, I don't want it, said Wang Huaiguang. Neither do I, Zhou Fan added. I think it belongs to you. Huang Qianli. Haha, I'm not worthy, Huang Qianli laughed. Everyone present wanted it, but who dared to take it? Song Shuheng hesitated for a moment, and then gave up. Gambling with one's life, who would dare? Moreover, some people glanced at Chu Yunxuan. This guy seemed a bit odd. Initially, he didn't believe it at all, but now he was beginning to have doubts. Seeing everyone ignoring it, Chu Yunxuan walked over. Since no one wants it, I'll take it then. Everyone's eyes turned to Chu Yunxuan. Of course, Huang Qinli said. Song Shuheng and Zhao Shiji's eyes sparkled. Great. What a greedy Chu Yunxuan. You dare to gamble with your life? Come on, take the risk. This time, even Zhou Fan and Wang Huaiguang didn't refuse, because they hoped someone would dare to try. If Chu Yunxian died, they would be at peace. If he survived, a dragon pearl in the hands of a Xintian realm warrior could be taken back. In this situation, what did the members of the Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain matter? Human nature is such. How many can truly face temptation with a noble heart and no selfish desires? Let's be honest, everyone is only human. Human nature is inherently like this. Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan were already wavering. They actually hoped Chu Yunxian would fail. A Xintian realm person wasn't much help to their team. He might even be a burden. So many had already died. What was one more? Chu Yunxian asked, if I take it, you won't snatch it, right? Of course not. Once you take it, it's yours, Wang Huaiguang replied. Zhao Shiji urged anxiously, Chu Yunxian, hurry up. If you can get the dragon pearl, this trip will be totally worth it. It's the dragon pearl. If I hadn't saved it for you, I'd want it too. Hurry, try it. Chu Yunxian then walked forward. He leaped onto the dragon's head and reached into the mouth of the dragon statue. Everyone's eyes were on Chu Yunxian. D. Zhao Shiji was thrilled. Finally, he could get rid of him. Although Song Shuheng's expression remained calm, he too hoped Chu Yunxian would fail. Chu Yunxian reached out. No system prompt sounded. Then, he grasped the dragon pearl and took it out. With a swift motion, Chu Yunxian leaped down from the dragon's head. Chu Yunxian held the glowing dragon pearl in his hands and curiously asked, is this the legendary dragon pearl? The crowd couldn't help but frown, worriedly asking, is it safe? Chu Yunxian smiled slightly, replying with determination, it's fine, I'll take it. Without hesitation, he placed the dragon pearl into his spatial ring, leaving everyone bewildered and filled with doubt. Huang Qinli frowned and said, this is clearly a trap. Using such a precious dragon pearl to lure someone into temptation, whoever takes it is doomed. Zhao Shiji's face changed, exclaiming, is he really okay? Song Shuheng couldn't help but frown, his mind brimming with questions. Wang Huaiguang also spoke with concern. He took the dragon pearl? We must find a way to get it back. How can someone at the Xin body stage have the right to possess the dragon pearl? However, as the leader of the Divine Alliance, he couldn't openly seize Chu Yunxuan's dragon pearl without tarnishing his reputation. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, rewarding 100,000 system points. Zhao Shiji loudly warned, be careful, Leader Wang. Wang Huaiguang fell into deep thought. The next moment, a massive dragon statue crashed onto him. He groaned in pain, struggling to get up, his face full of bitterness. Zhao Shiji pointed at Chu Yunxian and said, he's cursed with the lonely star. He'll bring us bad luck, draining our fortune while he remains unscathed. We will suffer. Everyone instinctively stepped back a few paces. Huang Qinli coldly declared, then I'll just kill him. He had long set his sights on Chu Yunxian, and with the dragon pearl now in Chu's possession, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him and reclaim the pearl. He didn't believe in the so-called lonely star curse and dismissed Wang Huaiguang's warning. Chu Yunxian looked at Wang Huaiguang and said calmly, Leader Wang, what do you think? Wang Huaiguang nodded and then warned Huang Qinli not to act in front of everyone, or he would face the consequences from both the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain members. Huang Qinli snorted coldly, and Wang Huaiguang smiled, saying, this is the duty of a member of the Divine Alliance. The crowd dispersed, discussing Chu Yunxuan's luck and the strange aura surrounding him. Wang Huaiguang approached Huang Qinli and asked, is there something you need? Huang Qinli replied disdainfully, you want to kill him, right? I don't care. I can survive outside. Huang Qinli's mockery left Wang Huaiguang feeling helpless. He looked at Huang Qinli and sighed inwardly. In this ever-changing world, everyone is eager to break through their limitations and enhance their abilities. Wang Huaiguang was well aware that he had to take action. So when Huang Qinli suggested that he handle the troublesome Zhou Fan, Wang Huaiguang did not hesitate and headed in the opposite direction. Huang Qinli's proposal was tempting. Eliminate Zhou Fan, and the dragon pearl would be his. In return, Huang Qinli promised to help Wang Huaiguang escape his wanted status and even provide a new identity, allowing him to move freely among humans. Could such an offer sway Wang Huaiguang? Huang Qinli warned him that the Divine Alliance was already planning to take him down, and soon a large number of experts would be after him. How would he evade them? Huang Qinli assured him of his aid. After a moment of silence, Wang Huaiguang agreed. However, as he turned to leave, a trace of indifference flashed in Huang Qinli's eyes. Wang Huaiguang was no fool. If deceived, he would not let it go easily. This scene makes one ponder, in the realm of power and strategy, who can truly be trusted? Chu Yunxuan followed a group of people down a passageway. The walls on both sides were lined with shelves displaying numerous spiritual artifacts, martial arts techniques, and crystals. Wow, this is a heaven-tier artifact. A young man stared at a sword on one of the shelves, drooling with excitement. Heaven tier, he muttered. Several people gathered around, unable to take their eyes off it. Who among them had ever seen a heaven tier artifact? A young man clenched his fist. What if we take a gamble? Don't. Zhao Shiji immediately warned. It's too risky. Besides, we have a Jing star among us. Would you dare to gamble? He glanced at Chu Yunxian standing at the back of the group. This is a heaven tier artifact. If I get it, I can change my fate. My destiny is mine to control, not heaven's. What Jing star? He was able to take the dragon pearl. So why can't I have a heaven tier artifact? Come on, gamble. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the sword. Haha, no problem. I won. I won. Ha ha ha. But the next moment, the sword began to tremble uncontrollably in his hand. He couldn't hold it. Suddenly, the sword flew out and pierced his heart. With a thud, he fell to the ground, dead. Everyone around immediately stepped back. Zhao Shiji, I told you. I told you, with a Jing star around, any gamble is doomed to fail. The crowd now looked at Chu Yunxian, keeping their distance. Stay away from him, a man pointed at Chu Yunxian, eyes full of fear. What? Are you blaming this on me?
Chu Yunxuan questioned.
It wasn't his fault. Even the system hadn't reacted. No matter who you're with, there's no good luck. You better leave us, someone said. Yeah, go somewhere else, don't follow us. Better safe than sorry. Chu Yunxian asked, you don't trust me anymore, do you? A young man replied, it's not about trust, man. We've seen too many strange things. For safety's sake, it's best if you don't stay with us. At that moment, Huang Qianli arrived with another group. Damn it, why so much talk? Wouldn't it be simpler to just deal with him directly? One man said, his aura slightly shifting. He's right. This is the spirit realm. Why be so suspicious? Just solve the problem directly. But doing that would be a crime, and the tribunal would investigate. Who cares? We're in the spirit realm now. If he doesn't die, we will. We don't even know each other, so what's there to fear? Good point. Stop wasting time. If everyone's hesitating, I'll handle it, said a martial artist at the Xintian level, stepping towards Chu Yunxian. Bro, I'm really sorry, but you're only at the Xin body level. If you keep going, you're bound to die. Let me help you out. He gathered flames in his hand. Zhao Shiji smiled from the side. Finally, they believe it. Finally taking action. Great. Chu Yunxuan's spiritual power surged. Ding. The system triggered, awarding him 500 attribute points. The crowd stepped back, leaving enough space for the fight. Zhao Shiji took a step back and bumped into a shelf. A bottle on the top fell and shattered at the martial artist's feet, releasing a green mist that immediately wrapped around his legs. As his pupils contracted, a terrified scream shattered the silence. In just a few seconds, his right leg was reduced to a bare bone. Amid the gasps of shock from the crowd, Zhao Shiji swallowed hard, shaking his head repeatedly and pointing at Chu Yunxian, claiming that he had brought it upon himself. Chu Yunxian smiled and retorted, Zhao Shiji, the facts are clear. Everyone saw you knock over the bottle. How can you blame me? The onlookers glanced at each other, marveling at the eerie coincidences of the day. Zhao Shiji, however, was adamant that Chu Yunxian had cast a curse and furiously declared he wouldn't be intimidated, deciding to strike. A martial artist of the Xintian realm unleashed his power and charged at Chu Yunxian. At the critical moment, the system was triggered, and a massive crystal chandelier plummeted, striking the martial artist on the head. Blood gushed, and he collapsed unconscious. The crowd gasped again, quickly distancing themselves from Chu Yunxian. Song Shuheng's eyes narrowed, remarking on the bizarre turn of events. Another martial artist angrily pointed at Chu Yunxian, loudly accusing him of being the cause of all the misfortunes that day. The crowd began to question whether these series of coincidences were truly just that. Facing the fearful gazes of the crowd, Chu Yunxian lightly touched his nose, realizing the situation had taken a dire turn. Zhao Shiji suggested that they band together to deal with Chu Yunxian to avoid further harm. Chu Yunxuan's eyes turned cold as he warned Zhao Shiji, slandering others will bring retribution. Zhao Shiji trembled with fear and hurriedly tried to distance himself from Chu Yunxian. The crowd was stunned, unable to believe Zhao Shiji's words had come true. As Zhao Shiji fled, he collided with a bystander, Huang Qianli, who, in a fit of anger, kicked Zhao Shiji several meters away, sending him crashing into a wall, motionless. The crowd was exceptionally shocked, and Song Shuheng took a few steps back, feeling uneasy. Chu Yunxian cast a cold glance at a young man and asked, "Did you agree to attack me just now?" The young man stuttered in denial but accidentally knocked over a shelf, causing a bottle to smash onto his head. Green mist quickly corroded his body. The crowd was dumbfounded, and even Huang Qianli was taken aback, secretly marveling at Chu Yunxuan's mysterious power. Chu Yunxian turned to Huang Qianli and questioned, "You have expressed your intention to kill me multiple times, have you forgotten?" Huang Qianli's eyes narrowed slightly, and he fell silent, confronted by Chu Yunxuan's questioning. Chu Yunxian gazed steadily at Huang Qianli and calmly asked, "You saw everything just now, didn't you? Are you threatening me?" Huang Qianli frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Chu Yunxian smiled faintly, as if he had seen through everything. Huang Qianli snorted coldly, "Humph. Do you think using your domain power can scare me? How dare you?"
Prépare tout dit.
With that, Huang Qianli's right hand transformed into a talon-like weapon, aiming straight at Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian furrowed his brows slightly, then suddenly heard a crisp notification sound, "Ding. System triggered. Reward. Level up. Advanced to Xintian Realm. 1 star." Just at that moment, as Huang Qianli charged towards Chu Yunxian, he seemed to activate some sort of mechanism under his feet. The ground suddenly cracked open, and he plummeted into the abyss. The onlookers couldn't help but murmur in confusion. What just happened? The crowd stood silently, staring at the chaotic scene, an unusual feeling welling up in their hearts. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. Huang Qianli's voice was chilling. Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan stood a short distance away, witnessing everything with complex emotions. Wang Huaiguang couldn't help but swallow, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Zhou Fan's eyes were wide open, filled with confusion. Despite the undeniable signs earlier, the current situation made it hard to dismiss the possibility of a curse. Zhou Fan furrowed his brow, pondering the mystery behind it all. He knew that whether it was the so-called heavenly fiend Lone Star or not, there was no escaping this ominous force. Wang Huaiguang silently swallowed again, while Zhou Fan couldn't hold back and asked, "Team Leader Wang, did you arrange all of this?" Wang Huaiguang paused before replying, "Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I haven't done anything. Even if there is a curse, what does it have to do with me?" Zhou Fan rubbed his chin and said gravely, "If you have Huang Qianli make a move, the curse might affect you as well." Wang Huaiguang remained silent. Zhou Fan turned his head and saw that the ground where Wang Huaiguang had been standing had cracked open, and he was nowhere to be seen. Then, another scream echoed, Wang Huaiguang's voice resonating from below. Zhou Fan couldn't help but swallow, while the people around Chu Yunxian scattered in terror. Song Shuheng also swallowed, his heart filled with shock. Huang Qianli, covered in blood, flew out, panting and with a look of fear in his eyes as he stared at Chu Yunxian. Everything was too bizarre, too eerie. It seemed that Huang Qianli was indeed carrying some kind of cursed power, and even someone as strong as him couldn't escape it. Anyone who tried to harm Chu Yunxian would meet a dire fate. In this situation, it seemed inevitable that Huang Qianli wouldn't meet a good end. Filled with anger, Huang Qianli swallowed hard and glared at Chu Yunxian, a fire igniting in his heart. This time, he decided to strike from a distance, thinking surely there wouldn't be any mishaps. But as he focused his energy, the ground cracked open again, and he vanished from sight. Everyone was stunned, chaos erupting once more. Another scream followed, Huang Qianli's injuries even more severe. The next moment, he was kneeling before Chu Yunxian, his face full of terror, completely subdued. He finally believed, showing a pained expression and begging for Chu Yunxuan's forgiveness. The crowd couldn't believe it. Huang Qianli, a formidable figure, reduced to such a pitiful state? Chu Yunxian coldly asked, "Are you joking?" Huang Qianli shook his head repeatedly, urgently explaining, "No, absolutely not. I truly regard you as a brother." Chu Yunxian, expressionless, pressed on, "Can you prove it?" Huang Qianli quickly nodded and produced a spiritual artifact. Chu Yunxian deeply felt his brother's affection and admiration for him, much like the ever-flowing waters of a great river. He accepted the D-tier 10-star spiritual artifact, the Feathered Cloak, from Huang Qianli. This treasure could provide formidable protection in battle, making him feel the trust and support of his friend. When Huang Qianli expressed his confidence in him, Chu Yunxian felt a warm sense of gratitude. With a smile, Huang Qianli thanked Chu Yunxian for accepting the gift. He wiped the blood and sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a shout came from afar, and everyone rushed towards the source of the sound, leaving Chu Yunxian alone. Huang Qianli hurriedly followed the others, distancing himself from Chu Yunxian as if he were an ill omen. Chu Yunxian saw the bloodied Wang Huaiguang and asked with concern what had happened. Wang Huaiguang stammered that he had accidentally fallen. Hearing this, Chu Yunxuan's heart stirred. He realized he had previously misunderstood Wang Huaiguang's intentions and felt a bit apologetic. Trembling, Wang Huaiguang handed Chu Yunxian a jade pendant, a D-tier 5-star spiritual artifact named the Warm Spirit Jade, which could rapidly restore spiritual power, as a token of his appreciation. Receiving the jade pendant, Chu Yunxian gratefully thanked him. Wang Huaiguang smiled shyly and left the scene. The others also departed the ancient castle, where 4 paths lay before them, requiring a choice to be made. They gathered at the entrance, still feeling uneasy. Huang Qianli looked at Wang Huaiguang's disheveled state, further cementing his doubts. He was convinced that something was off with Wang Huaiguang, feeling a sense of unease. As everyone made their choices, Huang Qianli discreetly observed Chu Yunxuan, then pointed to the leftmost path, indicating his choice. The others followed suit, showing their agreement. Chu Yunxuan observed the group's choice and understood. They preferred to follow Huang Qianli rather than act alongside him. Huang Qianli nodded, signaling the others to choose among the remaining 3 paths. Wang Huaiguang decided to follow Huang Qianli, and they agreed to take the adjacent path together. Zhou Fandao and Wang Huaiguang faced a choice together. Zhou Fandao decided to take the 3rd path. Confidently, team leader Zhou said, "I'll go." Wang Huaiguang then expressed his intention to join as well. With the 3 paths chosen, only the last one remained unselected, and Chu Yunxuan had yet to make his decision. They paused, waiting for Chu Yunxuan to decide whether he would join their team. Chu Yunxuan was hesitant, unsure of which path to take. He didn't want to risk taking the far right path alone, feeling it was too dangerous. In the end, he decided to follow team leader Wang, believing that Wang's leadership would make him feel safe. Wang Huaiguang felt a shiver of apprehension but reassured himself, "Team leader Wang is formidable. I'll be fine following him." He then awkwardly added, "But the Tianyu team is strong too. You could also go with team leader Zhou." Hearing this, Zhou Fandao couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Wang Huaiguang, you really are something." Zhou Fan glared at Wang Huaiguang, his heart seething with anger and disdain. Wang Huaiguang, what a hypocrite, a despicable man. Once brothers who shared everything, now Wang was scheming for his own gain? Unbelievable. When Chu Yunxian expressed his desire to go with him, Wang Huaiguang unhesitatingly pushed him towards Zhou Fan. A flicker of resolve flashed in Zhou Fan's eyes. Facing Wang Huaiguang's provocation, Chu Yunxian turned to Zhou Fan and nodded gently in agreement. "No problem, Shenming, Tianyu. We are all family. I can go with leader Zhou." Zhou Fan felt a shiver run through him, thinking, who the hell said Shenming is a family? Turning to Chu Yunxian, he said firmly, "Brother, although leader Wang and I have similar strength, both being at the 1st star of the domain realm, you'll be safer with him." Wang Huaiguang's body trembled slightly. Chu Yunxian asked curiously, "Why is that?" Zhou Fan explained, "Leader Wang has a powerful spatial artifact called the Spatial Jade Plate. Though not of high grade, it can transport you to a safe place in an emergency." He glanced at Wang Huaiguang and said to Chu Yunxian, "So, Brother Chu, following leader Wang would be more secure." Chu Yunxian nodded in agreement. "Makes sense. I think it's safer to go with leader Wang." Wang Huaiguang clenched his fists in silent fury. "Zhou Fan, are you playing dirty? You want to outwit me? Fine, bring it on." Not to be outdone, Wang Huaiguang said, "In that case, leader Zhou, do you have a Yuling Jade on you?" Zhou Fan trembled slightly, annoyed at Wang Huaiguang. He continued explaining, "Brother Chu, do you know the effect of the Yuling Jade? Wearing it can block an attack from a Tianzuan realm expert." Zhou Fan's eyes turned cold, thinking how ruthless Wang Huaiguang was. To stop Chu Yunxian from following him, he was willing to give up the Yuling Jade. Without hesitation, he handed the Yuling Jade to Chu Yunxian. "Brother, don't say I don't look out for you. This Yuling Jade is yours. Following leader Wang would be safer." He glanced at Wang Huaiguang, seemingly taunting him. Wang Huaiguang was extremely angry but had no choice but to feign calmness. "Leader Zhou, since you say so, Brother Chu would indeed be safer with you." Zhou Fan let out a cold smile and suddenly raised his hand, releasing spiritual energy, and struck his own chest hard. Blood spurted out instantly, and everyone watched in shock, Wang Huaiguang more so. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhou Fan looked bitterly at Chu Yunxian. "Brother Chu, now I'm more injured than leader Wang. Clearly, following leader Wang is more beneficial for you." Having said that, he stared coldly at Wang Huaiguang, furious at his vile tactics. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. Faced with a life and death trial, Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan were struggling immensely. They just wanted to survive. Was that so wrong? Wang Huaiguang swallowed hard, then resolutely drew a dagger and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own side. The blade sank into his flesh with a sickening sound. Smirking, he glanced at Zhou Fan and sneered, "Now, I'm more injured than you." Zhou Fan glared back, seething with rage. He gritted his teeth and, without a second thought, twisted his left arm until it snapped with a loud crack, eliciting gasps from the crowd. The audience was horrified by Wang Huaiguang's brutal actions. Zhou Fan, with a cold smile, said to Wang Huaiguang, "Now my arm is broken. How can I protect Brother Chu? He has no choice but to follow you." Infuriated, Wang Huaiguang drew a sword and placed his arm on a rock, ready to chop it off. Zhou Fan hurriedly intervened, realizing they couldn't continue this self-inflicted harm. Huang Qinli barely suppressed his laughter, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Fan, alarmed, stopped Wang Huaiguang's actions, realizing the futility of their contest. Wang Huaiguang paused, and then they both turned to look at Huang Qinli in unison. Huang Qinli's face turned awkward, unsure of what to do next. Wang Huaiguang sneered, Huang Qinli is also at the domain level. Now that we're both injured, Brother Chu will be safer with you. Huang Qinli was speechless, filled with inner conflict. Swallowing nervously, Huang Qinli tried to explain, I'm from the Assassin Alliance. Wang Huaiguang scoffed, you wouldn't refuse to protect Chu Yunxuan, would you? Zhou Fan added, your personal feelings shouldn't be hindered by your identity, Huang Qinli. You will definitely protect Brother Chu with all your might. Chu Yunxuan nodded silently, showing his trust in Huang Qinli. With a trembling voice, Huang Qinli said, our friendship makes me feel that following you is safer. Wang Huaiguang agreed, Huang Qinli will certainly do his utmost to protect Brother Chu. Zhou Fan chimed in, we feel reassured with Brother Chu in your care. Huang Qinli felt a deep sense of regret, but couldn't argue. Clenching his teeth, he pulled out an ancient stone, ready to face the upcoming challenges. Chu Yunxuan took the spirit imprint stone, feeling a wave of emotion rise within him. This stone contained the mark of a powerful being, and once shattered, he would gain their strength, temporarily possessing the power and combat abilities of a one-star celestial lord. This gift was undoubtedly a precious treasure, capable of protecting him in critical moments. Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan were equally astonished by this scene. They never expected Chu Yunxuan to be so generous in giving away such a life-saving item. He truly was the best elder brother they could ask for, generous and righteous. Chu Yunxuan smiled slightly as he accepted the spirit imprint stone. Huang Qinli looked at Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan, then turned to Chu Yunxuan and said, brother, both Leader Wang and Leader Zhou are severely injured. You share a deep brotherly bond, don't you? Chu Yunxuan nodded, his gratitude evident. Of course, my two elder brothers entrusted me with the Space Jade Plate and the Spirit Jade. Huang Qinli continued, but they may face danger ahead. With the Spirit Imprint Stone, you can go with them and protect them. After all, you are good brothers who support each other. Don't worry about me. My injuries are not severe. Upon hearing Huang Qinli's words, Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan felt a rush of emotion and gratitude. The whole scene was filled with warmth and brotherly affection. Huang Qinli's gaze fixed on the two of them, as if questioning whether they dared to challenge him. Coming from the Assassin Alliance, he carried heavy responsibilities and had survived through cunning and skill. How should they respond now? Everyone's hearts tightened, seemingly in awe of Huang Qinli's mysterious move. This move was invincible and instantly turned the tide. Originally, he was the least injured, so logically, Chu Yunxuan should have followed him. But now, his injuries became Chu Yunxuan's excuse not to follow him. Incredible. Absolutely brilliant. Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan were stunned. Wow. Huang Qinli's move was amazing. Chu Yunxuan, pretending to be nonchalant, nodded and looked at Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan. You're right. Now that I have the Spirit Seal Stone, I can unleash the power of a heavenly sovereign. Both of you are like brothers to me. And now that you're so severely injured, how should I choose? Maybe we should all go together. What do you think? No, no, no. Wang Huaiguang waved his hands frantically. Brother, there's no need. Don't worry about me. I'm in good shape. A little injury is nothing. You don't need to protect me. It's Zhou who needs protection. His arm is broken. Zhou Fan? Chu Yunxuan looked at Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan quickly said, I don't need it either. Look, my arm can still move. It's nothing. Even though you both are my good brothers. Chu Yunxuan said with concern, brother, your safety is the greatest comfort to me. You don't need to worry about me, really. Wang Huaiguang earnestly said, exactly. Now that you have the Spirit Jade, the Space Jade Disc, and the Spirit Seal Stone, you can walk the fourth path alone. You are the chosen one. Whatever benefits the fourth path holds, they are all yours. Wang Huaiguang nodded in agreement. Exactly. I will lead 100 men away. They won't follow you. Zhou Fan added, I'll also lead 100 men away, ensuring they don't follow you. Any treasures will be yours alone. Chu Yunxuan rubbed his chin, hesitating. But if you encounter danger, I'll feel guilty, especially since you've entrusted these treasures to me. Brother, it's our duty as your elder brothers. Don't feel burdened. We do this willingly. Wang Huaiguang said with deep emotion. Zhou Fan also nodded repeatedly. Exactly. This is the voluntary decision of your two elder brothers. Chu Yunxuan said, then I won't let down the expectations of my three elder brothers. I will walk the fourth path alone. Good luck, my brothers. I will try my best. Zhou Fan made a cheering gesture to Chu Yunxuan. Go for it. Friends walk together for life. Wang Huaiguang waved goodbye to Chu Yunxuan. Those days are behind us. Chu Yunxuan said emotionally, it's a promise, friends forever. The two of them wished him well together, A lifetime of friendship, a toast to it. I'm off. Chu Yunxuan set off alone on the fourth path. As they watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Huaiguang clenched the blood-stained knife at his waist, his face full of pain. Leader Wang, your methods have left a deep impression on me. Zhou Fan stared at Wang Huaiguang, his gaze slightly intense. When it comes to methods, Huang Qianli's are truly superior. Their eyes all turned to Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli snorted coldly. I will remember the two of you until we meet again. With that, he led his subordinates down the path. While everyone else was whispering and quietly slipping away, Chu Yunxuan boldly stepped onto the seemingly untraveled fourth path. The moment he took his first step, a flurry of notifications erupted in his mind. Ding! System activated. Ding! System activated. Ding ding ding, ding. Clearly, those who had chosen the first three paths were destined to face numerous obstacles. But this wasn't Chu Yunxuan's fault. After all, they were the ones who recommended the fourth path to him. He muttered to himself, feeling quite pleased with his haul this time. He had acquired a spirit imprint stone, which contained the imprint of a powerful figure, allowing him to temporarily wield the power of a one-star celestial lord. There was also the spatial jade plate, a spatial spiritual tool. The spirit guard jade could withstand one attack from a celestial lord. Additionally, there was the light feather robe, a 10-star earth-tier spiritual tool gifted to him by Huang Qianli, which could reduce the damage he received. And the warm spirit jade from Wang Huaiguang, which could accelerate the recovery of his spiritual power. These treasures were truly invaluable. The realm of domains lived up to its reputation, with its endless supply of fantastic items. Chu Yunxuan took out the light feather robe, which was as thin as an inner garment. Once he wore it, he was certain that anyone harboring ill intent towards him would trigger the misfortune system, indicating that even leader Wang held some animosity towards him. Chu Yunxuan could understand this. In such an environment, people were always selfish. Having obtained the dragon pearl, he knew there would be those willing to kill him to take it. Thus, aside from his human companions, even those from the Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain could hardly be trusted. Thinking of Song Shuheng, Chu Yunxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This man was known for his kindness, but the current situation was evidently dire. Women's intuition was indeed sharp. Chu Yunxuan recalled Jiang Ying's aversion to Song Shuheng and couldn't help but sigh, wishing them luck. Alone, Chu Yunxuan continued forward. Despite being solitary, the frequent system notifications indicated that the other three paths were far more perilous. In contrast, the path he had chosen seemed safer. Moreover, with these treasures in hand, he felt confident. He pondered the rewards he would amass from the hundreds of people triggering system tasks. By now, his strength had reached the one-star Shintian realm, and he felt exhilarated. He continued on for about an hour without encountering any obstacles. Ding! Reward received, 10,000 system points. Ding! Reward received, 20,000 system points. Ding! Reward received, 100 attribute points. Ding! Reward received. The system notifications kept coming, and he had lost track of how many system points and attribute points he had amassed. Ding! Reward received. Spatial attribute control increased by 50%. Chu Yunxuan was stunned by this reward. Could it be from Huang Qianli? Or Wang Huaiguang? Or perhaps Zhou Fan? He suspected that one of these realm of domains experts might have sacrificed themselves, resulting in such a reward. With 65% spatial attribute control, he surpassed many spatial attribute warriors who had lived for centuries. Spatial jump. Whoosh! Chu Yunxuan vanished from his spot and reappeared a kilometer ahead. Spatial burst. Boom! Spatial compression. Spatial collapse. A look of delight spread across Chu Yunxuan's face. It was simply exhilarating. Ding! System time remaining, 1 hour. The sudden system notification made Chu Yunxuan pause, sensing that something was amiss. It's been 3 days now. Although it hasn't been long, time seems to pass faster in this mystical realm. Chu Yunxuan, filled with excitement, eagerly anticipated unlocking a new system. Suddenly, a shimmering portal appeared before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through it. He felt a sense of security, confident that the path he had chosen was safe, even if it didn't promise many rewards. In an instant, Chu Yunxuan found himself in an unfamiliar place, facing a crowd of thousands. Strangely, he felt a mysterious connection to these people, a sense of inexplicable familiarity swelling in his heart. Chu Yunxuan looked around, the crowd bustling with activity, and every face etched with exhaustion and pain. It was clear that people from various places had gathered in this open area. Despite having paths in all directions, no one seemed lost. Everyone treated this place as a rest stop. Worried about Xiaoya's safety, Chu Yunxuan weaved through the crowd, anxiously searching. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder. He turned to see Jiang Ying, with a few classmates behind him, bringing a sense of familiarity and comfort. Chu Yunxuan, What are you looking at? Jiang Ying broke the silence, his tone tinged with concern. Chu Yunxuan nodded slightly, feeling relieved to finally encounter someone he knew. Jiang Ying, where are the others? I've been looking for them for a long time, Chu Yunxian asked. Jiang Ying shrugged, a hint of worry in his expression. Only a few of us from Tianhua University are here. Your sister, the fairy mentor, the dean, they're all missing. Could they not have arrived yet?
Chu Yunxuan frowned.
We've gathered quite a few people, but this might just be a fraction. The others could be scattered elsewhere. Jiang Ying nodded slightly and asked with concern, did you encounter any danger on your side? Chu Yunxian replied with a bitter smile. It hasn't been peaceful for us either. Dozens out of hundreds have perished, but I managed to escape. How about you? Jiang Ying shook his head. We faced some challenges, but we're safe for now. Just now, I saw you alone over there. What happened? Chu Yunxian shrugged. There were several paths to choose from. I took one alone, while the other 300 people chose the other paths. Maybe they haven't escaped yet. A strange light flickered in Jiang Ying's eyes. 4 paths, and you took one alone? Is there something special about the path you chose? Chu Yunxian explained with a wry smile. They called me Tiansha Lone Star, blaming any danger on me. It's pure nonsense. Jiang Ying asked in confusion. Why did they make you choose multiple times? Were the others afraid to choose that path? Chu Yunxian shrugged. Perhaps Zhao Shiji harbors resentment and spread the Tiansha Lone Star rumor to make others ostracize me. To prove it, they made me make the choices. Jiang Ying sighed. That's too much. Did everyone really believe it? A Tianhua University student chimed in. Zhao Shiji is insidious. I used to think he was impressive. Another student added. It's ridiculous. They even believed the Tiansha Lone Star nonsense? Chu Yunxian nodded in agreement. Yes, just because I made a wrong choice, they labeled me Tiansha Lone Star. The odds weren't high, but it couldn't be ignored. The group expressed their agreement, but suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Someone's coming. They turned to see a group of bloodied people slowly approaching. Chu Yunxuan's heart skipped a beat. What happened to these people? They're all covered in wounds. Jiang Ying was equally surprised. In such a large crowd, it's rare to see people this severely injured. Zhou Fan and his teammates were trapped in a perilous situation, and it seemed their luck couldn't have been worse. A crowd gathered around them, including Su Xiangdong, the vice president of Tianyu in Linen City. When Zhou Fan saw the vice president, he almost burst into tears. Trembling, he asked, Vice President Su, are you all right? Su reassured him, I'm fine, nothing serious. Zhou Fan shook his head bitterly. Su Xiangdong scanned the group, noticing their bloodied appearances, and couldn't help but ask, what kind of disaster happened on your side? At this moment, Huang Qianli, his face contorted with rage, gritted his teeth and said, damn it, we have a so-called heavenly lone star among us. His words shocked everyone present. Su Xiangdong looked at Zhou Fan in confusion, and the latter nodded bitterly, yes, we suffered heavy losses. Wang Huiguang, our domain-level expert, has fallen. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Even a domain-level expert has been killed? Some even remarked, our law realm experts are invincible. Those who died must have brought it upon themselves. Huang Qianli, Zhou Fan, and Song Shuheng winced at these comments. Huang Qianli, in despair, shouted, stop it, just stop it. Su Xiangdong looked at the blood-streaked face of Huang Qianli and inquired, who is this? Huang tried to say his name but was too injured to be understood clearly. Su Xiangdong's gaze sharpened, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zhou Fan stepped forward to intervene, Vice President. Although Huang Qianli made mistakes, he faced the same dangers as the rest of us. Su Xiangdong observed the pained expressions of the group, and Zhou Fan explained, it was indeed the work of the heavenly lone star. Huang Qianli roared, damn that heavenly lone star, it ruined us. His anguish sent a chill through everyone present. They wondered, what kind of ordeal did the domain level go through to end up like this? Su Xiangdong pressed, heavenly lone star? What do you mean? Huang Qianli roared again, leaving everyone exchanging puzzled looks. Some doubted, does this heavenly lone star really exist? They found it hard to believe, just as they initially doubted the experiences of Huang Qianli and Wang Huiguang. Su Xiangdong sensed that they might have been under some sort of illusion, making them appear abnormal. The surrounding people nodded in understanding. Jiang Ying glanced at Chu Yunxuan, who nodded in agreement. This is all too bizarre. A domain-level expert claiming to be a heavenly lone star? Su Xiangdong patted Zhou Fan on the shoulder and advised, you all need to rest. Perhaps it was just a setback. There's no need to blame the heavenly lone star. Huang Qianli clenched his fists and glared at Su Xiangdong. Don't forget, you can't truly guide others unless you've walked through their trials. Zhou Fan nodded, a surge of untimely anger rising within him. He couldn't help but want to rid himself of the obstacle that was Huang Qianli. He turned to Huang Qianli, his eyes blazing with fury. However, What he saw was Huang Qinli's pupils dilating and his body trembling slightly. Trying to maintain his composure, Zhou Fan asked, Huang Qinli, do you have anything to say? Huang Qinli stammered, he is my brother, my closest companion. How could I ever harm him? Captain Zhou, are you joking? As a warrior of the celestial realm, how could you say such a thing? Zhou Fan looked at Huang Qinli in bewilderment, doubting his intentions. Hesitantly, he asked, are you mistaken? Have you forgotten all that we've been through together? Suddenly, his body twitched, and he felt a wave of dizziness. My God! Zhou Fan stared in horror at the figure not far away, his eyes filled with fear and unease. The person standing there was none other than the legendary Chu Yunxuan. Panic surged through team leader Zhou's heart as he awkwardly apologized, Vice President Su, please forgive me. I shouldn't have joked about the heavenly lone star just now. Zhou Fan felt a wave of regret, realizing his careless words had offended Chu Yunxian. He tried to explain quickly, yes, we're all brothers here. We shouldn't be making such jokes. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, knowing full well this was no joking matter. Song Shuheng approached and chided, you too, joking like this isn't right. Chu Yunxian has been a real headache for us. Huang Qinli quickly nodded in agreement but nervously muttered, I didn't say anything like that. You must have heard wrong. Zhou Fan, feeling the tension, nodded along, yes, you must have misheard. Song Shuheng frowned in dissatisfaction, but then he noticed Zhou Fan pointing at something. Following the direction of his finger, Song Shuheng was startled. He quickly tried to cover it up with a laugh. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Chu Yunxian walked over, causing Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli to tense up. Zhou Fan forced a smile. Oh, it's nothing really. Chu Yunxian responded casually. Of course, nothing at all. I thought you were talking about me. Zhou Fan gave an awkward smile and turned to leave. Huang Qianli also found an excuse to hurriedly exit, mumbling to himself as he tried to escape the awkward scene. The others were left puzzled but could only silently disperse, each processing the strange encounter in their own way. Su Xiangdong cleared his throat and, with a solemn expression, addressed the powerful individuals from various cities. Everyone, what I am about to discuss is of utmost importance. Please remember it well, as your lives may depend on it. Zhou Fan furrowed his brows and recounted his experiences to those present. After hearing his account, everyone became visibly serious. Someone asked with concern, Team Leader Zhou, are you all right? Zhou Fan replied with a bitter smile, I'm fine, I'm fully aware. But we all have to admit, only after witnessing those terrifying events did we realize that Zhao Shiji's warnings were not baseless. Zhou Fan continued, you must understand, showing any disrespect or taking any action against him will bring disaster. That's why I changed my mind and stopped mentioning him. The crowd exchanged looks of shock and disbelief. Are we all going mad? Someone whispered. Zhou Fan asserted firmly, no, we are very clear-headed, absolutely clear-headed. The room fell into a heavy silence as everyone began to ponder the truth behind it all. To ensure his own safety, Su Xiangdong resolutely handed over the Yuling Jade to Chu Yunxian. At the same time, Wang Huaiguang and Huang Qinli also gave him their top-tier spiritual artifacts. They warned the others that if they valued their lives, they should avoid traveling with Chu Yunxian. Despite some lingering doubts among the group, their warnings began to sow seeds of suspicion. Su Xiangdong frowned and hesitated, saying, the term, Heavenly Lone Star. Zhou Fan continued, President Su, Heavenly Lone Star is just a name we came up with. It might actually be a kind of curse. As long as everyone understands, that's enough. Look, Huang Qianli has already left to avoid him. Got it. Thanks for the warning, Team Leader Zhou. Better safe than sorry, Su Xiangdong replied, nodding along with the others in agreement. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng, after much contemplation, approached Jiang Ying. Do you have a moment? He asked. Jiang Ying looked puzzled. Can't you say it here? After casting a fearful glance at Chu Yunxian, Song Shuheng replied, I'd prefer to speak with you alone. Please come with me. Jiang Ying agreed and followed him. Once they were alone, Song Shuheng asked, Jiang Ying, are you having second thoughts too? Is it because of the Heavenly Lone Star? Jiang Ying responded. Song Shuheng nodded. Rather than calling it Heavenly Lone Star, it's more like a curse. Do you believe it too? Jiang Ying pressed. Song Shuheng affirmed, you know me, Jiang Ying. I don't slander others or lie. You might be skeptical, but you know how I feel about you. I hope you'll listen to my advice. Though Jiang Ying didn't like Song Shuheng, she knew he was trustworthy. He then recounted the events to her. It's not just one or two people saying this. Over 100 of us are saying the same thing. Even Huang Qianli, a domain-level expert, believes it. Do you think he would falsely accuse Chu Yunxian, who's only at the profound body level? Jiang Ying furrowed her brow. But I've known Chu Yunxian for a long time. Why hasn't this happened before? She was well aware of Chu Yunxuan's reliability, but the words of Song Shuheng, Zhou Fan, Huang Qinli, and over 100 others made her waver. She glanced over at Chu Yunxuan before walking towards him. Thank you for telling me, she said to Song Shuheng, who replied, please think it over carefully. Jiang Ying reached Chu Yunxuan's side. What did they say to you? Chu Yunxian asked. Jiang Ying nodded. They think you. Jiang Ying's beautiful eyes were fixed on Chu Yunxian, her mind filled with uncertainty. Were the words spoken about him true or false? With a shrug, Chu Yunxian candidly admitted that the rumors were indeed true, but he was not the ill-fated loner people made him out to be. He hoped Jiang Ying would trust him. Smiling, Jiang Ying asked if she could accompany him, and Chu Yunxian readily agreed. He teased, aren't you worried? Jiang Ying replied firmly, not at all. Despite your bad reputation, I believe in your character. I feel safer with someone I know. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Misfortune system deactivated. Congratulations, map unlock system activated. Chu Yunxuan's face lit up with a mischievous smile, filled with curiosity and anticipation for the new system. The system explained that while it was active, he would have a complete overview of the map, clearly displaying the risks, difficulties, and benefits of each location. It also informed him that the system would be active for 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chu Yunxian grinned broadly, eager for the adventures that lay ahead. Jiang Ying couldn't help but ask, why are they so convinced about you? Chu Yunxian sighed deeply and explained, the main reason is that they know the truth but are afraid to speak up. I came into possession of a valuable treasure, and they covet it. Hence, they had to frame me. Jiang Ying suddenly understood, pointing out that because of their high status, they were constrained and couldn't act directly, resorting instead to underhanded schemes. She added that they spread rumors about Chu Yunxian to isolate him, hoping to make him fight alone so they could eliminate him without leaving a trace. Chu Yunxian praised Jiang Ying's intelligence, and she proudly lifted her head, boasting about her quick thinking and wit. Chu Yunxian couldn't help but ask, why not expose their true nature? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ying realized, because there are many of them, and you are alone, it's hard to fight back. Chu Yunxian gave her a thumbs up, admiring her wisdom. He solemnly promised, don't worry, stick with me, and you'll see what it means to walk through the world with a clear conscience and an open heart. Chu Yunxian stood still and activated the full map system. In that moment, the entire landscape of the spiritual realm unfolded before him, as if he possessed a godlike perspective where nothing could hide. He couldn't help but marvel, this place is truly vast. For someone who could command such an ability, Chu Yunxian held immense respect for the master of this realm. Suddenly, Jiang Ying broke the silence. Of course, that's a given. Chu Yunxian turned to look at her, noticing a hint of pride in her beautiful eyes, clearly confident in her own abilities. She teased, did you think I wasn't impressive enough? Realizing her jest, Chu Yunxian quickly nodded in agreement. Rumors about Chu Yunxian being a cursed lone star, or carrying some sort of curse, quietly spread among the crowd. At that moment, 7 portals of different colors appeared ahead, each a shade of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The crowd's attention was immediately drawn, and faced with 7 portals and 7 choices, everyone found themselves at a loss. What should we do? Which one is the right choice? They wondered. With no guidance or hints, they could only rely on luck. However, Zhou Fan suddenly remarked, as long as we don't follow a certain someone, any portal will be fine. His words brought a realization to the group, who then gathered in front of the 7 portals. Su Xiangdong, the vice president of the heavenly domain, suggested, let's go through the green portal. Addressing the group's doubts, he explained, given the lack of information, green symbolizes vitality. I believe this path is the most suitable. The group agreed, as the green path had a danger level of 0, a resource level of 3, and the highest comfort level, making it the most appealing choice. Chu Yunxian and Jiang Ying also approached the green portal. Curious, Jiang Ying asked, which path should we take? With his full map system, Chu Yunxian was fully aware of the conditions of all 7 paths. He found that the green portal had 0 danger, limited resources but the highest comfort level. In contrast, the other 6 paths had abundant resources but a danger level of 9. Without hesitation, he chose the green portal. Chu Yunxian called out to the people ahead, hurry up and enter the portal. Zhou Fan, who was about to step forward, paused and quickly retracted his foot. Chu Yunxian firmly chose the green portal, and Jiang Ying, though a bit anxious, decided to trust him. Suddenly, the crowd parted like a tide, leaving Chu Yunxian and Jiang Ying standing alone before the green portal. This sight made Jiang Ying's heart skip a beat, even though she trusted Chu Yunxian. She wondered, is this path really that dangerous? A girl beside her asked if she wanted to go together. Song Shuheng frowned at Jiang Ying, feeling uneasy. Despite the tension, Jiang Ying forced a smile and resolutely chose the green portal, continuing to trust Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian joked, if you stay with me, I guarantee every day will be green. His playful remark made Jiang Ying roll her eyes at him. Song Shuheng, however, furrowed his brow, puzzled. Why? Why does everyone choose to trust him? Despite his contemplation, he couldn't understand the group's choice. Jiang Ying could never bring herself to believe in her own abilities. Why was she so hesitant to trust herself? Jiang Ying, you're going to die, Song Shuheng said through gritted teeth. The two of them arrived at the portal. Chu Yunxuan turned to look at Huang Qianli, who was standing in front of the blue portal on the right. Brother, aren't you coming with me? Chu Yunxuan asked. No, I don't want to disturb you guys, haha, Huang Qianli replied, scratching his head with a laugh. Chu Yunxian glanced at the information displayed on the blue portal. Danger level 10, complexity level 8, resource level 4, comfort level -100. Good luck, he said, and without hesitation, stepped into the portal. Jiang Ying hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed him into the green portal. The two of them disappeared into the portals. As they vanished, the onlookers let out a collective sigh of relief. Haha, we're safe now, Huang Qianli laughed. They definitely went into the most dangerous portal. We can take any of the remaining 6 without worry. Zhou Fan laughed along. Haven't felt this relieved in a long time. Those two, the strongest of them, are only at the Xintian realm. They don't stand a chance of surviving. It's a pity about that beautiful girl. Why did she have to follow him? Vice President Su lamented. You almost got us all killed. Clearly, the green portal is the most dangerous one. Well then, let's avoid the green portal and take any of the others, Su Xiangdong suggested. The crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. Meanwhile, on the other side, a flash of light revealed a paradise-like scene. Mountains and rivers intertwined, flowers and grasses flourished, and beautiful butterflies flitted about. It's so beautiful, Jiang Ying exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. No matter their personality, such a stunning landscape was sure to lift anyone's spirits. Chu Yunxian used his map system to locate several treasure spots. But the more tranquil the scene, the more danger it might hide. Jiang Ying warned cautiously. These beautiful flowers could be poisonous, and the butterflies might be too. Chu Yunxian smiled and continued onward, with Jiang Ying close behind, reminding him to be careful. After some time, Chu Yunxian stopped and surveyed their surroundings. He then crouched down and stood up holding a green crystal that radiated a strong life force. A life essence crystal, Jiang Ying said, frowning. It's highly valuable but extremely rare. Chu Yunxian smiled, drew out his flame sun sword, and started carving into the ground. What are you doing? Jiang Ying asked, puzzled. The ground he had carved began to glow with a green light. A life essence crystal vein? Jiang Ying exclaimed in surprise. An hour had passed, and the two of them sat on the ground, exhausted. Before them shimmered a vast vein of life source crystals, glowing with a green light. Jiang Ying waved her hand, panting, my spatial ring can't hold any more. Chu Yunxian nodded in agreement. Mine's full too. These life source crystals seemed like an endless treasure. Jiang Ying remarked, this grade of life source crystals could last for 10 years. Previously, she had only 2 life source crystals and was reluctant to use them, relying on healing potions for injuries. But now, she could finally make full use of these precious crystals. This vein of life source crystals was likely the result of years of exploration by the human race, yet they could only fill their spatial rings and nothing more. Chu Yunxian patted Jiang Ying's shoulder and said, let's go. Jiang Ying took one last, reluctant look at the massive vein, feeling a deep sense of awe. Meanwhile, at another location, Su Xiangdong, the vice president of the Tianyu branch in Linen City, wiped blood from the corner of his mouth as he appeared on a beach. Gradually, more people began to appear around him. Coughing painfully, he said, rest up and treat your wounds. Injured individuals started calling out for wood element warriors to help with healing, creating a tragic scene. Su Xiangdong's face contorted with pain as he smiled wryly. Every path behind a portal is filled with danger. Look, others are coming out too. As people continued to appear on the beach, Huang Qianli limped over, and Zhou Fan asked with concern, Huang Qianli, how are you? Huang Qianli responded angrily, are you blind? Can't you see my condition? Zhou Fan frowned in concern and remarked, the dangers of the spirit realm far exceed our expectations. Even domain-level experts struggle to survive. This trial was too harsh. Survival was purely luck. People kept appearing on the beach, looking fearfully at the 7 portals. Of the 40,000 who entered, only 20,000 survived. Everyone expressed their feelings, and Zhou Fan reminded them, despite the dangers, at least we're alive. If we hadn't followed my advice and entered the green portal, we would have perished. The crowd nodded in agreement, grateful for Zhou Fan's guidance. Though everyone was severely injured, the fact that they were still alive filled them with gratitude. Zhou Fan humbly said, we're all friends of the human race. Helping each other is the right thing to do. Song Shuheng sighed and said to Jiang Ying, you could have survived. Why didn't you listen to my advice? He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with urgency and regret. The group sat on the beach, tending to their wounds, as a sense of calm descended. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. How about it? No problems following me, right? Another voice responded, yeah, it feels pretty good. The entire scene was imbued with a mix of reflection and relief. When there are a lot of people, can we still fill up the space ring? If there are too many people, we might only get a few pieces, and there's a good chance stronger individuals will snatch them away. What do you think? Do you still hold some value? To be honest, the photo you took of me just now was really awful. I'm 1.68 meters tall, but you made me look like I'm only 1.4 meters. Chu Yunxuan and Jiangning cheerfully stepped out of the green portal. Suddenly, everyone around them looked as if they had seen a ghost, staring at the pair in utter disbelief. They swallowed hard, looking bewildered. These two were smiling so happily, without a speck of dust on them, while we looked battered and bruised. Wait, what were they just talking about? Taking pictures? They actually had the time to take pictures? What? Huang Qinli stood up, eyes wide open, shouting, impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Zhou Fan was equally incredulous. Are you kidding me? They came out completely unscathed? Alright, it makes sense that Chu Yunxuan could make it out, but how did the girl with him also come out without a scratch? Chu Yunxuan blinked. Hey, it looks like everyone got hurt? Why didn't you follow me earlier? Such a pity. Jiangning cleared her throat. How annoying. Su Xiangdong opened his mouth and said, the path you took, it had no danger. No beasts, no traps. The scenery was beautiful. I even took photos. Look, isn't the view nice? Once we got out, we had a signal, so I planned to post them on social media. Chu Yunxian pulled out his phone, making everyone twitch involuntarily. Haha, you guys are really lucky, haha. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I was going to take that green portal. Me too. Me too. They all turned to look at Zhou Fan, Huang Qinli, and others, their eyes filled with endless resentment. Team leader Zhou. One person looked at Zhou Fan. Huh. Zhou Fan looked at him, puzzled. I really need to thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for making me lose an arm. Zhou Fan, this is impossible. Huang Qinli shouted loudly.
Enough.
Su Xiangdong said sternly, those who need treatment, continue. Those who don't, stop disturbing us. The area fell silent. Su Xiangdong turned to Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan, believe me, Huang Qinli and I, along with over 100 others, what we are saying is not impossible. Zhou Fan said excitedly. Sigh, Su Xiangdong sighed. It does seem to be the case. Fine, let's just believe it for now. 2 hours passed, and the sea suddenly began to churn, drawing everyone's attention. They watched as the seawater surged, forming 4 paths leading to the seabed. As the sea level rose, the water on either side of the 4 paths continued to churn but did not flood the paths themselves. The scene looked somewhat terrifying. More paths again. Why does the master of this realm always make us choose? Everyone frowned. Wouldn't one path be enough? Zhou Fan shouted, glancing at Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian activated his system, looked at the 4 paths leading to the seabed, and chose the first one. In this mysterious land, there lies a path filled with challenges and adventures. With a danger level of 8, it is certainly a test for the brave adventurers. However, this path is not without hope. As long as they can overcome the obstacles and press forward, success is within reach. Another path, even more daunting, has a danger level of 10 and a complexity level of 5. Resources are scarce, making it intimidating. Yet, for those who dare to push their limits, this path may hold unexpected surprises and rewards. They need to remain vigilant and well prepared to successfully navigate this unknown terrain. The path on the far right appears tranquil, with a danger level of just 1 and a complexity level of 0. Resources are abundant, and the comfort level is as high as 2. However, this path conceals its own set of challenges, requiring adventurers to stay alert and not let their guard down. Only by maintaining caution and courage can they safely reach their destination. In this enigmatic land, every path is fraught with opportunities and challenges. Regardless of which path they choose, adventurers need courage and wisdom to reach the end successfully and claim their own glory and victory. It was clear that Chu Yunxian had resolutely chosen the path on the far right. Despite being the least dangerous and least complex, and offering few resources, it was undoubtedly the safest option. Chu Yunxian was well aware of the hidden resources along the other 3 paths, but he didn't consider the risk worth taking. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the narrow path on the right, with Jiangning silently following behind him. All eyes were on Chu Yunxian as he decisively walked into the rightmost path, leaving the others bewildered and uncertain about whether to follow or seek another route. In fact, Chu Yunxuan's initial plan had always been to take this path. They had not encountered any danger so far, unlike the others who had faced significant challenges. This realization left the group in a state of indecision. At that moment, Zhou Fan stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, please trust us. Really, just trust us." Huang Qinli nodded in agreement, stating, "Although I am a member of the Kill Alliance, here, I genuinely want to do the right thing. Trust me and follow me on the third path. Chu Yunxuan, not fully into the narrow path yet, twitched his lips slightly. The third path, he thought. This path had a danger level of 10, complexity of 10, and no resources whatsoever, with a comfort level plunging to negative 300. In contrast, the other two paths, though dangerous, at least held treasures. The third path offered nothing but peril. Huang Qianli, you really want to choose the third path? Zhou Fan asked. Huang Qianli firmly nodded, yes. Zhou Fan then said, then I choose the third path too. Song Shuheng joined them, saying, count me in. He glanced at Jiang Ying's back. Since she had made up her mind, Song Shuheng decided not to stop her. He felt he had done all he could. I'm in too, he said. Others who had traveled with Chu Yunxuan also began to head towards the third path. Witnessing this, thousands of others were puzzled. Although we just went through a painful lesson and those two seem quite relaxed, I think we should trust team leader Zhou. It's better to miss out on treasures than to make a single mistake. I believe the third path is the safer bet. The first and second paths might be viable, but I'd rather follow the third than travel with those two. Yes, even if their choices were right before, I find Zhou's group more trustworthy. In the end, over 10,000 people decided to follow Zhou Fan on the third path, while another 10,000 split into groups to take the first and second paths. Zhou Fan called out to Su Xiangdong, Vice President Su, what are you waiting for? Come over here. Trust me. Su hesitated but eventually chose to trust his subordinate and joined the third path. Zhou Fan continued, members of the God Alliance and Heavenly Domain, join us. Why would I harm you? Even if you don't join us, please don't choose the fourth path. All right, the third path seems to have the most people and the strongest fighters. It should be safer. Let's go with the third path. Team leader Zhou, I trust you. Yes, I trust you too. Zhou Fan, moved by their trust, said, thank you all for your faith in us. We won't let you down. We're all brothers here. Let's break through together. Let's move out. And so, they left the two behind to their fate. Meanwhile, on the other side, strangely enough, despite holding precious treasures, they seemed to intentionally isolate Jiang Ying, claiming she was a cursed unlucky star and plotting against her. Curious, Jiang Ying asked, why don't Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli secretly join us? Confused about her situation, Jiang Ying remained confident that she wasn't destined to be unlucky. Ignoring her doubts about Zhou Fan, she silently continued on. They ventured deeper along a path leading to the deep sea, where the surrounding water miraculously didn't flood them but instead revealed beautiful corals and underwater scenery. Jiang Ying marveled at the breathtaking beauty of the ocean. Suddenly, she remembered something and handed her phone to Chu Yunxuan, saying, take a picture for me. Chu Yunxuan casually snapped a photo. Looking at the picture, Jiang Ying mumbled, that's a bit half-hearted. Chu Yunxuan laughed and replied, if you were my girlfriend, I'd definitely put more effort into it. Jiang Ying laughed. Trying to woo me? Chu Yunxuan playfully responded, girls always chase after me. You won't be an exception. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes and teased, yeah, right? Her affection for Chu Yunxuan increased by 5 points, bringing it to 42. Their interaction felt like that of a couple on a journey, and following Chu Yunxuan helped Jiang Ying avoid many dangers. Although the universal love system was shut down, Xiao Qiyue's affection tasks for Jiang Ying remained permanently active. Reaching affection levels of 30, 60, and 80 would yield significant rewards. However, as Jiang Ying looked around, she noticed the water rising high on both sides, and she couldn't help but worry that if the path were to flood, even as a Xintian realm expert, she might not survive. Facing the vast ocean, Jiang Ying felt a sense of insignificance and fear. Chu Yunxuan reassured her, don't worry, it won't happen. Jiang Ying asked skeptically, how can you be so sure? I'm supposed to be the lucky star. Chu Yunxuan smiled and said, yes, it seems so for now. On the other side of the sea, a group of drenched people struggled ashore, gasping for breath. Blood-stained and surrounded by countless floating corpses, the survivors gathered on the beach, each looking as if they had lost a part of their lives. They were horrified to realize that only they seemed to have survived. Zhou Fan spat out seawater and coughed, I'm still alive. Someone couldn't help but blame him. Following you on the third path was a death trap. We almost died. Zhou Fan stood up, pointing at the group in disbelief. I saved you, and you blame me? He continued to explain, all 3 paths were filled with danger, unavoidable. If you had followed Chu Yunxuan on the fourth path, you'd probably be dead by now, understand? Huang Qianli interrupted Zhou Fan, advising, enough, everyone is in danger, and any path is a risk. Stop blaming each other. Zhou Fan looked at the group helplessly, filled with frustration and anger. His gaze swept over the crowd, and a blazing fury ignited within him. From this moment on, he decided to disregard their attitudes. Whether they wanted to listen or not was no longer his concern. He had had enough. Su Xiangdong gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up, trembling. He called out to everyone present, urging them to unite. Whether it was team leader Zhou or Huang Qianli, everything they had done was for the benefit of everyone. We've all been hurt. Haven't we suffered as well? We've all come close to death. Haven't we faced the same danger? Su Xiangdong continued. We've gone through so many perils, only to return to the shore and find Zhou and Huang missing. This can only mean one thing. Team leader Zhou's judgment was correct. The fourth path is indeed a dead end, and they likely encountered danger. Despite our great losses, at least we still have a sliver of hope. Su Xiangdong went on. You might not trust Huang Qianli, but team leader Zhou is the leader of our Tianyu group. Why would he play any tricks? His words deeply moved Zhou Fan. At that moment, a sudden shout broke the silence. Woo-hoo! The crowd was stunned, their eyes turning to the sea. On the water, two figures rode what looked like surfboards, riding the waves towards them. The crowd spoke in unison, their voices filled with confusion. Chu Yunxuan and Jiang leaped onto the beach, holding grilled fish in their hands. Everyone stared in disbelief, bewildered. Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? They asked, dumbfounded. Chu Yunxuan calmly replied, we just encountered a water beast. What was its level again? Jiang answered, Xintian level. Chu Yunxuan nodded, yes, Xintian level. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anger and suspicion as they looked at Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli. Really? Is this the heavenly fiend Lone Star you mentioned? What kind of curse is this? Speak up. We've chosen what seemed like safe routes twice, only to end up in danger. Is this heavenly fiend Lone Star you're doing? Zhou Fan, you've turned us into this mess. What's your real motive? I will find out the truth. At that moment, Su Xiangdong shouted, everyone, stop. Zhou Fan looked at Su Xiangdong as if pleading for help. Su Xiangdong stared intently at Zhou Fan, lightning crackling in his palm, and coldly said, let me handle this. Zhou Fan stood there, bewildered and at a loss. Su Xiangdong continued, Zhou Fan, you're truly something. I should have known all along that you were trying to get rid of me just to take my position as vice president, right? What's your real intention, Zhou Fan? Zhou Fan was utterly perplexed. How did he end up in such a predicament? It was baffling that Chu Yunxuan had chosen the safest path twice in a row. It felt as though Zhou Fan was cursed, as if he were intentionally putting others in harm's way. Even his vice president suspected him of deliberately sabotaging them to seek a promotion. Zhou Fan watched anxiously as Su Xiangdong prepared to confront him, his heart filled with helplessness and fear. Vice President Su, please calm down. Zhou Fan tried to steady his voice, but Su Xiangdong, seething with anger, retorted, calm down? You've put my life at risk. How can I stay calm? Su Xiangdong's fury resonated with the crowd, filling them with resentment. If only they hadn't listened to Zhou Fan, perhaps they wouldn't be in such dire straits. Many of them would have chosen the green portal or the rightmost waterway instead. Zhou Fan shouted, everyone, please calm down. What would I gain from deceiving you? What benefit would it bring me? Someone pointed angrily at Zhou Fan, exclaiming, no wonder. 90% of the Kill Alliance members are hidden in the city. Is Zhou Fan one of them? Zhou Fan's eyes widened in disbelief at the accusation. Though he once considered killing Chu Yunxuan to seize the Dragon Pearl, he never had the courage to follow through. He tried to explain, why would I spread lies to frame you? What connection do I have with Huang Qianli? I am not a member of the Kill Alliance. Zhou Fan looked helplessly at Huang Qianli, unable to comprehend what was happening. Jiang stepped forward, revealing the truth. The reason why team leader Zhou and Huang Qianli conspired against Chu Yunxuan is because they possess a treasure. The crowd looked at Jiang in astonishment. Could this be a secret? Jiang continued, the treasure is the Dragon Pearl. This matter will inevitably come to light. The crowd buzzed with discussions, and a witness confirmed, I saw him take the Dragon Pearl with my own eyes. This revelation sent a wave of excitement through those present. Zhou Fan frowned and loudly questioned, yes, he does have the Dragon Pearl in his hand. But so what? What's the difference? Su Xiangdong's eyes suddenly sharpened as he stared at Zhou Fan and the others, saying, you all crave the Dragon Pearl and want to seize the treasure, but you're surrounded by your own comrades. Are you really going to commit murder in public? A powerful warrior suddenly realized, so, they framed this young man to isolate him. This way, they can secretly murder him and steal the treasure without anyone noticing. Another strong warrior chimed in, such despicable behavior. Even if they're not members of the Kill Alliance, they are no different. Their selfish desires have led to the deaths of tens of thousands of martial artists. Their deaths have caused us significant harm as well. Utterly foolish. The crowd glared at Zhou Fan, Huang Qianli, and their companions, filled with rage. Chu Yunxuan resolved in his heart that these individuals had to be eliminated. They harbored murderous intent towards him, giving him ample reason to remove them. If he did not act decisively, they would become a significant threat. Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli were bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. You've got it all wrong. Zhou Fan shouted. Chu Yunxuan stepped forward, looking at Zhou Fan and asked, Group Leader Zhou, is this really how things are? No, it's not. Zhou Fan responded loudly. Chu Yunxuan continued, if you needed the Dragon Pearl, you could have just asked me. I would have given it to you. Why go to the lengths of plotting against me, causing so many deaths? When I obtained the Dragon Pearl, I even asked you all if it would be considered mine, and you all agreed. If you didn't want me to have it, why didn't you stop me back then? Chu Yunxian added, your accusations make me question whether I've brought misfortune, leading to some people's deaths. I've even shed tears over it. Zhang Ying, Zhou Fan, and the others looked bewildered. A few people walked up to Chu Yunxian, patting him on the shoulder and comforting him, young brother, don't be sad. This world is like this. Being sincere doesn't always get you sincerity in return. It's full of schemes and dangers. You're too naive. Don't be upset. You'll adapt gradually. Yes, this is part of growing up, another added. Chu Yunxian nodded firmly, looking gratefully at everyone. Zhou Fan, furious, pointed at Chu Yunxian and yelled, Chu Yunxian, you are so deceitful. I thought the spirit jade you gave me was a gesture of goodwill. It was all a ruse to make me lower my guard, trust you, and give you the chance to steal the Dragon Pearl.
Chu Yunxuan sai.
Huang Qianli also shouted angrily, nonsense. You're the real liar. Su Xiangdong interjected. If that's the case, explain why the so-called harbinger of misfortune chose the safest path? Explain that. Huang Qianli's eyes flashed with killing intent as he glared at Chu Yunxian, saying, I should have gotten rid of you earlier. See? Huang Qianli is showing his true colors. So ruthless, utterly despicable. I bet Zhou Fan is also a member of the Kill Alliance, someone in the crowd remarked. Huang Qianli swept his gaze over the crowd and solemnly declared, I swear, I'm not lying. He's the one pretending, and we're the ones being framed, not him. Zhou Fan chimed in, that's right. He's pretending and setting us up. Everyone, please believe me. He's the truly malicious one, and he's the one who doesn't deserve any sympathy. Following him is a path to certain doom. A path to doom? You've been saying that from the beginning. Who's really doomed here? Who's been deceiving us? Are we blind or just being misled? At this moment, a young man stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. He began to speak slowly, everyone, please listen to me for a moment. The crowd waited quietly for his words. He continued, Team Leader Zhou and his group accused Chu Yunxian of being malicious and framing them, but I have reasons to doubt all this. Oh, what reasons? Su Xiangdong asked. The young man spoke with deep emotion. I'm from Tianhua City. Not long ago, when Class 3 of the intermediate level at Tianhua University went out for training, they encountered several Xintian Realm and Shintong Realm Yuming evil tigers. At that time, Chu Yunxian, a martial artist in the Xintian Realm, stepped forward and shielded everyone from those Shintong Realm Yuming evil tigers. Ask yourselves, would such a person be malicious? Would he frame others? The crowd fell silent, taken aback by his words. Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli's eyes narrowed instantly upon hearing those words. The others exchanged glances, as if silently communicating a shared understanding. Someone began recounting a story about a seemingly ordinary student who, disregarding his own safety, stepped forward to shield his classmates in Tianhua City from a horde of demonic tigers. It turned out to be him. Such a person, willing to sacrifice himself to protect others, could he really be the ruthless villain you accuse him of being? Zhou Fan, Huang Qianli, did you ever imagine that the person you tried to frame possesses such noble and upright character? Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli stood frozen in place. A flicker of rage flashed in Huang Qianli's eyes as he glared at Chu Yunxian. Anger consumed him, leaving no room for anything else. Damn it! I'll make you pay, he roared, charging at Chu Yunxian. Zhou Fan, equally furious, shouted, Bastard! You'll regret this. They lunged at Chu Yunxian together. At that moment, someone rushed forward to block Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli, a killer steeped in sin, is not worthy of mercy. Kill him. Despite his strength, Huang Qianli had lost the spirit stone needed to unleash his full power. Surrounded by powerful opponents, he met his end with bitter regret. As for Zhou Fan, the group decided to spare him, considering his position in the heavenly domain. Pointing at Zhou Fan, Su Xiangdong declared, Zhou Fan, I won't kill you because you're the leader of the heavenly domain. If you survive, you'll be dealt with by the heavenly domain or the tribunal. If you don't, it's fate. Zhou Fan spat out a mouthful of blood and turned his gaze to Song Shuheng. Trembling, Song Shuheng pleaded, Please, spare me. I'm just a Xintian rank, coerced by Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli. I only want to live. Zhou Fan, shaking with rage, spat out more blood and weakly said, I just wanted to survive. Hearing this, everyone became convinced that Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli had indeed framed Chu Yunxian. Su Xiangdong sighed, Ah, Wanting to live isn't wrong, but how could you, a mere Xintian rank, compare to them or compete for the Dragon Pearl? Song Shuheng nodded repeatedly, filled with regret. He realized that his image in Jiang Ying's eyes had plummeted beyond repair. He had expected Zhou Fan and Huang Qinli to eliminate Chu Yunxuan for the Dragon Pearl, but Chu Yunxuan had outsmarted them all, turning the tables. Jiang Ying's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chu Yunxuan, feeling a sense of relief. Proudly, she raised her head and said, "This issue is finally resolved. I must thank myself for being so clever." She continued, "Even though I feared no one would believe me, I exposed their true intentions for your treasure at the crucial moment. That's what true intelligence is." Chu Yunxian smiled and gave her a thumbs up in agreement. Su Xiangdong looked at Chu Yunxian and said, "Young man, stay with me, and I'll protect you." However, deep down, he harbored a strong desire for the Dragon Pearl in Chu Yunxuan's possession. In order to obtain the Dragon Pearl, Zhou Fan framed the Lone Star of Tiansha, an act that truly left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Su Xiangdong, knowing well how unpredictable human nature can be, understood that no one could completely resist temptation. Among those present, who could truly remain indifferent? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chu Yunxian was scrutinized from all sides, clearly revealing the selfish desires hidden in each heart. After Su Xiangdong expressed his gratitude, Chu Yunxian politely responded, "Thank you, Vice President Su." Su Xiangdong nodded slightly, smiling. However, Zhou Fan interjected without hesitation, "Heh, Su Xiangdong, weren't you the one who kept him by your side just to seize the Dragon Pearl?" "Ha ha ha." Su Xiangdong replied calmly, "Not everyone has such malicious intentions as you." At that moment, several teleportation arrays appeared before them. Chu Yunxian hesitated slightly, scanning the choices that were filled with both danger and opportunity. In the end, he randomly selected one of the arrays, and the crowd followed him in. Su Xiangdong gestured for the others to proceed first, leaving the leftmost array for Zhou Fan. He firmly stated, "You all go ahead, leave Zhou Fan a chance." After everyone had left, Su Xiangdong stared intently at Zhou Fan, coldly saying, "Once we're out, you are no longer under my command." Zhou Fan's eyes narrowed, attempting to retort, but Su Xiangdong had already taken action, eliminating him and then cleaning the bloodstains. He stored Zhou Fan's body in a spatial ring before stepping into the teleportation portal chosen by Chu Yunxian. From that point on, everyone continued to follow Chu Yunxian, who, with the help of a fully activated system map, clearly knew how to avoid dangers and choose the safest routes. However, the master of this mystical realm had set up numerous decision checkpoints, causing the path forward to gradually narrow and the number of people to dwindle. When they once again faced multiple teleportation arrays, they found themselves at a loss for choice. Chu Yunxian whispered to Jiang Ying, "Choose the third teleportation array from the left." Jiang Ying hesitated and glanced at him, but ultimately chose to trust Chu Yunxuan's judgment. Su Xiangdong looked slightly displeased as he watched Jiang Ying leave, not overthinking it, just hoping the fewer people, the better, giving him more opportunities to act. He then told Chu Yunxian, "I'll stay with you and ensure your safety." Chu Yunxian responded gratefully, "Thank you, Vice President Su." Su Xiangdong smiled and said, "My celestial compatriots have harmed you. I'll protect you and show you true human kindness." Chu Yunxian nodded in understanding, "I will remember that." With that, he stepped confidently into the teleportation portal. Some people, eyes glinting with unusual light, followed them and disappeared as well. At this point, only a few dozen strong individuals remained, finding themselves in a space surrounded by mountains. Ahead, a path leading to the exit was blocked by a barrier, and only by passing through it could they reach their destination. Faced with this sudden challenge, Su Xiangdong and the others sensed that things were far from simple, a slight unease rising in their hearts. Is it possible to break this barrier? It seems the only way to leave is to destroy it. The barrier's power appears to be exceptionally strong. Chu Yunxian resolutely stepped forward, and the people behind him instinctively followed. They reached the edge of the barrier. All they had to do was pass through it to find freedom. Chu Yunxian placed his hand on the barrier. "It's futile. This barrier is impenetrable. Unless we break it, we'll need another way," he said calmly. Su Xiangdong was plotting how to seize the Dragon Pearl. There were dozens of people gathered here, each with considerable strength and formidable domain skills. They had to be eliminated. If even one survived, his deeds would be exposed. Chu Yunxian spoke softly, "I know a way out." "Oh? What's the method, little brother?" Su Xiangdong asked curiously. Chu Yunxian took out the Dragon Pearl, and everyone's eyes widened. He then pressed the Dragon Pearl against the barrier and effortlessly passed through it. He had a map system in his mind, guiding his every step. The crowd was stunned. "How did you know where the exit is? That's incredible. Brother, give us the Dragon Pearl so we can leave too." "Brother Chu, please." Chu Yunxian turned and smiled at them. "Let you out, only for you to turn on me?" They frowned. "How could we?" "Haha, how could you?"
Chu Yunxuan lau ghét.
Sitting on a rock with a playful grin, he crossed his legs and said, "A group of people with domain skills and law-based abilities has been following me. Is it not to take the dragon pearl from me?" One person said, "You're overthinking it. We consider ourselves lucky to follow you.
Lucky?
My choices have repeatedly put us in danger. And you still think you're lucky? Or do you think I'm a fool?"
Chu Yunxuan Rito.
Su Xiangdong frowned and said, "Brother, I've always said I'm here to protect you. Don't forget, I'm not sure if you're protecting me or have another motive." Chu Yunxian added with a smile. "Here's a fact. This path is a dead end. The only way out is through the dragon pearl in my hand." "Why is it a dead end?" "Look behind you." The crowd turned and saw two massive beasts in the distance, staring at them. Dark Knight Spider Queen, bloodthirsty, three-headed wolf. Their pupils shrank, and they trembled. Two beasts at the celestial sovereign level. One person angrily pointed at Chu Yunxian. "You know the way out but won't let us leave. You're condemning us to death." "Condemning you to death?" Chu Yunxian shrugged and laughed. "Folks, you're not fools. This is the spiritual realm." With that, he took an apple from his spatial ring and began to eat it. Suddenly, the two celestial sovereign level beasts charged at them. A sharp scream followed by a splatter of blood on the barrier startled Chu Yunxian. He took another bite of the apple, hearing heart-wrenching screams from the other side. Su Xiangdong, terrified, kept pounding on the barrier. "Brother, save me. I'm willing to pay any price." Chu Yunxian grinned. "Vice President Su, thanks for helping me get rid of Huang Qinli and Zhou Fan. You've completed your mission, haven't you?" "There is true affection in this world." Su Xiangdong's eyes showed a flash of realization, as if he had understood something. Zhou Fan had been deceiving us all along, and Huang Qinli's words were not baseless. Despite feeling an overwhelming sense of anger and disappointment, he chose to forgive because he knew he needed Zhou Fan's help to escape his predicament. Chu Yunxian looked at Su Xiangdong, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He pointed behind him, hinting at some impending doom. Su Xiangdong stiffly turned to look at Chu Yunxian, and in the next moment, a bloodthirsty two-headed wolf appeared before them, instantly devouring Su Xiangdong's head. Faced with the gruesome scene, Chu Yunxian felt a surge of terror and sorrow. He dropped the apple in his hand and silently turned away, leaving behind a blood-soaked sight. This scene made one ponder the capriciousness of fate, and in that moment, Chu Yunxuan's heart was torn apart. It's not that Chu Yunxian is ruthless and wants to eliminate them. They brought it upon themselves. A group of powerful individuals has been following him closely, not to seize the dragon pearl, but for some other reason. Perhaps they believe Chu Yunxian is a lucky charm. However, every decision he makes is fraught with danger and challenge. Yet these people follow without hesitation. The situation is quite obvious. Misunderstandings are possible, but this is the reality of the era. Chu Yunxian doesn't dwell on whether they harbor ill intentions. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Although she had sustained minor injuries, they weren't serious. She took out a high-grade life source crystal and quickly recovered. Almost everyone else had left, but she remained. Jiang Ying looked around, puzzled. Haven't they arrived yet? She began to suspect that the dozens of powerful individuals following Chu Yunxian were indeed after the dragon pearl. Chu Yunxian probably knew this as well. She speculated that he had deliberately let her leave to force the others to make a move. Jiang Ying had two reasons for leaving. First, she couldn't be of help against the law and domain realms. Second, she knew Chu Yunxian had obtained a spirit seal stone from Huang Qinli, which could unleash the power of a heavenly sovereign, but he hadn't used it yet, making her worried. In the distance, Jiang Ying saw a figure approaching, and her eyes lit up with joy. "Hey, over here!" She waved her arm. Chu Yunxian walked over with a smile. "Where are the others?" Jiang Ying asked. Chu Yunxian shrugged. "They're gone. Did you deal with them?" Jiang Ying was momentarily stunned. "No, we encountered a barrier with two heavenly sovereign-level beasts inside. They couldn't escape. The dragon pearl happens to be the key to crossing the barrier." Jiang Ying was skeptical. "Forget it, as long as you're okay. Were you worried about me?" Chu Yunxian looked at her with a teasing smile. "Just kidding, only my admirers would worry about me, right?" Chu Yunxian gave her a strange look. Jiang Ying felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. "What are you looking at?" She lightly scratched his forehead. "I have a feeling you like me," Chu Yunxian said with a grin. Pfft. Jiang Ying made a mock vomiting gesture. However, she had to admit she did have feelings for him, something she didn't deny. Chu Yunxian could sense her affection, which had now reached a level of 50. It would be odd if there were no feelings at all. "Let's go," Chu Yunxian said. "All right." Jiang Ying followed behind him. "Follow me," Chu Yunxian reminded her. "Huh?" Jiang Ying looked at him, confused as he walked in the opposite direction. "Isn't that the way we came?" Puzzled, she followed him. Up ahead, Chu Yunxian stopped. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ying frowned, not understanding his intention. It was just a barren plain, silent and still. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Then his body surged with spiritual power, and he stomped his foot. In an instant, a powerful aura rose, revealing a massive formation before them. Wow! Jiang Ying exclaimed in amazement. With the formation's appearance, the weather changed suddenly, and the ground trembled. When the shaking stopped, Jiang Ying saw that the surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once clear sky was now shrouded in darkness. The scene before her resembled an ancient battlefield, littered with broken weapons and half-buried skeletons. Before them stood countless stone monuments, each seemingly narrating a heavy history. The air was thick with a sense of solemnity, invoking an involuntary sense of reverence. Jiang Ying was deeply moved by the scene and turned to Chu Yunxuan with a puzzled expression. How did you know there was a formation hidden here? He asked. Chu Yunxuan responded calmly. When I obtained the Dragon Pearl, I also received a map left by the master of this spiritual realm. Jiang Ying suddenly understood, finding the explanation quite reasonable. After all, Chu Yunxuan's familiarity with the place had already led him to acquire a coveted spiritual artifact. Jiang Ying was convinced by Chu Yunxuan's explanation. Otherwise, how else could they explain the paths others had taken? The two continued forward, their steps steady and determined. Suddenly, Jiang Ying's brow furrowed as he became alert. Someone's here, he said. Chu Yunxuan smiled calmly, not surprised. According to the map system, thousands of challengers would be divided into hundreds of groups, each facing different trials and risks to ultimately obtain treasures. The paths converging with thousands of people were undoubtedly the most difficult part of the journey. However, the exit leading to the end of the spiritual realm lay ahead, and only by continuing could they hope to survive. Only those who endured would have the chance to reach this point. Few would find the direct route here, and among the thousands, only a select few elites might reach the final destination. Hey, little Ling Ying! A figure waved from a distance. Jiang Ying's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the fairy mentor. As they approached, Xiao Chua blew a kiss to Chu Yunxian, saying gently, Little Xian, we knew you would come here. Chu Yunxian smiled slightly and replied, Jiang Ying, seeing this, made a funny face. Your sister is over there, along with Shan Qianjun and a few other young talents from other cities, Xiao Chua pointed out, smiling. Jiang Ying glanced at Chu Yunxian, feeling a mix of emotions. Chu Yunxian, however, only smiled calmly, as if everything was as it should be. The strangest thing is that some paths, as soon as you step on them, directly transport you here. Yet, while this may seem like the end, it is not, Chu Yunxian explained. In short, this place is like the ruins of a powerful figure in a fantasy novel. This is merely one of the auxiliary halls. The true main hall lies ahead. Xiao Chiyue continued. Xiao Yor and I entered the spiritual realm less than an hour ago when we saw her get absorbed by a wall. I hurried after her and got pulled in too, and before I knew it, a lot of time had passed. Jiang Ying asked curiously, what is this place? Xiao Chiyue replied, this is the hero's tomb, containing soul monuments of many well-known human warriors. She further explained, the master of this spiritual realm is incredibly powerful, having gathered the soul monuments of these warriors here. Each monument contains the will and legacy of the corresponding warrior. Jiang Ying asked, can we communicate with these warriors' wills to gain their legacy powers? Xiao Chiyue nodded, yes, for us martial artists, this is a rare opportunity. But strangely, I've tried dozens of soul monuments without success. Could it be that my talent isn't recognized by them? Chu Yunxin interrupted. What about Xiao Yi? Xiao Chiyue gave him a stern look. Did you come up with that name for her? I just like calling her that. Xiao Chiyue said to Jiang Ying. Sigh, didn't I tell you before that Xiao Xinxian had some odd ideas? Even though they aren't related by blood, he definitely has inappropriate feelings for Xiao Yar. Jiang Ying nodded in agreement. Xiao Chiyue continued. Xiao Yar has been trying hard, but she hasn't succeeded yet. However, a few others have already started to grasp the inheritance. Chu Yunxian and his companions arrived at a soul monument. Lin Ya sat quietly, channeling her spiritual energy. After a while, the glow faded. She opened her beautiful eyes. Did it fail? Xiao Chiyue asked. Yes, Lin Ya nodded slightly. Xiao Xian. Seeing Chu Yunxian, Lin Ya's face lit up with joy. We've all told you not to worry about him. See, everything turned out fine, Xiao Chua muttered. Chu Yunxian smiled and said, don't worry. Then he asked, is that Shin Qianjun? It seemed Shin Qianjun had some connection to him because he had liked Lin Ya for many years. Well, we should get to know him then. Lin Ya's gaze wandered through the crowd until it finally settled on a figure in the distance. It was Chu Yunxian. He was sitting quietly before a soul monument, his body emanating a captivating blue light. In front of him, a blue phantom was interacting with him, seemingly passing on some kind of power. Chu Yunxian muttered under his breath, this is all too ordinary. Xiao Chiyue, curious, asked, why do you say ordinary? Chu Yunxian shrugged. Because this place doesn't hold the monuments of the greatest heroes. The tombstones of those we consider top-tier warriors aren't here. Xiao Qiyue nodded in understanding. Lin Ya realized that their inability to receive the inheritance wasn't due to being overlooked by the powerful, but rather because those powerful figures believed they had the potential to gain even stronger legacies. Therefore, even though Shen Qianjun was hailed as one of Tianhua City's top geniuses, receiving the inheritance here and being deemed ordinary by Chu Yunxuan seemed quite fitting. Chu Yunxuan continued, but just getting here is already quite an achievement. In the future, you'll at least become a celestial lord. I see. Xiao Qiyue murmured in amazement. Lin Ya then asked Chu Yunxuan, Xiao Xian, how do you know all this? Jiangning interjected, because this guy has the spirit realm map. They all looked at Chu Yunxuan with puzzled expressions. Chu Yunxuan gave a mysterious smile and motioned for them to follow him. Xiao Qiyue and Lin Ya exchanged glances and followed closely behind. As Chu Yunxuan observed someone receiving an inheritance nearby, he exclaimed in surprise, You Qianren? This guy isn't simple either. Xiao Qiyue couldn't help but feel a multitude of emotions. Chu Yunxuan explained further, Li Jianfu, the fist sovereign from 1,000 years ago, didn't rely on any spirit artifacts. His fists were harder than any weapon, and it seems, his punches became even more powerful against women. Imagine, who would dare to be his girlfriend after inheriting the fist sovereign's power?
Chu Yunxuan chút cờ.
Lin Ya frowned and pointed ahead. I see a soul monument up ahead. It's strange. Several people have tried but nothing happened. Chu Yunxuan took out a dragon pearl. Oh, there's a slot on this monument. Jiangning looked slightly surprised. Chu Yunxuan placed the dragon pearl into the slot on the monument and explained. This soul monument is the true entrance to the depths of the spirit realm. There are only 2 dragon pearls in the entire realm, and only by placing both here can one enter the deeper parts. Only those truly destined can reach this place. A flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished from their original spot. When they reappeared, they found the surroundings almost unchanged, still dotted with soul monuments. They approached the monuments, noting their rarity. Jiangning exclaimed, This is the pinnacle of dark attributes, the soul monument of the shadow god. Lin Ya softly remarked, The sword sovereign, Li Baishan. Xiao Qiyue glanced over, the first master of the holy artifact Dragon Soul, Gun Emperor Yu Qianqiu, Blade Saint Manhe, Qin Emperor Ji Mingyue, Snow Emperor Jiang Ling. As they read the names on the soul monuments, they were deeply moved. These names represented legendary figures and the regrets of humanity. Each of them had perished in fierce battles against the top warriors of the demon and monster races. They were celestial lords, divine kings, and sacred Dao saints. These individuals, like the sword's sovereign Li Baishan, commanded the utmost respect and admiration. Despite only being at the Tianzuan level, he is lauded as the greatest swordsman of the human race. Having achieved the rank of Zun at the age of 35, he is poised to become the youngest ever to reach the Tiandao level. His understanding of swordsmanship is extraordinary, even capable of defeating a divine emperor while still a Tianzuan. Li Baishan, hailed as the hero of the final battle, was the first Tianzuan to defeat a Tiandao. Although his opponent was a formidable demon from the 8th Demon Temple, he managed to sever the demon's arm even in defeat, leaving a massive abyss 1,000 meters deep and 10,000 meters long on the blue star map, a testament to his unparalleled sword strike. This, indeed, is the real trump card. Xiao Qiyue sighed, bowing slightly, followed by Chu Yunxuan and the others. These individuals are the true heroes of the human race. I want to test my skills with the Shadow God to see if I can earn his recognition, Jiangning said, staring thoughtfully at the soul steel. Go ahead and give it a try, Xiao Qiyue encouraged. Xiao Yar, what about you? Lin Yar's eyes sparkled as she replied, My main attribute is ice, not space. I want to see if the Snow Emperor will acknowledge me. As for me, Xiao Qiyue smiled, Li Baishan, the one who stands unrivaled with his sword, is my idol. What about you, Xiao Xian? Chu Yunxuan glanced at a solitary soul steel in the distance, deep in thought. That one, what? What is it? The group looked puzzled. Huh? Can't you see it? Chu Yunxuan asked curiously. Is there something there? Jiangning inquired. A soul steel, Chu Yunxuan responded, bewildered. They shook their heads, indicating they couldn't see it. Chu Yunxuan frowned. I'll go check it out. You all continue. Lin Ya gently held Chu Yunxuan's hand, whispering, Be careful. Don't worry, Chu Yunxuan assured, walking toward the soul steel. His understanding of this world was still too shallow. Despite frequently seeing Tianzuan-level battles on television, he now realized that everything was far more complex than it appeared. Purple light. Chu Yunxuan stared at the soul steel, reaching out to explore it. Let me see who the master of this spiritual realm is, Chu Yunxuan whispered, closing his eyes and channeling his spiritual energy to communicate with the soul steel. Moments later, he felt his consciousness enter a unique space, where he saw a man sitting. You've arrived, the man spoke slowly. In the consciousness space, Chu Yunxuan clasped his hands in respect. Junior Chu Yunxuan greets the elder. The man smiled. Interesting. I thought it would be someone else with a dragon pearl, but it's you. Do you really have the map of my spiritual realm? Just kidding. I have a special eye technique, Chu Yunxuan explained. The man chuckled. No wonder. Interesting. The people with you are quite extraordinary as well. Chu Yunxuan and Lin Ming met in a secluded mountain valley. Chu Yunxuan asked in confusion, Senior, who are you? Lin Ming smiled and introduced himself. I'm Lin Ming. Some call me the Saint of Love. You might have heard of me? Chu Yunxuan thought for a moment, then shook his head and replied, Sorry, I don't think I've ever heard of you. Hearing this, Lin Ming's smile deepened, his eyes glinting with confidence and humor. He said, Perhaps in the outside world, people are more familiar with titles like the Snow Emperor, Shadow God, Sword Master, or Spear King. But here, I'm just a simple Saint of Love. Chu Yunxuan felt a jolt in his heart and began to ponder. He found it somewhat ironic that, despite being called the master of the spiritual realm, he seemed to pale in comparison to those powerful figures from the outside world. He started to doubt his own abilities and wondered if he could start over. Noticing Chu Yunxuan's complex expression, Lin Ming's lips twitched slightly. He seemed to sense Chu Yunxuan's hesitation and regret. Suddenly, he asked, Are you having second thoughts? Chu Yunxuan was taken aback by the direct question. He felt a twinge of embarrassment and self-doubt as he recalled his own status. But soon, he realized that no matter what, they were both people of the modern era, with Lin Ming merely being born a bit earlier. In this civilized and modern age, status didn't mean everything. A sense of clarity washed over Chu Yunxuan. He began to reevaluate himself and the world around him. Chu Yunxuan felt both unfamiliar and puzzled by Lin Ming and his self-proclaimed title, Saint of Passion. Perhaps it was because Lin Ming was unknown to the world, or was it a label he had given himself? The title, Saint of Passion, sounded mysterious and dignified, seemingly reserved for someone who had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao. Shouldn't Lin Ming have some renown? Lin Ming observed Chu Yunxuan's complex expression and asked, Haven't you heard of the Saint of Passion? Chu Yunxuan coughed awkwardly and replied, I'm afraid I've never heard of it, senior. Lin Ming's apparition twitched his lips slightly, appearing somewhat perplexed. Strange, that's not normal. Chu Yunxuan tried to explain, maybe it's because I don't usually pay attention to these things. Others should know about it. Lin Ming nodded and said calmly, No matter. Since you've come here, it means we are fated to meet. I've been searching for a suitable successor, and now that I've found you, it's not too late. Chu Yunxuan quickly asked, Senior, may I ask, how does your strength compare to the Gun Emperor outside? Lin Ming pondered for a moment and replied, Although they are my predecessors, their realms are different, so it's hard to compare. However, I personally believe that if we were all in the heavenly Tao realm, defeating anyone would be no problem for me. Chu Yunxuan was secretly astonished. So this senior who called himself the Saint of Passion was actually so young? I understand. Chu Yunxuan nodded in comprehension and then asked, Why do you have so many soul monuments of legendary human figures here, senior? Lin Ming sighed and said, I've spent my life searching for the wills left behind by those heroes, gathering them together so that future generations have the chance to inherit their power. Although these heroes have passed away, their spiritual legacy will not disappear. In a way, it fulfills their wishes, as they left us too hastily to leave any lasting will. Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Lin Ming. Senior, do you know those girls outside? Lin Ming suddenly asked. Chu Yunxuan, a bit confused, replied, Yes. Why do you ask? Lin Ming smiled and said, I think your sister is the most beautiful. With that, Lin Ming displayed an image of Chu Yunxuan's sister. What do you think? Lin Ming inquired. Chu Yunxuan pointed at the image and affirmed, Yes, she is. Lin Ming gazed at the image, smiled and agreed, You have a good eye. Then he changed the subject, My remnant soul is about to dissipate. It's time to end this. Chu Yunxuan hesitated and asked, The inheritance of the Saint of Passion, it shouldn't be lacking, right? After all, it has reached the heavenly Tao realm. Suddenly, a purple light burst forth from Lin Ming, enveloping Chu Yunxuan. This power I created is unique in Blue Star, with extraordinary combat strength. I call it 7 emotions. As time passed, more people came to view the soul monuments. They initially thought the heroes' tombs outside were the final destination. However, very few people made it to Lin Ming's place. At this moment, Chu Yunxuan sat in front of the Saint of Passion's soul monument, emitting a faint purple light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, with a strange purple flash in his pupils that quickly faded. Under the inheritance of the Saint of Passion, Chu Yunxuan's realm directly soared to the 4-star profound sky realm. The strength far exceeded his expectations. The soul monument gradually lost its light, and Lin Ming's final voice echoed in his mind. Young man, your inner world is far more complex than your outward appearance suggests. This mysterious spiritual technique will benefit you for a lifetime. Remember, Strive to become stronger and never let others doubt your abilities. Also, the mysterious sword hidden in your space ring is called Tianqing. How you obtained it is truly baffling. The legend of the Tianqing sword is not well known. You might want to look into it and see what you can find. One more thing, when you become strong enough, I hope you can help me fulfill a wish to eliminate someone named Zhang Qiuma. Lastly, as advice from a senior, sometimes don't trust your senses completely, because the darkness and light of this world are often controlled by a few. Good luck, young one. The voice gradually faded, leaving Chu Yunxuan scratching his head in confusion. Zhang Qiuma, who could that be? And what is the origin of the Tianqing sword? Some things, it seems, he would have to figure out on his own. However, this set of spiritual techniques called the 7 emotions has already surpassed traditional definitions. The 7 emotions not only represent 7 kinds of feelings, but also embody the power of emotions. Chu Yunxuan is revered as the sage of emotions, perhaps not just for his apparent romantic prowess. The 7 emotions include anger, sorrow, joy, jealousy, hatred, malice, and desire. Currently, Chu Yunxuan can only harness the powers of anger and sorrow. The raw power of anger is not particularly special to him, as it merely boosts his combat strength, currently doubling it. With continuous training, it can increase up to 5-fold. He has also learned the Sealing Dust Heavenly Evolution technique from Shao Qiyue, which can forcibly enhance his level. When combined with the power of anger, the effect is astonishing. However, what truly impresses Chu Yunxuan is the second power, the power of sorrow. This power doesn't affect him, but weakens his opponent's combat strength by up to 20%. This power, too, has 5 levels, and it's unknown how much it can weaken an opponent if mastered to the 5th level. This power is almost equivalent to the power of laws and domains, which amazes Chu Yunxuan. When a martial artist reaches the realm of laws, they can comprehend laws. Reaching the domain realm allows them to understand domains. There are many kinds of laws and domains, including amplification, weakening, healing, control, mental, and defense, each varying in strength. Viewing the 7 emotions technique as a weakening law or domain power, possessing one of the 7 emotions is akin to having 7 different laws, which is truly astonishing. Got it, Zhang Qiuma. Chu Yunxuan thought for a moment, then turned to Lin Ya, Shao Qiyue, and Jiang Ying. Did they succeed?
Chu Yunxuan inquired.
Of course they did, Jiang Ying smiled and continued. Without Chu Yunxuan, we might not have made it here. I succeeded too, Chu Yunxuan said with a smile. Lin Ya gazed at Chu Yunxuan and softly asked, Shao Xian, whose soul tablet is yours? Chu Yunxuan smiled and replied, it's the love sage's. Lin Ya was taken aback and asked, the love sage? Jiang Ying also looked puzzled. I have no idea who that is. Chu Yunxuan shrugged nonchalantly and said, he was an extraordinary person. But, is there a problem? Chu Yunxuan looked at the 3 of them, full of curiosity. Chu Yunxuan decided to delve deeper into this character. If they didn't know, Chu Yunxuan would have to investigate. After all, how could he not know the person who bestowed power upon him? Shao Qiyue mentioned that Lin Ming, once renowned as the saint of love, had a reputation that had somewhat faded over generations. But he did reach the level of the heavenly Tao, right?
Chu Yunxuan inquired.
Shao Qiyue clarified, information about Lin Ming has been deliberately concealed by major factions. Chu Yunxuan looked puzzled. Why? Lin Ya continued, Lin Ming was a genius of the human race 150 years ago. If Li Baishan, the sword sovereign, had the potential to become the youngest heavenly Tao expert, then Lin Ming was the youngest ever to achieve that level. Why would such an outstanding figure be shrouded in secrecy?
Chu Yunxuan pressed.
Because he betrayed the human race, Shao Qiyue replied.
Chu Yunxuan frowned. Betray?
Why would he betray? He asked urgently. It's a legendary story, Shao Qiyue continued. He was the only one capable of conquering a demon god. He fell in love with a demon god? Chu Yunxuan asked. Shao Qiyue nodded. Yes, the demon god of the 10th demon god hall. How they fell in love remains a mystery, but this became the catalyst. He left the human race in pursuit of love. Is that really betrayal?
Chu Yunxuan pondered.
Even though humans and demons are adversaries, if they fall in love and he doesn't join the demon race or threaten human interests, how can that be considered betrayal? Shao Qiyue shrugged. So, the human race sent many experts to persuade him to change his mind, but he had already joined the 10th demon god hall. Is there any evidence? Chu Yunxuan asked, furrowing his brow. Evidence? Those who went to find him were killed. Does that count as evidence? Did anyone witness his actions? Chu Yunxuan pressed further. Yes, Zhang Qiuma, the head of the tribunal, personally led a team. Only Zhang Qiuma returned, injured, and testified that Lin Ming and the demon god of the 10th demon god hall had attacked them together. Zhang Qiuma. Chu Yunxuan knew the name well. But something didn't add up. If Lin Ming's words were true, he spent a lot of time seeking the will and power of fallen heroes, hoping to pass them on. This is why their graves are here. Would someone like that treat the human experts so harshly? Considering Lin Ming's words, in this world, the line between black and white is controlled by a few. At the time, he didn't understand. But now, could it be possible that Zhang Qiuma fabricated the story and distorted the truth? How did he die? Chu Yunxuan asked. Either he succumbed to his injuries or took his own life, Xiao Qiue answered. Chu Yunxian looked even more puzzled. Xiao Qiue continued, from what I know, after this incident, the human race was furious and launched their first true retaliation against the demon race. They gathered many heavenly sovereigns, divine emperors, and heavenly Dao experts to slaughter the demon gods of the 10th Demon God Hall, severely injuring Lin Ming. Lin Ming, after killing many human experts in return, fled and was never heard from again. Chu Yunxian, seething with anger, exclaimed, if anyone dares to harm my beloved, whether human or demon, I will make them pay. Is that wrong? Jiang Ying, deeply moved, responded, I find it strange. From what I know about Senior Lin Ming, aside from his love affair with the demon god, he has always been a righteous person. Maybe love really changed him, profoundly influenced him. How could someone who reached the level of the heavenly Tao undergo such a drastic transformation? Unless he was blindly infatuated. Xiao Qiue whispered. When did he pass away? Who knows? The great battle happened over 20 years ago. After he killed many powerful human warriors, he vanished without a trace. No one knows exactly when he died over these past 2 decades, Xiao Qiue replied. I believe he was free to love anyone he chose. Perhaps he loved so deeply that he forgot his identity as a human and made some mistakes. But I don't think he was wrong to kill human warriors for revenge, as Xiaoxian said. If someone dear to you is harmed, whether by human or demon, you would go to any lengths to protect them. However, the incident with Zhang Qiuma is hard to judge. Chu Yunxian questioned, is it necessary to conceal his whereabouts? Who knows? Maybe he was once considered a hero of the human race, but then did something that brought shame to humanity, and they didn't want everyone to know. Or maybe someone had ulterior motives, Chu Yunxian mused. He instinctively felt that Lin Ming was not that kind of person. Xiao Qiue shook her head. We're just ordinary warriors. How could we understand these things? I was just born around that time, and this is what my teacher told me. Oh, by the way, she continued, it seems Lin Ming had a child with the demon god. Everyone turned to Xiao Qiue. She explained, my teacher once sent me to assassinate someone in Lin Ming's group. I saw Lin Ming holding a baby. She remarked that if it weren't for the child, the enraged Lin Ming might have killed everyone back then. Chu Yunxian felt a heavy weight in his heart. They didn't know that Lin Ming had created this spiritual realm. They mistakenly thought he was just a part of it like everyone else. But Chu Yunxian knew this was crucial. Zhang Qiuma was the real culprit. Sigh, Xiaoya, what are you thinking? Xiao Qiue looked at Lin Ya. Lin Ya snapped out of her thoughts and shook her head slightly. Nothing. Can we leave now? Yes, there's a portal over there. Let's go. Okay. They stepped into the portal and disappeared from sight. After they vanished, Lin Ming's apparition appeared in the distance. He gazed in the direction of the portal, a hint of confusion in his eyes. After a moment, he smiled. Fate is truly wondrous, he murmured as his apparition gradually faded into the void. Passing through the portal, Chu Yunxian, Jiang Ying, Xiao Qiue, and Lin Ya found themselves outside the mystical realm. A crowd had gathered there. Some had arrived too late and missed their chance to enter, while others had found a way out midway and chose to retreat out of fear. Let's head back. We've already got what we came for, Xiao Qiue suggested. Indeed, the inheritance of power from these top human warriors is far more valuable than some so-called treasures. Just look at how Chu Yunxian has mastered the 7 emotions from the love sage. The others must have gained equally impressive abilities, Jiang Ying added. As they were about to leave, a man approached them with a smile. Lin Ya, he greeted warmly, then nodded to the others, Mentor Xiao Qiue, Jiang Ying. Finally, he turned to Chu Yunxian, extending his hand with a grin. Hello, Chu Yunxian. I'm Shen Xianjun, a well-known genius from Tianhua City. Together with Su Chuxue, Lin Ya, Jiang Ying, and Song Shuheng, we're known as the top 5 of our generation in Tianhua City. Shen Xianjun clearly had a soft spot for Lin Ya. Chu Yunxian shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Shen Xianjun. Shen Xianjun laughed. We met at the hero's tomb, but after receiving the inheritance, you all disappeared. I thought you had already left. Why are you just coming out now? Chu Yunxian replied, we were just wandering around. Shen Xianjun extended an invitation. Why don't we head back together? Chu Yunxian countered, how about grabbing a meal together? Shen Xianjun readily agreed with a laugh. Of course, I'd love to. No need to be so formal. He then took his leave. Jiang Ying looked at Chu Yunxian with a playful smile. Someone seems a bit jealous? Chu Yunxian, holding Lin Ya's hand, replied with a smile. Jealous of what? Xiao Qiue cautioned, Lin Ya, be careful around him. He's dangerous. Lin Ya blinked her beautiful eyes and looked thoughtfully at Chu Yunxian. Got it, she replied. On their way home, Lin Ya stopped to buy some groceries. She had initially invited Xiao Qiyue and Zhang Ying over for dinner, but they were eager to continue their training and politely declined. Back at home, Lin Ya busied herself in the kitchen. Xiao Xian, is the inheritance from the love sage really the 7 emotions? She asked while washing vegetables. Yes, you knew about it?
Chu Yunxuan responded.
Lin Ya nodded. I've heard it's incredibly powerful. It must be, given the sage's reputation. Chu Yunxian then asked, what about Zhang Qiuma and Lin Ming? What's their relationship like? They're friends. It's no secret, Lin Ya replied. Chu Yunxian pondered for a moment. Let's hope it doesn't turn into a betrayal. I think he's a good person. Actually, Xiao Yar, the master of the mystical realm, is him. Lin Ya frowned. Really? Chu Yunxian shared his thoughts. Based on what you've said, some past events do seem suspicious. Lin Ya agreed, yeah, things do seem a bit off in hindsight. Chu Yunxian shrugged. I'm going to play on the computer. Call me when dinner's ready. Love you. With that, he left, leaving Lin Ya standing in the kitchen, lost in thought. She couldn't recall her past, but ever since entering the mystical realm, she'd had a strange feeling she couldn't quite put into words. In his room, Chu Yunxian meticulously searched for information about the sword Tianqing. According to Lin Ming's description, this sword had an extraordinary origin, and information about it was scarce. After nearly half an hour of searching, he finally stumbled upon a forum post discussing top-tier holy artifacts, with users debating which one was the most powerful. One particular reply caught his attention, as it specifically mentioned Tianqing. The user praised it, stating that if any sword could be deemed the most powerful, it had to be Tianqing. This comment piqued the curiosity of many. It was rumored that Tianqing was a divine weapon brought to Blue Star thousands of years ago by the Yao and Mo clans. Its origins were shrouded in mystery, unknown even to many powerful humans, but well understood by the Yao and Mo clan leaders. Initially, the sword's power had dissipated, rendering it a piece of scrap metal. It was said to have been controlled by a Yao deity but was later stolen. The legend states that only when all sources of its power are gathered can its true divine power be revealed, surpassing even holy artifacts. Chu Yunxian couldn't help but be shocked, exclaiming in disbelief, this is too exaggerated. Could it be that this sword truly is the Yao clan's supreme treasure? However, according to what he had previously heard, Tianqing's power had already dissipated, turning it into a piece of scrap metal. Could it be that someone had stolen Tianqing, found and obtained some of its power sources, but later sealed it for some reason, and that person had since passed away, with the sword eventually ending up in the hands of an elder in the black market? This series of coincidences led to the sword falling into Chu Yunxuan's possession. Chu Yunxian thoughtfully took out the Tianqing sword. It was neither too light nor too heavy, feeling solid and powerful in his hand. He knew that this sword should not be easily displayed. Although few knew about it, if the Yao clan discovered it, even with the combined strength of his entire clan, they might not be able to fend off their attack, and the sword could be taken away. Chu Yunxian fell into deep thought. What exactly were these sources of power? For now, he could only sense that the sword had some connection with ice, but he couldn't discern anything else. He glanced at the year-old forum post and then followed the user named Xiao Luo, sending a private message. Are you lying about Tianqing? I find it hard to believe. Xiao Luo replied almost instantly, believe it or not, it's up to you. Chu Yunxian urgently asked, how do you know these things? What's your evidence? Xiao Luo lazily responded, can't be bothered with you. Chu Yunxian grew even more suspicious, thinking the user must be a fraud. Xiao Luo scoffed, all right, are you a man? Chu Yunxian confidently replied, of course. Xiao Luo then proposed a bet. Dare to wager? 10,000. If what I say is true, you pay me. If it's false, I'll pay you. Deal? Chu Yunxian accepted the challenge without hesitation. All right, show me your evidence. Xiao Luo then sent a string of numbers, asking Chu Yunxian to add her account. Chu Yunxian searched for her QQ number and found that her profile picture was a cute cartoon character, and her ID was Peach Flavor. He couldn't help but wonder if the user was a girl. The friend request was immediately accepted. Peach Flavor left a message. Wait a moment. Shortly after, she sent a few photos. Chu Yunxian opened the photo and discovered it was a snapshot of an ancient manuscript detailing information about the celestial stars, which was related to a post she had previously made. However, she couldn't find any mention of the source of the star's power, which was what she was most interested in. Chu Yunxian immediately replied, is this it? It's too bland. Pai Taowei retorted immediately, how could it be bland? Chu Yunxian calmly responded, did you forget you mentioned the source of the power earlier? Pai Taowei claimed, that page was damaged, but these photos should be proof enough, right? Pay up. Chu Yunxian pressed further. Can you tell me what the source of the power is? I'm really curious. Pai Taowei answered dismissively, I don't remember. Chu Yunxuan firmly stated. Then I'm not paying. Pai Taowei continued to demand. Dodging payment? You're such a cheat. Chu Yunxuan suggested. Maybe you can tell me where to buy this book. It looks interesting. Pai Taowei insisted. This is a priceless treasure. Pay up, cheat. Chu Yunxuan insisted on seeing the content first. Pai Taowei kept repeating cheat, pay up, forcing Chu Yunxuan to mute the notifications. She began to doubt whether that page was truly damaged, or if the other person genuinely didn't remember. If Pai Taowei had been willing to share, Chu Yunxuan would have paid the 10,000 yuan. Unfortunately, they chose to remain silent. After dinner, Chu Yunxuan began her training. She had reached the 4th star of the Xintian realm, making her quite skilled. However, her friends, Lin Ya and the others, had already advanced to the divine ability realm. At midnight, a system notification sounded. Ding. Map unlock system is now closed. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking the negative emotion collection system. Negative emotion collection system. As long as the host's actions cause negative emotions in others, they will receive corresponding rewards. The rewards are related to the intensity of the emotional fluctuations. Remaining time, 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. This system reminded her of the previous universal love system, like a little gimmick. Negative emotions. Chu Yunxuan thought of something and quickly checked her messages, finding 99 unread messages from Pai Taowei, all repeating cheat, pay up. Chu Yunxuan replied with a simple no, which was immediately met with a string of question marks from Pai Taowei. The system indicated negative emotions detected from Pai Taowei, power value plus 10. Pai Taowei continued to complain. People like you who don't keep their promises are the worst. Chu Yunxuan firmly stated. Unless you tell me what the source of the power is. Pai Taowei insisted on payment first. Chu Yunxuan refused, and Pai Taowei kept sending cheat, pay up, messages. They were at an impasse, repeating the same conversation over and over. The system notification sounded again, showing Pai Taowei's negative emotion power value had increased to 5, and her constitution value was 3. Chu Yunxuan kept copying and pasting her replies, continuing for a full 10 minutes. Seeing that Pai Taowei was determined to confront her, Chu Yunxuan felt satisfied as the system notifications kept ringing in her mind.
No. No. No.
Pay up, you cheapskate. Pay up, you cheapskate. This back and forth had been going on for an hour. Chu Yunxuan and the other party were locked in a relentless argument. In Chu Yunxuan's mind, the system's notification sounds seemed to be getting more frequent. Maybe it was because they had been at it for so long that the other person's frustration was mounting, making the negative emotion rewards increasingly tempting. Peachy, why are you doing this?
Chu Yunxuan firmly Rito.
Chu Yunxuan, not a chance, the other party taunted. You think I'm scared? If you dare, keep going. Whoever gives in first is a coward. Pay up, you cheapskate. Pay up, you cheapskate. Chu Yunxuan's eyes were resolute.
No. No.
Ding. System notification. Negative emotion detected from Peachy. Strength increased to 50. Ding. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight peeked through, Chu Yunxuan rubbed his bleary eyes. His fingers were numb from the constant copy-pasting.
No.
No. Yet, the other party seemed to have stopped sending messages. Chu Yunxuan, hey, keep going. No response. Chu Yunxuan, did you fall asleep? You lost, coward. Ha ha ha.
Chu Yunxuan smiled.
Damn. They had been copy-pasting messages back and forth for 5 or 6 hours. In that time, his strength, agility, spiritual power, and physique had all improved significantly. All day long, Chu Yunxuan and Lin Ya were tirelessly training. By the time Chu Yunxuan's training was nearing completion, it was already 4 p.m. He glanced at his phone. Peachy, why are you doing this? Are you nuts?
Chu Yunxuan tan tét.
Peachy, you fell asleep, so you win. I've barely rested these past few days. How about we continue tonight? Chu Yunxuan eagerly awaited a response. Peachy reply. Peachy, ha ha ha. You fell asleep too, didn't you? You're not that tough. Chu Yunxuan replied. Sorry bro, I was training. Peachy, let's continue tonight. See who can last longer. Unless you pay up, cheapskate. Chu Yunxuan responded without hesitation. Bring it on. Peachy, I'm waiting. With new system rewards up for grabs, how could Chu Yunxuan resist? Just then, a message from Jiang Ying popped up. Brother, are you there?
Chu Yunxuan frowned.
What's up? Jiang Ying pleaded. Brother, can you do me a favor? Chu Yunxuan felt a stir in his heart. What is it? Jiang Ying sent an address. Come over to my place and help me make dinner.
Chu Yunxuan hesitated.
Are you trying to get me in trouble? Ding. System notification. Negative emotion detected from Jiang Ying. Physique decreased by 20. Then, Jiang Ying's call came through.
Hello, Chu Yunxuan answered.
Jiang Ying's sweet voice came through. Brother, can you help me? Don't be so grumpy. Ding. System notification. Negative emotion detected from Jiang Ying. Physique decreased by 20. There's this guy who's been pestering me. He's really into me, and it's driving me nuts. Can you come over and pretend to be my boyfriend? Chu Yunxuan muttered. Isn't this straight out of a TV drama? Jiang Ying explained, yeah, he's a distant cousin. We've known each other since childhood, and my parents are keen on setting us up, but I just can't stand him. Chu Yunxuan asked, why me? Jiang Ying laughed. Because you're handsome and charming. Please. Chu Yunxuan grinned. All right, I guess I owe you one. Great. Hurry over. I'll be waiting for you. Moi.
Chu Yunxuan sighed inwardly.
What have I gotten myself into now? Chu Yunxian adjusted his clothes and softly said to Lin Ya, Xiao Yar, I'm heading out for a bit. Lin Ya walked out of the room, curious, and asked, where are you going? When will you be back? Chu Yunxian smiled and replied, I'm going to Jiang Ying's place. I might stay there for a while. Lin Ya, puzzled, asked, your relationship is progressing that fast? Chu Yunxian played a voice message from Jiang Ying, where she coyly said, brother, I'm waiting for you. Chu Yunxian laughed, looks like Jiang Ying has changed quite a bit. With that, he left home and headed to Jiang Ying's place. Following the address Jiang Ying sent, Chu Yunxian arrived at her doorstep, which was only about 2 kilometers away. He knocked on the door, and hurried footsteps could be heard from inside. Coming, Jiang Ying called out. She opened the door, standing in front of Chu Yunxian in simple pink and white pajamas, raising her eyebrows slightly. Hey there, Chu Yunxian said playfully, what's up? Jiang Ying smiled and replied, I've always been a woman, you know. Come on in. She handed him a pair of slippers. The house was cozy and nicely decorated, with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Jiang Ying gestured for Chu Yunxian to make himself comfortable while she busied herself in the kitchen. Suddenly, she remembered something and went to lock her bedroom door. Chu Yunxian, puzzled, asked, why so cautious? Jiang Ying looked back at him and explained, just in case. What if you sneak into my room and do something perverted with my underwear, you perv? Chu Yunxian chuckled. Am I really that creepy? He followed her into the kitchen. She said, my distant cousin is coming to visit. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend so he believes I have one? Chu Yunxian casually put his arm around her waist, startling Jiang Ying, who quickly pushed him away and threatened him with a kitchen knife. Do you have a death wish? Chu Yunxian laughed. With that reaction, how will he ever believe we're a couple? Jiang Ying thought for a moment and nodded. Yeah, he always thinks I'm lying. Chu Yunxian pointed out, there are so many fake couple stories online. Why would he easily believe us? Jiang Ying put down the knife and agreed. He's very suspicious. If he finds out, it'll be even worse. Chu Yunxian suggested, we need to convince him with details. Leave that to me. Jiang Ying asked, like what? Chu Yunxian said, we need to create a man's presence in the house. Things like men's slippers, a toothbrush, a mug, a towel, and some men's clothes on the balcony should do the trick. Jiang Ying's eyes lit up. You really know your stuff. Let's get it ready together. After finishing their shopping, they returned home, and Jiang Ying immediately sprang into action. Clapping her hands with excitement and brimming with confidence, she declared, all right, everything's set. During their previous conversation, Chu Yunxian had learned a bit about her cousin, Bai Hao. Like Jiang Ying, Bai Hao was a prodigy with an impressive family background. Bai Hao's father and Jiang Ying's father had been friends for years, and given Bai Hao's own excellence, Jiang Ying's father thought they would make a good match. This gave Bai Hao even more confidence in pursuing Jiang Ying. However, Jiang Ying found him just as annoying as Song Shuheng. She wanted Bai Hao to give up on her completely, but given the close ties between their families, she couldn't treat him as harshly as she did Song Shuheng. Is there anything else we need to be mindful of? Jiang Ying asked. When he arrives, we need to act close, but you can't let your guard down, Chu Yunxian replied, raising an eyebrow. Or are you planning to take advantage of this situation? Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. Jiang Ying quickly nodded. Chu Yunxian continued, I'll look for opportunities to do some intimate gestures and make sure he sees them. That will make us look like a real couple. Like what? Jiang Ying asked hesitantly. Chu Yunxian replied playfully, for example, when you go to the kitchen to get a bowl, I'll follow you and touch your waist. You're definitely trying to take advantage of me. Jiang Ying said angrily.
Chu Yunxuan shoot, sweet yourself.
At most, I'll just put my arm around your waist. That won't work. It needs to be more subtle to be convincing, Jiang Ying insisted. Chu Yunxian joked. What advantage could I possibly gain from you? You. Feeling a surge of low self-esteem and a spike in her internal power, Jiang Ying, despite her good looks, felt inadequate. Her long legs were her only redeeming feature. Fine, you jerk, Chu Yunxian, she gritted her teeth, knowing he had a point. Bai Hao was too suspicious. All right, just once, but don't go overboard. Chu Yunxian stifled a laugh. Ha ha ha, you're done for. Want to rehearse first? Jiang Ying shook her head, indicating it wasn't necessary. As she turned around, Chu Yunxian lightly touched her waist. making her nearly jump. Her internal system values surged as she prepared to get angry. Seems like you're quite familiar with this kind of reaction. Wouldn't your cousin get suspicious?
Chu Yunxuan TZ.
Jiang Ying took a few deep breaths to calm herself. She felt Chu Yunxian was using this as an excuse to take advantage of her, but she had no other male friend to help. Besides, Chu Yunxian was handsome, and she believed her cousin would trust him based on looks alone. Chu Yunxian smiled, and Jiang Ying felt another surge in her system values, boosting her agility. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Oh my god, he's here already? Wasn't he supposed to come at 6? It's only 5:10, Chu Yunxian smirked, arriving early to catch you off guard. Make sure you act well and cooperate with me, Jiang Ying whispered, then walked to the door and opened it. A handsome young man stood at the door with a smile, welcoming Xiao Ying. It had been a while since they last saw each other. Chu Yunxian was absolutely right. Bai Hao had arrived an hour early, with ulterior motives to expose Jiang Ying's lies. Normally, Jiang Ying never mentioned having a boyfriend, but when Bai Hao announced he was coming to see her, she suddenly claimed she had a boyfriend and would be having dinner with him at home. Bai Hao knew Jiang Ying's character well. Despite her beauty, she was deeply focused on her cultivation and seemed indifferent to romantic relationships. Bai Hao simply didn't believe Jiang Ying had a boyfriend. So, he came early, hoping to catch her off guard. Jiang Ying greeted him with a smile, saying, "Long time no see, come on in." Bai Hao nodded and stepped inside, his gaze landing on Chu Yunxian. His brow furrowed, initially thinking Jiang Ying had found someone to pose as her boyfriend. But upon seeing Chu Yunxuan's handsome face, his suspicions grew. The more attractive he was, the more suspicious it seemed. He must be an actor Jiang Ying hired. However, when Bai Hao noticed multiple pairs of men's shoes on the shoe rack, his heart sank. Sensing Bai Hao's negative emotions, his aura fluctuated violently. Jiang Ying walked over to Chu Yunxian, linking her arm with his, and said, "Cousin, this is my boyfriend, Chu Yunxian." Bai Hao smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Ying's cousin, Bai Hao." Chu Yunxian shook his hand and politely replied, "Jiang Ying just mentioned you, Bai Hao." Jiang Ying frowned slightly, feeling a bit awkward about the situation. Bai Hao, still smiling, said, "I brought some gifts, just putting them here." Jiang Ying then invited Bai Hao to stay for dinner. Bai Hao nodded in agreement. Jiang Ying gave Chu Yunxian a subtle wink before heading to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Chu Yunxian invited Bai Hao to sit and offered him a cigarette. Bai Hao declined, saying he didn't smoke. Chu Yunxian lit a cigarette for himself and took a light puff. Jiang Ying, eavesdropping from the kitchen, felt a mix of emotions. Bai Hao mentioned with a smile that Jiang Ying didn't like smoking in the house. Chu Yunxian laughed and said, "That's right, she never lets me smoke indoors." Hearing this, Jiang Ying came out of the kitchen and said, "Put that out." Chu Yunxian extinguished the cigarette with a smile. "Sorry, I'll just go to the balcony." Jiang Ying gave him a stern look before returning to the kitchen. Bai Hao thought to himself that Jiang Ying was quite the actress, but Chu Yunxian was also playing his part well. These small details made their relationship seem more convincing. Feeling Bai Hao's negative emotions again, his aura was once more disrupted. Bai Hao began to doubt whether Chu Yunxian was really Jiang Ying's boyfriend. He decided he had to find out the truth. With a smile, he said, "Let's go to the balcony. I'll join you for a smoke." Chu Yunxian laughed and said, "Cousin, didn't you say you don't smoke?" The two walked to the balcony, and Bai Hao saw a man's jacket hanging there, causing his heart to tighten. Bai Hao hesitated as he looked at the men's clothes hanging on the balcony, his emotions a mix of curiosity and suspicion. He accepted a cigarette from Chu Yunxian and engaged him in conversation, trying to uncover Jiang Ying's secrets. Jiang Ying casually mentioned that they had met at Tianhua University. But Bai Hao's eyes were locked on those clothes, scrutinizing each detail. The garments looked pristine, as if they had never been worn. This made him suspect that Jiang Ying was trying to create the illusion of having a boyfriend. The new shoes on the rack by the door only deepened his doubts. He wondered if all the other men were just figments of her imagination. After finishing their cigarettes, they left the balcony together. However, Bai Hao paused at the doorway, sneaking a glance at the shoes. The soles were spotless, showing no signs of wear. This had to be a ploy to fake a boyfriend. The next step was the bathroom. Jiang Ying gently reminded Bai Hao that dinner was ready. He agreed, using the excuse of needing to use the bathroom. Once inside, he closed the door and began to meticulously examine his surroundings. The towels were neatly folded, and the toiletries were all brand new. He picked up a toothbrush and noticed it had just been unwrapped. Bai Hao smirked to himself. It seemed Jiang Ying was trying to deceive him, not realizing he had already seen through her ruse. In the living room, Jiang Ying and Chu Yunxian continued their conversation, while Bai Hao's mind was heavy with suspicion. Chu Yunxian sat on the sofa as Jiang Ying cautiously approached him, inquiring about the progress. Chu Yunxian shook his head, indicating that Bai Hao was already suspicious. Jiang Ying panicked for a moment, realizing her mistake. Chu Yunxian, however, reassured her with a plan. Jiang Ying, in a playful voice, called Chu Yunxuan good brother, attempting to divert Bai Hao's attention. Chu Yunxuan watched Jiang Ying's actions with a smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, Bai Hao, still in the bathroom, sneered, fully aware of Jiang Ying's deceit. Suddenly, the bathroom door handle jiggled. At that moment, Chu Yunxian leaned in and kissed Jiang Ying without hesitation. Jiang Ying's eyes widened in shock, completely taken aback by this unexpected move. Bai Hao felt a surge of triumph, convinced that Chu Yunxian was merely an actor Jiang Ying had enlisted. Despite this, Jiang Ying remained his flawless goddess in his mind. But as he opened the bathroom door and saw Jiang Ying and Chu Yunxian kissing, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. With a heart-wrenching cry, he exclaimed, "No! No!" Jiang Ying snapped back to reality and shoved Chu Yunxian away, feeling a sudden wave of helplessness. "Damn you, Chu Yunxian!" she screamed internally. That was her first kiss. The scene was like a pair of young lovers caught in an awkward moment. Suddenly, both Bai Hao and Jiang Ying felt a surge of negative emotions, as if their energy levels had skyrocketed. Before she could get angry, Jiang Ying turned to Bai Hao, trying to ease the tension. Cough, cousin. Let's eat." But Bai Hao, looking utterly despondent, declined. "No, I have things to do. I came to Tianhua City for work, and just dropped by to see you. I'm leaving now." Bai Hao left in a daze, and Jiang Ying called after him from the doorway, "Cousin, come visit often." However, Bai Hao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with hatred for Chu Yunxian. In the living room, Jiang Ying picked up a knife in anger, glaring at Chu Yunxian. "What are you doing?" she demanded. Chu Yunxian, with a shameless grin, replied, "I'm helping you." Jiang Ying retorted furiously, "You kissed me with a mouth that's kissed countless other women?" Enraged, she felt a surge of negative emotions. Chu Yunxian blinked innocently and said, "The moment he walked in and saw us kissing, didn't it convince him that we're a couple? See, it worked perfectly." Jiang Ying took a deep breath, her anger simmering, yet she couldn't deny that Chu Yunxuan's tactic had been effective, despite how much it infuriated her. She knew he had taken advantage of her. After dinner, Jiang Ying glared at Chu Yunxian. "Shameless," she spat. Chu Yunxian stood up to leave, but Jiang Ying grabbed his arm. "No, you can't leave yet." She realized that if Chu Yunxian left now, all their efforts would be wasted, and Bai Hao might misunderstand even more. Chu Yunxian tried to explain, "I did it to help you. How can you blame me? Maybe I'm the one seeing things the wrong way here." Jiang Ying clenched her teeth and hissed, "I'm not blaming you." Despite the overwhelming negative emotions, she chose to forgive Chu Yunxian in the end. Jiang Ying felt a wave of indescribable anger and shame wash over her. She and Chu Yunxian were sitting at the dining table, and her cheeks were flushed. She was indeed a beautiful girl. Chu Yunxian stared at Jiang Ying and said, "I noticed that the way you act in front of your cousin is different from your usual self. You seem gentle and obedient, not like someone who would castrate a guy." Jiang Ying retorted, "So what? Of course, I behave well in front of my parents and relatives. I'm just scared of them, you know?" She shot Chu Yunxian a glare and continued, "Don't all parents want their daughters to be quiet and well-behaved? That's why I act that way. And moving to Tianhua City and not living with them isn't entirely because of that." Chu Yunxian chuckled. "What if I told your parents about the real you, and that you've castrated a guy? What would they think?" Jiang Ying glared at him fiercely, "You wouldn't dare." Then, she suddenly laughed. "Whatever. You don't know my parents anyway. Just finish your meal and leave. I'm sick of you." She kicked Chu Yunxian under the table to vent her anger. Chu Yunxian shrugged, thinking the issue was resolved, and decided not to press further. He was irritated by her behavior but couldn't bring himself to put more pressure on her. He had hoped to stay the night, but that seemed unlikely now. Still, helping Jiang Ying had its perks, including a kiss. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Who could it be? An old acquaintance returning? Jiang Ying muttered something under her breath and then looked at Chu Yunxian. "If it's Bai Hao, keep up the act." She walked to the door and opened it, only to find two people standing outside. Jiang Ying's eyes widened as if struck by lightning. She stammered, "Mom, Dad, what are you doing here?" Chu Yunxian watched the scene unfold with a blank expression, but inside, he was thrilled. Jiang Ying was left speechless. When she opened the door, she was shocked to see her parents standing there. She thought, how could they visit so suddenly? What surprised her even more was that they had arrived without making a sound. Could this be Bai Hao's doing? Right now, Chu Yunxian, a man, was in her house. To her parents, she had always been the obedient, good girl. Bringing a man home this late at night? Oh my god. She couldn't imagine the kind of ridicule she'd face from her mom if she found out. Jiang Ying silently vowed not to let them discover him. "Why can't we show up without telling you first?" Jiang Ying's mother, Qin Lan, gave her a disapproving look. "Ah, no, that's not what I meant," Jiang Ying stammered, standing in the doorway, signaling Chu Yunxian to hide. He obediently slipped into the kitchen. Despite his displeasure, he knew he had to cooperate with Jiang Ying, understanding that she couldn't keep secrets from her parents for long. Catching a glimpse of Chu Yunxuan hiding, Jiang Ying felt a little relieved. Could you at least give me a heads up next time? She complained. Qin Lan pinched her daughter's ear. Why? Is there something you don't want your parents to know? Hiding a man in here? No, it's just that I was worried I might not be home, right? Jiang Ying stammered, forcing a laugh. If you're not home, your dad and I can just go out. You haven't been home for half a year. We miss you and wanted to visit. Is that so wrong? Qin Lan said, eyeing Jiang Ying suspiciously. What's wrong? Not letting your parents in. Jiang Ying quickly stepped aside, allowing Qin Lan and Jiang Zhenghua to come inside. This girl is acting strangely, like she's hiding something, Qin Lan remarked to Jiang Zhenghua. He nodded in agreement. Looks like she really is hiding a man. No way. Jiang Ying quickly denied. Qin Lan's eyes lit up as she noticed the food on the table. Isn't it obvious that two people were eating here? Then she laughed. Oh, Jiang Ying. So this is why you haven't been coming home. Hiding a man, huh? It's not like that, Mom. You're overthinking it. Jiang Ying hurriedly explained. Qin Lan smirked at the table. Really? So who were you eating with? Jiang Ying quickly responded. It was by Hao. He just left. Didn't he tell you he was coming? Qin Lan asked excitedly. He came to see you? Jiang Ying nodded repeatedly. Yes. She felt relieved by her quick thinking. Really? I don't believe it. I'll give him a call, Qin Lan said, taking out her phone. Feigning confidence, Jiang Ying said, go ahead, call him. Seeing Jiang Ying's demeanor, Qin Lan put her phone down. Oh, you're quite the actress. I'm not acting. I'm not hiding anything, Jiang Ying insisted. You sure about that? Jiang Zhenghua said with a chuckle. Dad, why are you siding with Mom? It's so annoying, Jiang Ying pouted. At that moment, Jiang Zhenghua pointed at something. Following his gaze, Jiang Ying saw it. Chu Yunxuan's shoes on the shoe rack. In the next second, Qin Lan couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha ha ha, Jiang Ying, oh Jiang Ying, you're really putting on a show just to save face. All these men's shoes in the shoe cabinet, how are you going to explain that? Why not just come clean? You have a boyfriend. So what? What's there to hide? Remember how you swore up and down that you wouldn't date anyone until you were 27? I teased you about it, and now you're afraid of your mom finding out and proving me right, aren't you?
Qin Lan smiled.
Jiang Ying stammered, trying to explain, those must be by Hao's shoes. He probably forgot them and left wearing the house slippers. Qin Lan's smile widened. Oh, keep pretending. Go on. I'm not pretending. Jiang Ying was on the verge of tears. This was too much for her. Why are you so afraid to admit it? Qin Lan frowned, pointing at Jiang Ying. Tell me, is the guy you're hiding up to no good? Did you meet him on some sketchy dating app? Jiang Ying was flabbergasted. What? Come on, honey, don't talk like that, Jiang Zhenghua interjected. Qin Lan put her hands on her hips. Why not? If everything's above board, why is she acting so guilty? She must be hiding something. I thought you were just trying to save face, but now it seems much more serious. Are you secretly dating all the time, Jiang Ying? Jiang Ying was speechless. I'm going to expose you. Hey, you in there, come out now.
Qin Lan shouted.
Chu Yunxuan, who was in the kitchen, couldn't help but laugh. The system in his mind kept tallying up the negative emotions radiating from Jiang Ying. So, this is how she is at home, acting all prim and proper. She's so scared of being misunderstood that she's dating. It's hilarious. If you don't come out now, I'm going to get really mad. Qin Lan warned again. Mom, I'll call him out. Just don't get upset, Jiang Ying said quickly, running into the kitchen. See? I told you she's hiding someone. Qin Lan pointed towards the kitchen, speaking to Jiang Zhenghua. This girl, Jiang Zhenghua shook his head helplessly. Mark my words, it's someone she met online. Otherwise, why the secrecy? Now she's probably coaching him on what to say. Look at what a wonderful daughter you've raised. What kind of man is going to want a girl like this? Qin Lan glared at Jiang Zhenghua. Don't jump to conclusions. You know our daughter better than that, he replied.
Doi.
Have you ever seen her date anyone? Weren't you the one who said she might be into Su Shui? Jiang Zhenggua's face twitched. Then explain why she's so secretive and guilty about having a boyfriend. She should be upfront about it. This is just terrible.
Qin Lan exclaimed.
In the kitchen, Jiang Ying looked at Chu Yunxuan with pleading eyes. Big brother, please. You heard everything. Just keep pretending to be my boyfriend. I beg you. Why don't you just explain the truth?
Chu Yunxuan teased.
Bro, I can't explain it now. Didn't you hear what my mom said? She doesn't believe I'm just saving face anymore. She thinks I brought some random guy home. You're a pro at this. Please help me. Jiang Ying pleaded.
Chu Yunxuan chúc cười.
So, you want me to convince your parents that I'm really your boyfriend? Yes. And if you do, I'll give you a 5-minute kiss, tongue and all. Jiang Ying felt a rush of negative emotions surge through her, swift and agile like a sprinter. She glared at Chu Yunxuan, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Chu Yunxuan, however, seemed completely unfazed, as if he was ready to walk away. He casually remarked, "All right then, I'll just tell your aunt that I'm the random guy you brought home. The reason I hid is because I felt a bit guilty too." Instantly, an overwhelming fury rose within Jiang Ying, her strength seemingly skyrocketing to an unimaginable level. Chu Yunxian was in high spirits. Jiang Ying was simply amazing. Her performance was truly eye-opening. How long did it take her cousin to accumulate those rewards? But Jiang Ying? She started off with 800 strength points right away. Fantastic. Wonderful. I promise you. Jiang Ying said through gritted teeth. She thought to herself, better to deal with the immediate problem and figure out how to wriggle out of it later. What else could he do? Chu Yunxian had already anticipated her tricks. So, he wouldn't go easy on her next. Teach a lesson by making an example? Humph. You're done for. Then, Jiang Ying grabbed Chu Yunxuan's hand and walked out. Qin Lan and Jiang Zhengguo's eyes immediately turned to them. Qin Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Ahem, Oni, Unso, Chu Yunxuan greets sweetly.
Oh dear, I must say, our daughter has good taste, finding such a handsome young man. Qin Lan's eyes twinkled. Ahem. Jiang Zhengguo cleared his throat awkwardly. Qin Lan loved watching those idol dramas, and she had a thing for handsome guys, just for fun, of course. Appreciating good looks was a kind of joy. Chu Yunxian understood now, like mother, like daughter. With a mother like this, Jiang Ying's personality was no surprise. But pretending to be obedient in front of her family was a bit much. Holding Chu Yunxuan's hand, Jiang Ying said to her parents, "Mom, Dad, this is my boyfriend, Chu Yunxian." Qin Lan rolled her eyes at Jiang Ying and said, "Stop pretending. From now on, don't say a word. Today, I'm going to expose you." "Actually, Auntie, I really am Xiao Ying's boyfriend," Chu Yunxian said. Jiang Ying nodded obediently. "Then why did you hide earlier?" Qin Lan asked suspiciously. Chu Yunxian explained, "Uncle and Auntie came suddenly. I wasn't prepared to meet you, felt a bit nervous, and Xiao Ying told me to hide, so I instinctively hid in the kitchen." Yes, Jiang Ying quickly chimed in. "Are you really Xiao Ying's boyfriend?" "I have my doubts," Qin Lan said, half believing. "Honestly, Auntie, you know your daughter. She's very prideful. She didn't change her profile picture because she was afraid you'd tease her," Chu Yunxian said. "That explanation works for me. Continue with the questions," Qin Lan said. Chu Yunxian was taken aback. Jiang Ying started to panic. Oh no, her mom was a tough one. "How long have you two been dating?" "Quick answer."
Qin Lan demanded.
"More than 6 months," Chu Yunxian replied. "When is her birthday?" Qin Lan continued. "June 30th. What's her bust size?" 84. "Her hip size?" 85. "Her waist size?" 58. "What does she call you?" "Big brother." "And you call her?" "Xiao Ying." "What does she like to eat?" "Lollipops." The rapid-fire questions and Chu Yunxuan's answers flowed seamlessly, taking less than 10 seconds. No, less than 5 seconds. Jiang Ying and Jiang Zhengguo were both stunned. Wow, this was a high-level showdown. "Not bad, you really know Xiao Ying well." "I misunderstood you before," Qin Lan said. Chu Yunxian scratched his head with a smile. "It's okay, Auntie. I didn't have time to prepare a gift for our first meeting. I'm really sorry." "Oh, it's no big deal. Come, sit down," Qin Lan warmly invited. Just as she was about to walk away, Jiang Zhengguo stopped her. Qin Lan shook her head, looking puzzled. "Are you really sure about those answers?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry and doubt. Jiang Zhengguo followed up. "Are you certain his answers are correct?" Qin Lan's eyes sparkled with uncertainty. "He answered so quickly, I didn't even have time to recall what he said," she added. Jiang Zhengguo pondered for a moment, silently musing. "This Chu Yunxian seems to know our daughter inside out. Right or wrong, he appears to really understand her." With a smile, Qin Lan walked towards the sofa and invited, "Come on, Xiaoxian, sit down so Auntie can get a good look at you." As they settled on the sofa, Jiang Zhengguo remained standing, silently lamenting, these young people, each one less reliable than the last. He recalled his wife asking about Jiang Ying's birthday, to which Chu Yunxian had confidently replied, June 30th. Jiang Zhengguo clearly remembered that his daughter's birthday was actually October 13th, and couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. Watching Qin Lan on the sofa, Jiang Zhengguo felt a surge of concern. Jiang Ying was already sweating, and Chu Yunxian seemed quite formidable. He worried that his wife might misunderstand and think he was really meeting up with another man. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying approached Chu Yunxian with a flattering smile, quickly pouring him a glass of water, only to be glared at by Qin Lan, prompting her to leave hastily. Holding Chu Yunxuan's hand, Qin Lan asked with a smile, "Xiaoxian, tell Annie how you two got together. I'm really curious. You might not know this, but your uncle and I once wondered if this girl liked women, like Shi Chu Shui. You know her, right?" Chu Yunxian nodded and replied with a slight smile. She was the one who pursued me first. At that moment, Jiang Ying, eavesdropping from the kitchen, couldn't help but cough. A system notification popped up, detected Jiang Ying's negative emotion, system value 50,000. Qin Lan, excited, exclaimed, "This girl always brags about how many boys chase her, but in the end, she was the one who pursued you. How interesting. Tell us more about it." Jiang Ying's mouth twitched involuntarily. Chu Yunxian continued, "We first met at Tianhua University. She approached me for a chat, and then asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend for a gathering, even offering to pay me." Jiang Ying inwardly scorned, such a lame pickup line. Qin Lan also showed her disapproval. That's such a low tactic. Chu Yunxian explained, "I was a freshman, and she was my senior. I couldn't really refuse, so I agreed." He went on, "After that gathering, we got to know each other and added each other as friends, but we didn't immediately become a couple." Qin Lan pressed on, "So how did you eventually get together?" Chu Yunxian shook his head. "It wasn't simple. Less than 2 days later, she asked me again to pretend to be her boyfriend for another class reunion." Hearing this, Jiang Ying gritted her teeth, almost wanting to rush in and confront Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian accepted the water Jiang Ying handed him, sensing a hint of threat in her tone, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Qin Lan glanced at Jiang Ying and couldn't help but think to herself, "This must be Chu Yunxuan's doing." Chu Yunxian smiled slightly and said to Qin Lan, "At that time, I didn't think much about it and just went along with her plan." In the following days, she kept finding excuses for me to pretend to be her boyfriend at various social events. It seemed like there was a different party every day, never ending. Jiang Ying, listening on the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, and then what?" Qin Lan laughed so hard she slapped her thigh, curious to know more. Chu Yunxian continued, "I started to get a bit suspicious. This senior was beautiful, but was it really necessary to have so many gatherings?" Eventually, her two best friends couldn't take it anymore. They exposed her on the spot and told me that Xiaoying actually liked me. She had been dragging them into this charade, and they were fed up. Jiang Ying was stunned. "What?
Chu Yunxuan.
How could you defame her like that?" Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, power level increased by 500. Qin Lan laughed, slapping her thigh again. "Exactly. That's just like my daughter. Always keeping up appearances even if it means discomfort. Ha ha ha. So, did you two end up together?" Chu Yunxian, hearing the system notification, smiled inwardly. "Yes, once everything was out in the open, we naturally got together." Jiang Ying, would you say this counts as her chasing after me? Jiang Ying was at a loss for words, standing there in silence. Ding. Hit the nail on the head. "Do you have any other interesting stories to share?" Qin Lan asked with a smile. Chu Yunxian thought for a moment and then said with a grin, "Auntie, there's another story that's quite amusing." Jiang Ying tensed up, wondering what he was going to say or do next. Qin Lan is clearly a very nosy person, especially when it comes to her daughter. She has an insatiable curiosity about her daughter's embarrassing moments and stories. Jiang Ying, biting her lip in anticipation, urged Chu Yunxian to share more. Qin Lan expressed her excitement, and Chu Yunxian began, "Here's what happened. Do you remember when Xiaoying was still living in the advanced class dormitory at Tianhua University?" Qin Lan nodded, "Yes, she moved out about a month ago to live here." Chu Yunxian continued, "At that time, we had been together for a while, and she was still staying in the dorm. So, one night after our date, it was already late when I walked her back to her dorm. But because it was so late, the dormitory door was locked. She knocked for quite a while, but no one answered." Qin Lan listened intently as Chu Yunxian went on. Seeing no one would open the door, Xiaoying got really upset and told me that the dorm matron was too rigid, locking the door just 10 minutes after curfew with no flexibility at all. Jiang Ying was eagerly awaiting the rest of the story. Chu Yunxian continued, "She told me that since it was so late and she couldn't get into the dorm, she would have to find somewhere else to stay." Jiang Ying looked at Chu Yunxian, puzzled. Qin Lan's eyes lit up. "That sounds like a great opportunity." Chu Yunxian nodded. "Yes, I was quite happy at the time, thinking it would be our first time staying out together. But guess what happened?" Jiang Ying asked curiously. "What?" Chu Yunxian continued. "Just as we were about to leave, the dorm matron opened the door. She looked at Xiaoying and said, 'You gave me 100 yuan to keep the door closed, but you didn't say you were going to insult me. If you had, I would have charged at least 500 yuan. Jiang Ying was utterly baffled. Qin Lan burst into laughter, pointing at Jiang Ying. "This girl, haha. She's so concerned with saving face that she ends up suffering for it, haha." Qin Lan laughed heartily. "She clearly wanted to stay out with you but was too embarrassed to say so, so she conspired with the dorm matron to keep the door shut. But it backfired, huh?" Jiang Ying looked completely bewildered. Chu Yunxian also started laughing. Jiang Ying, biting her lip, said to Chu Yunxian, "Water. Do you need water? Hurry up and drink. Stop talking." Stao Ying, be more graceful. How should you treat Xiao Xian? Zhang Zhigua glared at Jiang Ying. She looked aggrieved and started to cry, feeling utterly humiliated. At this moment, Chu Yunxuan said, Uncle, don't blame her. Actually, Xiao Ying has had issues with me for a while now. Zhang Zhigua asked, what happened? Did you have a fight? Chu Yunxuan scratched his head. It's about what happened a few days ago. We were intimate, and I didn't use protection. She's been worried and blaming me ever since. That's why she's been giving me the cold shoulder these past few days. Jiang Ying was feeling irritated, and Chu Yunxuan's rudeness made her furious. She couldn't believe he would slander her like that, making her feel wronged and angry. Seeing Jiang Ying's low spirits, Qin Lan immediately showed her support. She slapped her thigh and said to Chu Yunxian, you are never to speak like that again. If Jiang Ying doesn't want to deal with you, come to me, I'll handle it. Jiang Ying felt heartbroken but held back her emotions. Chu Yunxian asked, Auntie, is that okay? Qin Lan didn't hesitate to support her daughter. Of course. I'll take charge. A hint of joy flashed in Chu Yunxuan's eyes. Jiang Ying, feeling bitter, coyly said, Mom. Both Chu Yunxian and Jiang Ying's parents assured that they would look after the child, which brought Jiang Ying some comfort. Despite her resentment towards her domineering mother, she swallowed her anger. She vowed to find a way to teach Chu Yunxian a lesson. Qin Lan suggested that Chu Yunxian stay the night, but Jiang Ying firmly opposed. She was worried that Chu Yunxian would take advantage of the situation, filling her with anxiety and anger. Seeing Jiang Ying's attitude, Chu Yunxian decided to leave. Jiang Ying felt secretly relieved, finally having an opportunity to deal with the annoying fellow. Suddenly, Chu Yunxian pointed outside and shouted, it's hailing. Jiang Ying angrily retorted, rain would be more believable, hailing is a bit much. Jiang Ying felt helpless against her emotions. She turned to her father for help, hoping he could expose Chu Yunxuan's lie. Jiang Zhenghua gently patted her shoulder, showing his support. Jiang Ying, moved by her father's kindness, shed tears of gratitude. Jiang Zhenghua walked over to Chu Yunxian and reminded him that it was summer, making hail highly improbable. Suddenly, they saw that it was indeed hailing heavily outside, damaging the cars. Jiang Ying was shocked and looked to Qin Lan for a solution. Qin Lan assured her that she would help, which brought Jiang Ying some relief. Both Jiang Zhenghua and Qin Lan were astonished by the sudden hailstorm, expressing their surprise at the unexpected weather. Chu Yunxian nodded silently, his expression somewhat dejected. Qin Lan looked at him, feeling a sense of regret, and said with deep emotion, it seems Xiao Xian can't stay today. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow in confusion upon hearing this, not understanding what was happening. She took a deep breath, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her, along with a destructive impulse rising from within. Let everything disappear. Let it all be destroyed. Jiang Ying felt utterly exhausted and disheartened, as if everything had fallen apart. Her parents had grown distant, and she blamed Chu Yunxian for it all. The mix of self-reproach and anger made her feel completely shattered by Chu Yunxian. Tears streamed down her face, and it seemed her dignity had been entirely destroyed. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian continued to play his part. Chu Yunxian decided to leave, even though the outside world was fraught with danger. Jiang Ying, however, was unwilling to let him go. Qin Lan grabbed Chu Yunxuan's hand tightly, trying to stop him. She was worried that the hail and zombies outside would threaten his life. Jiang Zhenghua also joined in, urging Chu Yunxian to stay because Jiang Ying didn't want him to face such risks. Chu Yunxian, however, showed a fearless resolve and was determined to leave. He believed that if Jiang Ying didn't want him to stay, he couldn't remain. Despite their pleas, he remained unwavering, even stating he was willing to sacrifice himself if necessary. Jiang Ying felt her heart being torn apart, watching the argument unfold. In the end, Jiang Ying couldn't bear it any longer. She sighed, seemingly having lost all hope in life. She turned away, filled with disappointment and anger. Chu Yunxian stood outside, waiting for her decision, smiling as he reminded her of their 5-minute promise. Jiang Ying, however, impatiently replied, we'll talk about it later. Sensing Jiang Ying's displeasure, Chu Yunxian deliberately lingered, hoping to fulfill their promise. But Jiang Ying resolutely refused, unwilling to keep her word. As Chu Yunxian pressed her, Jiang Ying felt a surge of anger and resentment. She looked at him with eyes full of hatred. Chu Yunxian tried to defuse the tension by suggesting they spend just 1 minute to fulfill their promise. But Jiang Ying refused, unable to hide her fury. Chu Yunxuan's presence made her feel the greatest danger, and her emotions reached a boiling point. He tried to smooth things over, but Jiang Ying was beyond calming down. Jiang Ying quickly dodged, her mind in turmoil. Although they had shared an intimate moment before, she had been passive then. If she allowed herself to get close to Chu Yunxian again, how awkward would that be? They weren't even dating, and suddenly kissing for minutes? What had she turned into? A pushover? Chu Yunxian watched her and asked, are you trying to weasel out of this? Why don't you go tell my parents then? Say whatever you want, I'll explain everything later, she retorted. Chu Yunxuan's interest was piqued. Rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin, he approached Jiang Ying. She backed away. What are you doing? I'm taking back what's mine. Hey, don't go too far. In the room, Jiang Ying dodged while Chu Yunxian closed in. He was determined to reclaim that kiss. Outside, Qin Lan pressed her ear against the door, listening intently. Zhang Zhenghua walked by and asked, What are you doing? Sure. Qin Lan said mysteriously, They're making such a ruckus in there. I'm really curious. Zhang Zhenghua shook his head helplessly.
Fine.
I'm too curious myself. Get me 2 glasses of milk quickly. Inside the room, Chu Yunxian caught Jiang Ying and pinned her to the bed. He held her wrists firmly. Let go of me. What are you trying to do? Jiang Ying was terrified. Is he serious? Even though it was Chu Yunxian, he wouldn't dare go this far, would he? Wasn't he afraid of angering her? I'm taking back what's mine, Chu Yunxian said as he kissed her again, leaving Jiang Ying stunned. Her mind went blank. Oh my god, is she really going to be forcibly kissed? Suddenly, Qin Lan opened the bedroom door. She was speechless at the scene. Jiang Ying snapped back to reality, pushing Chu Yunxian away and looking at her mother in horror. Well, Qin Lan said, amused. You two are having fun, huh? Don't let the milk get cold. She turned to leave. No, Mom. You've got it all wrong. It's him. He kissed me. Jiang Ying shouted in frustration, pointing at Chu Yunxian. Qin Lan smiled and nodded. Oh, I see. Well, you two have fun. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. With that, she closed the door. Honey, I'm moving out. Zhang Zhenghua said outside. Why would you do that? Stay here, and let the young couple have their time together. All right then. Jiang Ying was left speechless. Ding. Jiang Ying's frustration level has reached 10,000. You jerk. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Ying, enraged, lunged at Chu Yunxian. Just then, Qin Lan's voice came from outside. Sweetie, don't bully Xiao Xian. If anything happens, let Annie know. Chu Yunxian smirked. Got it, Auntie. He looked at Jiang Ying provocatively. Jiang Ying. Ding. Jiang Ying's frustration level has reached 5,000. Chu Yunxian felt very satisfied. Jiang Ying looked at him, eyes full of confusion. Chu Yunxian smiled at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying. Ding. Jiang Ying was feeling irritated, as if she had let a wolf into her house. Her displeasure only grew when facing Chu Yunxian. With a hint of a smile, Chu Yunxian asked, Are you angry? Ignoring him, Jiang Ying kicked him, signaling that she didn't want to be disturbed. As night fell, Chu Yunxian suggested they rest early, but Jiang Ying fiercely threatened, If you annoy me again, I'll take action. Chu Yunxian shrugged helplessly, but noticed the fierce glint in Jiang Ying's eyes, so he decided to leave. However, Jiang Ying grabbed him tightly, worried that her parents would find out and blame her. She insisted that he stay over. Chu Yunxian teased, Are you afraid I'll do something inappropriate to you at night? Jiang Ying, angry yet helpless, forced a smile and said, Don't worry, this is what you deserve. Chu Yunxian thought to himself that this woman was truly frightening, but decided to leave to avoid punishment. In another room, Chu Yunxian received a message from Pai Taowei, questioning him about the 10,000 yuan he owed. He jokingly replied that he had just spent time with his girlfriend, which annoyed Pai Taowei. Throughout the night, Chu Yunxian and Pai Taowei exchanged sarcastic messages, enjoying their banter despite being tired. By dawn, they were still messaging each other, finding a strange satisfaction in their negative exchange. Morning light slowly filtered into the room, and it was clear that Chu Yunxian had had enough. He felt irritable and down. The rewards kept piling up. Outside, Jiang Ying gently knocked on the door. Hey, time to get up. Chu Yunxian, holding his phone, walked toward the door. Jiang Ying curiously asked, What are you doing? Chu Yunxian replied nonchalantly, Just chatting. Jiang Ying sneaked a glance at the screen and couldn't help but ask, With whom? Chu Yunxian answered, No one important. Suddenly, Jiang Ying's mood dropped, and the system indicated a negative emotion value of 50,000. She responded irritably, Who cares? Rolling her eyes, she added, Hurry up, don't waste my time. Chu Yunxian asked, Where are we going? Jiang Ying replied, Anywhere, just let's go. As Jiang Ying put on her shoes and opened the door, there was a sudden whoosh as Qin Lan, who had been eavesdropping, quickly straightened up. Jiang Ying looked confused. Mom? Dad? What are you doing at the door? Qin Lan smiled warmly and said, Just got back. What about you two? Jiang Ying immediately linked her arm with Chu Yunxuan's, ready to leave for their date. Yes, we're going on a date.
Chu Yunxuan not dead.
Jiang Ying, concerned, whispered, My mom is really sly. I bet she'll secretly follow us. Chu Yunxian, busy copying and pasting on his phone, replied, How do you handle this? Jiang Ying, frustrated, said, I'm here on a date with you. Isn't that enough? And you're still chatting with other girls? Chu Yunxuan shrugged, deep in thought. So what should I do? He asked. At least chatting with other girls has some benefits. What do I get from you? Jiang Ying took a deep breath, controlling her emotions, then smiled and walked towards Chu Yunxian. Last night, you kissed me. If you try a bit harder, who knows what might happen? Chu Yunxian pondered for a moment. All right, let's go on our date. He put away his phone and wrapped his arm around Jiang Ying's waist. Don't overdo it, just hold my arm, Jiang Ying warned. Then I'll chat with my sister instead, Chu Yunxian teased. Jiang Ying, barely containing her anger, said, Fine, just hold me and don't cause trouble.
Chu Yunxuan chút cờ.
Where to first? Jiang Ying suggested, let's find a cafe and see if my mom is following us. Chu Yunxian nodded, and they headed to Destiny Cafe, choosing a corner table. At the table next to them, two girls were sipping coffee. Don't stare. Jiang Ying snapped at Chu Yunxian. He smiled and focused on the menu. Suddenly, a young girl at the next table, filled with excitement, stood up and exclaimed, Yay! I won. Both Chu Yunxian and Jiang Ying couldn't help but look over. The girl's friend calmly reminded her, Xiao Miao, keep it down. There are other customers here. Xiao Miao blinked and smiled, then sat back down. Wang Xiao Miao excitedly jumped up and down, exclaiming, I won. Sister Chiu, hee, I won. He hadn't replied to me for 10 minutes, hee. This news made him incredibly happy. A girl nearby curiously asked, What did you win? You've been glued to your phone all morning, not even looking up. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Wang Xiaomiao eagerly explained. Let me tell you, there was this shameless guy who lost a bet with me but wouldn't pay up. So, we've been messaging back and forth, and now he hasn't replied for 10 minutes. I won, hee. Suddenly, Chu Yunxian burst out laughing, causing the coffee he had just sipped to spray out. He turned to Wang Xiaomiao with a bewildered look on his face. Across from him, Jiang Ying silently wiped the coffee off her face, trembling with anger.
Chu Yunxuan.
I've had enough of you, she shouted furiously. Jiang Ying was feeling increasingly agitated. Yesterday, Chu Yunxian had made her angry and even had the audacity to kiss her. Today, he accidentally spilled coffee on her face. It was a disaster. Her negative emotions were palpable, and her spiritual energy surged to 50,000. Chu Yunxian repeatedly apologized, expressing his regret. Who would have thought that the girl sitting at the nearby table was the source of that peachy aroma? This world is indeed small. So, he decided to find an opportunity to learn about the source of Tianqing's power from her. Chu Yunxuan's apologies and his concern for his mother gradually dissipated most of Jiang Ying's anger. She stood up to compose herself. The girl from the nearby table walked over, apologetically saying, Sorry to bother you. Chu Yunxian waved his hand. It's okay. It's not your fault. The girl smiled and said, This one's on us. Xiao Miao, bring them 2 desserts. Chu Yunxian asked, Are you the owners of this cafe? Zhang Qiu replied, No, we're just working here. Chu Yunxian pointed to Wang Xiaomiao, who was walking towards the counter. Her too? Yes, Zhang Qiu smiled. She's helping out as well. Chu Yunxian nodded and accepted the 2 desserts. Wang Xiaomiao looked just as Chu Yunxian had imagined, making him think she was a naive girl. About 14 years old, but very pretty. In a few years, she would be just as attractive as Jiang Ying and her friends. Right now, she was exactly the type those creepy older guys liked. Chu Yunxian smiled and asked, Did someone owe you money? Is that why you're so excited? Wang Xiaomiao asked in surprise, How did you know? Yeah, she continued. Some deadbeat guy owes me money and still brags about having a girlfriend.
Chu Yunxuan cao ghét ác qua đi li.
Wang Xiaomiao added, Hate it. But I won. Zhang Qiu sighed. She's like this, childish and competitive, always getting involved in trivial matters. Look at her dark circles. She spent all night arguing with someone. Chu Yunxian was well aware of the situation. But what if that deadbeat guy really had a super gorgeous girlfriend? No way. Wang Xiaomiao said angrily, Girls hate men who don't keep their word. They have no sense of security. Zhang Qiu laughed. You sure have a deep understanding of these things for a young girl. Wang Xiaomiao proudly lifted her head. Jiang Ying walked over and saw Chu Yunxian happily chatting with the 2 girls. She was taken aback. This Chu Yunxian is such a flirt. I was gone for just a moment, and he's already cozying up to a girl, Jiang Ying muttered. Though the girl was beautiful, she was obviously not of age. She walked over and took Chu Yunxuan's arm, impulsively wanting to assert her claim. She asked, What are you talking about? Chu Yunxian replied, Just some random stuff. Wang Xiaomiao stared at Jiang Ying, her small mouth suddenly opening in surprise. Wow, are you really Sister Jiang Ying? Jiang Ying was also a bit taken aback and scrutinized Wang Xiaomiao carefully. Wang Xiaomiao? Yes, that's right. Wang Xiaomiao nodded vigorously. How come you're here? Jiang Ying asked with a smile. I just got here, Wang Xiaomiao replied happily. Chu Yunxian interjected. Do you 2 know each other? Jiang Ying nodded. Yes, we met before, probably over a year ago. Wang Xiaomiao nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. Sister Jiang Ying was amazing in the martial arts competition in Linen City back then. Sister Jiang Ying, are you two a couple? Wang Xiaomiao asked curiously, blinking her eyes. Yes, Jiang Ying replied quickly, worried that her mother might suddenly appear and ask questions. Her mother was the type who would pop up out of nowhere with inquiries. Wow, you two are like a match made in heaven, so dreamy. Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Wang Xiaomiao then turned to Chu Yunxuan. You must be really impressive too, otherwise, you wouldn't be with Sister Jiang Ying. Well, I guess I'm alright, Chu Yunxuan nodded. Jiang Ying asked, Xiaomiao, weren't you admitted to Linen University early? How come you're in Tianhua City? Ah? Tianhua City is closer to the Beast Domain, so I wanted to come and take a look, Wang Xiaomiao explained. That's fine, but your cultivation level isn't high yet, so be careful. Tianhua City hasn't been very peaceful lately, Jiang Ying reminded her. Don't worry, Sister Jiang Ying. We'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Goodbye. The two then left the cafe. Zhang Qiu looked at Wang Xiaomiao and asked, Jiang Ying is the person Sister Guan wanted to introduce to you, right? Wang Xiaomiao nodded, yes. Outside. What? Even a 14-year-old girl wants to hit on you? Jiang Ying glanced at Chu Yunxuan with displeasure. No way. Forget it, having a coffee together isn't too bad. I'm heading to Tianhua University. Want to come along? Humph. That night, Chu Yunxuan returned home. The system was set to shut down at midnight. He decided to tease Wang Xiaomiao a bit while he still could. He checked his unread messages from a few hours ago and replied, I was on a date with my girlfriend. Wang Xiaomiao replied, Humph. Losing is losing. Stop making excuses. Pay up, you sore loser. Chu Yunxuan said, it's true. Wang Xiaomiao didn't believe him. Chu Yunxuan continued, and my girlfriend is really beautiful. Wang Xiaomiao laughed, yeah, right? Send me a photo then, but don't use one from the internet. I can tell. Chu Yunxuan sent a photo of Jiang Ying. Wang Xiaomiao looked at it and paused, then said, I know this girl. I saw her with her boyfriend today, and he was really handsome. You're saying you're her boyfriend? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Chu Yunxuan was stunned. Suddenly, Wang Xiaomiao sent another message. Chu Yunxuan, ID number XXXXXX, lives in Happiness Garden, Tianhua City. Chu Yunxuan was dumbfounded. Did Jiang Ying tell her? No way. How would Jiang Ying know his ID number? Chu Yunxuan discovered Wang Xiaomiao's whereabouts, and his anger burned fiercely. Determined to get even, he decided to dig into Wang Xiaomiao's background. Their confrontation was set to unfold in Tianhua City, with Chu Yunxuan vowing to bring someone to teach that sleazy guy a lesson. Fueled by resentment, he was resolved to make Wang Xiaomiao pay dearly to quell his own fury and sense of injustice. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomiao was not one to back down. She resolutely picked up her phone and dialed Jiang Yingjie. She revealed to Jiang Yingjie the despicable actions of the man who claimed to be her boyfriend and asked for her help. Filled with righteous indignation, Wang Xiaomiao was determined to clear Jiang Yingjie's name and would not tolerate anyone tarnishing her reputation. With a cold snort, she vowed to show that sleazy man that he couldn't escape justice even in the digital world. The clash between Chu Yunxuan and Wang Xiaomiao was about to erupt, their grudges and emotions destined to be fully unleashed in this showdown. Both had their own agendas and motivations, and it was inevitable that a victor would emerge from this conflict. Jiang Ying was driving, with Wang Xiaomiao in the passenger seat, feeling a bit agitated. Someone had privately shared her photos and maliciously spread rumors that she was his girlfriend, which made Jiang Ying extremely unhappy. It was one thing for her to find out herself, but the thought of others discovering it made her anxious. She worried that this scoundrel would say the same thing to others, damaging her reputation. If her parents found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Ying was furious and silently vowed to teach that scoundrel a lesson. Wang Xiaomiao, on the other hand, was muttering about Chu Yunxuan's despicable behavior, describing him as pretentious, base, and shameless. However, she didn't directly mention Chu Yunxuan's name and was unaware that the person Jiang Ying was talking about was the very one beside her. It seemed this scoundrel was accustomed to deceit and fraud online. Jiang Ying decided to give him a good lesson. Jiang Ying was determined to make him pay. Wang Xiaomiao nodded in agreement, supporting Jiang Ying's decision. Jiang Ying resolutely said, I'm going to make him regret ever messing with me. Wang Xiaomiao hesitantly replied, isn't that a bit too harsh? The car stopped outside the community, and Jiang Ying frowned, asking, here. Yes, I'll show you the way, Wang Xiaomiao answered. They navigated through a few winding roads and finally arrived at a door. Jiang Ying knew that Chu Yunxuan and Lin Ya also lived in this community but had never been to their place. She wasn't sure which unit it was. This is the place. Wang Xiaomiao pointed to the door. Jiang Ying knocked on the door firmly. Inside, Lin Ya and Chu Yunxuan came out of the bedroom. They exchanged a glance and then walked to the door together, opening it. Lin Ya was momentarily stunned when she saw Jiang Ying standing outside. Jiang Ying? Huh? Senior Lin Ya, this is your place? Jiang Ying was also surprised. What? You two know each other? Wang Xiaomiao was equally puzzled. Chu Yunxuan walked up to them, smiling and greeting them. Hi, is there something you need? Wang Xiaomiao stared at Chu Yunxuan with wide eyes, starting to doubt if she had made a mistake. Could this be Jiang Ying's boyfriend? But according to her investigation, the person living here was that ill-intentioned man. Chu Yunxuan looked at Wang Xiaomiao and greeted her warmly. Hi, nice to meet you. Wang Xiaomiao felt a bit awkward, her lips moved, but she didn't know what to say. Jiang Ying noticed Wang Xiaomiao's expression and felt a bit puzzled. Wang Xiaomiao mumbled, maybe I got something wrong. Lin Ya blinked and then looked at Chu Yunxuan. Xian, are you? Wang Xiaomiao quickly interrupted. Sorry, maybe I made a mistake. I should. Chu Yunxuan nodded. It's okay. Wang Xiaomiao felt a bit flustered. How could it be? She looked at the phone in Chu Yunxuan's hand, incredulously asking, are you that scoundrel? She was shocked to realize that Jiang Ying's boyfriend was the very person she had been investigating. Jiang Ying shook her head slightly, feeling a wave of confusion. Chu Yunxuan smiled at Wang Xiaomiao and asked, did I do something wrong? In the photos I sent you, is that my girlfriend? Wang Xiaomiao felt at a loss, unsure how to respond. Lin Ya curiously blinked and asked, girlfriend? Who is it? Chu Yunxuan pointed to Jiang Ying. It's her. Jiang Ying and Lin Ya exchanged a glance. Jiang Ying seemed at a loss for words, finding it difficult to explain everything. Chu Yunxuan shot Jiang Ying a teasing glance. Jiang Ying, do I really need to kiss you to prove it? Wang Xiaomiao blinked mischievously and chimed in. Jiang Ying, he's your boyfriend, isn't he? You two make quite a pair. Lin Ya laughed and added, yeah, I think you two are a perfect match. Taking the opportunity, Chu Yunxuan wrapped an arm around Lin Ya and playfully added, and Xiao Yar and I are quite the pair too. Wang Xiaomiao was a bit taken aback. What kind of plot twist is this? She found it hard to keep up with the sudden turn of events. Lin Ya turned to Wang Xiaomiao and smiled. 10,000, right? Give me a moment. I'll transfer it to you. Wang Xiaomiao quickly shook her head. No need, pretty sister, I was just joking. By the way, if I may ask, what's your relationship with him? Chu Yunxuan interrupted without hesitation. Future wife. Lin Ya glared at Chu Yunxuan, while Wang Xiaomiao looked utterly shocked, as if struck by lightning. Future wife? They're living together, and Jiang Ying is his girlfriend? Does that make Jiang Ying the other woman? Wang Xiaomiao tried to stay calm and piece together the information. She felt the situation was getting out of hand. Jiang Ying noticed Wang Xiaomiao's expression and silently cursed Chu Yunxuan for causing trouble. Chu Yunxuan regretted his actions, realizing he had stirred up a mess. Just as Jiang Ying was about to explain, Wang Xiaomiao's phone rang. She quickly answered, Xiaomiao, come back quickly, we have a mission. Wang Xiaomiao hurriedly said her goodbyes. Sorry, I have to go. Apologies for the disturbance. She shot Chu Yunxuan a glare. You really are a troublemaker. With that, she rushed out. Lin Ya looked on in confusion, while Jiang Ying shook her head helplessly and explained the situation. Lin Ya suddenly understood. But, you did kiss, right? Chu Yunxuan nodded. Yes, with tongue. Lin Ya reassured. Then there's no reason you two can't be together. Jiang Ying, don't worry, I approve of him. Jiang Ying's mouth twitched into an awkward smile. Just then, Jiang Ying received a call, her expression turning serious. Something's happened at Tianhua University. Lin Ya and Chu Yunxuan both frowned. What happened? Why is it on lockdown?
Chu Yunxuan press.
Jiang Ying explained. It might be the work of someone causing trouble, possibly involving the demon or monster races. It's strange that they haven't shown themselves and have locked down the entire university. Chu Yunxuan and Lin Ya furrowed their brows upon hearing this. The thousand-faced demon fox? It seemed like Tianhua City had been quite unsettled lately. The thousand-faced demon fox is an evil creature from the demon clan, possessing formidable bloodline powers. Within the beast clan, they have established their own territories and tribes. To humans, the thousand-faced demon fox represents a significant challenge. Its unique ability lies in its power to control human bodies, steal memories, and mimic behaviors, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between real and fake. It's as if anyone around you could be under the control of a thousand-faced demon fox, and you wouldn't even know it. When talking to those possessed, their responses are seamless, as their memories have been taken as well. Although the thousand-faced demon fox itself isn't particularly strong, its possession ability is extremely troublesome. Thus, Chu Yunxuan understands the necessity of locking down Tianhua University. Only by doing so can they limit the demon fox's range of activity. The rest will have to be slowly investigated. Jiang Ying decides to go and see for himself, with Chu Yunxuan and Lin Ya following closely behind as they head towards Tianhua University. At this moment, Tianhua University is tightly surrounded by a large number of members from the Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain. They have set up barriers to seal off the entire campus. Despite nightfall, a large crowd of ordinary citizens and martial artists has gathered around. The members of the Divine Alliance and Heavenly Domain are preparing nervously but orderly. A middle-aged man in the crowd asks, "What's the situation inside Tianhua University?" The team leader responds, "The principal and the instructors have already gathered 90% of the students together, but because of the presence of the thousand-faced demon fox, it may have already possessed one of the students, making it difficult for us to identify. The demon fox's possession is extremely covert, and we humans have yet to find an effective way to accurately detect it among the crowd. The key issue is that traditional methods used to detect beast and demon clans are ineffective against the thousand-faced demon fox. Yes, because when the demon fox is in a possessed state, our detection methods only work on humans, making it hard to trace its presence. This is indeed a tricky problem. Has the Divine Child unit made any progress? It seems they are still preparing. How is the Divine Child unit different from us? Are they also at a loss? Every city has a branch of the Divine Alliance, with tens of thousands of members. Some are grassroots soldiers, while others are powerful martial artists, forming various squads, each led by a captain, with sizes ranging from hundreds to even thousands. Above them is the Divine Child unit of the Divine Alliance, an elite group whose members, though few, possess extraordinary abilities. The Divine Child unit takes on more dangerous and arduous tasks, with a mortality rate much higher than ordinary members. Even without attacks from the Beast Clan, their mortality rate can be as high as 10%. Each member of the Divine Child unit is a future pillar, capable of standing on their own. The positions of Chief Commander and Deputy Commander of a city's Divine Alliance branch are usually filled by members of the Divine Child unit. Chu Yunxuan and his team arrive at the scene. "It looks like we're in a bit of a tough spot," Jiang said, frowning. Lin Ya sighed deeply, indicating that once the thousand-faced demon fox successfully possesses someone, finding them becomes exceedingly difficult. Jiang nodded and added, "Moreover, the thousand-faced demon fox can continuously switch hosts among the crowd. Even if we identify one, it could choose another target in an instant." Chu Yunxian, still shaken, asked, "So, is there nothing we can do?" Lin Ya shook her head slightly, "Almost nothing, because such cases are extremely rare. And once the possession is successful, in a sense, the thousand-faced demon fox becomes that person." Jiang added, "Unless the host dies, in most cases, if the possession lasts more than a day, the host's body will quickly collapse, which is almost suicidal. But we must minimize casualties." Chu Yunxian frowned, uncertain if his spirit seeing eye could detect the presence of the thousand-faced demon fox. Meanwhile, in a minivan, Wang Xiaomiao and a few companions were gathered around various pieces of equipment. Wang Xiaomiao was focused, typing rapidly on her laptop. Suddenly, the door opened, and a bespectacled man asked, "Xiaomiao, are you ready?" Wang Xiaomiao quickly replied, "Almost done." The man urged, "Time is tight, and you're crucial." Wang Xiaomiao nodded, pulling out a device. "Deputy Leader, this can help us locate the thousand-faced demon fox." After confirming, the deputy leader instructed Wang Xiaomiao and Zhang Qiu to follow him. He praised, "Xiaomiao, your work is excellent. Come with me now." Wang Xiaomiao responded without hesitation, "Yes." He then led Zhang Qiu away, leaving Wang Xiaomiao alone in the van. After a brief farewell, he led Zhang Qiu into a room. Wang Xiaomiao watched them leave, feeling a mix of pride and responsibility. Chu Yunxuan's eyes scanned the people in the van, and he couldn't help but ask, "What do those people look like?" Jiang noticed Chu Yunxuan's gaze and playfully kicked him, teasing, "Wow, great figures, wearing sexy leather skirts and black stockings. Truly unbeatable dominatrix vibes."
Chu Yunxuan sighed, Ying.
Jiang sensed Chu Yunxuan's negative emotions skyrocketing to 100. She couldn't help but glare at him, muttering to herself. At that moment, Jiang suddenly asked, "Didn't you notice the girl across the street from the cafe this morning?" Chu Yunxian also recalled the scene. Lin Ya inquired, "Do you know her?" Chu Yunxian nodded, "Yes, I've seen her before." Lin Ya continued, "The one in the leather skirt and black stockings is Guan Xin, the leader of the 4th Division of the Divine Child Squad." Lin Ya revealed that she had been invited to join the Divine Child Squad before, but had politely declined. Jiang added, "Last year, people from the Divine Child Squad approached me as well. Several leaders came to invite me, but I didn't want to take on the mission and refused them." Chu Yunxian complained, "Why didn't anyone invite me?" Jiang raised an eyebrow at Chu Yunxian and teased, "Maybe your achievements attracted them. After all, you defeated Xian Tian. They might have already put you on their invitation list." Lin Ya agreed. However, the mortality rate among the Divine Child Squad members is incredibly high. Suddenly, a member of the Divine Alliance loudly asked, "Is there anyone skilled in spatial attributes? Tianhua University needs the help of a powerful spatial attribute warrior." However, no one responded. A man suggested, "Perhaps we should dispatch personnel from another location." The Minister of the Divine Child Department, Qin Feng, frowned and, after a moment of thought, said, It's best to resolve it on site. Go contact them to check the situation. Hearing this, Lin Ya turned to Jiang Ying and asked. Lin Ya slightly furrowed her brows, a wry smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Despite possessing spatial abilities, she knew it wasn't enough to be considered powerful. Suddenly, Chu Yunxuan asked, is someone from the Xintian realm acceptable? At that moment, she sensed a hint of challenge in the air and felt a surge of determination to prove her strength. All eyes suddenly turned to Chu Yunxian. Jiang Ying and Lin Ya were slightly surprised and looked at Chu Yunxian with puzzled expressions. Qin Feng stepped forward, directly facing Chu Yunxian, and asked, do you possess the spatial attribute of the Xintian realm? Chu Yunxian nodded slightly. Jiang Ying and Lin Ya exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Feng's eyes, and he continued. To what extent have you mastered this spatial attribute? Chu Yunxian extended his hand, conjuring a patch of space before him. Qin Feng punched towards the confined space, which instantly shattered. However, his expression changed subtly. He looked at Chu Yunxian with a different light in his eyes, realizing that the strength of the attribute was closely tied to the level of mastery. Spatial attributes are notoriously difficult to cultivate and control. Most Xintian realm practitioners can only scratch the surface. Yet, Qin Feng noticed that Chu Yunxuan's control seemed extraordinary. He became convinced that Chu Yunxian was more than capable of assisting Guan Xian and her team. Lin Ya softly reminded Chu Yunxian to be careful, to which he confidently replied, don't worry, I'm in the Xintian realm. He then followed Wu Hao inside. Jiang Ying curiously glanced at Lin Ya, who shook her head, indicating that she was also learning this for the first time. Jiang Ying then teased, could it be that he's attracted to Guan Xian, the leader of the Divine Alliance? Quite the daring fellow. Despite the jest, Guan Xian's extraordinary charm indeed captivated many boys. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian followed Wu Hao into Tianhua University. Through their conversation, he gradually understood the whole situation. As night fell, the campus remained bustling since many students lived on site. However, just minutes earlier, a surge of spiritual energy had erupted from the girls' dormitory, followed by similar disturbances in other dormitories, leading to chaos. Dinqin Zhenhai arrived promptly but was too late. Many dormitories had already seen casualties, with dozens dead. Bodies were later discovered in the library, cafeteria, and even hidden corners. It was reported that the perpetrator was a student of Tianhua University. Qin Zhenhai immediately suspected the thousand-faced demon fox and activated the academy's protective barrier to prevent the culprit from escaping. He then urgently gathered students to thwart any further attacks by the demon fox. Members of the Divine Alliance and Tianyu also quickly arrived at the scene. Although the demon fox's motives remained unclear, it was evidently a premeditated assault. From the rear, Wu Hao shouted, Leader Guan. Guan Xian turned, her gaze landing on Chu Yunxian, and exclaimed in surprise, oh, it's you. Zhang Qiu, and by he also recognized Chu Yunxian. Guan Xian asked, are you Jiang Ying's boyfriend? Guan Xian's eyes held a deep, penetrating gaze as she studied Chu Yunxian, as though she were delving into the depths of his soul. She invited him over, and without hesitation, he walked towards her. Seeing Guan Xian's face up close for the first time, Chu Yunxian was struck by her beauty, silently marveling at her. She is truly a rare beauty. Chu Yunxian spoke candidly, all right, I'll come with you. They proceeded forward together, where a large group of students had gathered. Several professors from Tianhua University, including Qin Zhenhai, were waiting there. Guan Xian explained the situation. 90% of Tianhua University's students were assembled here, and among them, there might be more than 1,000-faced demon fox. Additionally, over a dozen students were being held captive by the foxes in the cafeteria, divided into two groups. Chu Yunxuan's task was to assist Xiao Qiyue in using spatial powers to transfer the trapped students out of the cafeteria, ensuring their safety. Since Xiao Qiyue couldn't teleport both groups simultaneously, Chu Yunxuan's help was needed to increase the chances of success. Guan Xian pointed out that relocating a dozen people shouldn't be an issue. Chu Yunxian responded without hesitation, leave it to me. We need to act quickly. Suddenly, Xiao Qiyue floated down beside them. She looked at Chu Yunxian with curiosity and asked, Xiao Xinxian, what are you doing here? Chu Yunxian replied firmly, I'm here to help. Xiao Qiyue, with a hint of doubt, asked, are you sure you can do it? Chu Yunxian, unafraid, answered, of course I can. Why else would I be here? Together, they went to the second floor outside the cafeteria, where they found a girl standing by the window, evidently possessed by the thousand-faced demon fox. She gazed coldly down at the three of them and declared, only one of you is allowed to come up. Guan Xian resolutely walked into the cafeteria, discovering 14 or 15 students trapped inside, with one person on each side watching over them, the atmosphere heavy. A female student desperately cried out for help, please save us. But Guan Xian ignored her, instead focusing on the two students possessed by the thousand-faced demon fox, smiling as she said, "Interesting. A few thousand-faced demon foxes dare to cause trouble among humans, thinking we are powerless?" One of the girls coldly ordered, "Enough talk. Take off your glasses." Guan Xian was filled with confusion, unable to understand why her sisters wouldn't let her wear her glasses. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness and grievance, as if she were being misunderstood. Faced with their lack of understanding, she tried to express her bewilderment in another way. "If someone were to lose their life because of this, would you listen to my advice then?" Her eyes glinted with determination, silently warning those around her. Suddenly, one of the thousand-faced foxes revealed a black aura of spiritual power, viciously grabbing a girl by the neck and lifting her high into the air. Guan Xian couldn't help but remark, "I thought you were incredibly powerful, yet you dare to be so brazen even in the presence of divine power?" She smiled, her eyes showing a trace of cold indifference. She surveyed the scene, silently conveying a message to Chu Yunxuan and Xiao Qiyue. Finally, she reluctantly took off her glasses, indicating the situation outside. On the second floor of the cafeteria, Guan Xian spoke calmly, "Tell me, what is the purpose of you thousand-faced foxes coming to Tianhua City?" As highly intelligent magical beasts, it was inconceivable that they would harm humans without reason. She could understand their desire to hide among humans and seek a host. However, their blatant killings at Tianhua University were nothing short of a death wish. There had to be someone behind the scenes instigating such actions. A possessed thousand-faced demon fox gazed at Guan Xian, a hint of helplessness in its eyes. They had no choice but to do this, for survival, for staying alive. Guan Xian smiled and said, "It seems someone from the demon clan is threatening your thousand-faced demon fox tribe to carry out this task." Meanwhile, Qin Feng listened to their conversation through Guan Xian's earpiece. He frowned and muttered, "I knew there had to be a reason why such a high-intelligence demon beast like the thousand-faced demon fox would cause trouble. Turns out, they were forced into it." After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng continued, "Minister, who could be behind this? The high-ranking members of the demon clan or the monster clan? But what is their goal? Are they trying to intimidate us? Are they signaling their intention to target Tianhua City?" Qin Feng was filled with doubts. Such a situation had never occurred before. As he continued to ponder, he realized the thousand-faced demon foxes were acting out of sheer necessity for survival. On the second floor of the cafeteria, the thousand-faced demon fox calmly said to Guan Xian, "You don't need to worry about these matters. We've dealt with those people. Now, you just need to follow my instructions, or these dozens of people will perish here." Guan Xian pressed her lips together tightly, discreetly maneuvering her glasses to relay the positions of the dozen, or so people to Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiyue. Reluctantly, she agreed. First step, remove the barrier surrounding Tianhua University. Facing the demon fox's threat, Guan Xian had no choice but to comply. Under the cover of night, the barrier over Tianhua University vanished without a trace. At the same time, Qin Feng loudly ordered additional personnel to be on high alert for any possible escape attempts by the thousand-faced demon fox. In the cafeteria, the thousand-faced demon fox continued to issue commands. Second step, have everyone you gather disperse randomly throughout Tianhua University. Guan Xian, concerned, said, "That's very dangerous. They will be at risk." The demon fox coldly grabbed a girl's neck and firmly stated, "I will say it again, have them disperse." Guan Xian's eyes flickered with helplessness and struggle, but she ultimately had no choice but to comply with the order. In this seemingly unsolvable game, Qin Feng, Zhang Qiu, and others were tirelessly searching for the thousand-faced demon fox's whereabouts, hoping to resolve the crisis as soon as possible. Guan Xian felt a bit puzzled. Were there really only these two shape-shifting fox demons in front of her? It seemed unlikely. The little cat shouldn't be wrong. Perhaps they were already hidden in various corners, waiting for the right moment to escape. The most important thing now was to save the people. Xiao Qiyue's voice came through the earpiece, indicating that it was almost time. Guan Xian whispered, "It's time to move." At the same moment, Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiyue activated their spatial abilities. In an instant, the dozen or so people on the second floor of the cafeteria disappeared. Guan Xian dashed towards the shape-shifting fox demon at lightning speed. She quickly struck the demon's wrist, freeing the girl it had grabbed by the neck, and then threw her out of the second-floor window. Shouting, "Catch her!" Guan Xian exuded a powerful aura. A dark cage appeared, trapping the demons. Guan Xian walked over and said, "Leave their bodies." But the girl only sneered coldly, declaring that they could only be eradicated. Guan Xian then released another burst of powerful energy. Below the cafeteria, Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiyue had moved the dozen people to safety. Xiao Qiyue asked if they were okay, and after receiving their confirmation, he led them away. Qin Feng's voice came through the earpiece, instructing the team searching for the shape-shifting fox demons to escort the rescued students back to the cafeteria, ensuring they wouldn't be possessed by any hidden fox demons. 2 other members were sent to assist Guanxian. Soon, members of the Divine Alliance arrived on the scene. A leader thanked Chu Yunxuan and Xiao Qiyue. Xiao Qiyue smiled and said, "We'll protect everyone. Don't be afraid. Leave the school for now. We'll deal with all the fox demons tonight." A girl, wiping away her tears, gratefully said, "Thank you all. You've worked so hard." Chu Yunxian asked, "Are the other fox demons hiding, preparing to escape?" After receiving a positive answer, they decided to leave first. Suddenly, Chu Yunxian activated his spirit eye and discovered that the girls in front of him were all shape-shifting fox demons. The rescued hostages had actually been possessed. They had initially thought the fox demons were hiding in the shadows or mingling with the students, but the truth was even more twisted. The 2 fox demons in the cafeteria were indeed cunning. They used the students as hostages to deceive the humans into lowering their guard, creating an opportunity for the other fox demons to escape. Now they had to leave quickly. Once the hostages are rescued, they will be escorted away. However, the moment they step out of Tianhua University and into the bustling city, they will vanish without a trace. It's as if they blend seamlessly into the urban landscape, making it almost impossible to find them again. Eventually, they will seek opportunities to return to the realm of mythical beasts. Chu Yunxian marveled at the mystical power of the spirit-peering eye, feeling fortunate that he had activated it just in time. Without it, those dozen or so thousand-faced demon foxes would have slipped away. Now, he needed a way to quietly eliminate them. The solution was straightforward. Use his spatial abilities. He decided to lock down the space, trapping the demon foxes within. Despite the potential presence of some at the divine power level, he was confident that his 4-star spatial abilities, combined with Xiao Qiyue's spatial skills, would be enough to hold them. The 2 of them walked towards Tianhua University. Xiao Qiyue, acting as the fairy mentor, had Chu Yunxian sidling up to her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement as she said, "Give me a kiss." Chu Yunxuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly asked, "Why kiss Xiao Xiaoying? Do you want to kiss this fairy instead?" Xiao Qiyue explained that her curiosity had been piqued after seeing Xiao Xiaoying's social media post, leading her to inquire about the events that had transpired. She admired Chu Yunxuan's tactics and then, with a light laugh, said, "Then I'll give you a kiss on the cheek." Just as she was about to lean in, Chu Yunxian suddenly grabbed her hand, causing Xiao Qiyue to feel a twinge of doubt. Leaning closer, Chu Yunxian whispered, "These students are all thousand-faced demon foxes. While you seal them off, move the members of the Divine Alliance to a safe location." Xiao Qiyue was momentarily stunned, and Chu Yunxian took the opportunity to plant a quick kiss on her cheek. The system notified that Xiao Qiyue's emotional value had decreased. She didn't understand why Chu Yunxian had acted this way, but she felt a surge of anger. How dare he not inform her of such a critical matter and sneak a kiss on top of it? Despite her fury, Xiao Qiyue glared at him, but this was no time for an outburst. She chose to trust Chu Yunxian, casting a spatial lock that trapped the dozen demon foxes. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian swiftly relocated the Divine Alliance members to safety, preventing them from getting caught in the ensuing battle. The members were bewildered by the sudden turn of events, but Chu Yunxian, communicating through an earpiece, directed the operation and covertly called for reinforcements. The demon foxes exchanged glances upon hearing Chu Yunxuan's orders and decided to break through the lock. Realizing the urgency, Xiao Qiyue noted that the spatial barrier might not hold against 2 divine power-level demon foxes. She resolved to join the fight alongside Chu Yunxian. Their combined efforts would undoubtedly lead to a fierce confrontation. Xiao Qiyue gazed at Chu Yunxian, who unhesitatingly extended his hand, summoning a surge of thunderous power. This time, they decided to join forces and test their skills together. Whoosh! The 2 launched a synchronized attack, preventing the thousand-faced demon foxes from easily breaking through the space barrier set by Xiao Qiyue. Several attackers charged at them, but 2 other thousand-faced demon foxes of the divine ability realm were striving to break the space barrier. "These are all students from Tianhua University," Xiao Qiyue reminded. Chu Yunxian, undaunted, used his thunderous power to confront the challengers. Among them were fighters of varying strength, from 1-star to as high as 6-star and 8-star levels. With a thunderous crash, Chu Yunxuan's thunder fist struck the enemies, sending them flying into the space barrier. The members of the Divine Alliance present were stunned, unable to believe their senses. Chu Yunxian, despite being only a 4-star in the mysterious heaven realm, had effortlessly sent 4 similarly ranked enemies flying. It was simply astonishing. Recently, Chu Yunxian had significantly enhanced his power and physique with the help of a system. Although he was just a 4-star in the mysterious heaven realm, his combat strength had reached the equivalent of an 8-star. Guanxian, observing the battlefield with furrowed brows, urgently reminded them that 2 divine ability realm enemies were still at large. But in the next moment, Chu Yunxian directly charged at one of the divine ability realm thousand-faced demon foxes. A hint of disdain flashed in the opponent's eyes as her black fox tail lashed out at Chu Yunxian. "Be careful," She's in the divine ability realm.
Guan Xin Huriden Una.
However, Chu Yunxuan activated the fourth layer of the heaven-sealing technique of seven emotions fury, his entire body enveloped in a purple glow. Fearlessly, he grabbed the black foxtail and yanked the divine ability realm thousand-faced demon fox away from her position. Guan Xian was stunned, unable to believe Chu Yunxuan's audacity. That foxtail was incredibly sharp and had claimed many lives before. Yet, Chu Yunxian showed no fear, demonstrating extraordinary strength. With a smile playing on his lips, he unhesitatingly swung his flare sun sword at the pulled-out thousand-faced demon fox. The demon fox's eyes widened in fury, unleashing a black light attack at Chu Yunxian. Utilizing his wind attribute Divine Shadow, Chu Yunxian deftly dodged the attack. The black light struck his afterimage, but in the next instant, he pierced the enemy's neck with his sword. Guan Xian was left speechless, unable to fathom what had just transpired. A one-star divine ability realm thousand-faced demon fox had been effortlessly defeated by Chu Yunxian. It was unbelievable. On the other side, Xiao Qiyue was also dominating another divine ability realm thousand-faced demon fox with absolute strength, swiftly resolving the battle. Turning to Chu Yunxian, Xiao Qiyue remarked, "You were too fast. You're making me look bad. Can you slow down next time?" Chu Yunxian simply smiled and prepared for the next wave of challenges. Qin Feng led a group of Shinming members as the mighty warriors of Tianyu descended. At that moment, the battle began. With furrowed brows and eyes gleaming with determination, Qin Feng was filled with a burning desire for victory and unwavering trust in his team. The Shinming members showcased their unique skills and coordinated seamlessly, each move radiating with powerful fighting spirit. In this intense battle, everyone displayed tenacious willpower and unyielding courage. They charged forward bravely, resolved to defend the honor of Tianyu and uphold justice at all costs. At this crucial juncture, they united as one, facing the formidable enemy without a hint of retreat. In the end, they overcame all obstacles and achieved a glorious victory, demonstrating the strength of their teamwork and the value of their friendship. None of the thousand-faced demon foxes escaped from Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiyue's pursuit. They were all mercilessly eliminated. Although they felt regret for the possessed classmates, they managed to minimize the losses. Standing on the battlefield, Chu Yunxian spat on the ground. Xiao Qiyue asked about his condition, only to be met with his sarcasm. Chu Yunxian deliberately provoked her, aiming to trigger negative emotions to earn system rewards. Xiao Qiyue, with her flawless skin, appeared on camera without makeup, needing no skincare products. She chose not to delve into Chu Yunxuan's remarks, giving him a light jab to express her displeasure. Facing the formidable thousand-faced demon foxes, Chu Yunxian unleashed the fourth level of the Fengchen Tianyin technique, leaving Xiao Qiyue in shock. It had taken her 7 to 8 years to reach this level, while Chu Yunxian did it effortlessly. Qin Feng praised his strength, finding his performance astonishing. Chu Yunxian responded with a humble smile, claiming it was nothing special. Guan Xian commended his achievements and prepared to deliver the Shunming's reward to him. Qin Feng also expressed his approval and inquired about the motives behind the thousand-faced demon fox's threat. However, they were all at a loss, left to speculate on the enemy's intentions. As everyone discussed, Wang Xiaomiao hurriedly arrived to report. Chu Yunxian took note of her, surprised by her status in the Shinsi group. Despite her low cultivation level, she displayed the ability of the Ling vision, showcasing her extraordinary potential. This 14-year-old girl had already shown exceptional strength. Wang Xiaomiao handed her laptop to Chu Yunxian, showing a live broadcast on the screen. The top official of Tianhua City was addressing the citizens about the situation at Tianhua University, urging them not to panic. Suddenly, the official's eyes turned red and he froze in place. Screams echoed through the live stream. Qin Feng's pupils contracted in alarm. Something was terribly wrong. On the screen, the official's voice boomed, "You insignificant humans, what happened at Tianhua University is a warning. It's a threat from the thousand-faced demon fox." Xiao Qiyue frowned as the official continued. "Someone in Tianhua City has taken something they shouldn't have. If it's not returned, the city will know no peace, and similar incidents will happen every day." Everyone in the room furrowed their brows, and the entire city of Tianhua was gripped with fear. The official's voice carried on with the threats. "A few days ago, that blue and white pillar of energy appeared. If you don't hand over Tianqing, face the consequences." Chu Yunxian sighed inwardly. The demon clan values that blue energy pillar so much. There must be a deeper meaning. Suddenly, the official collapsed onto the desk. Guan Xian, puzzled, said, "We still don't know what that blue pillar of light is. Why does the demon clan care so much about it?" Qin Feng coldly stated, "No matter what, we must not hand it over to the demon clan." He immediately contacted the chief commander, ordering all members of the Divine Alliance to enter a state of highest alert. Wang Xiaomiao looked at Chu Yunxian and giggled. With the light energy barrier in place, What can the demon clan do to us? Then she and Guan Xian left the room. Xiao Chihua looked at Chu Yunxuan with a puzzled expression. What's with you? Are you interested in that little girl? Chu Yunxuan calmly replied, she's already 14, not a little girl anymore. Xiao Chihua muttered under his breath, what a perverted man. The top officials of Tianhua City are holding a crucial meeting, facing a threat from an unknown powerful demon clan. The entire city is shrouded in panic, with people worried about becoming prey to these mythical beasts. At the Supreme Council Center of the Divine Alliance, the commander, deputy commander, and other high-ranking officials have gathered to discuss how to tackle this formidable challenge. The commander cast a glance at the assembled elites of Tianhua City, aware of the severity of the situation. According to the information gathered, the demon clan is particularly interested in a blue light pillar, using it to incite fear and pressure the Divine Alliance into handing over the object. Someone curiously asked, what exactly is this object? The commander explained, based on our detection and speculation, it is likely the legendary supreme artifact, Tianqing. Tianqing? The name sent shockwaves through the room, as the Tianqing is rumored to be an artifact surpassing even the sacred relics, a mysterious object that both the demon and devil clans descended upon Blue Star to seek. Qin Feng continued to elaborate that the foremost priority is to safeguard this item, regardless of who possesses it. They resolved not to compromise with the demon clan and would not hand over the Tianqing. After extensive discussions, they formulated an action plan. First, they would deploy additional personnel and place the entire city on high alert to ensure the safety of its citizens. Second, they would strengthen the energy barriers to prevent demon beasts from invading. Lastly, they decided to launch a large-scale operation to sweep through Tianhua City. This decision caused a stir and unease among the attendees, but they understood that in the face of the demon clan's threat, they must stand united to protect the safety of Tianhua City. Now, everything hinges on their actions. 10 years ago, Tianhai City was taken over by the demon clan. Today, the city lies in ruins. People are now discussing the purpose of clearing Tianhai City. Is it to reclaim it? However, for many, reclaiming Tianhai City seems pointless. Even if they succeed, the power of the fifth demon shrine would soon plunge the city back into crisis. Some have suggested using nuclear weapons, sparking heated debates. Humanity's possession of nuclear weapons is indeed terrifying. Yet, even nuclear weapons can't annihilate beings at the Tianzuan level, whether human or demon. More importantly, when faced with such powerful entities, the nuclear weapons humans launch could be turned against them. For example, if a demon with strong spatial abilities appears during the launch, they could redirect the weapon to explode on human territory in the next second. Even if the nuclear strike hits its target, the area would be uninhabitable for decades. Therefore, in most cases, nuclear weapons are impractical. The chief commander stated, this is not a reclamation. This is a cleanup. Qin Feng declared, the demon clan has openly threatened us, and humanity is no longer a weak race that can be bullied. In the face of the demon clan's threats, we must show our resolve. We will not yield. Instead, we will launch a comprehensive cleanup strike against the demon clan. This carries immense strategic significance. Everyone nodded in agreement. Preparations began, and 7 days later, under the leadership of the Shensi group, the warriors of the Divine Alliance would act as the vanguard, cooperating with the Tianyu. Their mission was to clear all demons above the Xin body level in Tianhai City, while other forces from the Divine Alliance and Tianyu would handle those below the Xin body level. The Tianhai City operation was classified top secret. Only the high-ranking officials present and the members of the Shensi group were in the know. Even the team leaders and captains of the Divine Alliance were kept in the dark. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Guang Xian stretched as she entered the Destiny Cafe. Wang Xiaomiao immediately ran over. Sister Guang, the minister said there's a big mission. Zhang Qiu also joined them. Guang Xian briefed them on the mission Qin Feng had shared with her. Wang Xiaomiao pumped her fists. Awesome. We can finally stand tall. Guang Xian cautioned them not to celebrate prematurely, emphasizing the mission's difficulty and danger. However, she noted that this counterattack against the demon clan was a rare opportunity for humanity. A resounding victory would not only uplift Tianhai City but also inspire all of humanity. She said, winning isn't actually that hard, given it's just Tianhai City and not the fifth demon shrine. The key is to act swiftly and minimize losses. Guang Xian stressed the utmost secrecy of the Tianhai City operation, and everyone acknowledged the importance. After taking a sip of coffee, Guang Xian asked Wang Xiaomiao, by the way, do you know Chu Yunxuan? Wang Xiaomiao replied, yes, he's very impressive. Guang Xian continued, where does he live? She explained, such a remarkable person, especially with his performance tonight at Tianhua University, will surely attract interest from other members of the Shensi group. They might compete to recruit him. Zhang Qiu added, he is indeed exceptional. He easily defeated a Shun Tong level opponent despite being a 4-star Xian Tian level himself. His spatial abilities are incredibly strong. From what I know, He's also adept at fire and lightning elements. He previously defeated a Xian Tian level opponent with a single move. Any group that recruits him would see a significant boost in combat strength. Chu Yunxuan suddenly joined the group next door, which left Guan Xian a bit displeased. She frowned and said, "Huh? Didn't we already invite her before? How did the other group snatch her up?" Guan Xian added that Chu Yunxuan had actively requested to join them. Zhang Qiu humorously commented, "Looks like we let the other group scoop up a bargain." Then, turning to Guan Xian, Zhang Qiu said, "But I think Chu Yunxuan will ultimately choose to join our four-person group." "Oh." Guan Xian widened her eyes at Zhang Qiu. She added, "With Sister Guan here and a super gorgeous lady extending a warm invitation, Chu Yunxuan is bound to choose our group." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.